Wang Pingyan found himself traversing into this world of interstellar martial arts, discovering a reality starkly different from the novels he had once read in his previous life. Not only did he possess extraordinary aptitude for cultivation, but he also hailed from a remarkably prestigious lineage. Yet, despite these advantages, he was burdened with a system seemingly designed for the inept. Witness how he triumphs over martial gods with his fists and treads upon the malevolent deities with his feet. Chapter 1. Rebirth as a Martial Generation. In the Human Federation's Xianyuan star system, on the Blue Planet, within the Wang family villa on the 3rd floor, lies the gravity training chamber. Pained out a pain that penetrates to the very marrow of his bones, Wang Pingyan felt akin to a steel bar subjected to relentless bending, each inch of his bones crying out in anguish, emitting groans of unbearable strain. The vital energy, a boiling essence upon which martial artists rely for sustenance, was now manifesting as countless steel needles furiously drilling into his limbs and bones. First-grade bone refining martial artist, specializing in limb bones. Upper limbs, 64 pieces, lower limbs, 62 pieces. This was the inaugural step on the path of martial arts, and the most excruciating one at that. He had completed 125 pieces, leaving only the final fragment. Sweat had thoroughly soaked the mat beneath him. Under tenfold gravity, each droplet felt as heavy as mercury, crashing onto the alloy floor and splashing into a small puddle. At merely 16 years old, with his body yet to fully mature, he ought not to be so impatient for success, but he could no longer wait. Outside the window, the nightscape of Guangshan City in the year 2333 of the Human Federation unfolded. Maglev vehicles formed luminous rivers, silently weaving through the towering steel jungle hundreds of meters high, and on a massive holographic billboard, a middle-aged man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his imposing figure adorned with flowing garments. God of War Supplement. Aid your breakthrough. 7th grade master Li Jinshan wholeheartedly recommends. The 7th grade master in the advertisement was a figure in Blue Planet whose mere stamp of a foot could trigger an earthquake. Yet, Wang Pingyan's gaze lingered not for a moment. Master, his grandfather, Wang Qi, was a 9th grade grandmaster, a being who looked down upon the entirety of Blue Planet. Such a stark contrast brought him no sense of superiority. Instead, it stirred a greater irritation within him. Break for me. Now, Wang Pingyan growled, summoning the last vestige of his vital energy and coalescing it into a torrent, violently crashing towards the final toe bone of his right leg. Crack! A sound reverberated as if emanating from the depths of his soul that it was done. The excruciating pain ebbed away like a receding tide, replaced by an indescribable sense of relief. His limbs and bones felt as though enveloped in a warm current, tingling, with vital energy surging through them, now devoid of any obstruction. First-grade martial artist, success. However, just as he reveled in the ultimate ecstasy of this physical breakthrough, an even more terrifying and surging pain erupted violently from the depths of his soul. Ah! Wang Pingyan curled up, clutching his head, shaking violently on the ground. This was not corporeal suffering. This was an incredibly vivid memory, like a flood breaching its dam, overwhelming the worldview he had built over 16 years. Xiao Wang, this proposal won't do. The client is unsatisfied. Work overtime tonight to revise it. Wang Pingyan, have you prepared for next month's mortgage? Don't forget the tuition for the children's tutoring classes. 996 is a blessing. You young people must learn to be grateful in a dimly lit rental apartment. The flickering computer screen, an everlasting mortgage that could never be fully repaid, cold instant noodles in the dead of night, the scornful rebuke of his superior, and the weary complaints of his wife. Scenes, frames, flashed through his mind like a frantic carousel. Wang Pingyan, an ordinary wage slave from Earth in the 21st century. To afford a down payment in a first-tier city, he drained 6 wallets. To meet the monthly mortgage, he sold his life to the company. His existence was an endless cycle of internal competition. Until that final late-night overtime, he slumped over his keyboard and never awoke again. Sudden death. The torrent of memories washed over Wang Pingyan's consciousness. The despair, unwillingness, fatigue, and heartache palpable enough to suffocate him. So this was the sensation of death, no, it was the sensation of dying in his previous life. The excruciating pain gradually subsided, and Wang Pingyan gasped for breath, drenched in cold sweat. He slowly lifted his head, gazing at the young and unfamiliar face reflected on the alloy wall. The 16-year-old youth, with refined features, was flush from his recent breakthrough, his complexion radiant. This was Wang Pingyan, and the former Wang Pingyan, who had labored himself to death for mere scraps of silver, was no more. An immense sense of relief and euphoria erupted within him like a volcanic explosion, instantly filling his chest. In his past life, he had exhausted his being, merely an ant in the concrete jungle. In this life, he was born into a martial arts family within the Xianyuan star system, one of the 5 major star systems of the Human Federation. His grandfather was the 9th grade Grandmaster Wang Qi, one of the few at the pinnacle of Blue Planet's hierarchy. His father, though jestingly referred to as a salted fish by the family, was still a 4th grade martial artist managing a vast enterprise. What a fortuitous beginning. Ha ha. Ha ha. Wang Ping'an began with a low chuckle, which escalated into uproarious laughter, tears streaming down his face. Those were tears for the humble soul of his past, and tears of celebration for this new life. The very moment his emotions reached a crescendo, a mechanical voice resonated within his mind. Detection complete. Host-soul fusion is complete. Mental fluctuations have reached the threshold. Energy conversion system officially activated. His laughter ceased abruptly. Wang Ping'an was taken aback. The translucent blue panel, visible only to him and imbued with a sense of science fiction, gradually unfolded before him. Host, Wang Ping'an. Realm, 1st grade martial artist. Vital energy value, 251/500. Strength, 25.2. Speed, 25.1. Physique, 25.5. Mentality, 30.5. Recovery, 25.1. Energy points, 0. A series of data was clearly displayed on the panel. Wang Ping'an's breath quickened. As someone who had been bombarded by the information age in his previous life, he understood almost instantly what this was. A system, the quintessential golden finger of a transmigrator. He attempted to concentrate his thoughts, and an introduction to the system automatically appeared. Core function, absorb any material containing energy and convert it into energy points. Energy points can be used to enhance attributes. Wang Ping'an gazed at the basic attributes displayed on the panel, his heart racing uncontrollably. According to the system's rules, strength, speed, physique, and recovery must grow in unison, with each increment of 0, 1 requiring 1 energy point. Moreover, recovery is directly linked to vitality. The recovery value multiplied by 10 equals the current vitality. His current recovery was 251, which meant his vitality was 251 points, perfectly aligning with the standards of a 1st grade martial artist. If he possessed sufficient energy points to elevate all attributes to 50 points, his vitality could soar to 500 points. That would place him at the pinnacle of the 1st grade. What if he continued to enhance? 2nd grade, 3rd grade, 4th grade, even to the level of a 9th grade grandmaster like his grandfather. Wang Ping'an's fists clenched involuntarily. He recalled his previous life, where he was caught in a relentless cycle of competition. Enough of this internal strife. Enough of the 996 work culture. In this life, I have a cheat. I shall ascend to the peak of martial arts with the utmost ease, enjoying the journey and reveling in the splendor of the path ahead. He yearned to savor life. However, reality quickly sobered him. Energy points, 0. Without resources, progress is impossible. This truth, even when transposed to a different world and identity, remains an unyielding axiom. Wang Ping'an furrowed his brow. The system indicated that it could absorb any material containing energy. The first thing that came to mind was the commonly used auxiliary resource for martial artists, Lingjing. Lingjing is a crystalline substance formed from the accumulation of energy, containing pure energy. However, it is rather costly. A low-grade Lingjing typically costs around 10,000 federal coins. With his monthly allowance being only 100,000, he could purchase merely 10 in a month. Furthermore, based on the system's conversion rules, a single low-grade Lingjing could only yield about 100 energy points. A mere 100 energy points would only allow a 2-point increase in each of the 5 dimensions. His recovery would rise from 251 to 271, increasing vitality by 20 points. Spending 10,000 for a mere 20-point increase in vitality? While this efficiency was superior to his previous method of consuming medicine to cultivate, it fell short of the miraculous systems depicted in various novels he had read. As for relying on family support, though he was a direct descendant, the Wang family was vast, with many offspring. In the later stages, the demand for Lingjing would likely reach astronomical figures, making it challenging to depend solely on family resources. Was this divine system destined to falter at the outset due to an energy crisis? Wang Ping'an's thoughts raced as he reviewed all the resources he possessed in his mind. Suddenly, his thoughts halted. An overlooked possibility emerged unbidden. His father, Wang Xianyuan, approaching 40, yet still trapped at the level of a 4th grade internal master. He was deemed by family elders as lacking ambition and initiative. His father managed a scrapyard filled with various discarded starships. An absurd yet audacious idea began to take root in his mind, igniting a fervor that coursed through his veins. Discarded starships. Could there still be residual energy cores within them? Chapter 2. Preparing to depart, the door swung open gently, and a rich aroma of meat mingled with the fragrance of medicinal herbs instantly filled the entire training room. Pinyin, hurry, drink it while it's hot. His mother, Yushio, entered with a white jade bowl the size of a small basin, her face radiating uncontainable joy. She carefully set the jade bowl on the low table beside him. Inside, the broth glimmered a golden hue, thick as melted nectar. With several pieces of snow-white beast bones floating within, exuding a remarkable vitality aura. The leg bone of a second-grade ferocious beast, the iron-armored rhinoceros. Simmered for 12 hours with 7 kinds of nourishing herbs. As Yushio spoke, she lovingly gazed at her son, her voice tinged with concern. Having just broken through to the first grade, a solid foundation is vital. You mustn't be like your grandfather in his youth, recklessly pushing ahead and accumulating hidden injuries. A warm current surged within Wang Pinyin. The iron-armored rhinoceros, a second-grade ferocious beast, had an impenetrable armored body, with vitality rivaling that of a third-grade martial artist upon maturity. The value of such a beast's leg bone, combined with rare medicinal herbs, likely amounted to tens of thousands of federal coins. In terms of purchasing power from his previous life, this would suffice to cover half a year's mortgage. Yet here, it was merely a post-breakthrough restorative soup. Once again, he confirmed his family's standing through his mother's words. His grandfather, Wang Qi, was the second elder of the Wang family of Lanqing, a figure of stability. Although his father, Wang Xinyuan, seemed mediocre among the family's prodigies and had been assigned to manage the industry in the satellite city of Guangshan, he still oversaw the family's enterprises. He was a direct descendant among direct descendants. This life was utterly plain and unadorned. With memories of his previous life as a corporate drone, Wang Pingyin's flickering ambition was swiftly doused by the mundane luxury of this restorative soup. Striving? Why strive? With such advantageous conditions, wouldn't it be more pleasurable to steadily enhance through the system and enjoy life? Thank you, Mom. Wang Pinyin accepted the bowl of soup, expressing his gratitude sincerely. Silly child, why be so polite with me? Yushio beamed with delight, watching her son consume the restorative soup with more joy than if she herself had broken through. By the way, your father said that once you stabilize your realm, he'll get you a storage ring and give you another 100,000 as allowance, so you can buy things you like. Wang Pinyin paused mid-sip. A storage ring and allowance? He recalled something. After Yushio was satisfied and left to clean up the dishes, Wang Pinyin immediately sat cross-legged, focusing his thoughts. A diamond-shaped crystal, no larger than his pinky finger and radiating a soft white light, materialized in his hand. A low-grade lingjing. This was what his father had tossed him a few days ago, suggesting he chew on it like candy to replenish his vitality. On the market, it was clearly priced at 10,000 federal coins each, non-negotiable. This was energy. Without a moment's hesitation, he concentrated his mind on the lingjing and silently invoked, absorb. In the next instant, the crystal in his hand dimmed, its smooth texture becoming coarse. In the blink of an eye, it disintegrated into a handful of energy-less white powder, slipping through his fingers. Simultaneously, the number in the energy points section of his system panel jumped from 0 to 100. Energy points. 100, it has begun. Wang Pingyin's heart skipped a beat. He reaffirmed the system's enhancement rules. 10 energy points could elevate any one of strength, speed, physique, or recovery by 1 point. However, these 4 attributes were locked by the system, necessitating simultaneous growth. In essence, to attain strength, one must diligently pursue comprehensive development. Each enhancement round requires an expenditure of 40 energy points, with the exception of the mental attribute, which can be increased independently. Testing the waters. He gazed at the 100 energy points displayed on the panel, no longer hesitating. The system consumed 80 energy points, augmenting each of the 4 primary attributes by 2 points. Energy points, 80, strength, 2, speed, 2, constitution, 2, recovery, 2. The moment the command was issued, a delightful warmth surged through him, swiftly coursing through his limbs and body. Each cell felt as though it were immersed in a hot spring, emitting satisfied murmurs. He could distinctly sense his muscle fibers growing more resilient, the density of his bones subtly increasing, and even his thoughts becoming clearer. This was no mere illusion. The data on the panel underwent the most palpable transformation. Host, Wang Pinyin, Realm, First Grade Warrior, Vitality, 271500. Strength, 272. Speed, 271. Constitution, 275. Mental, 305. Recovery, 271. Energy points, 20. His recovery increased from 251 to 271. and his vitality surged from 251 points to 271 points. Instant feedback. This unreasonable, instantaneous enhancement intoxicated him, surpassing the pleasure of consuming 10 bowls of iron-armored rhinoceros bone soup. Is this the joy of leveraging external aids? Yet, this euphoria was fleeting. Wang Ping'an quickly regained his composure. He glanced down at the pile of white powder on the ground, and then at the panel, which now displayed only 20 energy points. 10,000 federal coins. For merely 2 rounds of attribute enhancement, his vitality increased by 20 points. Averaging out, each point of vitality cost 500 federal coins. To elevate from the initial 251 points of the first grade to the pinnacle of the first grade at 500 points, he would require an additional 249 points of vitality. This would entail an expenditure of 124,500 federal coins. And this is merely for the first grade. What about the second and third grades? The energy points required would escalate to astronomical figures. This efficiency is woefully inadequate. It is akin to burning money, though his family is wealthy. Such extravagance would inevitably draw attention from the clan. Relying solely on a monthly allowance of 100,000 is but a drop in the bucket. Clearly, the path of spiritual crystals can only serve as a stopgap, not as a primary source of energy. His gaze involuntarily drifted towards the window, peering across the bustling metropolis towards the city's outskirts, where a vast area was encircled by steel walls. His father's starship graveyard, a place regarded as a junkyard by everyone, including his father. Yet now, in his eyes, it transformed from scrap metal into a gleaming kingdom of gold. A bold plan began to take shape within him. The following morning, Wang Ping'an remarkably did not linger in bed. When he encountered his mother, Yu Xiao, at the dining table, a gentle smile adorned his face. Good morning. Mom, is the sun rising in the west today? Our little lazy pig is up so early. Yu Xiao served him a bowl of porridge made from the blood of ferocious beasts, teasing him. Wang Ping'an took a sip and seemingly casually remarked, I was just thinking. My dad is managing such a large operation all by himself. It must be quite taxing. I would like to visit him today and check on his work. Yu Xiao nearly spewed the soy milk she had just sipped. She looked at her son with an expression akin to that of an alien. Reaching out to feel his forehead. No fever? Why are you talking nonsense? Your dad? Taxing. What he calls taxing. He goes to work to play games. Who in Guang City doesn't know that your dad is the king of slackers in our family? If it weren't for your grandfather's protection, he would have been kicked back to the main city by your uncles long ago. Wang Ping'an. It seems that his father's reputation as a slacker is indeed deeply entrenched. Clearing his throat, he earnestly replied, Mom, one cannot speak so lightly. Father is doing this for our family. Besides, I've never properly visited his workplace. Consider it an opportunity to gain some insight. Seeing her son's sincere expression, as if he had grown up and wished to alleviate his father's burdens, Yu Xiao's skepticism was gradually replaced by a sense of pride. Her son has truly matured. He cares about his father. This is a momentous occasion. Good, good, good. Yu Xiao exclaimed thrice, standing up in excitement. Mom will arrange this right away. Let your father see that his son is far more accomplished than he is. She immediately moved to the side, opening her personal terminal to initiate contact. In less than 5 minutes, a sleek, entirely black, aerodynamic anti-gravity vehicle, exuding a sci-fi aesthetic, silently hovered at the villa's entrance. Chapter 3. The Slacker Father and the Abandoned Starship Processing Plant. The anti-gravity vehicle traced an almost imperceptible black arc in the air, landing smoothly on the helipad atop a massive metal structure without a hint of turbulence. As Wang Ping'an stepped out, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. This was not the dirty, disorganized junkyard he had envisioned. Instead, he beheld a metallic fortress infused with cyberpunk aesthetics. The building, crafted from deep gray alloys, towered into the clouds, its surface adorned with intricate pipes and circuits, shimmering with various colored indicator lights. In the distance, enormous mechanical arms, resembling mountain ranges, moved slowly, lifting starship wreckages that were as large as hills and precisely depositing them into colossal smelting furnaces. There was no deafening noise, only a striking visual impact emanating from the beauty of industrial might. This was a graveyard for starships and a highly efficient steel city. Wang Ping'an followed the external suspended pathway into the top floor of the central control building, his father's office. As the heavy alloy door slid open silently, he was once again astounded. The office was as spacious as a small plaza, the floor covered with the soft pelts of unknown ferocious beasts. In one entire wall was a massive floor-to-ceiling window, offering a panoramic view of the grand starship graveyard. In the luxurious center of this extravagant office sat a middle-aged man clad in casual attire, wearing a silver helmet that completely covered his head. slumped on what appeared to be an exceedingly expensive anti-gravity sofa. The man's body twitched intermittently with the virtual battle unfolding before him, muttering phrases in fervor. Charge! Charge! For the Federation. Where's my Italian cannon? Blast them to smithereens. Flank from the left. Destroy their supply ships. Healers. Take out the healers first, you bunch of fools. Wang Ping'an. This is his nearly 40-year-old father, Wang Xianyuan, whose cultivation is stagnated at the 4th grade and is deemed by the family elders to be lacking in ambition. The work environment and state of affairs are indeed heartbreaking to witness. Wang Ping'an cleared his throat, his voice echoing awkwardly in the spacious office. Dad. Wang Xuanyuan's body stiffened. Evidently startled, he hurriedly removed his helmet, revealing a face that bore a 7-part resemblance to Wang Ping'an, yet marked by a few more years and a certain lewdness. Upon seeing his son, Wang Xianyuan, he visibly relaxed, though a hint of surprise flickered across his face. Ping'an, what brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be training today? His gaze swept over Wang Ping'an, failing to notice that his son had evidently achieved a breakthrough to the 1st rank. His thoughts clearly elsewhere. I came to see you, Wang Ping'an stammered, borrowing the words of his mother to express his newfound maturity. Oh, Wang Xianyuan replied absently, nodding without truly absorbing the words. His eyes frequently darted towards the virtual helmet beside him. As if the battle within had reached a critical juncture, he retrieved a pitch-black card from his pocket and tossed it casually. Go play. This is a high-level access card. You can go anywhere except the areas marked in red as dangerous. Just be cautious and avoid getting too close to those still operating energy conduits. There's some radiation. Wang Ping'an instinctively caught the card, feeling its chilling touch and remarkable texture. Dad, just like that. I'm about to command a pivotal battle for the Star System 1. Billions of business at stake. You can't afford any delays. Before he could finish, Wang Xianyuan had already donned the helmet again, mumbling indistinctly as he shouted, You scoundrel! Grandfather has returned. Hold the line. Reinforcements are on the way. Wang Ping'an stood there, clutching the black access card, momentarily at a loss for how to react. He felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Is this what paternal love looks like? While dismissive, the privileges granted were still considerable. He decided not to interrupt his father's cosmic struggle and turned to leave the opulent internet cafe. Boarding the internal tram, Wang Ping'an ventured into the heart of the starship graveyard. As the tram passed through the heavy isolation doors, the sight before him rendered him speechless. Endless steel mountains, an expanse of metallic ruins, and countless starship remnants piled together in a tragic display, forming an infinite ocean of metal. Some starship hulls bore grotesque claw marks and terrifying acid corrosion pits, with the words commemorating the 3rd human insect were still faintly visible in the federal lingua franca. Others were fragments of ships with bizarre designs, exuding a non-human aesthetic, their smooth surfaces inscribed with incomprehensible runes. This place served as a metallic cemetery of the interstellar era, burying countless remnants of glory and war. Wang Ping'an took a deep breath, suppressing his astonishment, and began to attend to business. Approaching the nearest wreckage, he found a section of a cruiser's outer armor, roughly the size of half a basketball court. He reached out, gently pressing his hand against the cold metal surface. With a thought, he initiated a scan. Scanning. Detected trace metal residual energy, convertible to 0.1 energy point. The notification on the system panel instantly dampened Wang Ping'an's enthusiasm. 0.1. How many scraps of metal would he need to gather to accumulate enough energy for a single enhancement? Undeterred, he moved to another wreck, the engine nozzle of a destroyer, and scanned again. Detected trace thermal residual energy, convertible to 0.3 energy points. Still barely anything. For the next half hour, Wang Ping'an exhaustively scanned every piece of debris within reach. Battleship main guns, escape pods, command deck windows, most yielded similar results. The highest conversion was merely 0.5 energy points. The dismal conversion rate was disheartening. Could it be that he had miscalculated? These derelict starships had long since dissipated their energy, leaving behind remnants insufficient to fill even a gap in his teeth. Was his bold plan destined for failure from the outset? Just as despair began to settle, a rotund spherical robot, emitting a soft blue glow from its base, silently glided to his side. Its metallic exterior bore a single identification number, Steward 7. Esteemed Mr. Wang, greetings. I have detected irregular fluctuations in your heart rate and adrenaline levels. Do you require assistance? The robot's voice was devoid of emotion, a mechanical monotone. Wang Ping'an regarded the patrolling robot, a thought striking him. Tell me, where is the area with the highest concentration of energy here? The red camera atop Steward 7 flickered twice, as if processing information. Moments later, it responded in the same flat tone. According to Article 73 of the Federal Abandoned Asset Disposal Regulations, all decommissioned starships must have their energy cores completely removed before entering the dismantling process. The removed energy cores are then consolidated and sent to the number 3 core storage area for unified storage and subsequent processing, based on their model and residual hazard level. Wang Ping's breath hitched. The energy core. He had indeed surmised correctly. Take me there, he commanded. The red light on Steward 7 flickered again. Authorization in progress. Authorization granted. However, I must issue a warning. The number 3 core storage area, due to the long-term accumulation of abandoned cores, has resulted in high levels of waste energy leakage. This zone has been classified as a maximum level red zone. What is waste energy? Wang Ping pressed further. Waste energy refers to the unstable radiation energy released when energy cores decay or are damaged, which cannot be directly absorbed or utilized by biological entities. Prolonged exposure to a waste energy environment can cause irreversible damage to a warrior's vitality and physique. The robot dutifully explained. Waste energy leakage. Red zone. Not absorbable by biological entities. A rush of excitement coursed through Wang Ping and at the combination of these terms. For others, an incredibly toxic and hazardous radiation to be avoided. For him, endowed with an energy conversion system, it represented the most pure, concentrated, and perfect energy buffet in existence. He glanced down at the black card in his hand, which granted him the highest level of access. Then he raised his gaze towards the distant area shrouded in a dark red energy shield. Chapter 4. Infiltration. Steward 7's red camera continued to blink dutifully, reiterating its warning. Warning. The number 3 core storage area is a maximum level red zone. The internal waste energy index consistently exceeds federal safety standards by 1,700 times. Unauthorized entry will be regarded as intentional destruction of Wang Enterprises assets, and patrol units are authorized to engage in neutralizing measures. Wang Ping paid no heed to the warnings. He bypassed the rotund robot, striding directly towards the enormous alloy gate enveloped in the dark red energy shield. The gruesome skull insignia and the ominous warnings in federal lingua franca flashed intermittently, silently declaring the dangers that lay within. A faint burnt aroma permeated the air, and his skin tingled with a subtle prickling sensation, as if countless invisible needles were jabbing at him. Wang Ping pressed the black access card given by his father against the recognition device beside the gate. Beep! A sharp sound pierced the air, followed by a deafening alarm echoing through the entire passage. Alarm! Alarm! Unauthorized intrusion detected. Repeat. Unauthorized intrusion detected. The red light at the bottom of the camera of Guanjia 7 surged with power, seemingly poised to erupt. Wang Ping's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that his father was so unreliable? Was the card he provided a fake? Just as he prepared to flee, the piercing alarm abruptly ceased. A gentle, unperturbed electronic female voice replaced it. Highest authority confirmed. Identity, Mr. Wang Ping, son of Mr. Wang Xianyuan, head of the Guangshan City Enterprise. Warning. Internal waste energy index severely exceeds standard. Potential for permanent organ damage to a first-class martial artist. According to Article 3 of the Wang Corporation Employee Safety Code, it is advised that you immediately don a Type 7 heavy protective suit. Shall I call a preparation robot for your protective suit? Wang Ping let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was his father. No need, he decisively replied. Directive confirmed. Wishing you a pleasant work experience. The last 4 words of the electronic voice seemed tinged with a perplexity beyond the program's comprehension. With a heavy creaking sound, a thick alloy gate, several meters in width, slowly slid open to either side. A wave of even more potent and tumultuous energy surged forth. It was no longer a mere fine needle, but rather countless small blades, scraping against every inch of his body. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Ping stepped into the dim red halo. On his system panel, the numerical value under the energy points column remained a static 20. These dissipated waste energies, indeed, could not be directly absorbed by the system. They were akin to a toxic miasma permeating the air, purely destructive, devoid of any utilitarian value. The gate closed behind him, severing all connections to the outside world. Before him lay an incomprehensibly vast underground cavern. The scale of the cavern surpassed Wang Ping's imagination. The dome was so high it was beyond sight, with countless pipes and cables intertwining, blinking faint indicator lights like subterranean stars. On the ground lay hundreds of oddly shaped metal lumps. These were the decommissioned energy cores. Some were as large as tanks stripped of their turrets, quietly sprawled with surfaces marred by rust and cracks. Others stood over a person's height, taking irregular polyhedral shapes, emanating an ominous aura. The entire space was enveloped in silence, save for the distant gurgling of liquid flowing through pipes, adding an eerie vitality to this zone of death. Wang Ping'an approached the nearest core, which was a fission core from a small cargo ship, its shell still bearing the faded inscription of Interstellar Jumper Number 73. He extended his hand, pressing against the cold, rough exterior. System scan. Scanning. Low concentration residual energy detected, capable of converting to 100 energy points. The prompt on the system panel extinguished Wang Ping'an's recently ignited enthusiasm instantly. 100 points? Is that all? A single low-grade spirit crystal could convert to 100 points of energy. Yet, the market price for such a low-grade spirit crystal stood at 10,000 federal coins. His monthly allowance was 100,000, barely enough to convert 1,000 points of energy. Ascending from first-class initial stage to first-class pinnacle required nearly 250 points of vitality, equating to 10,000 energy points, not accounting for mental strength. It would take 10 months' worth of allowance to reach full first-class status. This efficiency was far too slow. Wang Ping'an furrowed his brow. He quickly discerned the underlying issue. The current mainstream starship energy sources of the Human Federation, whether through physical fission or fusion cores, had achieved remarkable technological maturity. The energy utilization rate was exceedingly high, resulting in negligible residual energy within the cores after decommissioning. Aspiring to amass wealth from such conventional refuse was unrealistically optimistic. His objective must be those energy sources with immature technology, low energy conversion rates, yet terrifyingly high energy densities. For instance, cores from certain extraterrestrial civilizations' warships or obsolete experimental models from the federal military with significant flaws. His gaze began to sweep rapidly across this vast core graveyard, searching for the one that stood apart. He passed by a massive fusion engine assembly from a cruiser. Scanning yielded 230 points. He walked past a biologically inspired energy reactor, exuding a foul odor, with a scanning result of 150 points. Half an hour passed, and he had nearly inspected all the cores on the cavern's periphery. The results were largely similar. The highest yield barely exceeded 300 points. This amount of energy was hardly worth mentioning. Wang Ping'an's heart sank gradually. Had he truly overestimated the situation? Was this not a land of gold, but merely a slightly affluent rubbish heap? Just as he was about to give up and turn to leave, his peripheral vision caught sight of an object discarded in a corner. It was a small core, standing merely half a meter high, its entire body exhibiting a dark purple hue, starkly contrasting with the surrounding gray and black metal lumps. Its shape was peculiar, not a regular geometric form, but seemingly composed of numerous twisted vines, its surface etched with strange patterns resembling living organisms. It was carelessly tossed behind a pile of abandoned cooling pipelines, inconspicuous. Had it not been for its unique color, Wang Ping'an might have completely overlooked it. Intrigued, he approached it. He sensed that the waste energy concentration surrounding this purple core was significantly lower than elsewhere, as if all energy had been perfectly contained within that small shell. Wang Ping'an crouched down, filled with a final glimmer of hope, and gently pressed his hand against the shell adorned with peculiar patterns. The surface was icy yet bore a strangely gentle warmth. System scan. His heart raced as he awaited the result. Scanning. The system fell silent. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Just as Wang Ping'an thought this core had been completely rendered obsolete, neglected even by the system, a distinctly different prompt, infused with excitement and surprise, erupted in his mind. High concentration of residual waste energy detected. Identified target, Titan Empire Expeditionary Forces Shadow-class Destroyer, Standard Energy Core. Warning. This energy exhibits strong mental pollution characteristics. Convertible energy points, 10,000 points. Shall conversion commence immediately? Chapter 5. The Surge of Energy, 10,000 points. Wang Ping'an felt his heart seize painfully, nearly leaping from his throat. He fixed his gaze on the string of golden numbers on the system panel, forgetting to breathe. 10,000 points. He was not unfamiliar with wealth, but he had never encountered a situation like this. A low-grade spirit crystal, which his apathetic father tossed to him like candy, priced at 10,000 federal coins, would only yield 100 energy points. 10,000 energy points equated to 100 low-grade spirit crystals. To put it into perspective, that amounted to 1 million federal coins. His monthly allowance was merely 100,000. This purple lump, deemed garbage and cast aside in a corner, was worth nearly a year's worth of his allowance. And within this colossal underground cavern, similar garbage numbered in the hundreds, if not thousands. At this moment, Wang Ping'an's mind was consumed by a singular thought. The vastness of the stars and the pinnacle of martial arts were nothing but distant echoes. He was here to scavenge. This was no mere refuse dump. It was clearly a money-printing machine. No, it was even faster than that. His gaze returned to the system panel. Target identified. Titan Empire Expeditionary Force Shadow Class Escort Ship Standard Spiritual Energy Core. Titan Empire? A fragment of memory stirred within Wang Pingyan, evoked by this term. It was a name glossed over in the official historical textbooks of the Human Federation, referring to a powerful alien civilization that had engaged in several minor border skirmishes with the exploration forces of the Human Federation in the distant Andromeda Galaxy. Their technological path diverged sharply from that of human martial arts technology, delving into spiritual energy technology, a more idealistic, mysterious, and perilous power system. It was no wonder that the energy of this core was so pure, nor that it emitted harmful waste energy to martial artists. Different systems naturally could not coexist harmoniously. For others, it was a deadly poison. For him, however, it was an unparalleled tonic. Wang Pingyan suppressed the surging excitement within him, almost unable to contain himself from issuing the command. Just as the words conversion were about to echo in his mind, a brand new crimson system prompt suddenly appeared. Warning: the energy intensity of this conversion is high, resulting in severe energy fluctuations. With a 15% chance of detection by martial artists of 4th rank or above within a 5-kilometer radius. The thought of issuing the command froze in an instant. His movements became rigid. A 15% chance of being detected by a 4th rank martial artist within 5 kilometers. Wasn't his father, Wang Xinyuan, commanding a virtual battle worth trillions from his luxurious office on the top floor, a bona fide 4th rank martial artist? Moreover, the straight-line distance from this control building to the number 3 core storage area was certainly no more than 3 kilometers. If discovered, Wang Pingyan felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. How could he explain this? Should he claim he possessed extraordinary talent, able to use the Titan Empire's spiritual energy core as a power bank? Or should he assert that he was, in fact, a spy sent by the Titan Empire, infiltrating the Human Federation merely to steal this scrap? Either explanation sounded like a death sentence. Surrender? Gazing at the figure of 10,000 on the panel, Wang Pingyan's throat tightened. 1 million Federation coins lay before him, ready to be instantly credited with a nod. This sum could propel him from the 1st rank's initial stage to its pinnacle in a rocket-like ascent. Who could resist such temptation? In his previous life, he had missed countless opportunities due to hesitation, ultimately toiling overnight in a rented room, succumbing to exhaustion at his workstation. Opportunities often lurked within risks. A 15% chance of detection, that implied an 85% chance of remaining undetected. He would gamble. Wealth and honor often reside in peril. In this life, endowed with a divine-level system and an extraordinary background, he could not afford to live as constrained as he had in his past. Conversion. Wang Pingyan cast aside all hesitation, unleashing a low roar within. Convert for me. Command confirmed. Conversion initiating. Buzz. The dark purple core beneath Wang Pingyan's palm, with its twisted, bizarre patterns, seemed to come alive in that instant. They flickered wildly, swirling, only to dim completely in a heartbeat. An invisible, yet unimaginably vast pure energy surged forth, as if breaking free from shackles, racing up his arm and flooding into his body with a devastating force. It was not a gentle current. It was a river bursting its banks, a volcano erupting, an interstellar storm sweeping all away. Wang Pingyan's body quaked violently, his bones creaking under the immense pressure. Yet he could not afford to dwell on it. His entire focus was on the system panel. The numbers in the energy points section surged upward like a frenzied wild dog. Energy points, 100. Energy points, 580. Energy points, 1790. Energy points, 4,350. Energy points, 7,880. Energy points, 9999. Ultimately, that whirlwind of numbers crossed the 10,000 mark and came to a steady halt at 10,000. It was accomplished. Wang Pingyan felt an overwhelming sense of joy engulf him. Simultaneously, in the starship graveyard, on the top floor of the control building, within an opulent office, chaos reigned. Kill. Charge in. Mage group on the right. Focus fire and eliminate them. Wang Xianyuan slumped in his anti-gravity sofa, wearing a virtual headset, fully engrossed in commanding a battle of ultimate national pride. The conflict was at its most intense. Suddenly, his mind, absorbed in the virtual data stream, jolted without warning. A faint yet piercing energy fluctuation flashed by. It felt like a small stone had struck the calm surface of a lake, sending forth barely discernible ripples. Wang Xianyuan paused in his commands, furrowing his brow as he removed the headset, revealing a face slightly worn from countless late-night gaming sessions. He sat up straight, perplexed. His formidable fourth-rank martial artist's mental prowess instantly radiating outward in all directions. 1 second, 2 seconds. His mental energy swept over the massive smelting furnace, over the mountain of starship wreckage, over the mechanical arms at work. Everything appeared normal. That peculiar fluctuation had come and gone in a flash, as if it were merely an illusion. Strange, Wang Xianyuan murmured. Could it be that I've been gaming too hard lately and am hallucinating? He shook his head, dismissing it as fatigue. Countless billions in battle awaited him to turn the tide. He muttered that those rascals were probably up to some underhanded tricks again, then donned the headset once more, plunging back into the virtual cosmos. You rascals, your grandfather has returned. Within the number 3 core storage area, Wang Pingyan remained blissfully unaware that he had just teetered on the brink of exposure, experiencing a thrilling brush with danger. His attention was entirely fixated on the enticing string of numbers. 10,000 energy points. He gazed at the substantial figure on the panel, reveling in the unprecedented sense of abundance bestowed by the system. This sensation surpassed the comfort of consuming 10 bowls of iron-armored rhinoceros bone soup and was even more intoxicating than breaking through a realm. An exceptionally clear and powerful thought surged in his mind. It was time. Time to elevate his strength to unprecedented heights. Chapter 6. Frantic allocation 10,000 energy points. Wang Pingyan stared at the dizzying numbers on the system panel, feeling as though he were floating. This was 1,000 times more exhilarating than winning the grand prize of $1,000 at his previous company's annual meeting. He now resembled a gambler who had just won $100 million in the lottery, clutching an immense fortune, his heart racing wildly. His foremost thought was not how to spend it, but rather to find a secluded place to spread the money out on a bed and indulge in a peaceful slumber. The number 3 core ceiling zone was undoubtedly the perfect sanctuary, isolated from the outside world and shielded from signals. Even the surveillance cameras had become blind under years of intense radiation from waste energy. It was essentially a private training chamber crafted just for him. Wang Pingyan chose a relatively clean corner, distanced from the large, daunting cores that emitted a faint red glow, and instead found himself surrounded by a heap of rusted cooling pipes. He sat cross-legged, emulating the meditation posture of masters from martial arts texts, taking deep breaths in an attempt to calm himself. It was in vain. He remained so exhilarated that he felt like running naked around the underground cavern 3 times. Enough of the pretense. He would lay his cards on the table. I am indeed a nouveau riche. Wang Pingyan relinquished the superficial ceremonial gestures and let out an uncontainable roar within. System, add some points for me. Command confirmed. The system responded with a hint of barely perceptible excitement, seemingly more thrilled than he was. Host, how would you like to allocate the energy points? It is recommended to distribute them evenly to ensure balanced development across strength, speed, physique, spirit, and recovery. Even distribution. Let us start with 50 points. I want to savor the experience. Wang Pingyan issued the command. Acknowledged. A gentle yet incredibly pure warmth manifested within his limbs and bones. This warmth did not require digestion like a mother's stew of fierce beast meat. It directly influenced every cell in his body. His muscles subtly twitched. His bones emitted delicate sounds, and even his brain felt a refreshing coolness. The system panel was inundated with a flurry of notifications. Energy points, 10. Strength, 1. Energy points, 10. Speed, 1. Energy points, 10. Physique, 1. Energy points, 10. Spirit, 1. Energy points, 10. Recovery, 1. In the span of a mere second, all 5 of his dimensional attributes surged upward by a whole integer. Host, Wang Pingyan, Realm, First rank martial artist, vitality value, 281500. Strength, 282. Speed, 281. Physique, 281. Spirit, 281. Recovery, 281. Energy points, 9,950. His vitality value had directly increased by 10 points. Wang Pingyan clenched his fists, feeling the surge of newfound strength. This sensation was extraordinary, while others had to toil relentlessly to strengthen their sinews and bones, enduring medicinal baths and dietary supplements, often requiring weeks to witness any change in attributes. He merely needed to focus his thoughts. Exhilarating. One word encapsulated his current sentiment. The experience brought by 50 energy points felt akin to downing a chilled cola on a sweltering day, with every pore exuding comfort. Yet Wang Pingyan understood that this was merely an appetizer. He swiftly calculated in his mind. According to the standards for a first-rank martial artist, the upper limit for vitality value was 500 points. Currently at 281 points, he was 219 points shy of peak performance. In terms of recovery, This necessitated an increase of 219 points. Since all 5 dimensions must grow in synchrony, strength, speed, physique, spirit, and recovery all required an increase of 219 points. Rounding up, he needed to add 22 points. Multiplying 22 points by the 5 dimensions, and then by the cost of 10 energy points per point for a first-rank martial artist, he would require a total of 1,100 energy points, with a fortune of 10,000 energy points at his disposal. Spending just 1,001 would elevate him from a novice in the first rank to the pinnacle of the first rank, a level that countless martial arts apprentices dreamt of. This was a lucrative transaction. System, stop stalling. Wang Pingyan could no longer contain himself, his thoughts racing. Transfer 1,100 energy points at once. Synchronize all 5-dimensional attributes and boost them by 22 points. Charge. Command confirmed. Please brace yourself and hold on tight. The system's slightly teasing prompt had just faded when boom. If the previous 50 energy points were a gentle stream, this surge was akin to the torrential flood of the Qiantang River. A vast, searing, and tempestuous torrent of energy instantly filled every corner of his being. Wang Pingyan's body convulsed violently, as if he had been thrown into a steel furnace. Every cell within him rejoiced, exulting and voraciously absorbing this supremely pure energy. The sounds from his bones transformed from delicate clicks to a cacophony of explosive pops, reminiscent of a barrage of firecrackers during the new year. His muscle fibers ruptured and reformed at an imperceptible speed, becoming more resilient and brimming with explosive power. The numbers on the system panel blurred into a mere phantom. His attributes surged at a pace that could only be described as terrifying. Strength, 2723524525502. Speed, 27135145151. Physique, 27135145151. Spirit, 27135145151. Recovery, 27135145151. Simultaneously, his vitality value soared. 300, 400,450. When the torrent of energy gradually subsided, his vitality value settled at a new height. Vitality value, 501,500 achieved. The pinnacle of the first rank. Wang Pingyan suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance flickering within. He could distinctly feel that his body had undergone a monumental transformation. His senses became acutely heightened. He could even hear the gurgling of coolant flowing through pipes 100 meters away. His body was infused with explosive power, and he felt an overwhelming urge to find a metal wall and test his strength with a punch. Is this the sensation of reaching the pinnacle of the first rank? It was astonishing. With a thought, he attempted to add more points. System, add a bit more strength. Warning, warning. Host has reached the current limit of their realm. Your physical vessel is full and cannot accommodate additional energy. Detected that the host has reached the pinnacle of the first rank. Ahead lies the second rank bone refinement martial artist realm. Would you like to consume 1,000 energy points to initiate a breakthrough? A line of enticing words occupied the entire system panel. Wang Pingyan smiled. For ordinary martial artists, transitioning from the pinnacle of the first rank to the second rank was akin to crossing a vast chasm. It required months or even years of painstaking effort to temper and refine their limbs and bones, allowing vitality to gradually permeate until they ultimately shattered the invisible barrier of their realm. The resources and mental exertion required during this period were immeasurable. Yet for him, this chasm could be traversed with just 1,000 energy points. With 10,000 energy points at his disposal, what was a mere 1,000? A mere drizzle. Yes. Wang Pingyan's response was devoid of hesitation and imbued with a grand sense of generosity. Grant me this breakthrough. Command received. Breakthrough commencing. This service incurs a fee of 1,000 energy points. We wish you a pleasant journey. Buzz. The energy points on the system panel surged instantaneously from 8850 to 7850. Immediately thereafter, an overwhelming surge of energy, tenfold more potent and ferocious than before, erupted within him. This energy transformed from a gentle guidance into an elite battalion, relentlessly charging towards the uncharted territory of his torso, abandoning the meticulously tempered limbs in favor of a decisive assault on the central core. 24 ribs, 26 vertebrae, and 1 sternum. 51 bones in total that constituted the fortress to be conquered at the second-grade bone refinement stage. A crisp cracking sound, sharp enough to send shivers down his spine, emanated not from the outside world, but from within his own chest cavity. The first rib, under his inner vision, was struck by the violent surge of energy, creating a fine crack. Intense pain instantly engulfed his nervous system. a torment far exceeding that of his initial breakthrough to the first grade when he had tempered his first phalanx. Tenfold, 100-fold. It was not merely refining, it was shattering. It felt as if an invisible hammer was mercilessly pounding upon his bones. Wang Pingin's body arched violently, beads of sweat instantly forming on his forehead. He clenched his teeth tightly, suppressing a muffled groan that escaped his throat. However, this was merely the beginning. Crack, crack, crack. More shattering sounds echoed from his chest cavity. Back, in every segment of his skeletal structure, a cacophony of destruction. The formidable energy functioned like a disciplined construction crew, embarking upon a savage demolition within him. Waves of excruciating pain surged relentlessly, battering his willpower. If the agony of breaking through to the first grade felt like being struck with a small hammer, then this current breakthrough resembled being thrust into an industrial shredder, beginning at his chest. Wang Pingin could even visualize the colossal force, derived from 1,000 energy points, transforming under the guidance of his system into countless precise nanorobots. They were not refining. They were engaged in a thorough disassembly and reassembly. The moment the first rib was inundated by the torrent of energy, its surface erupted with innumerable fine cracks. These fissures were then violently expanded by the ferocious energy, dissolving the entire bone into its most primitive osseous particles. Subsequently, in less than a millisecond, these particles were reconstituted, forged, and reshaped. A brand new rib, denser and more resilient, even faintly glistening with a jade-like luster, was born. This process was astonishingly swift, and the pain was acutely vivid. Wang Pingin's body curled uncontrollably, akin to a shrimp tossed into boiling oil. His teeth ground against each other, and every muscle spasmed violently. Yet, he could not utter a single cry of anguish. The efficiency of the energy-driven construction crew was simply too high. As soon as the transformation of the first rib was completed, they splintered into numerous factions, simultaneously launching themselves at the remaining 23 ribs, 26 vertebrae, and the central sternum. A series of explosive sounds erupted from within his upper body, indistinguishable and chaotic. It was not the sound of popping beans. It was akin to an entire sack of soybeans being simultaneously dumped into a steel furnace, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Ordinary martial artists require months, or even years, to painstakingly refine each bone, a process fraught with risk. A slight misstep could lead to injury or, worse, paralysis. In stark contrast, Wang Pingin's breakthrough was simple, brutal, and devoid of reason. He bypassed all gradual processes, employing a deluge of energy to enact a savage forced upgrade. Within mere seconds, as the final coccygeal vertebra was reshaped, a powerful aura, exceeding that of a first-grade martial artist, erupted from him. Centered around him, the air was violently pushed aside by an invisible wave, creating visible ripples that sent dust and metallic debris flying. The agonizing pain receded like a tide, replaced by an unprecedented sense of strength and wholeness. Wang Pingin gradually unfurled his body, acutely aware that his 51 skeletal components had been seamlessly forged into a unified whole. The flow of energy coursed through the bones, interlinking them as if crafted by the finest engineers using the most durable alloys. He felt a profound confidence, believing that even if a fully loaded heavy truck were to collide with him at full speed, it would be incapable of breaking a single bone. Congratulations, host. You have successfully ascended to the second-grade bone refinement martial artist. Energy limit raised to 1,500 points. Update on allocation rules. For second-grade martial artists, each increase in 5-dimensional attributes requires the expenditure of 20 energy points. The system panel illuminated with refreshed personal data. Host, Wang Pingin. Realm, second-grade martial artist. Energy value 501, 1500. Strength, 501. Speed, 501. Constitution, 501. Spirit, 501. Recovery, 501. Energy points, 7850. It was done. From the pinnacle of the first grade to the early stages of the second grade. In less than a minute and with a mere 1,000 energy points. He had effortlessly crossed the chasm perceived as insurmountable by ordinary individuals. Was that all? No, it was not over. Wang Pingin gazed at the energy point section, the figure of 7,850 still evoking a sense of immense wealth within him. The expenditure required to breach the second grade was but a mere fraction of his total income. Should he save the remainder for the new year? System. He roared internally once more. Continue allocating points. Distribute evenly across 5 dimensions. Certainly, boss. The service continues. The system cheerfully responded. Energy points began to deplete rapidly once more, but this time, the rate of consumption was evidently doubled. Robust warm currents flowed through him, nourishing the bones and meridians that had just undergone a demolition. His energy value surged past the 501 threshold, embarking on a new wave of escalation. 600, 700, 800. Each increment represented a leap in his prowess. This rocket-like acceleration intoxicated him, ensnaring him in its allure. He showed no intention of halting, allowing the energy points to burn continuously, propelling his realm to unprecedented heights. When the energy value on the system panel firmly surpassed the milestone of 1,000, he sensed that the energy within him had reached a temporary saturation point. Late stage second grade. Host, Wang Pingyan, Realm, second rank warrior, vitality value 125-11500. Strength, 1251, Speed, 1251, Constitution, 1251, Spirit, 1251, Recovery, 1251, Energy points, 350. Spending money is as effortless as flowing water. Yet Wang Pingyan feels no remorse. This is because he senses a profound enhancement in his strength, not just a slight improvement, but an extraordinary transformation. He rises slowly, stretching his limbs as a series of crisp cracks resonate within his body, a testament to the flawless alignment of his bones and fascia. He gazes at a segment of main armor, salvaged from a nearby battleship. This alloy plate is half a meter thick, weighing no less than 3 tons. Its surface marred by the scorched marks of energy weaponry, emanating an aura of indomitable coldness. Wang Pingyan approaches the alloy plate. He refrains from employing any martial techniques or channeling his vitality. Instead, he inhales deeply, transferring his physical strength from his abdomen to his arms, culminating in a straightforward, unembellished straight punch. As he strikes, his fist slices through the air, producing a subtle sound akin to fabric tearing. In the next instant, a resounding thud reverberates through the desolate cavern. The formidable alloy plate, capable of withstanding small-caliber naval artillery, yields beneath Wang Pingyan's fist as if it were mere clay. A clear imprint, several inches deep, is indelibly etched into the center of the plate, its metallic edges contorted and folded, showcasing a breathtaking aesthetic of destruction. A visible shockwave of white energy erupts from the imprint's epicenter, a manifestation of the sheer physical power he has attained. Wang Pingyan gradually retracts his fist, the skin on his knuckles unmarred, devoid of even the slightest bruise. He stares at his fist, then at the terrifying imprint, momentarily stunned. Is this the power of a late-stage second rank? To leave such a deep mark with a barehanded strike on starship armor? The implications of striking a person with such force are too daunting to consider. Since entering this core preservation zone number 3, a mere half hour has elapsed. Just 30 minutes prior, he was a freshly minted first-rank warrior with a vitality value of 251. Now, half an hour later, he has transformed into a bona fide late-stage second-rank powerhouse with a vitality value exceeding 1,000. The velocity of his advancement sends a shiver down his spine as he grapples with a troubling realization. His rapid ascension in power is alarmingly abnormal. How will he explain this to his family? Claiming he possesses extraordinary talent, that he merely strolled about and attained enlightenment? Enlightenment that catapulted him from early first rank to late second rank? Should he utter such words, his father, a seasoned fourth-rank warrior, would undoubtedly suspect foul play and summon him home for scrutiny. What if he claimed to have unearthed some ancient civilization's legacy? Such an excuse is even more ludicrous. His grandfather, a ninth-rank grandmaster, could see through any deception with a mere thought. The ecstasy of his newfound power is swiftly overshadowed by the weight of these concerns. Just as he strains to concoct a plausible excuse, a sudden buzzing interrupts his thoughts. His wrist-mounted state-of-the-art hummingbird personal communicator vibrates violently. Instinctively, he raises his wrist, and the name flashing on the screen sends a jolt of anxiety through him. Mother. Chapter 8. Returning home, the communicator vibrates incessantly. The two characters on the screen deflating Wang Pingyan's previously inflated sense of triumph. Mother. This is disastrous. Could his father, that fourth-rank warrior, have sensed something amiss and reported back home? A torrent of potential responses races through his mind, from full confession to vehement denial, and even desperately clinging to his mother for support. None of these scenarios seem reliable. Steeling himself, he accepts the communication request. A holographic projection materializes, revealing his mother, Yu Xiao, her well-maintained visage still exuding grace. Pingyan, it's already afternoon. Why haven't you returned home for dinner? Yu Xiao's concern remains unwavering, devoid of any accusatory tone. What is so appealing about your father's place? It's filled with iron scraps and high radiation. Today, I specifically arranged for someone to procure a Qingwan bird. I've prepared a soup for you, ideal for solidifying your current first rank. Come back quickly. Wang Pingyan's anxiety dissipates as relief washes over him. Thankfully, it is merely a routine plea for dinner. Understood, mother. I'll be home shortly, he replies hastily, not daring to delay. After ending the call, he wastes no time lingering in the core preservation zone, departing with utmost speed from this beloved sanctuary. As he rides in an autonomous maglev vehicle, weaving through the shadows of the steel jungle of Light City, his thoughts are far removed from the scenery outside. He must devise an impeccable explanation, one that justifies his meteoric rise from early first rank to late second rank within a single day. Extraordinary talent? This term feels far too vague. Claiming to be a once-in-a-millennium martial prodigy? That sounds like a cliché narrative of a character struck by lightning and discovering a grandfather's ring. After much contemplation, he resolves to settle on the most ancient and universally accepted term, enlightenment. In the martial world, shrouded in mystery, there are always those geniuses whose breakthroughs defy logic, achieving advancement with the most mundane of actions. Without delving into other races or surnames, just within the Luyan star system, there exists a young prodigy named Wang Tong, who, at the tender age of 18, has already reached the 8th rank, celebrated by the Federation for his divine martial prowess. And Wang Tong isn't even the most renowned genius within the Human Federation. He decides to assert that today, amidst the historical remnants of starships in a junkyard, he experienced a moment of inspiration, leading to a sudden epiphany. Although this explanation may seem far-fetched, it serves as a somewhat plausible rationale. After all, he cannot simply admit to having an unfair advantage. The vehicle smoothly descends onto the lawn before his villa. Wang Pingyan adjusts his attire and mentally rehearses his explanation 3 times, ensuring there are no significant logical gaps before he enters the house. In the living room, Yushio is carefully carrying a bowl of steaming, aromatic milky soup from the kitchen. Upon seeing Wang Pingyan enter, she pauses. Yushio lifts her gaze. Being a second-rank warrior herself, albeit lacking practical combat experience, she still possesses a fundamental awareness. Today, her son seems different from the one who left in the morning. Pingyan Yushio circles her son, her attractive brows slightly furrowing. Something feels off, though she cannot pinpoint exactly what. He seems to have grown taller, his posture more upright than earlier. More importantly, he simply stood there quietly, and an invisible pressure began to permeate the air. This was not a forceful display of might, but rather an aura naturally emanating from a life that had transcended to a higher plane. It instilled in her, as a mother, both an overwhelming sense of tranquility and a subtle hint of vigilance. "Mom, I'm back. What soup smells so good?" Wang Pingyan took the initiative to speak, attempting to break the somewhat stagnant atmosphere. He smiled as he accepted the blue and white porcelain soup bowl from his mother's hands, feeling its warmth. He lowered his head and took a sip. The broth unfolded within him like a gentle surge of energy, nourishing his limbs and bones. It was quite pleasant, but that was the extent of it. For someone like him, whose vitality had already surpassed 1,000, this bowl of Qingwan bird soup, specially prepared for a first-grade martial artist, was akin to sipping a cup of warm milk. "Mom, this soup is delicious." Wang Pingyan wore a satisfied expression as he returned the bowl, casually rolling his shoulders. "I feel particularly good today, as if my vitality has increased considerably." He decided to take the initiative, preferring to reveal a corner of his abilities rather than being passively discovered. In the midst of his words, he no longer restrained the vitality within him. The vigor, already robust enough to far exceed that of a first-grade martial artist, gradually awakened. Although he merely released a fraction of it, the dense, mountain-like aura instantly filled the entire living room. Yushio was just about to take the soup bowl, reminding her son to drink slowly when she suddenly froze. She sensed an aura that was both familiar yet astonishingly strange to her. It was the vitality of a martial artist, but its intensity and purity were entirely beyond her understanding of a first-grade martial artist. Crash! A crisp sound echoed as the valuable blue and white porcelain bowl slipped from her rigid grip, shattering upon the mirror-like marble floor, scattering its milky white broth and precious Qingwan bird meat across the ground. Yet, Yushio paid no mind to the ensuing chaos. She stared fixedly at her son, her beautiful eyes reflecting a mix of confusion, shock, and eventually an overwhelming joy that was almost hard to believe. Her body trembled with excitement, her words faltering. Pingyan, your vitality. You've reached the second grade? Chapter 9. My son is a genius. Pingyan, your vitality. You've reached the second grade? Yushio's voice quivered, her well-maintained hands still lingering with the sensation of the bowl's fall. She stared at her son in disbelief. The second grade. Just this morning, her son had left home as a novice, barely having broken through to the first grade, with a vitality just above 250. And now, he returned home in the afternoon as a second-grade martial artist? This was not merely a matter of arithmetic like counting cabbages at the market. It was an entirely different realm. Wang Pingyan observed his mother's astonished expression, a pang of unease striking his heart. Had he overdone it? He had made an effort to restrain the vitality, only revealing a small portion, thinking to test the waters. Yet he had not anticipated such a significant reaction from her. He glanced at the scattered Qinghuan bird soup on the floor, feeling a twinge of regret. That was a valuable delicacy, albeit now of little use to him. Still, it represented a monetary loss. He quickly composed himself, forcing a somewhat bashful and uncertain smile. Scratching his head, this expression was one he had practiced in his previous life when reporting an inexplicably successful project to his superiors. The essence boiled down to 4 words: innocent and bewildered. I think so. Wang Pingyan's voice was soft, carrying a youthful clarity. Yet the content was akin to a bombshell. Today, at Dad's junkyard, I didn't do much, just looked at the skeletal remains of those scrap starships, and suddenly, I felt something in my heart. As he spoke, he cautiously monitored Yushio's response. Then, the vitality within me just started moving on its own, like it was out of control. By the time I realized what was happening, it was already like this. He spread his hands, presenting a look of bewilderment and confusion. Enlightenment. This was the only explanation he could think of. Although it sounded absurd, such miraculous occurrences were not unheard of in the annals of martial arts history. There were always those prodigies blessed by heaven, who could break through realms with a mere sip of water. Surely, this explanation could suffice to placate her? Just a slip? A fleeting sensation? Yushio repeated her son's words. Transitioning from the first grade to the second was akin to crossing an insurmountable chasm for those of mediocre talent. It was a hurdle that countless martial arts apprentices spent years, vast resources, and endless toil trying to overcome. She herself took 2 years to break through from the pinnacle of the first grade to the second, consuming various spiritual herbs and supplements, barely achieving success. Yet, her son had merely wandered around a junkyard for half a day and inadvertently crossed that threshold? Was this even conceivable? Yushio did not believe it. Not a single word. She suspected her son might have been possessed by something unclean or had practiced some nefarious technique, trading away his life force for a false realm. Stand still. Yushio's expression suddenly turned grave. With that command, she turned and rushed into the storage room on the 2nd floor. A cacophony of clinking and clattering ensued. Moments later, she descended with a silver metallic device resembling a wristband, a home vitality testing instrument. Although its precision fell short of professional equipment from the Martial Arts Association, it was more than sufficient for a rough estimate. She grasped Wang Pingyan's wrist with a firm, trembling hand, snapping the cold testing device onto him. "Mom, be gentle." Wang Pingyan began, but his words were cut short as the device's screen illuminated. A soft blue light emanated from the inner side of the wristband, scanning his wrist. The numbers on the screen began to fluctuate wildly. 3004506000800. The speed at which the numbers climbed was so rapid that it left a blur in their wake. Yushio's breath caught at that moment. Her eyes widened, fixated on the small screen, terrified of missing a single digit. Exceeding 500 would mean firmly entering the pinnacle of the first grade. Yet the numbers did not halt. They continued to ascend. 9001, 000, 1100. When the digits surpassed the 1,000 mark, Yushio's heart convulsed violently. The mid-second grade. This was madness. To leap from the initial first grade to the mid-second grade in a single day? Yet the digits on the screen showed no signs of stopping. They continued to rise steadily and resolutely. 1200, 1230, 1240. Finally, the numbers slowly came to a halt. The screen flickered several times, and a number that caused her heart to momentarily stop was firmly fixed upon it. Qi Shuiji, 1250 beneath the figure. A line of flashing red text read, "Warning, the detected data has exceeded the normal measurement range of this device, and the results may contain errors. It is recommended to use professional-grade instruments for verification." The living room fell into an eerie silence, as if time itself had been paused in that moment. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. A scream powerful enough to lift the roof of the villa erupted from Yushio's throat. It was not merely terror, but a tumultuous outpouring of shock, ecstasy, and disbelief. She clutched Wang Pingyan tightly, her entire being hanging on her son, weeping and laughing in a frenzy. 1002. A Qi Shuiji of 1250. He had reached the late stage of the second rank. "My son is a genius. My son is a peerless prodigy," she shouted incoherently, her tears and snot smearing onto Wang Pingyan's clothes. Wang Pingyan was taken aback by his mother's sudden eruption, his body stiffening. He felt a force emanating from her seemingly soft frame, one that he could hardly break free from. Is this the power of maternal love? Yushio bounced around with her son, completely shedding the elegance and restraint of a lady. Such monumental joy could not wait for even a second. She had to flaunt it. Immediately. Right now? Releasing Wang Pingyan, she hastily wiped her face and fumbled for her personal communicator, her fingers trembling with excitement as she finally dialed the familiar number. The communication request rang once before being connected. A virtual projection of her husband, Wang Xinyuan, appeared in the air, his face slightly haggard from long nights of gaming. He wore a virtual helmet, surrounded by the chaotic sounds of battle, evidently in a crucial moment of a national war. What now? I'm in a meeting. Wang Xinyuan barked impatiently, not even bothering to remove his helmet. This was their couple S code. Meeting referred to gaming. Wang Xinyuan. Yu Xiu was unfazed by his demeanor, unleashing a thunderous roar at the screen. You come back here. Immediately. Right now? Stop your ridiculous meeting. Your son is about to soar. On the other side, Wang Xinyuan winced at the booming voice, his ears ringing. He impatiently pushed the virtual helmet up to his forehead. Yu Xiu, are you out of your mind? What a fuss. He scoffed, disdain evident on his face. So what if their son's Qi Shui had increased by a few dozen points? Is that worthy of such excitement? I'm currently commanding a war worth hundreds of billions, about to breach the enemy's main city. Even the grandest of news can wait until I finish this wave. To him, his wife's outburst was just another daily emotional explosion. It was normal for their son to experience a slight increase in Qi Shui after just breaking through to the first rank. From 250 to 280? Impressive, perhaps, but worthy of such exuberance? Women, with their long hair and short sights, seeing her husband's nonchalant attitude, as if he had not taken her words to heart. Yu Xiu trembled with rage. She took a deep breath, her chest heaving violently. Then, with deliberate clarity, she poured all her strength into shouting that life-altering number. 1,000. 200. 5. Now you come back? On the other end, Wang Xinyuan's expression, a mix of impatience and disdain, froze like water suddenly turned to ice. His mouth slightly agape. The mockery he intended to express became lodged in his throat, unable to be uttered. In the next moment, he leaped from his $1,000,000 anti-gravity gaming sofa with such force that he almost sent his expensive helmet flying. Chapter 10. The lazy old man begins to question life. Damn. A curse escaped his throat, altered in pitch. The holographic projection shook violently before abruptly going dark. The communication was forcibly terminated. In the living room, Wang Pingyan watched the screen black out, then glanced at his mother, still in the throes of her shouting, her chest heaving with excitement, silently swallowing. His lazy old man seemed to have been quite stimulated. A fourth-rank martial artist and an internal organs master, while not particularly impressive in the presence of his grandfather. A ninth-rank grandmaster was certainly a notable figure in the third-tier city of Guangshan. His greatest pastime was to remain at home, commanding his virtual fleet in service to the nation. At this moment, he must have been ready to kick the gaming pod. Ha! Genius. My son is a genius. Yu Xiu paid no mind to her husband's reaction, still lost in tremendous joy, and embraced Wang Pingyan again, vigorously patting his back. Pingyan, you are truly your mother's pride. Ha! Wang Pingyan winced under her exuberant affection. His mother was also a second-rank martial artist. Although she hadn't fought in years, her foundation remained, and her excited slaps held significant force. If it were morning, he would have likely suffered internal injuries. While enduring his mother's affectionate blows, he kept his ears perked, keenly listening for any signs from the outside. He knew the real test was about to arrive. Sure enough, in less than 3 minutes, a deep rumble echoed from afar, rapidly approaching the villa. It was not thunder but the sonic boom produced when an object breaks the sound barrier. The windows of the entire villa began to hum, and the massive crystal chandelier in the living room swayed violently, as if it might fall at any moment. Yu Xiu's laughter abruptly ceased, and she instinctively looked toward the window. A shadow, moving at a velocity that defied the laws of physics, streaked across the sky, rapidly approaching. Bang! The villa's door, crafted from expensive alloys and said to withstand beastly impacts, was violently smashed inward, the locking system erupting in sparks as the door burst open. A figure, accompanied by a gust of wind, rushed inside. It was none other than Wang Xinyuan, still clad in comfortable home attire, his hair disheveled from high-speed flight. And with marks from the virtual helmet on his face, he was panting heavily, clearly having exerted the strength of a fourth-rank martial artist. Soaring home at the fastest speed from the city's other end. Xinyuan, Yu Xiu began to inquire about how he had broken the door. Yet Wang Xinyuan did not even glance at her, nor at the mess of broken soup bowls on the floor. His entire focus, from the moment he entered, was locked onto Wang Pingyan. As a bona fide fourth-rank martial artist, His perception of qi was 100-fold sharper than Yu Xiu's. The instant he stepped inside, he sensed an entirely different aura compared to the morning. That aura was dense, profound, and harmoniously unified, without the slightest hint of superficiality or any trace of impurity. The fluctuation of vital energy emanating from him could only be possessed by a solidly grounded second-grade martial artist. The astonishment etched on his face was tenfold more intense than when he first heard that number through the communicator. The household instruments proved inaccurate. Wang Xianyuan let out a low growl and strode purposefully towards Wang Ping'an. He snatched the silver household vital energy tester from the bewildered Yu Xiu without a second glance. Applying pressure with just 2 fingers. Crack. The expensive device crumbled in his grip like a fragile cookie. This contraption is nothing but trash. Discarding the remnants, he flipped his wrist, revealing a completely black, militaristic metal armband. This was the precision vital energy detector he had been equipped with during his service in the Federal Army. Far superior in accuracy and functionality to any civilian product on the market. The usual lethargy faded from Wang Xuanyuan's expression, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. He approached, seizing Wang Ping'an's arm with an unyielding force and pressing the cold, heavy detector against him. Beep. The screen of the detector illuminated, casting a ghostly blue light as it began its scan. This time, the screen displayed no erratic numbers, but rather a series of meticulously detailed data that made Wang Xuanyuan's eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Target: Wang Ping'an, Realm Determination, second-grade bone refining martial artist, late stage. Vital energy peak value: 1251. Bone refinement completion. Torso bones, 51 pieces, 82. Foundation status assessment: perfect. Vitality field analysis: extremely high activity. No evidence of elixirs or forbidden techniques. Comprehensive potential rating: extremely high. The living room was once again enveloped in a deathly silence. Wang Xianyuan was utterly bewildered. He fixated on the small screen, scrutinizing every word and punctuation mark, repeating the process no less than 10 times. Then, he slowly raised his head, gazing at his son, who wore an innocent expression, as if he were looking at a monster. This morning, his vital energy was 251, at the initial stage of the first grade. Now, after a mere dinner, it had surged to 1251, reaching the late stage of the second grade. In the span of a single day, he had leapt over a significant realm, effortlessly pushing his small realm to its peak. With 82 completion in torso bone refinement, Wang Ping'an was now just a step away from the pinnacle of the second grade. The assessment of a flawless foundation, devoid of any traces of elixirs, shattered the last remnants of hope in Wang Xuanyuan's heart. This was not a detour down a crooked path. It was an undeniable ascent, a meteoric rise. Wang Xuanyuan's lips quivered, unable to utter a coherent sentence. Suddenly, he grasped Wang Ping'an's shoulders with such force that his son felt a sharp pain. Speak. What on earth did you do today? Did you unearth a relic of some prehistoric civilization in the junkyard? Or were you enlightened by some dying old monster? He shook his son violently, nearly roaring. His worldview had been utterly overturned in that moment. Dad, please let go. My shoulders are going to break. Wang Ping'an, dizzy from the shaking, quickly pleaded for mercy. Only then did Wang Xianyuan realize, releasing his grip, though his eyes remained fixed on his son. Bloodshot and filled with a madness that screamed for an explanation. Wang Ping'an rubbed his aching shoulders, once again donning the practiced, innocent expression he had rehearsed countless times. I really didn't do anything, he said cautiously, reiterating his well-prepared excuse. I was just in the number 3 core preservation zone, observing the skeletal remains of those decommissioned starships. I felt a bit moved seeing them dismantled so haphazardly. I thought, isn't the skeletal structure of these starships quite similar to the spine of a martial artist? Both serve as the core support for the entire structure. Gazing at them, I felt as though the vital energy within my body resonated with those steel frames, and then I had an epiphany. He spoke in a stammer, his face a mask of trepidation and confusion. Isn't that what they say in books about sudden enlightenment through accumulated experience? Wang Xianyuan, hearing his son's flimsy explanation riddled with holes, stood there in utter disbelief, observing scrap metal, correlating it with human skeletal structure, and then having an epiphany. This explanation struck him as 1,000 times more absurd than discovering a prehistoric relic. If martial arts cultivation were that simple, then everyone in the Federation would be heading to junkyards for enlightenment instead of enduring rigorous training. He, Wang Xianyuan, a 4th-grade master of internal organs, had endured countless hardships and sleepless nights at the bottleneck of his cultivation. Yet, his son had merely strolled through a junkyard and, within a single day, traversed the path that had taken Wang Xianyuan 5 long years to complete. looking at his son's innocent and delicate face. A wave of absurdity and helplessness washed over him. He released his grip on his son and staggered back 2 steps, his gaze becoming hollow and lost. Could it be, he murmured, as if questioning himself and the unreasonable world around him. Am I truly the one devoid of talent? As his words hung in the air, the atmosphere in the living room turned palpably strange. Wang Pingyan, observing his father plunged into deep self-doubt, felt a flicker of sympathy. However, this state lasted less than 10 seconds. Suddenly, Wang Xianyuan lifted his head, the confusion and emptiness in his eyes vanishing, replaced by an unprecedented gravity and sharpness. The slothful man lost in games seemed to have vanished. Standing there now was the direct descendant of the Wang family of Blue Star, the son of 9th grade Grandmaster Wang Qi. In an instant, he grasped the terrifying implications behind this event. To break through a realm in a single day was an unfathomable speed of advancement, a tremendous boon, a portent of the flourishing and ascendance of his lineage. This matter had completely surpassed what a 4th grade sloth could manage. He took a deep breath and made a decision. Wang Xianyuan spoke not another word. Turning to the corner of the living room, avoiding both his wife and son as he raised his wrist, he dialed no number, instead inputting a lengthy series of exceedingly complex commands into the communicator's interface. As he confirmed the last command, the screen lit up with a line of crimson text. Highest encryption permission activated, connecting. Target, Grandmaster Wang Qi. Without hesitation, he selected the file transfer function, sending the complete data report generated by the military detector, complete with every detailed parameter, packed and dispatched. The progress bar representing the data packet loaded instantaneously. Data sent. Chapter 11. The Grandmaster's Word. Heaven and earth tremble after the information transmission concluded. The living room fell into silence. Yushio remained in the position she had been in during her earlier outburst, her chest heaving violently, but the extreme joy on her face began to fade, replaced by confusion and unease. She looked at her husband. The man who usually laments for days after losing a virtual national battle now bore no trace of lethargy on his face. Instead, an unprecedented gravity enveloped him. It felt as if a storm was brewing, the very heavens ready to collapse. Xianyuan, whom did you contact? Yushio's voice was somewhat hoarse as she cautiously inquired. Wang Xianyuan did not respond immediately. He turned to face his son, who had grown taller than him, then glanced at his bewildered wife, and finally uttered 2 words slowly. Father. The color drained from Yushio's face, leaving her pale. She swayed slightly. Had she not instinctively grasped the nearby sofa, she would have likely collapsed to the ground. Father. Wang Xianyuan's father, Wang Pingyan's grandfather, Wang Qi. That name was renowned in Guangshan City and throughout the entire Blue Star. A 9th-rank grandmaster. This was no ordinary martial realm. It represented a pinnacle existence capable of overseeing an entire planet, where words became law. Although Yushio was a daughter-in-law of the Wang family, she had seen her father-in-law only a handful of times over the years. Each encounter occurred during the family's most significant rituals or meetings, where she dared not even breathe. Standing at a distance, she understood better than anyone the decisive ruthlessness of that elder. Now, for such a trivial matter as her son breaking through in a single day, it had alarmed him. What if he discovered something amiss with Pingyan? Yushio dared not think further. A wave of dizziness struck her, and she felt cold all over. Her earlier joy had entirely transformed into terror. Have you lost your mind? Wang Xianyuan, are you insane? She rushed forward, gripping her husband's arm tightly, her nails nearly digging into his flesh. How could you tell Dad about this? Pingyan is still so young. What if something goes wrong? Can you bear the consequences? Tears nearly spilled from her eyes in her desperation. I cannot bear it. Wang Xianyuan allowed his wife to grasp him, this time without a hint of impatience. He explained in a deep voice, each word crystal clear. Precisely because I cannot bear it, I must report it to my father. He looked at his wife and then at their son, who was trying hard to remain calm but was clearly anxious. Xiao, do you not understand? From the initial stage of 1st rank to the late stage of 2nd rank in a single day, this is no ordinary genius. This is the realm of an unparalleled prodigy. Do you think I can conceal this? Even if I could, would I dare? Wang Xianyuan's voice, though not loud, carried an unprecedented resolve. If Pingyan's potential is truly that terrifying, keeping him in Guangshan City under my control as a 4th-rank failure would be irresponsible. It would hinder him. It would ruin him. I cannot allow my selfishness to delay a possible Qilin child of the Wang family, one that may only appear once in a century or even a millennium. This matter must be decided by my father, by a 9th-rank grandmaster. He has consumed more salt than we have rice. He has seen more geniuses than we have living beings. Only he knows the way forward. In that moment, The man lost in his games seemed to vanish entirely. Standing there was the legitimate descendant of the Wang family, the son of ninth-rank Grandmaster Wang Qi. He exhibited the responsibility and foresight befitting a scion of the Wang family at this critical moment. The living room fell silent once more. Yu Xiu was momentarily stunned by her husband's words. She released her grip. Her lips trembled, yet no words escaped her. She understood her husband was right. It was she who had been overwhelmed by the sudden surprise and fear. Wang Ping observed his parents, engulfed in panic and guilt, and warmth surged within him. This is what family is, celebrating your progress while fearing for your safety. He stepped forward and gently patted his mother's back, forcing a relaxed smile onto his face. Dad, Mom, please don't worry. I just had an epiphany. It's not like I committed a crime. Grandpa is well versed. Perhaps he can see at a glance that I am merely a late bloomer, naturally gifted. He spoke in a tone that was half joking. However, before he could finish, a crisp alert sounded from the military communicator on Wang Xianyuan's wrist. The three of them froze in place. A light screen appeared, devoid of images or sounds, containing only a line of starkly simple black text. Arrive in 10 minutes. No signature, no extraneous punctuation. Yet the weight of those 4 words, laden with undeniable authority and terrifying decisiveness, pressed heavily upon their hearts. Yu Xiu gasped, utterly flustered. 10 minutes. What to do? What to do? Quickly. Clean up. Bring out the best things in the house. The Wang family villa instantly erupted into chaos, as if a bomb had been detonated. Yu Xiu shouted into the air. Xiaowei, activate the highest cleaning mode. All rooms. Immediately. Right now? A disc-shaped robotic butler slid out from a corner, its lights flashing red. As it sped through the living room, various mechanical arms extending to clean every corner. Meanwhile, Wang Xianyuan dashed into the underground storage room like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Moments later, he emerged with an antiquated wooden box. Rushing like the wind. Yunwu Lingsha. This is what I've treasured for 10 years, saving it for when I break through to the 5th rank. He hurriedly opened the box, extracting thin tea leaves that resembled gossamer, entwined with a faint cloud-like essence, and without time to select the teaware. He hastily found the cleanest cup to brew it in. Wang Ping observed the scene of utter chaos unfolding before him, a mix of amusement and exasperation bubbling within. Is this the deterrent power of a 9th-rank Grandmaster? Before he even arrived, a single message had thrown a household comprised of a 4th-rank master and a 2nd-rank martial artist into disarray. Ping'an, come here. At that moment, Wang Xianyuan pulled him aside. His face was etched with utmost seriousness and almost fearful gravity. Remember, when Grandpa asks you anything, recount everything that happened today, exactly as it transpired. From the moment you entered the garbage dump, what you saw, what you thought, how you felt. Do not conceal a single word. And absolutely do not embellish. He gripped Wang Ping and shoulders tightly. In front of a 9th-rank Grandmaster, especially under your grandfather's divine perception, any lies, or even the slightest emotional fluctuation, will be instantly seen through. The consequences of lying are 1,000 times more severe than you can imagine. Do you understand? Understood. Of course, he understood. Wang Ping chuckled inwardly. If it weren't for the system, not even 100 of his bravado would allow him to act in front of a 9th-rank Grandmaster. Deep down, he felt a twinge of anxiety, secretly calling out in his mind. Is the system reliable? Can a 9th-rank Grandmaster's divine perception truly be blocked? Ding. Please rest assured, host. This system's energy level far exceeds the parameters of this world's martial arts system. Even a 9th-rank Grandmaster, let alone a martial god, cannot see through it. The system's response remained cheerful and confident. Please, host, relax and fully embrace the role of an unparalleled genius. The script has been meticulously prepared for you. Simply follow it. In that instant, Wang Ping felt a surge of confidence. He nodded firmly at his anxious father. Time passed, second by second. In the living room, the robotic butler had polished the floor to such a shine that it reflected human silhouettes. The exquisite cup of Yunwu Ling tea on the table exuded a soothing mist that calmed the mind. Wang Xianyuan and Yu Xiu stood side by side, their bodies rigid, even their breaths deliberately slowed. The 10-minute countdown finally approached its last second. Yet, outside the villa, there was an eerie silence. No sounds of flying vehicles descending, no sonic booms piercing the air, not even the whisper of a breeze. Just as Wang Ping contemplated whether there had been a delay, a profound and indescribable pressure descended from the heavens, overwhelming in its intensity. It was not merely a force or pressure. It felt as though a higher dimensional life form had projected its will upon this space. In that moment, the entire villa seemed to freeze. The air solidified, the light stilled. Even the heartbeats of the 3 individuals felt as if they had been grasped by an invisible hand, missing a beat. Moments later, an ancient, authoritative voice resonated directly within their minds, bypassing their ears and the air altogether. I have arrived. These 3 words landed like invisible mountains upon the hearts of Wang Ping'an and his family. The crystal chandelier in the living room, which had been swaying violently, suddenly stilled. The dust motes floating in the air seemed to be frozen in time. The severely deformed alloy door, which Wang Xianyuan had forcibly opened, began to slide silently apart without any external force. A figure appeared at the entrance. It was an elderly man, dressed in a somewhat faded and simple tang suit, his hair graying yet meticulously arranged. His face was etched with the lines of time, yet his posture remained erect, like a spear piercing the sky. He did not arrive with a flourish nor exude any visible energy. He simply walked in with an ordinary demeanor. Step by step, each footfall felt less like it was on the polished marble floor and more like it was resonating with the heartbeats of Wang Xianyuan and Yu Xiao. Thump, thump. The couple's hearts raced uncontrollably with each of his steps, each beat bringing a suffocating weight. Father, father. Wang Xianyuan and Yu Xiao bowed deeply, their heads lowered, lacking even the courage to glance up. One was a 4th-rank Nifa master, the other a 2nd-rank bone-setting warrior. Yet, before this elder, they felt like 2 anxious students encountering a teacher for the first time, worried about failing an exam. Tension, fear, reverence. The elder nodded casually, acknowledging them. His full attention was focused on Wang Ping'an. It was not simply a gaze. Wang Ping'an felt as though every layer of his being, from the surface of his skin to the marrow of his bones, and even to the very essence of his soul, was being thoroughly penetrated by an irresistible force. There were no secrets. There was nowhere to hide. He straightened his back, emulating his parents, and respectfully called out, "Grandfather." He wished to convey the curiosity expected of a prodigious youth, coupled with an appropriate measure of humility. Yet, in the face of that will, any pretense seemed pale and absurd. He felt as if he were a fragile boat in a tempest, at any moment on the verge of capsizing or being torn apart. The elder remained silent. He simply circled Wang Ping'an slowly, his steps light and measured. However, Wang Ping'an felt as if an overwhelming consciousness, far more potent than his father Wang Xianyuan's military-grade scanner, was probing his very being. This consciousness was domineering, magnificent, yet meticulously detailed. It examined every bone, every meridian, every drop of blood within him. In that moment, Wang Ping'an's heart tightened to its utmost limit. System, is it reliable? Can it truly shield me? Ding. Please rest assured. The energy level of this system far exceeds the martial frameworks of this world, not to mention the 9th rank. Even a martial deity would not be able to see through it. The system's response was as cheerful and confident as ever. Please, host, relax and fully embrace the role of an unparalleled genius. The script has been meticulously prepared for you. Simply follow it. The system's assurance eased Wang Ping'an's anxiety slightly. He forced himself to relax, allowing that terrifying consciousness to roam freely within him. In the perception of Wang Qi, his grandson's body was an unprecedented, unblemished gem. Perfect. Too perfect. Every inch of bone density was remarkably uniform, his vital energy robust, yet devoid of any impurities. The foundation was so solid that it seemed not like a newly emerged warrior, but rather like an old master who had immersed himself in this path for decades, honing his being with the essence of heaven and earth. This was not merely a product of postnatal cultivation. It was as if he were born for martial arts. Having lived nearly 2 centuries, Wang Qi considered himself well acquainted with countless prodigies. Yet now, he realized that his grandson's current physical state ranked among the top 3 in his memories, knowing that those remarkable beings had all achieved the rank of martial saint. Silence. The silence in the living room was maddeningly oppressive. Wang Xianyuan and Yu Xiao's backs were drenched in cold sweat. They could even hear their hearts racing due to overwhelming anxiety. Finally, Wang Qi halted his steps and stood once more before Wang Ping'an. He spoke, his voice devoid of emotion, yet imbued with a peculiar penetrating quality that echoed in the living room. Ping'an, are you certain you reached enlightenment without resorting to any prohibited substances? This question struck like a heavy hammer, crashing down upon Wang Xianyuan and Yu Xiao's hearts. Prohibited substances. Dad, Ping'an would never. Yu Xiao cried out, desperate to defend him. Silence. Wang Qi didn't spare her a glance, merely uttering 2 words coolly. Yu Xiao's voice was abruptly silenced, as if someone had seized her throat, rendering her incapable of uttering another word, her face filled with terror and despair. All attention turned to Wang Ping'an. Faced with his grandfather's scrutiny, under the immense pressure capable of unsettling even a 4th-rank master, Wang Ping'an took a deep breath. Yes, grandfather, he replied respectfully, his voice clear and unwavering. undeterred by the oppressive force. I have not used any prohibited substances. His answer was calm and resolute. A flicker of nearly imperceptible approval passed through Wang Qi's deep, starry eyes. Good character. Father. Look. Wang Xianyuan, sensing a glimmer of hope, stepped forward and projected the screen of the military-grade scanner from his wrist into the air. Before him lay meticulously detailed data, freshly measured by Pingan. The fundamental state assessment was flawless, and the vitality field analysis indicated no traces of any elixirs or forbidden techniques. Today, he was eager and stammering, desperate to present all the evidence that could exonerate his son. However, Wang Qi merely waved his hand dismissively. A gentle yet irresistible force pushed Wang Xianyuan aside. The data projection in midair dissipated into scintillating motes of light, vanishing from sight. Wang Qi did not even glance at the report. He walked directly to the sofa in the living room and sat down. He picked up a cup of Yunwu Lingcha, freshly brewed by Wang Xianyuan, still exuding fragrant steam, and took a delicate sip. Then, he beckoned to the standing Wang Pingan. The previous overwhelming pressure evaporated in that moment, and his tone softened. No rush. Come here and recount to your grandfather what you comprehended today. Chapter 13. The seamless epiphany. Wang Pingan settled onto a small stool opposite his grandfather. Sitting upright, the atmosphere in the living room was more oppressive than that of a federal court's final trial. His father, Wang Xianyuan, and mother, Yu Xiu, stood like sentinels on either side, not daring to breathe, let alone sit down. This was hardly a family discussion. It felt more like a tribunal. The presiding judge was the seemingly ordinary yet commanding elder, Wang Qi, who rendered the entire space still. Wang Pingan swallowed nervously, beginning the speech he had rehearsed in his mind countless times. Grandfather, it is like this. This afternoon, Dad took me to his junkyard. He strove to maintain a steady voice, imbued with youthful clarity, each word articulated with exceptional clarity. I had never been there before, and seeing those massive derelict starships was truly astonishing. As he spoke, he reminisced about the magnificent scenes of the starship graveyard displayed by the system, attempting to convey the profound impact through his narrative. Especially in the number 3 core storage area, the wreckage of battle-damaged starships, their keels exposed, some broken and some cracked, lay bare to the world. At this juncture, he hesitated, seemingly organizing his thoughts, savoring the emotions of the moment. This well-timed pause raised the tension in Wang Xianyuan and Yu Xiu's hearts to their throats. As I gazed at those steel keels, a peculiar thought struck me. Wang Pingan continued, Isn't the keel of a starship akin to the spine of a martial artist? Both serve as the core, supporting everything from top to bottom. And the energy conduits of the starship, sprawling throughout the hull, are they not similar to the meridians in our bodies, responsible for the flow of everything? This revelation left Wang Xianyuan and Yu Xiu momentarily stunned. The analogy of keels to spines? Energy conduits to human meridians? What an outrageous association. Although it seemed to possess a hint of logic, it was utterly fanciful. Here was a lad who had recently broken through to the first rank, yet he was already pondering the intricacies of meridians? It was preposterous. Wang Pingan paid no heed to his parents' shocked expressions. His entire focus was on embodying the role of an enlightened martial enthusiast. Host, infuse more fervor into your emotions. Your gaze. Yes. That inquisitive yet slightly bewildered look of exploration into the unknown. Perfect. In his mind, the system's cheerful voice provided real-time guidance. Under the system's subtle manipulation, his mental energy was deftly harnessed, rendering his narration infused with sincerity and a simple yearning for the truths of martial arts. I just stood there, contemplating, becoming increasingly engrossed. Then, I felt my vital energy resonating with those cold steel frames. Though they were lifeless, I could almost sense the immense force they once bore. Suddenly, my vital energy surged uncontrollably, rushing up along my spine, unstoppable. By the time I came to my senses, I was already in this state. He concluded. The living room fell into a deathly silence. Wang Xianyuan and Yu Xiu were utterly bewildered. Their son had just recounted this tale, yet now, in the presence of a 9th-rank grandmaster, his retelling imbued with such profound insight struck them with a force tenfold greater. They began to question, could their son truly be a prodigious talent, capable of breaking through realms merely by observing scraps of metal? Wang Qi listened attentively, his expression inscrutable. He neither affirmed nor denied. Just as Wang Pingan felt the cold sweat rising on his back, Wang Qi suddenly broke the silence. You claim to have perceived the spine as a dragon, with your vital energy flowing freely. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Then, show me with a punch. Demonstrate what you have comprehended. Boom. This statement was akin to a thunderclap in the minds of Wang Xianyuan and Yu Xiu. The test had arrived. It was an unexpected, undeniable challenge. No amount of flowery words could substitute for tangible proof. Didn't you have an epiphany? Well then, demonstrate it for me. Yu Xiao's face paled instantly, instinctively taking a half step forward, as if to speak, but was halted by Wang Xianyuan's gentle yet firm grip. He shook his head slightly, but resolutely towards her. Now, no plea would avail. This was a grandfather's assessment of his grandson. Wang Ping and felt a pang of anxiety. What if he faltered? He had just advanced, and aside from feeling immensely stronger, he had only a rudimentary understanding of the essence of bone refinement. What is there to fear? Host, trust in science. No, trust in the system. Your current physical data represents the pinnacle of late second rank. Your control over your strength has permeated every bone. You merely need to unleash your body's instincts. Go, deliver a righteous strike. No, a just straight punch. The system's encouragement steadied him instantly. Indeed, why should he fear? His body was the most perfect testament to his abilities. Taking a deep breath, he rose from the stool and moved to the open area in the living room. Wang Xianyuan and Yu Xiao held their breaths. Their eyes fixed intensely on their son's silhouette, their hearts racing. Wang Ping did not strike immediately. He closed his eyes. Recalling the sensation of breaking through from the first to the second rank, the crackling of his bones, and the exhilarating rush of vital energy surging wildly. That feeling. The next moment, he abruptly opened his eyes. His feet slightly apart, his soles seemed to root themselves firmly to the ground. He engaged his waist and back. His spine, forged with over 80% refinement, resembled a taut bow at this moment. A torrent of formidable power surged from the soles of his feet, coursing through his leg bones and hips, ultimately flowing into the great dragon of his spine. Blood and energy surged forth. With a low shout, he unleashed a simple yet powerful straight punch. This strike bore no extravagant martial techniques or styles. Yet, at the moment his fist was thrust forward, a resounding hum echoed as the air before his fist was instantaneously compressed by an immense force, producing a sound as clear and thunderous as a drum. The atmosphere of the entire living room seemed to ripple with the impact of this punch. The force of the punch. This was the external manifestation of the power that only a second-tier martial artist could scarcely achieve. However, the explosive sound generated by Wang Ping's punch was even crisper and more refined than that of an ordinary peak second-tier martial artist. The most terrifying aspect was the entirety of the force contained within that punch. Power emanated from the ground, traversed the waist and spine, coiled into a singular force, and ultimately erupted from the fist without reservation. Not a fraction more, not a fraction less. This was the perfect manifestation of power derived from an understanding of the essence of the second-tier bone refining realm, grasped down to the marrow. Wang Xianyuan and Yu Xiao were utterly dumbfounded. Both were discerning individuals. As a fourth-tier master, Wang Xianyuan felt a shiver run down his spine. Back when he was at the second tier, he had to endure 3 months of relentless whipping from his father, Wang Qi, just to cultivate this essence of power. Daily, he suffered severe bruises, only managing to grasp a semblance of that feeling. Yet here was his own son, merely having strolled around a junkyard for a while. And he comprehended it? Furthermore, judging by this punch's force and technique, it was far more standard than his own in those days. How could this be? Is the gap between people truly greater than that between man and dog? Wang Xianyuan felt the martial perspective he had built over decades beginning to shatter piece by piece. After delivering that punch, Wang Ping slowly retracted his fist, his chest gently heaving. He felt exceptional. With that punch, he truly realized the terrifying nature of his own strength. The living room once again fell into a suffocating silence. Wang Qi remained silent, merely gazing at the spot where Wang Ping had just thrown his punch, his profound eyes reflecting the emptiness of the air, leaving no one aware of his thoughts. Time ticked by, each second feeling as prolonged as a century for the 3 members of the Wang family. Wang Ping's heart began to race. Had he overdone it? Was it unreasonable for a novice who had just gained enlightenment to deliver such a standard punch? Just as he felt anxious, and as Wang Xianyuan and Yu Xiao were on the verge of madness from the silence, Wang Qi suddenly laughed. First, a slight smile appeared at the corners of his mouth, then a tremor in his chest, which ultimately erupted into a hearty laughter that resonated throughout the villa, causing the windows to hum. Ha ha ha. Excellent. What a culmination of accumulated strength. What a sudden enlightenment. This laughter was filled with surprise, satisfaction, and a long-suppressed sense of relief. He abruptly stood and strode a few steps to Wang Ping's side. His calloused hand, seemingly infused with the power of the stars, heavily patted his grandson's shoulder. Truly, you are my Wang Qi's grandson. The elderly man's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he gazed at his son and daughter-in-law, speaking in a tone akin to a proclamation. I no longer need to worry about our lineage's legacy being unsupported after I depart. Chapter 14 The birth of an extraordinary genius. The power encapsulated within that laughter seemed to ignite the air throughout the entire villa. The previously terrifying pressure that could instill fear in even a fourth-tier master dissipated amidst the cheerful laughter. Thud, thud, two soft sounds echoed. Wang Xianyuan and Yu Xiao, who had been standing rigidly, breathing cautiously, suddenly found their legs giving way, collapsing to the ground as the pressure vanished. Their backs were drenched in cold sweat, gasping for air as though they had just been rescued from drowning. It was over. Finally, it was over. They had bet right. An overwhelming joy surged from the depths of their hearts like a volcanic eruption after a near-death experience. Wang Qi's laughter gradually subsided. He did not cast a glance at his two unworthy children, but instead, with a beaming smile, patted Wang Pingin's shoulder once more. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Each utterance of excellent brimmed with heartfelt satisfaction. He turned to the still-seated Wang Xianyuan, his expression radiating an unprecedented warmth. Xianyuan, Wang Xianyuan jolted, hastily scrambling to his feet, his body taut and respectfully bowed his head. Father, I am here. You have given birth to a fine son. Wang Qi approached, his palm like a fan, once again landing on Wang Xianyuan's shoulder. Bang! A dull thud resounded. Wang Xianyuan felt an overwhelming force radiating from his shoulder, causing him, a fourth-tier internal master, to involuntarily shrink down, gritting his teeth, his facial muscles twitching, yet he dared not evade even a fraction. Was this a compliment? In nearly 50 years of life, this was the first time he had received such direct praise from his father, who was known for his strictness bordering on harshness. In an instant, Wang Xianyuan felt a bit flustered, his old face flushed crimson, his lips stammering for a moment before he managed to utter, "It is all thanks to your noble bloodline, father." Wang Qi gazed at his third son, observing his lack of composure, feeling both exasperated and amused. However, today, he was in an exceptionally good mood and had no desire to scold him. For the first time, he felt that his son, who was always engrossed in virtual games and lacked ambition, was not entirely devoid of merit. At least in the matter of bloodline continuation, he had performed flawlessly, even exceeding expectations, achieving remarkable success. Enough with the flattery. Wang Qi waved his hand, redirecting his gaze back to Wang Ping'an, his previous authority entirely replaced by an unmistakable fondness and satisfaction. Good grandson. His address had changed. Since you have attained enlightenment, you can no longer engage in trivial matters as before. From this day forth, the resources of the Wang family shall be at your unlimited disposal. No sooner had he finished speaking than he flipped his wrist, and a ring, crafted from an unknown deep blue metal and inscribed with countless intricate and arcane runes, materialized in his palm. This is the heart of the sea. Wang Qi presented the ring to Wang Ping'an. Inside, there is a space of 300 cubic meters. Exceptionally sturdy, impervious to ordinary attacks. Consider this a welcoming gift from your grandfather, making it convenient for you to carry items in the future. Spatial equipment. Before Wang Ping'an could fully comprehend, both Wang Xianyuan and Yu Xiao, standing nearby, gasped in unison. Their eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as they stared intently at the small blue ring, their breaths quickening. The heart of the sea. Father, this is far too precious. Yu Xiao exclaimed in shock. She undoubtedly recognized the ring. It was far from an ordinary piece of spatial equipment. This was a personal artifact that her grandfather, Wang Qi, had fortuitously acquired from an ancient relic in his youth, and he had worn it for years. Its value could not be measured by money. Throughout the entire launching, it was a top-tier item that was priceless. Yet, Wang Qi did not even glance at her. Instead, he spoke with an undeniable tone. No matter how precious something is, it depends on who it is given to. For Ping'an, it is worth it. Without further ado, he slid the ring onto Wang Ping'an's finger, and it fit perfectly. Then, with a casual wave of his hand, an abundance of resources appeared on the spacious marble floor of the living room. The most eye-catching was an open metal chest, filled with crystal stones the size of a baby's fist, gleaming and emitting a soft white light. A rough estimate revealed there were likely thousands of them. Low-grade spiritual crystals. Beside the chest were 3 palm-sized white jade vials, their surfaces smooth, with a faint golden radiance seeping through. A peculiar fragrance wafted from them, invigorating one's energy and vitality with just a whiff. Golden marrow liquid. 3 vials of golden marrow liquid. Wang Xianyuan gazed at the 3 jade vials, his voice trembling with excitement. They were highly coveted resources that even third-tier martial artists would envy, capable of purifying one's blood and marrow. Just a drop was worth a fortune. Yet here, there were 3 entire vials. Additionally, there were several ancient texts bound in unknown beast leather. Their covers inscribed with titles such as Lightning Palm and Phantom Step, exuding an aura of antiquity. This sudden scene left Wang Xianyuan and Yu Xiu utterly astounded. They stared at the towering pile of cultivation resources before them, feeling like 2 unsophisticated country bumpkins who had been overwhelmed by a fortune bestowed by a prince from the capital. Meanwhile, Wang Pingyan maintained the composure and gratitude befitting a genius youth, yet deep within, his heart raced wildly. While he might not grasp everything else, he fully understood the significance of those thousands of spiritual crystals. Each low-grade spiritual crystal could convert to 100 energy points. 1,000 of them meant 100,000 energy points. 100,000. In an instant, he transformed from a penniless youth with only 350 coins in his pocket to a super-rich individual holding a fortune of 100,000. The exhilaration surpassed that of winning a 5 million lottery ticket in his previous life. Ding! A cheerful voice resonated in his mind. High concentration energy source detected. Congratulations, host, on achieving preliminary energy freedom. Would you like to convert it immediately? This system offers a one-click emptying service, available for use at your convenience. Wang Pingyan suppressed the urge to immediately respond affirmatively and bowed deeply to his grandfather. Thank you, Grandpa. Wang Qi nodded in satisfaction, increasingly appreciating his grandson's composure. This is merely an appetizer. He walked to the window, hands clasped behind his back, gazing out into the night. Your talent should not be wasted in a small place like Guangshan. The pool here is too shallow to nurture true dragons. Turning to Wang Pingyan, he continued. In a month, there will be a youth martial arts exchange competition in Guangshan, attended by all the young generation of martial arts families in the city. Go and bring back a championship for your grandfather. Consider it a small preparation for your future return to the Wang family in the main city. Wang Pingyan felt a stir in his heart at the mention of the Guangshan Championship. To him, it seemed like a manageable task. However, Wang Qi's next words made him realize that his grandfather's vision extended far beyond that. Wang Qi's gaze seemed to penetrate the walls of the villa, transcending the night sky of Guangshan, reaching into the boundless depths of the universe. His voice turned distant and profound. The championship in Guangshan is merely to warm you up and find your rhythm. Your true stage is the entire launching, and even the entire Xianyuan star system's potential dragon ranking. That is where the true prodigies roam. Chapter 15. The system's new function. Wang Qi arrived silently and departed just as unobtrusively. One moment, he stood there like a mountain suppressing the heavens, and the next, he vanished as if he had never existed in this space. As he left, the terrifying pressure that had solidified the air dissipated like a receding tide. Wang Xianyuan and Yu Xiu gasped for breath, their chests heaving as if they had just been rescued from the depths of the ocean, desperately inhaling the air they had regained. It was over. Finally, it was over. Those brief minutes had felt more agonizing to the couple than enduring a 3-day interstellar war. After the relief of surviving the ordeal came an uncontrollable joy, erupting from the depths of their hearts like a volcanic explosion. They had bet right. Their son, Wang Pingyan, was no sinister being but a truly exceptional prodigy, a once-in-a-millennium talent capable of bringing joy to even the 9th-tier grandmasters. Yu Xiu's lips trembled as she turned to her husband, who sat beside her, equally stunned. Her eyes filled with tears that cascaded down her cheeks uncontrollably, not tears of sorrow, but of overwhelming joy and excitement. Wang Xianyuan nodded heavily, wanting to speak, but finding his throat too dry to form words, producing only a hoarse sound. He looked at his son, who stood tall and seemingly unaffected, and his heart swelled with mixed emotions, pride, relief, and an unexpected sense of resignation. He had been stuck at the 4th tier for nearly 20 years, his ambitions dulled over time. Now, witnessing his son traverse the path of cultivation in a day that took others years, his remaining martial aspirations shattered into pieces, leaving nothing behind. How could he even hope to catch up? It was as if one rode a starship while he pedaled a shared bicycle. They were not even on the same playing field. Wang Xianyuan suddenly found solace in his previous life of indulging in virtual games and a laid-back existence. Struggling to rise from the ground, he approached Wang Pingyan, raising his hand to pat his son's shoulder, only to realize he had to slightly tiptoe to reach it. After a moment of silence, he lowered his hand and instead patted his son's arm. Son, Wang Xianyuan spoke gravely. Wang Pingyan looked at his father, expecting words of paternal wisdom and encouragement for the future. However, after much contemplation, Wang Xianyuan managed to utter, "From now on, I'll follow you." Wang Pingyan Yu Xiu, having dried her tears, stood up and shot her husband a glare. How shameless. After scolding him, She turned to Wang Pingyan with a loving expression and gently said, "Pingyan, don't mind your father's nonsense." Wang Pingyan was utterly speechless. He gazed at his amusing parents, feeling a wave of warmth in his heart. With a thought, a space of approximately 300 cubic meters in a deep blue hue materialized clearly in his mind. He attempted to store the chest of spiritual crystals into it. With a clatter, a whole box of Lingjing vanished instantaneously, quietly resting in a corner of space. How convenient. Wang Pingyan felt a surge of joy in his heart as he continued to move swiftly, soon collecting everything left behind by his grandfather, including those ancient, leather-bound tomes, all into the High-Lawn Gxian. Once he completed this task, he eagerly immersed his consciousness into the ring, gazing at the mountain of over 1,000 Lingjing in the corner, emanating a soft white glow, nearly overwhelmed with happiness. 1,000 low-level Lingjing. Each can be converted into 100 energy points. That amounts to a total of 100,000 energy points. Just a few hours ago, he was a destitute fellow, reveling in a few hundred energy points. Now, he had struck it rich overnight. Ding. High concentration energy source detected. Congratulations, host, on achieving preliminary energy freedom. Would you like to convert all immediately? This system offers a one-click clearance and on-demand service, dear. The system's cheerful voice rang out in his mind, carrying a hint of a certain online shopping platform's customer service tone. No, let's hold off on the conversion for now. Wang Pingyan suppressed his inner excitement. He understood the principle of not revealing one's wealth, and the same applied to energy points. Dad, Mom, I'm heading back to my room. There has been too much happening today, and I need some time alone, he said to his parents. Go ahead. Rest well, don't feel pressured. Winning the exchange competition is not the most important thing. Participation matters. Wang Xiantian waved his hands repeatedly. Yu Xiu added with care, be cautious with the Jin Sui Yi. Its application is quite particular. Wait until tomorrow for me to clarify. Wang Pingyan nodded in acknowledgement and turned to return to his cultivation room on the second floor. Bang! The heavy alloy door slowly closed, isolating him from the outside world. The cultivation room was enveloped in silence. Wang Pingyan immediately sank his consciousness into the High-Lawn Gxian, and with a thought, the ancient leather-bound tomes appeared in his hands. The topmost book bore 4 powerful characters inscribed in archaic federal script, Ben Lei Zhang. This was the Wang family's secret technique, a potent A-level martial art with an exceptionally high cultivation difficulty. It was said that among the younger generation of the Wang family, only a handful could master it to a minor achievement. His fingers gently caressed the coarse leather cover. The moment his fingertip brushed against the tome, a familiar system notification echoed in his mind, reminiscent of a celestial melody. High-level energy information carrier, martial technique, detected, meeting upgrade conditions. System upgrading. Ding. Upgrade complete. Congratulations, host. New feature unlocked. Martial technique simulation enhancement. Wang Pingyan's breath caught in his throat. The familiar system panel instantly appeared before him. But unlike before, a brand new tab, shimmering with a faint golden light, appeared beside the attributes panel. Martial techniques. With a thought, he clicked on that tab. A brand new interface unfolded before him. Current martial techniques available for enhancement. Ben Lei Zhang. Not yet initiated. Enhancement pathways. Initiation, energy point cost, 100. Proficiency, energy point cost, 500. Minor achievement, energy point cost, 1,000. Major achievement, energy point cost, 2,000. Completion, energy point cost, 5,000. One-click enhancement to completion. Total energy point cost, 5,000. Internal discount applied. A series of options were laid out clearly. Wang Pingyan's heart began to race uncontrollably. Such a remarkable opportunity. Martial techniques could indeed be directly enhanced with energy points. This was practically a tailor-made cheat for him. He gazed at the option for one-click enhancement to completion next to the indicated 5,000 energy points. 5,000 points. To his former self, that was an astronomical figure beyond imagination. But now, with a fortune of 100,000 at his disposal, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Enhance. Without a moment's hesitation, he silently urged. In that instant of confirmation, the number in the energy points column on the attributes panel surged from 350 to 100,350, and then, in the next second, it leapt sharply to 95,350. Simultaneously, boom, an immense torrent of information materialized in his mind. It was a wealth of insights regarding Ben Lei Zhang, including techniques for exerting force, the pathways for blood and qi circulation, and various countermeasures for extreme situations. Countless ethereal silhouettes practiced this palm technique within the depths of his consciousness, progressing from clumsiness to proficiency, and eventually to effortless mastery. All of this flooded into his brain like a deluge of data, imprinting upon his soul and merging with his bodily instincts. The entire process took less than a second. 1 second later, the torrent of information dissipated. Wang Ping'an slowly opened his eyes, extending his right hand, fingers curling and then spreading. An unprecedented sensation surged within him. He felt as if he had diligently practiced this palm technique for decades, with every nuance and application of strength crystal clear in his mind, thoroughly ingrained. He even felt a strong sense of confidence that, should he wish, he could unleash a strike so powerful it would shake the heavens, resonating like thunder. This was the completion-level A-grade martial technique. Wang Ping'an's heart surged with excitement as he prepared to test the power of this palm technique. Just then, the system's notification chimed again. Ding! Host has upgraded Ben Lei Zhang to the current world's system limit, completion, satisfying the conditions for an over-limit simulation. Wang Ping'an paused, instinctively redirecting his attention to the system panel. He saw that the status of Ben Lei Zhang had turned gray, indicating completion. Yet, behind it, a brand new option, glowing with a blinding golden light, slowly emerged. Would you like to consume 10,000 energy points to perform an overlimit simulation on Ben Lei Zhang? Chapter 16. Overlimit Simulation 10,000 Energy Points. Wang Ping'an stared at the glaring golden option on the system panel, his heart racing. 10,000 points was no small sum. At the exchange rate of 1 to 100, that equated to a staggering 100 low-level Lingjing. Converted to federal currency, that amounted to a full million. His father, with a fourth-tier cultivation, toiled endlessly managing a massive waste disposal site, and even after a month, it was uncertain if he would clear a profit of 1 million. Yet now, Wang Ping'an merely needed to summon a thought, and that million would vanish. This money, if used to enhance his cultivation, could elevate him from the late second tier to the pinnacle of the second tier, even brushing against the threshold of the third-tier realm. Was it truly worth it for an uncertain overlimit simulation? Ding! Dear Master, remember that risk and reward coexist. Overlimit simulation, as the name implies, transcends the limits of this world's martial arts system. You will gain a unique, fundamentally superior skill that surpasses the same tier and even allows for challenges beyond your current realm. Just imagine, while others are still grappling with ordinary martial techniques, you could unleash a tempest of thunder and lightning with a mere flick of your hand. What a magnificent sight that would be. This is not merely a matter of attribute points, my friend. The system's voice was filled with allure, akin to a top-tier salesman adeptly striking the chord of Wang Ping'an's desires. Indeed, attribute points can be earned at any time. The junkyard is teeming with discarded cores, serving as an inexhaustible source of wealth. However, opportunities that transcend the limits of this world may only arise once. The foundation is the vessel, and the martial skills serve as the sail. A ship, no matter how grand, shall only drift in shallow waters without a sail capable of braving the winds. He aspired to tread the path of invincibility, crushing all in his wake. Thus, he must possess no weaknesses. He commenced the deduction. Wang Ping'an, no longer hesitating, steeled his resolve and made his decision. Good master, 1 universal energy point has been deducted, and the limit-breaking deduction has been activated. Please brace yourself. This upgrade experience may be somewhat exhilarating. The system's cheerful voice had scarcely faded when an explosion resonated in Wang Ping'an's mind, akin to a nuclear detonation. This time, what surged forth was not merely a torrent of pure information, but an immensely real, violently potent energy, as if infused with the will of divine thunder from the heavens. This energy was overwhelming, instantly surging into the meridians of his right arm, corresponding to the Ben Lei Zhang technique. Wang Ping'an stifled a groan, his body involuntarily arching in response. Excruciating pain, a pain that defied description, if the prior breakthrough had felt like a rebirth of his bones. This was akin to having countless searing irons piercing through his meridians, scorching and forcibly widening them. At that moment, it felt as though the meridians of his arm no longer belonged to him. The violet energy, in its wildness, was brutally reshaping everything along a path infinitely more complex than before. The existing blood channels were torn asunder, only to be forcibly fused, widened, and reinforced by this energy. Beads of sweat rolled down Wang Ping'an's forehead, splattering onto the floor with a soft patter. His body trembled slightly, his jaw clenched tightly. The system had mentioned it would be somewhat exhilarating, but this was far beyond that. Fortunately, this extreme agony did not persist for long, perhaps just over 10 seconds. When the tempestuous energy finally fulfilled its purpose and fully integrated into his limbs and bones, all pain receded like a tide. In its stead, an unprecedented sense of ease and strength emerged. Wang Ping'an slowly straightened, acutely aware that his right arm had undergone a fundamental transformation. The speed at which his vital energy coursed through it was several times faster than before, and the resilience of his meridians surpassed anything from his past. Eagerly, he immersed himself in the system panel. The section labeled Martial Skill had been entirely revitalized. Martial Skill, Zishao Ben Lei Zhang, Limit Breaking Entry, Grade, S-Class, Special Effect, draws upon one's own vital energy, simulating the will of the nine heavens purple cloud thunder, enhancing palm strength by 300, with added paralysis and armor-piercing effects. Zishao Ben Lei Zhang, S-Class, a 300% increase in power, with added paralysis and armor-piercing capabilities. Wang Pingyan gazed at the newly inscribed details, his heart racing uncontrollably. It was achieved. The expenditure of this universal energy point was exceedingly worthwhile. He rose and approached the corner of the training room, standing before the specially designed alloy wall intended to test a warrior's destructive capability. This wall, 1 meter thick and composed entirely of memory metal mixed with stardust, was reputed to only bear a faint mark even when struck with full force by a fourth-grade internal master. Wang Pingyan steadied himself, inhaling deeply. The vital energy within him began to surge wildly, following the intricate roadmap of the Zishao Ben Lei Zhang technique. As it coursed through his right arm's meridians, the originally faint red energy underwent a bizarre transformation. Strands of delicate violet arcs of electricity spontaneously emerged, entwining around his palm. Crackle, crackle. The air filled with the sound of countless tiny electrical discharges, reminiscent of a multitude of insects chirping. This was the sensation. With a low shout, Wang Pingyan ceased gathering power and lightly thrust his palm forward. Contrary to expectations, there was no earth-shattering sound, not even the airburst of the perfected Ben Lei Zhang. Instead, a dull thud echoed, akin to a ripe watermelon being gently tapped. His palm made contact with the cold alloy wall. In the next instant, the wall transformed from silver to a blinding crimson, and a shrill alarm blared throughout the training room. This was the highest level alert triggered only upon severe structural damage to the wall. Wang Pingyan gradually withdrew his hand, staring in astonishment at the wall. There, on the seemingly indestructible alloy surface, was a handprint over half a meter deep. The outline of the print was strikingly clear, with the metal's edges exhibiting a peculiar state of melting and recrystallization, charred black. More terrifyingly, within the depths of that scorched handprint, tiny violet arcs continued to flicker, incessantly wreaking havoc on the wall's internal structure. Is this the power of limit-breaking martial skills? And this is merely the entry level. Wang Pingyan gazed at his hand, then at the severely altered alloy wall, momentarily rendered speechless by shock. The power of this strike was likely beyond that of an ordinary third-grade martial artist. Just as he reveled in the exhilaration of his newfound lethal skill, there came a gentle knock on the heavy alloy door of the training room. Wang Pingyan regained his composure and waved to silence the alarm. The door slid open silently, revealing his father, Wang Xianyuan, whose face often bore a hint of languor and despondency. Yet, at that moment, his expression was devoid of its usual lethargy, replaced by an unmistakable look of worry, even tinged with embarrassment. Wang Xianyuan entered the training room, his gaze immediately drawn to the shocking handprint on the wall, causing his pupils to contract sharply. However, he quickly averted his gaze, as if something more pressing occupied his mind. Approaching Wang Pingyan, he opened his mouth as if to speak, but then fell silent, caught in a moment of hesitation. "Dad, what's wrong?" Wang Pingyan inquired, puzzled. Wang Xianyuan rubbed his hands together, an awkwardness creeping onto his nearly 50-year-old face. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he finally summoned the courage to ask in a tone almost akin to negotiation, "Pingyan, are you available right now? Could you possibly offer me some guidance? I've been stuck at the fourth-grade bottleneck for nearly a decade." As he uttered the last few words, his head nearly bowed to his chest in shame. He was a fourth-grade internal master, trapped at a bottleneck for a full 10 years. Having sought assistance from countless peers and elders, yet that hurdle remained insurmountable. Now, he found himself imploring his 16-year-old son, who had only recently achieved second-grade cultivation. If this were to spread, Wang Xianyuan would find it impossible to hold his head high in the martial community of Guangshan City. Yet, when compared to pride, the prospect of his future was far more significant. He had been tormented by this bottleneck to the brink of madness. Wang Pingyan gazed at his father in this state, feeling a surge of helplessness. However, he found himself genuinely intrigued. To guide a fourth-rank master? That sounded far more engaging than merely toiling away in silence. "Father, where exactly are you stuck?" Wang Pingyan asked directly, without hesitation. Wang Xianyuan, relieved by his son's lack of mockery, hurriedly poured out his troubles like a bamboo tube spilling beans. It's the refinement of the internal organs. The essence of a fourth-rank internal organ master lies in refining the 5 viscera to create a cycle within the body, allowing qi and blood to flow ceaselessly. I have completed the refinement of my liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, yet this last hurdle, the heart, always seems to elude me. As he spoke, he gestured expressively. Every time my qi and blood circulate to the heart, I feel a minuscule stagnation, like a crack in a dam. Though it does not affect the whole, it prevents true harmony. For the past decade, I have tried countless methods, but that stagnation persists, like a persistent affliction that cannot be eradicated. He spoke rapidly, his face etched with pain and frustration, a problem that had plagued him for 10 long years. Wang Pingyan felt a flicker of inspiration. Could the system scan my father's physical condition? Analyze the reason behind this bottleneck. Ding. Of course. Esteemed host, this system provides comprehensive, 360-degree familial care services. Scanning initiated. Target locked. Wang Xianyuan, human, 4th-rank martial artist. Data analysis in progress. Before Wang Pingyan's eyes, an intricate 3-dimensional structure of the human body materialized on a system panel unseen by others. It was not the simplistic muscle and skeletal model found in medical schools, but a complex diagram of energy meridians composed of countless densely packed lines shimmering in various colors. Most lines glowed a healthy pale gold, indicating smooth qi and blood flow. However, in the area corresponding to the heart, a small patch appeared in abnormal dark red, with an exceedingly fine energy line indicating blockage and conflict. The system swiftly produced an analysis report. Analysis report. Subject's constitution detected as Li Hua, fire, physique, leaning towards fire attributes. Its primary cultivation method, Tao Lang Ju, is a water attribute technique with too low a tier to harmonize water and fire. Conclusion. Prolonged cultivation of water attribute techniques has led to an imbalance of water and fire within. Forcing the refinement of the fire-based heart among the 5 organs has triggered energy conflict, resulting in excessive heart fire and insufficient kidney water, causing stagnation in qi and blood flow. Solutions. 1. Change the cultivation method, recommended S-tier fire attribute technique De Reef and Tianjing, requiring 9,980,000 energy points. Current purchase comes with 3 years of after-sales service. 2. Modify the existing technique to harmonize water with fire, achieving balance. Wang Pingyan promptly disregarded the seemingly ludicrous first solution, his focus entirely on the second. So that was it, the conflict between the technique and his father's constitution. Such a simple issue had troubled him for a decade. Looking at his father's expectant face, an impish thought crossed Wang Pingyan's mind. Clearing his throat, he adopted the enigmatic demeanor of his grandfather, Wang Qi, and took a few measured steps before casually speaking. Father, when you cultivate, do you always feel an unshakable heat at the position of your heart? This heat, particularly pronounced during the afternoon when yang energy is at its peak, feels as if the qi and blood there encounter a scorching iron, making the flow not only difficult, but evaporating part of it. Boom. These 2 sentences struck Wang Xianyuan like twin bolts of lightning. He froze, his body as if ensnared in a spell, unable to move. He stared at Wang Pingyan. His face, once a picture of lethargy, now displayed a rare emotion, shock. This issue, this sensation, it had haunted him for a full decade. He had even feared it signaled a deviation in his cultivation. He had never mentioned this to anyone, not even to his father, Wang Qi. This was his deepest secret. Yet now, this secret had been effortlessly unveiled by his son's casual words, without a hint of error. Wah, how could you know? Wang Xianyuan's voice trembled, pointing at Wang Pingyan, unable to articulate a complete sentence. Wang Pingyan remained silent, maintaining the demeanor of a sage. Your technique follows a bold and aggressive water path, emphasizing qi and blood like waves, with each level surpassing the last. Yet your constitution is inherently fiery and robust. It is only logical that water should extinguish fire. However, your technique is of too low a tier, akin to a mere cup of water against a raging fire. It cannot quell the flames, but instead exacerbates the fire, leading to an irreconcilable clash between water and fire, with the heart fire running rampant. As Wang Pingyan spoke, he silently commended the system. This explanation was a plain translation of the system's analysis report, yet delivered through his mouth. Paired with the aura of a sudden genius, it felt utterly refined. Wang Xianyuan was completely dumbfounded. The concepts of technique and constitution clashing felt like heavy hammers pounding against his chest. He had pondered this problem before. But the masters he consulted claimed that Tao Lang Ju, despite its lower tier, was fundamentally harmonious, and one of the most widely circulated foundational techniques in the Federation, incapable of causing conflict with his constitution. Over time, he had abandoned that line of thought. But now, with his son's gentle nudge, he felt a profound awakening, a clarity breaking through the fog. Yes, that must be it. What should I do? Wang Xuanyuan's voice quivered with emotion, resembling a lost child who, after a decade, had finally found the path home. Observing his father's demeanor, Wang Pingyan silently chuckled, his face remaining serene. Rather than block, it is better to guide. Since progressing through conventional cultivation proves futile, why not attempt a reversal? Reversal? Wang Xianyuan was taken aback once more. In martial cultivation, reversing techniques was the gravest taboo. Any misstep could result in severed meridians and instantaneous death. Try reversing the last 3 sentences of the Tao Lang Ju Heart method. Wang Pingyan proposed the system's ultimate solution. Guide the kidney water upward, not seeking to suppress, but to harmonize. Allow the heart fire and kidney water to converge within, achieving a state of water and fire in harmony. The cycle will form itself, and the bottleneck will be broken. Water and fire in harmony, the cycle will form itself. Wang Xianyuan murmured these 8 words, initially filled with confusion, but as he repeated them, his eyes began to shine brighter and brighter. By the end, that brightness was akin to 200-watt light bulbs. He understood. He comprehended completely. He had long been trapped in the mindset of water extinguishing fire, always seeking to suppress and extinguish that heart fire. Yet he had never considered that he could also guide and harmonize. This thought was utterly imaginative. No, this was not mere imagination. This was the simplest truth. It was the supreme method that directly addressed the core of the problem. I understand. I understand. Ha ha. Wang Xianyuan suddenly burst into uproarious laughter, as if he had gone mad. He forcefully pushed aside Wang Pingyan, who stood in his way, and disregarded the damaged wall. With a thud, he directly settled into a lotus position at the center of the cultivation room. He could hardly contain his excitement. He was eager to validate the ultimate answer that had troubled him for a decade. A tremendous surge of vitality erupted explosively from Wang Xuanyuan's body. He closed his eyes and began to reverse the cultivation technique as instructed by Wang Pingyan. Within less than a minute, his face, which had reddened from excitement, began to calm, and the restless energy within him gradually subsided. After another 5 minutes, a mysterious aura began to circulate around him. Wang Pingyan could clearly see that the vitality within his father had divided into 2 streams, one fiery and intense, the other soft and fluid. They no longer clashed as before. Instead, under a marvelous guidance, they began to merge slowly. 10 minutes later, a force far more powerful than before erupted from Wang Xianyuan like a volcanic explosion, shooting skyward. The entire cultivation room resonated with a buzzing sound, overwhelmed by this force. He had broken through. The 4-tier bottleneck that had held him back for a full decade was shattered. Wang Xianyuan suddenly opened his eyes, 2 beams of brilliance flashing momentarily. He felt an unprecedented, harmonious, and life-sustaining power flowing within him, sending tremors of excitement through his body. 2 streams of hot tears cascaded uncontrollably down his weathered face. 10 years. How many decades can a life encompass? He had finally taken a step forward. Yet, this overwhelming joy lasted less than 3 seconds. His gaze slowly shifted, with an indescribable stiffness, towards the youth who had been quietly observing him throughout, his son. An absurd thought, so ludicrous that it made even him chuckle, suddenly took root in his mind, like a rapidly spreading vine. Could my son be a reincarnated deity, a martial god who has lived for thousands of years? Chapter 18. Father, are you overly enthusiastic? Early the next morning, Wang Pingyan was jolted awake by an overwhelmingly rich aroma of meat. Still somewhat dazed, he opened his eyes to see his father, who had just broken through the bottleneck and was brimming with enthusiasm. Standing at his bedside with a bowl larger than his own face, a beaming smile plastered across his features. That smile was as eager as it was obsequious. Pingyan, are you awake? Wang Xuanyuan's voice was so gentle it seemed to drip with sweetness, as if afraid of disturbing something. Quick, drink this bowl of Chihuan Yoma soup while it's hot. I personally simmered it for a full 8 hours with 18 types of nourishing herbs. It will greatly benefit you in solidifying your vitality at your current level. Wang Pingyan sat up, staring at the bowl of soup that radiated a magma-like crimson hue, bubbling energetically, and the piece of beast meat nearly filling the bowl with its astonishing warmth. He was momentarily at a loss for words. Was this really breakfast? Surely. He wasn't being fed like a juvenile beast. Father, it's only 6 in the morning. Wang Pingyan rubbed his eyes, feeling somewhat helpless. And what of it? Wang Xianyuan confidently pushed the bowl closer. In martial arts, every second counts. Just look at those true martial masters. Who among them does not rise with the rooster and toil diligently? You are at a critical stage of laying your foundation. You cannot afford to slack off for even a moment. Wang Pingyan gazed at his father's face, which was practically begging for praise, and he felt utterly exasperated. This man had been a carefree slacker just yesterday, and now, after a mere night's sleep, he had transformed into a fervent motivator? Moreover, the focus of this fervor seemed slightly misplaced. Rather than striving for himself, he was laboring for his son. Father, don't say a word, I understand. Wang Xinyuan interrupted, his expression radiating comprehension. Do you think I'm too verbose? Do you feel like I'm intruding? Pingyan, listen. You are a once-in-a-millennium genius, the hope of our Wang family. I was a fool, a slacker, wasting my days on games and neglecting both my martial path and your upbringing. I owe you an apology, and even more so to our ancestors. As he spoke, this nearly 50-year-old man's eyes glistened with unshed tears. But, from today onwards, I have changed. I shall amend my ways. I will no longer play games. I will dedicate all my energy to assist you in your cultivation. Your needs, food, shelter, resources, everything, I will provide. You need not worry about anything. Just focus on your cultivation and ascend to become a martial god. Wang Pingyan opened his mouth, but no words came forth. He regarded this suddenly unfamiliar father before him, and a singular thought echoed in his mind. This is it. My father appears to be unhinged from my influence. Ultimately, under the fervent gaze of Wang Xinyuan, which was hot enough to melt him, Wang Pingyan steeled himself and drank the bowl of soup that resembled molten lava. The searing energy slid down his throat and surged into his abdomen, transforming into a powerful vitality that coursed through his limbs. He had to admit, the effect was truly remarkable. Yet, the sensation was undeniably overwhelming. In the following days, Wang Pingyan fully experienced what it meant to bear a sweet burden. Wang Xinyuan was indeed a man of his word. He completely bid farewell to his beloved virtual gaming pod, remaining by Wang Pingyan's side 24 hours a day. Save for sleep. Son, when you strike, shouldn't your waist sink a little more? I believe this will facilitate a smoother transmission of your vitality. Son, while meditating, have you considered placing a piece of Jingxin jade beneath you? I hear it can eliminate distractions and enhance cultivation efficiency. Are you hungry, son? I will roast a third-tier beast, the Lihua pig, and sprinkle it with our Xianyuan Star System's specialty cumin. The flavor is simply exquisite. Wang Pingyan was utterly exasperated. All he desired was a moment of quiet to gather energy points in the junkyard and comfortably level up, yet this seemed increasingly difficult. There were times he wanted to tell his father, you needn't worry. I have a cheat. Your efforts are slower than a mere flick of my finger. But reason held him back. Once he revealed his leisurely lifestyle, it seemed he would truly lose it forever. With only 3 days remaining until the Guangshan City Youth Martial Arts Exchange Competition, a tense atmosphere enveloped the martial arts community. All the participating young talents were engaging in their final seclusion under their family's guidance. Meanwhile, Wang Pingyan was feeling utterly idle. His strength had already reached the pinnacle of the second tier days ago, with a vitality value of 1,500 points, ready to break through to the third tier at any time. Yet, Wang Pingyan was in no rush to advance. Firstly, he felt it unnecessary. Competing in a minor event with a maximum tier of 3, when he was already at the pinnacle of tier 2, would be nothing short of a dimensional downgrade. Secondly, and most crucially, he lacked sufficient energy points. Host, Wang Pingyan, Realm, second rank martial artist, vitality value, 1,500, strength, 1,500, speed, 1,500, constitution, 1,500, spirit, 1,500, recovery, 1,500, energy points, 85,350, martial skill, Zixiao Benlei Zhang, entry level. Gazing at the panel displaying over 80,000 energy points, Wang Pingyan felt an overwhelming sense of crisis rather than satisfaction. Previously, when he had held a fortune of 100,000, he remained unperturbed. However, after expending 15,000 points to deduce an S-level martial skill, he suddenly realized that energy points were not something that could be squandered lightly. This was merely the beginning. As his realm advanced, the energy points required to enhance each attribute would likely increase exponentially. Moreover, the Zixiao Benlei Zhang was only at the entry level. The subsequent stages of mastery, minor success, major success, and perfection would demand a staggering amount of energy points. Not to mention the system market's exorbitant price of 998,000 for the Dai Wen Tianjing. Poverty. Utter poverty. He must devise a plan to acquire wealth. Or rather, energy points. Instantly, his mind conjured the image of the mountain of debris in the number 3 core storage area. That was his true treasure trove. Resolute in his decision, Wang Pingyan approached Wang Xianyuan, who was fervently practicing the Taoling Ju beneath an iron birch tree in the courtyard. After his breakthrough, Wang Xuanyuan's zeal for cultivation had been ignited like never before. Everything around him now appeared as a tool for cultivation. The iron birch tree, reputed to be impervious to blades and spears, had nearly been battered to a polished sheen under his relentless strikes. "Father," Wang Pingyan called as he approached. Wang Xianyuan paused, turning around with a steady breath. The previous hint of hesitation now vanished. Upon seeing his son, a characteristic warm smile immediately graced his face. "What is it, my son? Have you encountered any difficulties in your cultivation? Speak to your father. Although my talent may not match yours, I possess some experience." Wang Pingyan stifled the urge to retort and spoke with earnestness. "Father, I believe that the path of martial arts cannot be solely navigated in isolation." Wang Xianyuan was taken aback, then a look of approval crossed his face. "Well said. Insightful. What do you propose?" "I wish to hone my skills in your garbage yard before the competition begins," Wang Pingyan declared with utmost seriousness. "To immerse myself in the lingering aura of the battle-hardened remnants of warships from the starry seas may stir and aid my martial heart." As he spoke these words, he almost convinced himself. Wang Xianyuan stood frozen, gazing intently at Wang Pingyan. After several seconds, he suddenly slapped his thigh, his face flushed with excitement. "Awakening! Look, everyone! Come and see. What is this? This is what true martial enthusiasm looks like," he exclaimed, as if he had discovered an unparalleled treasure. Pointing at Wang Pingyan and shouting into the air, "I previously viewed that as nothing more than a decrepit recycling station, a mere tool for profit. But what did my son see? He saw the will of warships, the spirit of warriors, the fierce aura of battle. No wonder he achieved sudden enlightenment. Last time, he gained insight after returning from the garbage yard. I should have realized this sooner. How foolish of me," Wang Xianyuan lamented, pounding his chest in regret. The way he looked at Wang Pingyan surpassed mere admiration. It was a near religious reverence. "Go. You must go," Wang Xianyuan commanded with decisive authority. "Do not hesitate to cultivate. If you wish to dismantle that garbage yard, I shall provide you with the tools." He immediately retrieved his personal terminal and contacted the supervisor of the garbage yard. "Lao Lu, listen. From this moment forth, my son Wang Pingyan possesses the highest authority within the area. He may go wherever he desires and do as he pleases. All of you must cooperate fully. Whoever dares to disturb the young master's cultivation shall face my wrath." After ending the call, he arranged for a high-speed anti-gravity vehicle to be sent for Wang Pingyan. "My son, go forth. Cultivate boldly. Rest assured, with your father here, the sky will not fall." Seeing his father's excitement surpassing his own, Wang Pingyan twitched his lips, but ultimately said nothing, quietly boarding the stylish anti-gravity vehicle. The vehicle silently started, transforming into a streak of light as it sped towards the starship graveyard on the outskirts of the city. Returning to familiar ground, yet his mindset had transformed entirely. The last time he visited, he had been a sneaky thief, relying on system loopholes to gain entry. This time, he was the princely figure, wielding the highest authority. The anti-gravity vehicle smoothly halted at the entrance of the expansive area. The fully armed security personnel, upon seeing the license plate, immediately stood at attention and saluted with a precise military gesture. The gates silently slid open, revealing a dedicated passageway. Unimpeded, Wang Pingyan drove straight to the No. 3-core storage area, his destination long anticipated. The heavy alloy door, requiring triple verification to open, slid apart upon his arrival, as if welcoming its master. Exiting the vehicle, Wang Pingyan inhaled deeply. The air still carried the familiar scent of mingled metal and energy, but now it smelled of freedom and wealth. He stepped inside, his stride composed and resolute. He no longer paid attention to the ordinary escort ship cores strewn about. Those no longer captured his interest. His sights were set on treasures deeper within, potentially of extraterrestrial origin. His gaze slowly traversed the vast warehouse, gliding over rows of familiar metal racks. Ultimately, he halted before an inconspicuous corner piled high with discarded cables and cooling pipes. There lay a massive metal box, entirely covered in dark gray lead. Chapter 19, 20,000 energy points. The box measured approximately 2 meters in length and 1 meter in width, resembling a heavy coffin, lying silently in repose. Its surface bore no seams, appearing as a singular entity, adorned with incomprehensible spiraling patterns that exuded an aura of chilling forbiddance. Wang Pingyan furrowed his brow, a flicker of wariness igniting within him. This object appeared formidable. Habitually, he reached out, pressing his hand against the cold, rough surface of the lead box. System scan. Warning. High-density anti-energy detection material, lead alloy, detected. Scanning obstructed, unable to ascertain internal conditions. The system's alert echoed in his mind, leaving Wang Ping'an momentarily stunned. The scan failed? This was the first time he had encountered such a situation since acquiring the system. Previously, no matter the object, the system had stripped it bare before him. Yet today, he found himself stymied by a mere box. This raised his vigilance to the highest level. System, is there no alternative? He pressed. The system swiftly presented a new proposal, the capability for energy penetration scanning, requiring the expenditure of 100 energy points. There existed a probability of uncovering partial internal information, although the integrity of such information could not be guaranteed. 100 energy points? Wang Ping'an gazed at the system panel displaying a staggering balance of over 80,000 energy points, his heart swelling with audacity. A mere 100 points seemed trivial. He was now a man of wealth. For him, spending 100 energy points was akin to an ordinary person parting with a single dollar for a bottle of water, hardly warranting a blink of the eye. Confirm, initiate energy penetration scan. Command confirmed, energy points deducted, 100. An invisible wave of energy surged forth from his palm, flowing like mercury as it gradually seeped into the heavy lead coffin. In the next moment, a blurry image filled with snowy static began to materialize on the system panel before him, accompanied by disjointed lines of textual information. Biological energy response detected. Structure in a high state of dormancy, non-carbon-based. Core energy source inactive. Warning. Extreme danger. A biological energy response. Wang Ping'an found himself momentarily stunned by these keywords. After all this effort, the lead coffin contained not an energy core, but a living entity? A non-carbon-based life form? An extraterrestrial? The stark warning emblazoned in blood-red characters sent chills down his spine. Yet, the mention of an energy source set his heart racing with uncontainable excitement. Danger often heralds opportunity. In his previous life, he had been paralyzed by fear, living in a state of constant trepidation. Now, armed with a system, he resolved to act without hesitation. He circled the lead coffin, meticulously searching for any seams or latches, only to be met with disappointment. The box appeared as though it had been forged from a single block of metal, leaving no avenue for intervention. Just as he prepared to resort to brute force, attempting to unleash the Zhixiang Benlei Zhang to shatter it open, he discovered a peculiar groove on one side of the coffin. This groove, approximately the size of a fist, exhibited an intricately complex internal structure, resembling the interface of a high-tech device. System, what is the purpose of this? Based on database comparison, this interface is the energy supply and unlocking interface for the Titan Empire's standard dormancy chamber. It can be decrypted through a specific energy protocol. Indeed, a breakthrough. Wang Ping'an felt a surge of joy within. He eagerly inquired, how can it be decrypted? Protocol decryption requires the expenditure of 1,000 energy points. Shall it be executed? A confirmation prompt appeared on the system panel. 1,000 points. Wang Ping'an, eyeing his remaining balance of over 80,000 energy points, contemplated the immense opportunity that might lie within the lead coffin, his resolve solidifying. Taking a deep breath, he focused on the deep, intricate groove, having made his decision. 1,000 energy points to wager on an unknown future. He silently commanded the system, decrypt. Command confirmed, energy points deducted, 1,000. Protocol decryption commencing. The balance on Wang Ping'an's system panel flickered momentarily to 84,250. Immediately, a delicate beam of energy, finer than a strand of hair, emanated from his fingertip, seamlessly penetrating the complex groove. A low, resonant hum reverberated from within the lead coffin. The previously dull, spiral patterns on the surface of the box seemed to come alive, glowing with a ghostly blue light. The luminescence raced along the contours of the patterns, converging at the center of the top of the coffin. With a crisp mechanical unlocking sound, the top of the impeccably sealed lead coffin slid aside, revealing its contents. Wang Ping'an held his breath, bracing himself, his internal energies already in motion, prepared to confront any unforeseen circumstances. Yet, the terrifying image he had envisioned of a monstrous entity bursting forth did not materialize. There was no blinding light, no violent energy surge. Instead, a pure, almost tangible purple mist of energy emerged, cascading gently from the opening like the finest silk. Lingering in the air, this ethereal mist carried an enchanting fragrance. Merely inhaling it caused Wang Ping'an's pores to expand, invigorating his spirit. Such pure energy. His initial caution was swiftly overtaken by an overwhelming curiosity. He cautiously leaned closer, peering into the coffin. As the mist gradually dissipated, The sight that greeted him caused his pupils to constrict in astonishment, rendering him breathless. At the bottom of the coffin lay a velvet-like black cushion, and in its center rested not the grotesque alien creature he had imagined, but a core, the size of a human head, intricately carved from amethyst. Its surface shimmered like a mirror, taking the form of a flawless polyhedral shape, within which countless stars seemed to flow, weaving a splendid galaxy that radiated a mesmerizing, dreamlike luminescence. In that instant, Wang Ping'an's mind went blank. He even forgot where he was. Ding, ding, ding. The mechanical notification from the system erupted in his mind, nearly shattering with excitement as a flurry of alarms sounded. Detected ultra-high concentration of spiritual energy aggregate. Energy level determined. B. Identified target. Main energy core of the Titan Empire's Royal Imperial Guard's Starfall-class battleship, in perfect condition. Warning. Warning. Energy response has exceeded the conventional measurement limits of this system. This core contains extremely high energy purity, capable of converting energy points. 200,000. Shall conversion proceed immediately? 200,000. Wang Ping'an stared at the lengthy string of zeros on the system panel, feeling his heart lurch violently, nearly causing him to faint. 200,000 energy points. What does this signify? A low-grade spiritual crystal costs merely 100 points. This singular item equates to 2,000 low-grade spiritual crystals. In terms of federal currency, that amounts to a staggering 20 million. The annual net profit from his father's junkyard barely reached 2 million. He had struck it rich. The overwhelming joy surged through him like a tidal wave, drowning out all rational thought. Convert. Immediately convert. He nearly screamed within his mind. Yet, just as he was about to confirm, his peripheral vision caught sight of a new prompt outlined in glaring crimson. Warning, the energy intensity of this conversion is 20 times that of the previous Shadow class core, with significant energy fluctuations. There is a 99% probability of detection by 5th tier or higher martial artists or equivalent energy detection devices within a 10-kilometer radius. The thought of issuing the command abruptly stalled in his mind. He felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him, chilling him to the bone. A 99% probability. Detected by 5th tier martial artists. Although his grandfather Wang Qi has passed away, the Starship Graveyard remains one of the crucial enterprises of the Wang family. And the defense system undoubtedly contains energy sensing devices of at least the 5th rank. Once the transformation occurs, exposure is almost inevitable. How could he explain it then? Claiming to have gained sudden enlightenment? That he could drain the core of the Titan Empire's Royal Guard warship with just a moment of clarity? Such words would be met with disbelief. Abandoning the endeavor? Gazing at the 200,000 energy points, Wang Ping'an's throat tightened, feeling as though his heart were bleeding. After all, it was 200,000. System, hurry. Is there a way to shield the energy fluctuations? Wang Ping'an was as frantic as an ant on a hot pan. Screaming internally. Generating solution. Option 1. Batch processing, small amount transformation, with each transformation not exceeding 1,000 energy points, which can reduce the single perception probability to below 5. Estimated total time, 72 hours. Option 2. It can consume 10,000 energy points to construct a temporary energy shielding field, compressing all energy fluctuations of this transformation within a radius of 10 meters centered on the host. Duration, 10 minutes. The two options were clearly outlined. Wang Ping'an did not even glance at the first. 72 hours. By then, the opportunity would have long since passed. His gaze was firmly locked on option 2. Spend 10,000 energy points now, then earn 200,000. This transaction was undeniably profitable. In his previous life, he had missed countless opportunities due to excessive caution, ultimately leading to his demise at his workstation. In this life, with a system, a background, and a second chance, he would no longer be the hesitant and timid Wang Ping'an. He desired a life of unrestrained passion. He chose option 2. A manic light flickered in Wang Ping'an's eyes, and all hesitation vanished. System, construct the energy shielding field for me. Then, drain this core dry. He issued 2 commands in quick succession, his voice resolute, leaving no room for retreat. Command confirmed. Energy shielding field under construction, consuming 10,000 energy points. Instantly, 10,000 energy points vanished, and an invisible energy shield, imperceptible to the naked eye, swiftly enveloped him and the lead box in which the core lay. Energy shielding field activated. Transformation commencing. The next moment, the exquisite purple galaxy core resting at the bottom of the box radiated brilliance. A torrent of energy, far greater than when he had absorbed the shadow-level core, surged into Wang Ping'an's body. Boom. At the moment the purple energy torrent entered his body, Wang Ping'an felt no longer like a mere human, but rather a balloon being forcibly inflated, on the verge of bursting into a cloud of blood. Pain. Unspeakable agony. Every cell screamed in madness. Every vein throbbed with the excruciating sensation of being violently torn apart. The torrent from 20,000 energy points was overwhelmingly vast and ferocious. Wang Ping'an let out an uncontrollable howl of pain, his body arching involuntarily, his veins bulging grotesquely like writhing worms beneath his skin. Warning. Host's internal energy concentration has sharply exceeded safe limits. Meridian damage level, 71,528. Emergency protocol activated. System taking over energy distribution. Energy torrent being regulated. Just as Wang Ping'an felt he was about to burst at the seams, the system's cold mechanical voice resonated like divine music. A purer, gentler force surged from an unknown source within his body, enveloping the chaotic purple energy torrent like an invisible net. Subsequently, this net began to rapidly organize, redirect, and guide. The ferocious energy was tamed, and the torn meridians were swiftly repaired. The pain that had nearly shattered him receded like a receding tide. In its place was an indescribable sensation of ultimate comfort, as if he were submerged in the finest hot spring, every cell emitting satisfied sighs. Wang Ping'an exhaled deeply, his entire being relaxing. He gazed at the system panel before him, where the energy point count soared like a wild dog unleashed, climbing at a terrifying speed. Energy points, 84,250. Energy points, 124,250. Energy points, 194,250. Energy points, 274250. Eventually, when the purple galaxy core was reduced to a pile of ash and all brilliance faded, the frenzied numbers finally stabilized. Energy points, 274,350. 274,350 points. Staring at this astronomical figure, Wang Ping'an felt momentarily bewildered. Is this what it means to be suddenly wealthy? It felt surreal. Just moments ago, he had been a meticulous individual counting every energy point. And now he had vaulted directly into the realm of a small fortune. With so much wealth, he found himself at a loss regarding how to spend it. Should he invest in upgrading to the third rank all at once? Or should he first enhance his martial techniques? Wang Ping'an pondered. He quickly regained his composure and made a decision. A solid foundation is essential, but one must also possess formidable means. Elevating his realm is not urgent, but his combat capabilities must be comprehensive. His grandfather had given him 3 A-rank martial techniques, and he had only advanced the Ben Lei Zhang to the S-rank Zi Shao Ben Lei Zhang, while his movement and defensive techniques remained at a rudimentary level. Under normal circumstances, this might be acceptable, but with the imminent participation in the so-called Qianlong ranking tournament, who knows what kind of prodigies he might encounter. If he faced a speed-type opponent and found himself unable to keep up or strike back, it would be disastrous. He must shore up his weaknesses. Is it not merely energy points? I have plenty now. With a sense of grandeur, Wang Ping'an focused his thoughts and retrieved 2 ancient tomes made of tanned beast hide from the Hylon Heart spatial ring. One was Huan Bu, and the other was Jin Gang Lu Li Ti. He first directed his attention to Huan Bu. Detected high-level energy information carrier, martial technique, meets enhancement criteria. The system interface immediately displayed the familiar prompt options. Current martial techniques available for enhancement. Huan Bu, not yet learned. Enhancement path. Entry, 100. Proficiency, 500. Minor achievement, 1,000. Major achievement, 2,000. Perfection, 5,000. Seeing the mere 5,000 points required for enhancement, Wang Ping'an's lips curled upwards. At this moment, that consumption seemed as trivial to him as a bowl of 5 yuan noodles from a roadside stall, utterly unremarkable. One-click enhancement to perfection. He confirmed without a moment's hesitation. Energy points, 5,000. Enhancement commencing. Boom. A flood of insights regarding Huan Bu, including techniques for exertion and blood circulation routes, surged into his mind like a burst dam. His body instinctively memorized the various movements and transformations of this technique, his leg muscles even twitching uncontrollably as if he had practiced this footwork for decades. A second later, the information was fully imparted. On the system panel, the status of Huan Bu transformed into a gray perfection. Immediately thereafter, the familiar golden option reappeared. Would you like to expend 10,000 energy points to conduct an extraordinary simulation of Huan Bu? Yes. Wang Ping'an's response was devoid of hesitation. A mere 10,000 points, a trifling sum. Energy points, 10,000. Extraordinary simulation commencing. A wave of excruciating pain, reminiscent of the previous simulation of Zi Shao Ben Lei Zhang, surged through him once more, primarily affecting his legs and lower abdomen. Wang Ping'an had prepared himself, gritting his teeth to endure the agony. When the suffering subsided, he eagerly gazed at the system panel. Congratulations, host. You've acquired S-grade extraordinary martial technique. Meiying Xiao Yao Yu, beginner. Special effect. Speed increased by 200, can create illusory afterimages while moving, significantly reducing energy expenditure. Success. Another S-grade martial technique attained. Wang Ping'an felt a sense of tranquility within as he proceeded to focus on the final defensive tome, Jinggang, Luli Ti. With a mere keystroke, he initiated the simulation without hesitation. He was now truly affluent, foregoing the step-by-step confirmations and issuing a packaged command directly. Command received. Total energy point consumption, 15,000 points. Do you confirm? Confirm. Energy points, 15,000. Enhancement begins. With the subsequent depletion of energy points and energy, distinct from before, heavy, profound, and seemingly indestructible, began to transform his entire being from the inside out. A faint golden sheen emerged on the surface of his skin. His fascia, muscles, and even his internal organs underwent a refining process, becoming more resilient and denser. As the prompt indicating the completion of the simulation sounded, Wang Ping'an felt as though he had donned an invisible armor, forged from within. He eagerly delved into the system panel, eager to ascertain the potency of this S-grade defensive martial technique. However, upon seeing the newly revealed special effects, he was left utterly astounded. The effects were far more extraordinary than he had anticipated. Chapter 21. A transformative leap in strength. The simulation had concluded. Wang Ping'an could distinctly sense that the strength of his corporeal form had escalated to an entirely new tier. If his previous physique could be likened to a reinforced concrete structure, it had now been supplanted by alloy. He could hardly contain his excitement as he immersed himself in his refreshed system panel. Congratulations, host. You've acquired S-grade extraordinary martial technique. Budong Ming Wang Shun, beginner. Special effect 1, passive activation, all attribute defense, physical energy, increased by 300. Special effect 2, indestructible. When struck, can convert damage not exceeding 30 of personal threshold into vitality. Incredible. Upon comprehending the second special effect, Wang Ping'an could no longer restrain his elation. Exclaiming a phrase from his past life, converting damage into vitality. Isnt this akin to saying that being struck replenishes one's health. How does one even fight against that? Coupled with his already formidable vitality, surpassing that of his contemporaries, he would become an indestructible entity, growing stronger with each blow. This was no mere defensive martial technique. It was nothing short of divine prowess. A veritable bug. The jubilation within Wang Ping'an surged like a volcanic eruption, causing his entire being to tremble with excitement. With Zishao Ben Lei Zhang for offense, S-grade, an explosive force, accompanied by paralysis and armor-breaking capabilities. Meiying Xiao Yao Yu for agility, S-grade, with doubled speed, like a ghostly apparition, and Budong Ming Wang Shun for defense, S-grade, indestructible. Converting damage into vitality. Equipped with these three extraordinary techniques, he found himself devoid of any significant weaknesses. The individual he was now was a stark contrast to the one he had been mere hours ago. He was eager to test this newly acquired prowess. Wang Ping'an, filled with anticipation, turned his gaze toward the corner of the training room, where a dent lay in the specialized alloy wall he had created. Meiying Xiao Yao Yu. With a mere thought, the muscles in his legs vibrated at an arcane frequency. Whoosh! His form vanished from its original position, transforming into a series of indistinct afterimages. Astounding speed. Wang Ping'an was taken aback by his own velocity. Within the confines of the moderately sized training room, he moved at a speed so swift that even his own eyes struggled to track him, all while remaining utterly silent, without so much as a whisper of wind. This bore testament to his mastery over power and speed, reaching an unfathomable pinnacle. Next, he would test both offense and defense. Abruptly halting, his form resolidified. Without a moment's pause, he directed a fierce Zishao Ben Lei Zhang against the alloy wall. Crackle! The violet lightning erupted violently, the ferocity of his strike deepening the dent even further. Simultaneously, he utilized the recoil from the strike, shifting his body to collide violently with the intact wall. Bam! A resounding thud reverberated throughout the training room. The entire wall quivered violently, with fine cracks appearing on the surface of the alloy. Yet, Wang Ping'an sprang back unscathed, landing gracefully on the ground. In that instant of impact, he distinctly felt a fleeting layer of faint golden light enveloping his body, absorbing nearly all of the tremendous force. The minuscule fraction of energy that entered him did not inflict harm. Rather, It transformed into a gentle warmth, merging with his vitality. He could even see his vitality visibly surging upward. It truly works. Wang Pingyan was overjoyed. Now he felt completely at ease. With all three S-grade martial techniques fully mastered, his confidence soared. Not only could he participate in the Guangshan City Exchange competition, but he also felt capable of challenging the so-called Qianlong Bang. The martial techniques were settled. Now, the next step was a leap in realm. His gaze once again fell upon the system panel. The long string of energy point balance remained a delightful sight. Energy points, 244, 350 system. My current realm is peak second tier. How many energy points are required to ascend to the third tier, Yi martial artist? Wang Pingyan inquired earnestly, his tone brimming with anticipation. He could hardly wait to experience the surge in strength that another breakthrough would bring. The system interface swiftly refreshed, and a line of golden characters gradually materialized before his eyes. To advance to third tier Yi martial artist, it is necessary to refine all 12 primary tendons, 368 auxiliary tendons, complete foundational restructuring, and establish a bridge between heaven and earth. This realm breakthrough requires the consumption of energy points, 20,000. Do you confirm the breakthrough? 20,000 energy points? Wang Pingyan gazed at the string of numbers displayed on the system panel, his lips involuntarily curving upwards in a faint smile. It was but a drizzle. For someone like him, who currently possessed over 200,000 in wealth, a mere 20,000 points held no power to evoke even a fleeting pang of regret. Is this the sensation of affluence? How delightful! Confirming the breakthrough. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Pingyan affirmed it in his mind. Command confirmed, energy points 20,000. Boundary breakthrough commencing. Buzz. The energy points on the system panel instantly fluctuated, transforming into 224,350. Following this, a torrent of energy, starkly different from the previous bone-forging experience, erupted within him. This energy was no longer the fierce and domineering force he had known. Rather, it became exquisitely intricate and extraordinarily soft. It flowed like countless fine steel needles, deftly evading his rigid bones, permeating every sinew and tendon of his body. A sensation that was indescribably sour and numbing surged through him in an instant. Wang Pingyan felt as though his body no longer belonged to him. He could distinctly perceive that this energy was undertaking a thorough transformation of his sinews. Stretching, forging, reshaping. He sensed that all the sinews in his body were being forcibly extracted from his flesh, laid upon a searing iron plate, and repeatedly hammered and stretched to several times their original lengths, only to be plunged into a bone-chilling spring for tempering. The combination of sourness, numbness, swelling, and pain was far more torturous than mere bone fractures. Wang Pingyan's body quivered uncontrollably, beads of sweat instantly dotting his forehead. He could even hear the resonant vibrations echoing within him, a chorus of groans emitted by his sinews as they were forcibly expanded and reinforced under the strain. This agonizing process persisted for nearly 5 minutes. When the final auxiliary sinew in his toe was fully tempered, all 480 sinews throughout his body seemed to coalesce into a perfect and harmonious whole. Boom! A new aura, far more potent than that of a second-tier warrior, infused with both resilience and explosive power, erupted from him, centered around him. The surrounding air was violently thrust aside by an invisible wave, creating visible ripples in its wake. Success! Third-tier Yi warrior. Congratulations, host, for successfully advancing to third-tier Yi warrior. Vitality cap raised to 6,000 points. Point allocation rules updated. For third-tier warriors, each increment of 5-dimensional attributes requires the consumption of 50 energy points. The personal data on the system panel refreshed anew. Host, Wang Pingyan, realm, third-tier warrior, vitality value 15016,000. Strength, 1501. Speed, 1501. Constitution, 1501. Spirit, 1501. Recovery, 1501. Energy points, 224350. Wang Pingyan slowly rose to his feet, casually stretching his body. Crackle. A series of clear and resonant sounds, akin to the roar of dragons and tigers, erupted from within him. He felt as if his body had transformed into a supercharged bow, brimming with explosive power, yet simultaneously possessing unparalleled flexibility, capable of executing the most unimaginable movements. This feeling was simply sublime. Wang Pingyan surveyed his remaining energy points, now exceeding 220,000, and a pure, blissful smile, one befitting a nouveau riche, spread across his face. Is this the end? No, not yet. System, continue to allocate points. The goal, pinnacle of third tier. Alright boss. Service continues. The system's cheerful response echoed. Energy points were consumed at a pace several times faster than before, as waves of more robust and refined warmth flowed through him, nourishing his sinews that had just undergone rigorous tempering. His vitality surged once more after surpassing the threshold of 1501, embarking on a new frenzy of ascension. 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. Each increment represented a leap in his strength. This rapid ascent, akin to riding a rocket, entranced him, rendering him unable to extricate himself from the experience. When his vitality values stabilized at 4,500, he chose to pause, not due to a lack of energy points, but rather to acclimate to the sudden surge of power. He approached the massive remains of a warship's main armor, which he had previously set as a target. This time, he refrained from using his fists. Taking a deep breath, he directed his energy along the route of the Zishao Bin Lei Zhang, as strands of purple arcs coalesced in his palm. Boom! An explosion louder than any preceding one shattered the stillness of the vast warehouse. Purple lightning danced. The seemingly indestructible alloy plate buckled under his strike, as if made of paper, creating a gaping hole the size of a basin. The edges of the hole were in a terrifying molten state, with scalding metallic liquid dripping down, scorching the ground into small, charred pits. Threads of purple arcs continued to leap along the edges of the hole, persistently disrupting the internal metallic structure. Observing the catastrophic destruction he had wrought, Wang Pingyan was momentarily taken aback. The power of this strike surely rivaled that of an ordinary fourth-tier warrior, yet he had only just stepped into the third tier. Chapter 22. Wang family's fifth Qilin son Wang Pingyan gazed at his palm, feeling the vigorous, explosive vitality coursing through him, a profound sense of satisfaction swelling within him. Mid-third tier cultivation, 3 S-class superlative martial techniques. He now harbored absolute confidence that among the younger generation of Guangshan City, none could rival him. The so-called champion of the exchange competition was merely a matter of plucking fruit from a tree. Just then, an object he had placed within the High-Lan Xian spatial ring began to emit a gentle warmth. With a mere thought, Wang Pingyan retrieved the item. It was a smooth, white jade talisman, intricately carved with swirling cloud patterns, the very communication talisman his grandfather, Wang Qi, had left for him upon his departure. At this moment, the talisman radiated a soft, warm white light. A message from grandfather? Wang Pingyan hastened to probe with a thread of mental energy. Buzz. The talisman quivered gently, and the authoritative yet subtly amused voice of his grandfather Wang Qi resonated in his mind. Pingyan, you have observed the remnants of the starship and achieved enlightenment, breaking through 2 realms. I have informed the core elders of the family. Wang Pingyan's heart leapt with apprehension. Was this to be reported to the organization? Rest assured, with my endorsement, this matter has been classified as a case of latent potential surging forth. A blessing upon our clan. No one will dare to investigate your origins or question your background in this regard. Wang Pingyan quietly exhaled, realizing that his grandfather had already resolved all potential troubles for him. By unanimous resolution of the Elders' Council, effective immediately, you shall be designated as the 5th Kalinzi of the Wang family's highest lineage, enjoying the utmost resources and cultivation opportunities afforded by the family. Kalinzi? What is that? It sounds quite formidable. Before he could ponder further, Wang Qi's voice resonated with a hint of solemnity. Our Wang family boasts a legacy spanning millennia, and each generation selects no more than 5 of the most extraordinarily talented and promising descendants from countless clan members, bestowing upon them the title of Kalinzi, and dedicating the full strength of the clan to their cultivation. They are the pillars of our family's future, the very foundation upon which we stand within the Federation. Prior to you, this generation has already produced 4 Kalinzi. The first Kalinzi, Wang Long, is the direct heir and eldest grandson, who is 19 years old and possesses the mastery of a 6th-rank Sanjiao Grandmaster. Boom! Wang Pingyan felt a jolt throughout his body, utterly bewildered. 19? 6th rank? What kind of monstrous talent is this? He had toiled diligently, relying on the system's enhancements, absorbing the core of the nether energy and the main energy source of the Titan Empire's warship, and had barely clawed his way to the 3rd rank. Yet here was someone who had reached 6th rank at the age of 19. A 6th-rank Sanjiao Grandmaster is a terrifying existence capable of traversing the cosmic expanse, flying from one planet to another. The disparity is greater than that between a human and a dog. Wang Qi's voice continued to echo in his mind. The second Kalinzi, Wang Feng, a genius from the collateral branch, possesses the 9 absolute veins, naturally attuned to the path of the Taiyin, 18 years old, and at the pinnacle of 5th rank Jingmai Master. The third Kalinzi, Wang Hu, a combat fanatic, with a natural warrior's physique, majoring in physical prowess. Also 18 years old and a 5th-rank Jingmai master, with combat strength exceeding that of Wang Feng. The 4th Kalinzi, Wang Xian, though somewhat eccentric, possesses commendable talent. Being 17 years old and at the later stage of 4th-rank Nifa master. This series of names and their corresponding powers weighed heavily upon Wang Pingin's heart. He had thought himself exceptional, standing at the peak among his peers due to the system. But now, in comparison with these true Kalinzi, he realized he was merely a monkey at the foot of the mountain, just having learned to climb trees. They had already ascended to the clouds. Ding dong. Master. Congratulations on unlocking a new identity, the 5th Wang of the Wang family. You have attained Kalinzi certification. This system has automatically updated your network of connections. According to the data, the power gap between you and the 1st Kalinzi Wang Long is approximately equivalent to that between an ant and an elephant. Would you like me to devise a 50-year plan for you to catch up? The system's cheeky voice chimed in his mind. Wang Pingin, do I need your reminder? The exchange competition in Guangshan City is of no significance to you. Consider it merely a recreational outing. Wang Qi's voice returned, imbued with a sense of calm inevitability. I have already registered your name for the preliminary round of the Blue Star Rising Dragon List competition, to be held next month in the main city of Blue Star. Kindu, Blue Star Rising Dragon List. Wang Pingin repeated. Indeed. This list encompasses all martial artists under the age of 20 from every city and martial arts family across Blue Star. It is held every 3 years, ultimately selecting only 100 individuals to be listed. Those who make it onto the list are all unparalleled prodigies, destined to achieve at least the rank of 7th-rank master. Most importantly, only those who ascend the Blue Star Rising Dragon List are qualified to represent Blue Star in next year's True Rising Dragon List competition held in the Xianyuan Star System's main star. Wang Qi's voice exuded an unmistakable anticipation and longing. That is the true stage. It gathers the most exceptional talents from every planet within our human federation in the Xianyuan Star System. Those who leave their names on that list are destined to become renowned figures throughout the Federation. Pingin, your talent should not be obscured. Your age is just right. If you can achieve a commendable ranking in this Blue Star Rising Dragon List, 3 years of diligent training would align you perfectly with the next Xianyuan Star System Rising Dragon List. Go forth, and let the entire star system hear the name Wang Pingin. The radiance of the jade talisman gradually dimmed. The message concluded. Wang Pingin stood in place, speechless for a long while. Within his chest, it felt as if a fire was igniting. Kalinzi, Blue Star Rising Dragon List. Xianyuan Star System Rising Dragon List. Each unfamiliar term unveiled to him a vast and magnificent world of martial arts he had never envisioned. He had originally intended to rely on the system, to live a stable life as a wealthy 3rd-generation heir, enjoying life while casually observing the pinnacle of martial arts. Yet now, his grandfather had personally thrust him into the eye of the storm, propelling him towards a grand stage teeming with geniuses and prodigies. Is the pressure immense? Of course. A 19-year-old 6th-rank master is akin to an insurmountable Mount Everest. But so what? Just because others are geniuses, does that mean I am an incompetent? While others toil for a decade, I merely need to gather a few more aluminum cans from the junkyard. An unprecedented surge of fierce determination ignited within his heart. The soul of a wage slave may yearn for rest, but the heart of a warrior beats eternally for battle. The Rising Dragon List, you say? How intriguing. Wang Pingin smiled. He glanced at his attribute panel. Host, Wang Pingin, Realm, 3rd-rank warrior, Vitality 4500 6000, Strength 4500, Speed 4500, Physique 4500, Spirit 4500, Recovery 4500, Energy Points 149,350, Martial Skills, Zhixiang Benlei Palm, Super Limit Entry, Meiying Xiaoyao Yu, Super Limit Entry, Budo Mingxin, Super Limit Entry. His vitality remained at 4,500 points, still 1,500 points short of the 6,000 points required for the 3rd-rank peak. Converted into attribute points, this means his recovery must increase from 450 points to 600 points, a significant gap of 150 points. According to the 3rd-rank warrior standards, each point increase in the 5 attributes consumes 50 energy points. Thus, a total increase of 150 points across all attributes necessitates 500 energy points. For his former self, this was an amount sufficient to bankrupt him. Yet for the current him, with 14,000 energy points at his disposal, it was merely a trifle. System. Wang Pingin no longer hesitated, his eyes gleaming with resolute determination as he issued the command in his heart. Raise my cultivation directly to the peak of 3rd rank. All right, boss. Your exclusive rocket is fully fueled and ready for launch. Do you confirm? Confirm. Command confirmed. The journey to the peak commences immediately. Boom. The energy points balance on the system panel plummeted from 149,350 to 111,850. A flow of purer and more potent warmth erupted within him than ever before. If the previous increments were but a trickle, this time it was akin to the mighty Yangtze River bursting its banks. His 5 attributes, under the deluge of energy points, began a final, frenzied surge. Strength, 300135054809600. Speed, 300135054809600. Physique, 300135054809600. Spirit, 300135054809600. Resilience, 450150055509600. His vitality surged, shattering the final barrier, reaching 5,000, then 5,500, ultimately settling at the perfect figure of 6,000. He had attained the pinnacle of the 3rd rank. A profound sense of completeness and flawlessness enveloped his entire being. He could feel that his physical body had reached the zenith of his current realm, with sinews strong and vitality abundant, capable of withstanding the barrage of bullets without a scratch. He even sensed that, should he desire, he could effortlessly glide through the air from a height of 100 meters. This was the power of the 3rd rank's pinnacle. Wang Pingyan exhaled a breath of stagnant air, his breath like frost, leaving a long white trail in the air that lingered. Chapter 23. Crushing the first wave. The sharp alarm pierced the night sky, akin to nails scraping across rusted metal, the jarring noise instantly engulfing the entire starship graveyard. Just as Wang Pingyan was lost in the exquisite sensation of his newfound strength, this sudden clamor interrupted his reverie. He stood in the vast warehouse, his brow furrowing slightly. This junkyard was the property of the Wang family, with a security system directly linked to the military network of Guangshan City, boasting high defensive levels. Ordinary thieves would be incinerated upon approaching the energy barriers. The activation of such a high-level alarm indicated that the intruders were not benign. He remained still, his thoughts shifting as the highest authority in this area. The surveillance footage from the factory surged into his mind like a cascading waterfall. Soon, he honed in on the scene at the entrance. Outside the heavy alloy gates of the factory, a group of young individuals in their 20s had gathered. Clad in identical black martial arts uniforms, adorned with a roaring tiger embroidered in silver thread on their chests, they bore the emblem of the Chun family from Guangshan City. At the forefront stood a tall, arrogant youth, his chin slightly raised, addressing the armed security personnel at the entrance. Wang Pingyan recognized him. Chen Fei, the most talented individual from the Chun family, reputedly just 17, already a 3rd-rank martial artist, hailed as a prodigy not seen in a century, and a strong contender for the championship of the upcoming youth martial arts exchange competition. Interestingly, he was also the cousin of Wang Pingyan's brother, Wang Wei. Understanding the familial ties added depth to the intent behind the visit. The surveillance system's audio captured Chun Fei's provocative remarks clearly. "Bring Wang Pingyan out," he commanded, addressing the security captain, who had already attained the 3rd rank. "I heard he has become the 5th Qilin child of your Wang family." What a laugh. A useless individual basking in the glory of his ancestors does not deserve such a title. His voice was loud, dripping with disdain and jealousy, prompting laughter from the Chun family members behind him. Exactly. What Qilin child? More like a piece of trash picked from a garbage heap. If you have the guts, come out and spar with our brother Fei. Don't be a coward. Security Captain Uncle Lu's face darkened, his grip tightening around his electromagnetic baton, struggling to restrain the urge to retaliate. "Young Master Chun, this is private property. Without an appointment, no one is permitted to enter. Please leave immediately, or we will take coercive measures." Coercive measures? Try laying a finger on me. Chun Fei stepped forward, his 3rd-rank vitality erupting, a wave of scorching energy surging forth. "I'll put it plainly. If Wang Pingyan doesn't dare to show himself, I'll confront him at the exchange match tomorrow, and I'll hit him until he begs for mercy." At that moment, Wang Pingyan's communicator vibrated. It was a call from his father, Wang Xianyuan. Upon connecting, Wang Xianyuan's voice, tinged with irritation and helplessness, came through. "Son, those little rascals from the Chun family are causing trouble. You heard, right?" "I heard." Wang Pingyan replied calmly. "Don't get involved. Stay inside. These little bastards are just trying to provoke you." Wang Xianyuan urged anxiously. "I've already called the elder of the Qin family. He'll send someone to take these troublemakers back." Just stay put. I'll have Uncle Lu send them away. His father's support warmed Wang Pingin's heart. He smiled. A few hours ago, he might have chosen to follow his father's advice, avoiding unnecessary trouble. But now, things were different. The four lofty Qilin children felt like mountains, pressing down on him, yet igniting his innate competitive spirit. He no longer wished to be hesitant as he had been in his previous life. This time, he sought a life of freedom, crushing all obstacles in his path. And this group of clowns would serve as his first stepping stone. That won't be necessary, Dad. Wang Pingin interrupted his father's words. If they want to see me, I shall meet them. It's also a good opportunity to stretch my limbs. Without waiting for Wang Xinyuan to respond, he terminated the call. He stood still, observing the surveillance footage of the still rambunctious Chen Fei. In the next instant, with a flicker of thought, he activated Meiying Xiaoyaoyu. His figure did not blur into an afterimage, nor did it create a sound, but rather vanished like a pixel erased in an instant from the vast warehouse. At the factory entrance, the atmosphere was tense. Security Captain Uncle Lu and his team had their hands poised on their weapons, glaring at Chen Fei and his group. Should Chen Fei dare to step forward again, they would not hesitate to initiate the defense system. Chen Fei, emboldened by his assumptions about the Wang family's reluctance to confront him, had come with a simple aim: to humiliate Wang Pingin, to trample upon the title of Qilin child that Wang Pingin had just received, asserting that it rightfully belonged to his cousin. Just as he prepared to utter more derogatory remarks to provoke Wang Pingin into appearing, a calm, yet somewhat languid voice unexpectedly resonated behind them. Ahem. The sound was not loud, yet it struck every heart like a heavy hammer. Chen Fei and the Chen family members, who had been jeering, froze. Their laughter and insults abruptly silenced. Wang Pingin stood quietly less than 3 meters behind them, hands in his pockets, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if he had been leisurely strolling there for quite some time, rather than having just materialized. When had he appeared? Why had no one noticed? The security personnel at the entrance, including the third-tier cultivator Lu Shu, all stared wide-eyed in disbelief. They too had failed to notice when Wang Pingin had emerged. Silence engulfed the scene, a deathly quiet that rendered the very air thick with an unearthly presence. It was said that you were searching for me? Wang Pingin shattered the stillness, stepping slowly from the crowd to stand before Chen Fei. He towered a head taller than Chen, looking down upon him with an imposing demeanor. As he moved, an elusive aura subtly emanated from him. This aura was neither violent nor searing, yet it was pure and condensed to an astonishing degree. The onlookers felt as if the air around them had suddenly thickened 100-fold, transforming from air to quicksilver, as a weighty pressure, as heavy as a mountain, bore down upon them, making it difficult to breathe, their bones groaning under the unbearable load. Thud, thud. The entourage behind Chen Fei, all first and second-tier cultivators, could not withstand even a moment of this pressure, their legs giving way as they collapsed to the ground, their faces turning ashen, drenched in sweat, as if all strength had been siphoned from their bodies. Only Chen Fei, relying on his initial stage of third-tier cultivation, managed to remain standing, though he too was struggling. The overwhelming pressure was predominantly directed at him, causing his legs to tremble uncontrollably, his jaw clenching with a grinding sound, veins bulging on his forehead. His previously haughty countenance turning a deep shade of purple. He felt as though he was not facing a mere individual, but an unfathomable ocean. The disparity. It was an absolute chasm in cultivation. Chen Fei opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but found that his throat was constricted as if by an invisible hand, rendering him incapable of uttering a coherent sentence. Wang Pingin simply gazed at him, neither increasing the pressure nor mocking him. Sometimes, silent oppression is the most profound humiliation. Chapter 24, Clean and Decisive Wang Pingin. Do you dare to engage in a fair battle with me in tomorrow's exchange competition? The hoarse challenge echoed in the silent night, tinged with a hint of a cornered beast's fury. Chen Fei exerted every ounce of strength to avoid collapsing under Wang Pingin's pressure. Wang Pingin did not respond. He stood quietly, his hands in his pockets, not shifting his posture in the slightest. He withdrew the oppressive aura, and the once viscous air returned to normalcy. The Chen family disciples sprawled on the ground greedily inhaled the fresh air, relieved to have survived. Chen Fei also felt a release as the unbearable tension lifted. Nearly stumbling as he steadied himself, gasping for breath, his martial arts attire soaked in sweat. I await you. Wang Pingin finally spoke, casting aside those 4 words without glancing back, as he turned to walk deeper into the factory area. His retreating figure exuded calmness and ease, gradually fading into the hazy night. Only when Wang Pingin's silhouette had completely vanished did Chen Fei dare to straighten his back, which had slightly bent in humiliation. He had come today to humiliate Wang Pingin, to vindicate his cousin Wang Wei. Yet, in the end, he had become the one thoroughly humiliated. Throughout the encounter, his opponent had hardly lifted a finger. Is this the strength of the fifth Qilin of the Wang family? By the time he returned home, it was already late at night. The lights in the living room were still on. Wang Xianyuan and Yu Xiu had not gone to rest, sitting on the sofa waiting. Upon seeing Wang Ping'an enter, Wang Xianyuan sprang up from the sofa, rushing to his son with anxious scrutiny. Son, are you all right? Did those Chun brats do anything to you? Dad, do I look like I'm in trouble? Wang Ping'an replied with a hint of exasperation. Wang Xianyuan closely examined him, noticing that his son was indeed unscathed and his aura steady, which eased his worry. He then indignantly exclaimed, "The Chen family is becoming increasingly unreasonable. I will confront Chen Laotu tomorrow. This is how he raises his children? Dad, let it go." Wang Ping'an interrupted. He approached the sofa and poured himself a glass of water. They are merely a troop of clowns, not worth your ire. Wang Xianyuan paused, looking at his son's tranquil profile, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. In the past, if Ping'an had faced such a situation, he would have shown fear, or at least some anger or grievance. Yet now, he referred to Chun Fei's group as mere clowns. Son, Wang Xianyuan asked hesitantly, did you engage with Chun Fei? Not quite an engagement. Wang Ping'an sipped his water and replied nonchalantly. He did not elaborate on the details. But his calm confidence left Wang Xianyuan and Yu Xiu momentarily stunned. Dad, Mom, you can rest assured. Wang Ping'an set down the glass and stood up. I have utilized everything Grandpa provided. I am no longer afraid of anyone. Rest early. Tomorrow I will be there to claim the championship. With that, he turned and ascended the stairs. In the living room, Wang Xianyuan and Yu Xiu exchanged glances, both perceiving a hint of confusion and shock in each other's eyes. Their son seemed to have undergone a remarkable transformation. The following day, at the Guangshan City Sports Center, this colossal venue, capable of accommodating 100,000 people, was currently alive with the sounds of a bustling crowd, seats completely filled. The Guangshan City Youth Martial Arts Exchange Competition was an annual grand event, symbolizing the future of the martial arts community in Guangshan City. Countless media outlets focused their cameras on the entrance of the competitors. The participants from various families, accompanied by their elders, marched into the competitors' area with heads held high and solemn expressions, each exuding an aura that commanded distance. However, when Wang Ping'an's family of three appeared, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Wang Xianyuan donned casual attire, while Yu Xiu linked arms with him, both wearing relaxed smiles, looking around and pointing like a couple on vacation. Walking beside them, Wang Ping'an was even more absurd. He wore the simplest white t-shirt and jeans, hands in pockets, even chewing on a lollipop, his eyes brimming with curiosity about everything around him. This was hardly the demeanor of a combatant ready for life and death struggles. He resembled a schoolboy on a spring outing with his parents. Look, it's the Wang family. Is that Wang Ping'an? The one everyone has been buzzing about. The Wang family's scion who has achieved enlightenment? He looks so ordinary, devoid of any aura of a master. What do you know? This is returning to simplicity. Look, he doesn't even have a bodyguard with him. That shows he has nothing to fear. The surrounding audience buzzed with speculation. Countless gazes fixated on this easygoing family of three. In the competitors' area, the reactions of other families' disciples upon seeing Wang Ping'an were varied. Some scoffed, dismissing the so-called enlightenment as mere hype from the Wang family to create a legend. Others regarded him with trepidation, aware that the Wang family's formidable background warranted respect. And Chen Fei, upon catching sight of Wang Ping'an, felt the resurgence of the fear and humiliation he had experienced the night before. He fixated intently on Wang Ping'an, wishing he could pierce him with his gaze. Wang Ping'an, undeterred by the scrutiny, accompanied his parents and proceeded to take a seat in the front row of the contestant area. An even more astonishing scene unfolded shortly thereafter. In the center of the audience, within the most prestigious VIP section, Wang Xianyuan and Yu Xiu had just settled in when 5 or 6 elderly gentlemen clad in tang suits appeared silently behind them, exuding an air of profound authority. They remained silent, yet their mere presence rendered the atmosphere around them utterly still. Goodness, those are the elders from the Wang family's collateral line. I recognize that one, Wang Taishan, the enforcement elder of the Wang family, a peak 7th grade powerhouse. And that one, he is Elder Wang Muqing, responsible for the family's medicinal supplies. What does the Wang family mean by this? For such a minor municipal competition to attract so many prominent figures? You don't understand, do you? They aren't here merely to watch a competition. They are here to observe the debut of the 5th Kalinzi of the Wang family. The spectacle is truly overwhelming. The entire stadium was engulfed in a wave of astonishment due to this lavish entourage. Meanwhile, In the viewing area of the Chun family, the patriarch, Chun Jianhai, who is also Chun Fei's father, scoffed disdainfully at the Wang family's display. He remarked to an elder of his clan beside him, "Wang Qi is becoming increasingly muddled with age. Creating such a grand spectacle, he doesn't fear the embarrassment that may follow. What nonsense, this fifth Kalinzi. I see him as nothing but a worthless fraud. A waste who relies on resources. How could he possibly compare to my nephew, Wang Wei? Just wait and see. Today I will have Fei knock him back to his original form. I want to see where the Wang family's face will be at that point." Amidst the undercurrents of tension, a slightly plump, distinguished middle-aged man ascended the podium. The mayor of Guangshan City, Li Weiguo, greeted the guests and contestants warmly, his resounding voice echoing through the sound system, instantly quelling the noise. He delivered an impassioned opening address, lauding the Wang family's contributions to Guangshan City while expressing high hopes for the young talents nurtured by the Qin family, delivering platitudes with impeccable finesse. Once the speech concluded, the most exhilarating segment, the draw, commenced. This competition would adopt a random elimination format. One battle determines the victor. The judge announced the rules loudly. On the colossal holographic screen at the center of the stadium, the portraits of hundreds of competitors began to scroll rapidly, each flicker tugging at the hearts of countless spectators. Finally, the scrolling halted. The first round of battle lists was clearly displayed before everyone. Arena No. 3. Wang Pingyan, Wang family, vs Li Hao, Li family. When this matchup was revealed, the arena fell silent for a moment, then erupted into a flurry of commotion. The camera immediately focused on an inconspicuous corner of the contestant area. A boy, seemingly only 16 or 17, froze momentarily upon seeing the name on the big screen, only to be overcome by uncontrollable joy. He leapt from his seat, fist pumping in the air as if he had already secured victory. Li Hao, a collateral descendant of the Li family, possessed mid-second grade cultivation and had come to the competition with modest expectations. He never dreamed that fortune would smile upon him. Wang Pingyan. His opponent was none other than the legendary fraud, a waste who had gained attention solely through rumors of enlightenment, a seemingly feeble scion of a wealthy family. To ascend by stepping on the Wang family's legitimate grandson, what immense glory! The Wang family's legitimate grandson. Li Hao did not hide his excitement and arrogance as he faced the camera, declaring, "Perfect. Today, I will rise atop you," showing all of Guangshan City who the true genius is. This boast echoed throughout the arena via the big screen, eliciting laughter and cheers. Everyone was eager to witness how the fifth Kalinzi of the Wang family would respond. However, the reaction from Wang Pingyan on the other side left everyone utterly astonished. He yawned languidly, even stretching as if he had not heard the provocation directed at him. His nonchalant demeanor caused supporters to break into a cold sweat, while those who already looked down upon him were further convinced of their judgment. The competition officially commenced. With the judge's command, dozens of floating arenas simultaneously activated their energy shields, igniting the atmosphere of the entire stadium. Wang Pingyan and his opponent Li Hao stepped onto Arena No. 3 under the watchful gaze of the crowd. Observing Li Hao, who had already assumed a fierce stance, his blood boiling and face contorted, Wang Pingyan finally discarded the stick of his lollipop. He extended his right hand, beckoning the eager opponent with a casual flick of his fingers. Li Hao's lungs felt as though they might explode. He prided himself on being a genius of the Li family, having enjoyed a smooth journey since childhood. He had never endured such humiliation. The casual gesture from his opponent was a blatant display of contempt, as if he were not a rival in competition, but merely an ant that could be crushed underfoot. "You are seeking death." A roar drowned out all the clamor in the venue. Li Hao's entire being surged with boiling energy, the robust power of a second-grade martial artist erupting forth without restraint, causing him to swell in size, the veins beneath his skin bulging with explosive strength. The alloy arena beneath him groaned under the strain. Tiger Fist, the Li family's ancestral martial technique, known for its ferocity and dominance. Li Hao poured all his fury and power into this punch, the wind howling around him, even generating a visible white wave in the air as it hurtled toward Wang Pingyan's face. With this strike, he was confident he could pierce through a 30-centimeter thick steel plate. Yet, in the face of this formidable blow, capable of shattering stone, Wang Pingyan remained motionless, standing still. His left hand, tucked in his pocket, did not even emerge, maintaining a languid demeanor as if he had just woken from slumber. Just as that fist, bearing the weight of tremendous force, was about to collide with his face, he leisurely raised his right hand. There was no explosive roar of energy, no radiant display of martial technique. It was simply a mundane, straightforward punch, light and gentle, as if he were swatting away a bothersome fly. Many spectators instinctively closed their eyes, unwilling to witness the impending carnage. In the Wang family's viewing area, Yu Xiu felt her heart leap to her throat, anxiously gripping her husband Wang Xianyuan's arm. Only the elders of the Wang family at the podium remained composed, stroking their beards with smiles. The two fists, one large, powerful, and forceful, the other small and unassuming, met softly under the gaze of countless onlookers. There was no earth-shattering crash as anticipated. A crisp, almost deafening sound of bone cracking resonated through the sound system, clearly echoing in every corner of the venue. At that moment, time seemed to have been pressed into slow motion. Everyone stood dumbfounded, staring at the astonishing scene unfolding on the arena. Li Hao's iron fist, capable of piercing steel, bent back at an inexplicable angle upon making contact with Wang Ping'an's seemingly delicate and elongated hand. Immediately following, an overwhelming force surged through his arm, cascading from his fist to his wrist, forearm, and upper arm, accompanied by the ominous sound of bones shattering. With each crack, every bone in his right arm broke inch by inch. A shrill scream, chilling and inhuman, barely escaped Li Hao's throat. An unmatched and terrifying power erupted from Wang Ping'an's fist. Li Hao's body was propelled backward as if struck by a high-speed maglev train, his feet leaving the ground. Flying through the air, he traced a long parabolic arc, soaring over dozens of meters before crashing heavily onto the hard ground outside the arena, raising a cloud of dust, and losing consciousness on the spot. One move. It could hardly be classified as a move, merely a straightforward exchange of fists. The battle concluded in such a manner. The entire arena, capable of accommodating 100,000 spectators, fell into silence in that instant. The sound of a pin drop was audible. All present gaped, mouths agape, their minds blank as they stared at the youth who slowly withdrew his fist. What had just transpired? What had just happened? Where was the imposing Li Hao, the so-called genius of the Li family, a second-tier martial artist? How had he been sent flying? On the ring, Wang Ping'an retracted his right hand, casually shaking it as if dust had settled upon it. At the pinnacle of third-tier vitality, augmented by the passive enhancement of Budong Ming Wang Shun, Wang Ping'an's physical strength had reached an astonishing level. Remarkably, he had exerted no more than 10% of his power in that punch. The system's lively electronic voice chimed in his mind. Ding. Battle concluded. Duration 37 seconds. Evaluation. Clean and efficient, yet lacking in spectacle. Host. This approach will not attract female fans. It is recommended to adopt more stylish poses or announce the names of your techniques next time for a significantly improved effect. Wang Ping'an retorted, mind your own business. The referee of Ring 3, an experienced fourth-tier martial artist, stood frozen, stunned. Having served as a referee for half his life, he had witnessed various competitions, including swift victories and overwhelming defeats. Yet, he had never encountered such an artistic, effortless, and unreasonable display of domination until today. Only when Wang Ping'an's gaze flicked toward him did he snap back to reality, raising his hand with a voice tinged with shock and dryness to announce loudly, Ring 3. Wang family, Wang Ping'an wins. This declaration echoed like a boulder crashing into a still lake. The previously silent arena was instantly engulfed by a cacophony akin to a tidal wave of uproar. What did I just witness? A hallucination? Li Hao was knocked away by a single punch? Was that truly Wang Ping'an, the so-called underachiever? Underachiever? Is that what you call it? Could an underachiever truly send a second-tier martial artist flying like a ragdoll? Remarkably strong. This was not even a battle of the same caliber. It appears Wang Ping'an truly earned his place as the fifth Kirin son of the Wang family through his own merit. The audience erupted into chaos. Countless individuals rising in excitement, pointing toward the ring, discussing, debating, striving to comprehend the surreal scene they had just witnessed. In the contestant area, those previously dismissive of Wang Ping'an from various prestigious families now fell silent, their faces etched with shock and seriousness. Particularly, Chen Fei stared blankly at the calm figure descending from the ring, the fear that had gripped him the previous night, under an invisible pressure, resurfacing all over his body. He finally understood that Wang Ping'an had not actually attacked him last night. It had merely been a warning. The draw continued, and soon the second round's combatants were revealed. Wang Ping'an's opponent was a genius from the Sun family, a late second-tier cultivator, just a step away from third tier. As the Sun family prodigy stepped onto the ring, he exuded an air of utmost vigilance. Unlike Li Hao, he did not recklessly charge in. Instead, he maintained a distance of several dozen meters, constantly maneuvering, seeking a flaw in Wang Ping'an's defense. Wang Ping'an, standing in the center of the ring, grew increasingly impatient. He still needed to return home for lunch with his parents. In the following moment, his figure left a faint afterimage in place. Meiying Xiao Yaoyu. The Sun family genius blinked, only to find the figure that had been dozens of meters away now appeared before him like a specter. This was bad. Panic surged within him, and without a second thought, he attempted to retreat. However, it was too late. Once again, it was that seemingly ordinary fist. Once again, it was a simple straight punch. Bang! The protective vitality of the Sun family genius was shattered as if it were mere paper, instantly pierced through. He followed in Li Hao's footsteps, flying off the ring at an even faster pace. If the first knockout had elicited shock from the audience, the second, identical knockout, brought about a sense of numbing absurdity. How could one even fight? They couldn't even touch him. If they did, it was instant defeat. What suspense remained in this competition? In the subsequent rounds, Wang Pingyan faced opponents of varying experience, whether seasoned second-tier experts or promising newcomers just entering the third tier. The outcome remained unchanged. No one managed to withstand a second strike from him. In fact, no one could compel him to employ any martial techniques. From beginning to end, he relied solely on that one fist. One punch, another punch, yet another punch. The entire pace of the competition was completely dictated by him. While other rings were ablaze with excitement, exchanging blows and showcasing thrilling exchanges, Wang Pingyan's ring always followed the same pattern. Opponent steps onto the stage. Wang Pingyan throws a punch. Opponent exits the stage. Simple, efficient, and monotonous. The live commentator transitioned from incoherent rambling to ecstatic shouting, ultimately exhausting his vocabulary. Left with nothing but a roar of sheer effort. Overwhelming. This was a complete and utter domination. We are witnessing the birth of a legend. This is the debut of the fifth Kirin son of the Wang family. He doesn't even need to use martial techniques. Relying solely on his formidable vitality and physical strength, he can sweep away all challengers. Wang Pingyan. He is the one-punch man. One-punch man. Wang Pingyan. It is unclear who first shouted this phrase, but soon, the title of One-Punch Man spread like wildfire, reverberating throughout the entire arena. The audience's emotions transitioned from shock to numbness, ultimately transforming into the most primal and fervent adulation. They went wild for this pure, unreasonable aesthetic of violence. Pingyan, my son is the champion. In the VIP area, Yu Xiu beamed with excitement, her face flushed. Clinging to Wang Xianyuan's arm, laughing and jumping, Wang Xianyuan stood proud, relishing the envious gazes directed at him from those around. Several elders of the Wang family laughed heartily, stroking their beards, nodding in satisfaction. This child possesses the potential of a ninth tier, remarked the law enforcement elder, Wang Taizhan. On the other side, the atmosphere in the viewing area of the Chun family had plummeted to an icy silence. The patriarch, Chun Jianhai, wore a face as dark as the bottom of a pot. He remained silent, his gaze locked onto the figure in the arena. The one met with cheers from the multitude. A mere pawn? A waste? Each resounding slap in the face felt like a sharp sting on his cheeks. In this fervent atmosphere, after several rounds of elimination, Wang Pingyan had effortlessly secured a place in the top 8. His next opponent was soon revealed, the prodigious young lady from the Zhang family of Guangshan, Zhang Ling. As the girl, holding a long sword and exuding a cool demeanor, ascended the stage, the cheers diminished significantly. The commentator aptly introduced, contestant Zhang Ling is another favorite to win this competition. Renowned for her agile footwork and masterful execution of the family's Fei Su Jianfa, she is a quintessential technique-based fighter, a perfect counter to strength-based opponents. The clash of absolute power against exquisite technique promises to be the most riveting duel since the tournament began. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhang Ling positioned herself opposite Wang Pingyan. She did not strike immediately but elegantly twirled her steel sword, its tip angled towards the ground. A sharp and dynamic aura emanated from her, as she gazed at the seemingly calm boy across from her and spoke in a low voice. Your strength is formidable, but I will not allow you to touch me. Chapter 26, The Battle of Footwork. Zhang Ling's voice was crisp, carrying a sharpness befitting her cool disposition, each word resonating with confidence. The audience below fell into an immediate hush, their attention captivated by her declaration. One was an indomitable force, capable of obliterating foes with a single strike, while the other was a renowned swordsmanship prodigy, famed for her agility and undefeated record. The duel of spear versus shield was about to commence. Wang Pingyan observed the serious girl, wholly immersed in her preparation, and a flicker of interest ignited within him. At least she appeared more formidable than the previous opponents. The match began. As the referee's voice faded, Zhang Ling moved. Her body transformed into a wisp of smoke, leaving behind an afterimage without a hint of delay. Following this, a second, a third. On the stage, It seemed as if dozens of Zhonglings had appeared simultaneously, each figure vividly alive, brandishing their long swords from all directions, launching an intricate and unpredictable assault towards the center where Wang Ping'an stood. Fei Su Jianfa. The sword light wove through the air, dancing like threads in the wind. It was not merely speed. It was a sophisticated technique that perfectly fused vitality, movement, and swordplay. Each beam of light bore the sharpness capable of slicing through steel, yet they flickered unpredictably, rendering it impossible to discern which was real and which was illusion. Such swift footwork, such exquisite swordsmanship. It was impossible to determine the true form among the myriad illusions. Wang Ping'an was in trouble, no matter how powerful he was. What good was it if he couldn't land a blow? The audience erupted in gasps of astonishment, all captivated by Zhang Ling's dazzling offensive. In the Chun family's viewing area, Chun Jinhai finally revealed a hint of a smile. This was beginning to resemble a contest. Power is the means of brutes. Technique is the true path of martial arts. Let us see how Wang Ping'an can win this time. However, within the storm of sword lights, Wang Ping'an made an utterly unfathomable move. He stood still, not moving an inch. His left hand remained tucked in his pocket, casually standing as the torrent of sword rain enveloped him. It's over. This was the first thought that flashed through many minds. But the next moment, everyone froze. Wang Ping'an had indeed not moved, yet it seemed as if he had. His body swayed imperceptibly, at a bewildering frequency, in gentle oscillations. His toes, shoulders, and waist turned with precise grace, each twist and lean perfectly timed, imbued with an indescribable rhythm. The storm of sword lights fell like a torrential downpour. Yet not a single corner of his clothing was touched. Each blade of light narrowly grazed past him by mere millimeters. He was not evading. It was as though he were leisurely strolling in his own backyard, with those lethal rays merely fluttering like bothersome willow catkins, easily brushed aside by his casual movements. The audience gazed in disbelief. They could only see Zhang Ling's figure accelerating, the sword lights multiplying, her assault growing more frenzied. Meanwhile, Wang Ping'an strolled through the web of blades with ease. The entire scene was absurd to the extreme. Host, your act is quite impressive. I would rate it a 9. 1 point deducted to keep you humble. A score accompanied by the melody of Air Kuaning Yu would enhance the effect. The system's cheeky electronic voice echoed in his mind. Wang Ping'an paid it no heed. His entire focus was on his opponent. To others, Zhang Ling's footwork seemed ghostly, her swordplay flawless. Yet, within his transcendent perspective of Meiying Xiao Yao Yu, every one of her movements, every fluctuation of her energy, was rife with flaws. Too slow and too rigid. Zhang Ling felt her confidence wane. From initial assurance to astonishment, and now to despair. The speed she prided herself on, the swordplay she had diligently honed for a decade, had become a mockery before her opponent. No matter how she accelerated or altered her techniques, he stood like an insurmountable mountain or an unfathomable sea. She could distinctly sense that he was not taking her seriously. That effortless, cat-and-mouse demeanor was far more humiliating than being struck down by a single blow. Zhang Ling cried out, her discontent and pride erupting in that moment. She channeled all her energy into the long sword in her hand. Dozens of afterimages merged into one, the unity of sword and wielder. A radiant blade of light, shining to the utmost brilliance, tore through the air with unwavering resolve, aimed straight at Wang Ping'an's heart. This was her strongest strike. Faced with this all-out assault, Wang Ping'an finally made a significant move. He stepped lightly to the left, just a single step. The blade of light, reaching its peak velocity, narrowly missed his chest. The immense inertia caused Zhang Ling to stumble, exposing a gaping flaw. In that instant, Wang Ping'an's calm, almost languid voice resonated clearly in her ears. Your swordplay is commendable, but your footwork and swordsmanship are disconnected. Power rises from the ground. Your foundation is unstable. Boom. These two statements struck with greater force than any tempestuous punch, landing heavily upon Zhang Ling's consciousness. She stood frozen, her long sword clattering to the ground. The disconnection between footwork and swordplay, the foundation lacking stability. This was the very dilemma that had plagued her for 2 long years. Her father, the head of the Zhang family, along with the elders, had merely pointed out her impatience and weak foundation, yet no one had ever pinpointed the core issue as Wang Ping'an had, so incisively. A single phrase awakened her from her slumber. She stood there in a daze, her mind replaying Wang Ping'an's seemingly simple, yet profoundly insightful steps in martial arts. So this is how it is. I have been mistaken all along. She lifted her gaze, her expression a complex tapestry of shock, shame, and confusion, ultimately transforming into a deep-seated admiration. Zhang Ling took a step back and bowed deeply to Wang Pingyan, her movements precise and solemn. I concede defeat. Thank you for your guidance. Without even retrieving the sword from the ground, she turned and gracefully descended the arena. The entire process was devoid of any superfluous delay. The gymnasium fell into an eerie silence once more. Everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. Is this it? What just happened? Wang Pingyan merely took a step and moved his lips, and yet his opponent conceded defeat of her own volition? What manner of trickery is this? Is this a fixed match? The commentator stared open-mouthed, unable to utter a single word. After years in the profession, he had never witnessed such an extraordinary event. It was not until the referee repeatedly confirmed that Zhang Ling had vacated the arena that he seemed to awaken from his stupor, announcing in a voice filled with uncertainty. The winner of this match is Wang Pingyan. A clamor erupted. The audience was in an uproar. A conspiracy. It must be a conspiracy. How much did the Wang family pay the Zhang family? This performance is far too contrived. What is going on? Can someone explain this to me? The crowd was thrown into chaos, with voices of skepticism, accusations, and confusion rising and falling. Only a select few true experts discerned the underlying truths. In the Wang family's viewing area, the elder Wang Taizhan, with his perpetually icy demeanor, rarely revealed any emotion, yet a flicker of astonishment crossed his face. Such terrifying insight into martial arts. He slowly uttered a few words. To be able to suppress a third-grade beginner martial artist merely with one's aura is astounding. Now, he has also articulated another's martial arts bottleneck. This youth's realm has far exceeded what is expected at his age. While his fist's lethal power is indeed formidable, it is his perspective and control that are truly terrifying. The surrounding elders nodded in agreement, their gazes towards Wang Pingyan filled with admiration and pride. They recognized that the fifth Qilin of the Wang family was indeed deserving of his title. The competition continued, and Wang Pingyan effortlessly advanced to the semifinals. Soon, the list of matchups for the semifinals appeared on the central screen. Arena 1, Wang Pingyan, Wang family, vs Chen Fei, Chen family. Upon the announcement of this matchup, the noise generated by the previous match instantly subsided. All eyes converged on the two youths in the contestants' area. One was the Wang family's Qilin, who had obliterated his opponents with absolute dominance. The other was Chun family's top genius, who had similarly advanced with an undefeated record from the opposite half. As Wang Pingyan descended the arena, he prepared to head to the resting area for a drink. Just as he reached the entrance of the contestants' passage, a figure blocked his path. It was Chen Fei. He stood there, seemingly waiting for quite some time. The arrogance and disdain that had characterized his expression the previous night were now replaced by an unprecedented gravity. He gazed at Wang Pingyan. The fear he had felt under invisible pressure the night before, and the shock of witnessing Wang Pingyan's guidance to Zhang Ling intertwining within him, ultimately transforming into an overwhelming battle intent. Chen Fei fixed his gaze on Wang Pingyan, each word emerging as though squeezed through clenched teeth. In the semifinals, I will make you witness the true power of the Chen family's raging wave fist. Every word of Chen Fei's declaration was imbued with determination. Wang Pingyan merely regarded him calmly, as if observing a stubborn child. This tranquility pierced deeper than any taunt could. Very well. Wang Pingyan responded with a single word before sidestepping past him towards the contestants' resting area. In that fleeting moment of brushing past, Chen Fei could even catch a hint of the faint, fragrant scent of body wash mingled with a trace of sweetness akin to lollipops emanating from Wang Pingyan. This was the very person who had, in an incomprehensible manner, trampled upon his and his comrade's dignity the night before. This was the same individual who had strolled leisurely on the arena, effortlessly guiding Zhang Ling, causing the talented girl from the Zhang family to willingly concede defeat. And now, he didn't even possess the interest to spare Chen Fei a second glance. A wave of humiliation and resentment surged within Chen Fei, transforming into a more ferocious battle intent that blazed within his chest. He did not look back, but directed his words at Wang Pingyan's retreating figure, enunciating each syllable with intensity. You wait. That night, at the Chen family estate, the study was brightly lit. Chen family patriarch Chen Jianhai pushed an antique jade box toward his son, Chen Fei. This is the blood fury pill. Chen Jianhai's movements were deliberate as he opened the box, revealing a pill the size of a longan, entirely crimson, as if blood coursed within. A fierce and scorching aura instantly filled the study. Consume it, and within half an hour, your vitality can be forcibly elevated by 30%. Enough for you to touch the threshold of the third-grade mid-level. Chen Fei's breath quickened. The power of the third-grade mid-level. However, Chen Jianhai's tone shifted. After the effects wear off, the violent force of the pill will backlash against your meridians, and for 3 months, Your cultivation will progress, not a single inch. Chun Fei's hand, reaching for the jade box, hovered in midair. He looked at his father, observing the complex emotions etched on his father's face: compassion, anticipation, and a reckless desperation. Father, is it worth it for a Wang Pingyan? Not for him. Chun Jianhai slammed his hand on the table. It is for your cousin Wang Wei. It is for our Chun family. Why should he, a worthless Wang Pingyan, attain the title of Qilin through mere enlightenment while your cousin, who works so hard, is left beneath him? You cannot lose this battle. At all costs, you must pull him down from that position. Chun Fei fell silent. Images of Wang Pingyan's indifferent and languid face flooded his mind, along with the suffocating pressure from the previous night and the composure he exuded while pointing the way in the arena. A wave of helplessness washed over him. Even with the blood fury pill, can I truly win? As if perceiving his son's wavering resolve, Chun Jianhai continued, I have arranged everything. All the media in Guangshan City have already accepted our payment. Tomorrow, regardless of victory or defeat, they will report extensively that Wang Pingyan used banned substances to achieve his current strength. Even if you lose, we will ensure that he is utterly disgraced. That Qilin title will become a tremendous joke. Chun Fei trembled. He gazed at the blood-red pill, then at his father's face twisted by jealousy and resentment. After a long moment, he slowly clenched the blood fury pill tightly in his hand. At the Wang family's villa, in the living room, Wang Xinyuan paced back and forth, nearly crushing his personal terminal in his grip. This is too much. This is utterly outrageous. What nonsense about banned substances, what crooked ways. These media outlets that have taken bribes, I will have my lawyer sue them into bankruptcy tomorrow. Online, the smear campaign against Wang Pingyan had already reached a fever pitch. A series of maliciously edited images and exaggerated reports have portrayed Wang Pingyan as a despicable scoundrel who has only reached his current standing through the use of banned substances and familial influence. Yu Xiao, seated nearby, wore a worried expression as she gazed at her son. Pingyan, this won't affect your competition tomorrow, will it? What impact could it possibly have? Wang Pingyan replied leisurely while savoring the fierce beast bone soup his mother had prepared, exuding an air of nonchalance as if he were not the target of the online vitriol. He set down the bowl, dabbed his mouth with a tissue, and said, Dad, there's no need to be upset over such trivial matters. Trivial? Wang Xinyuan retorted, his anger causing his beard to bristle. They are tarnishing your reputation. Reputation? Wang Pingyan chuckled, rising to his feet. Rest assured, Dad. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracies are mere jokes. The more they act up now, the harder they will fall tomorrow. His words, though delivered calmly, were imbued with an undeniable confidence. Both Wang Xinyuan and Yu Xiao were taken aback. They observed their son's straightened posture and the tranquil expression on his face, and their anger and worry gradually subsided. I'm full. I'm going to sleep. Wang Pingyan declared with a yawn. I need to rise early to witness my championship victory. With that, he ambled upstairs, leaving Wang Xinyuan and Yu Xiao exchanging glances in the living room. Ding. Host, you have truly elevated your game. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy is a mere jest. I feel compelled to reward you with a copy of the actor's self-cultivation. The system chimed cheekily in his mind. Wang Pingyan lay in bed, too lazy to even open his eyes. What a waste of energy points for such trivial matters. It's just Chun Fei. I don't need to unleash my full potential. Sleep beckoned. The next day, the Guangshan City Sports Center was packed to the brim. The atmosphere on finals day reached a fever pitch. The rumors surrounding Wang Pingyan had spread throughout the city overnight. The audience was clearly divided into two factions. One fervently believed in Wang Pingyan's capabilities, while the other, mired in skepticism, looked upon his section with disdain, eagerly anticipating his exposure at the hands of the righteous Chun Fei. Amidst this complex and fervent atmosphere, both Wang Pingyan and Chun Fei stepped onto the grand stage for the final showdown. As soon as Chun Fei arrived, an overwhelming aura, even more potent than the day before, erupted forth. His eyes burned crimson, his blood surging violently due to the effects of the drugs, radiating a dangerously unstable energy. He fixed his gaze on Wang Pingyan, each word dripping with venom. Wang Pingyan, today, I shall unveil the mask of this so-called genius before all of Guangshan City. His roar echoed through the venue, inciting a chorus of support from his followers. In the face of this aggressive declaration, Wang Pingyan merely extended his pinky finger, casually digging at his ear. He blew dust that wasn't there from his fingertip and lazily responded, You talk too much. Are you ready? I have a dinner to get back to. The crowd erupted. How audacious. This guy is incredibly bold. Even on the brink of defeat, he dares to act smug. Chun Fei, take him down. Show him why flowers bloom. The referee, positioned between the two, felt his scalp tingle. He glanced at the intensified Chen Fei and then at the still yawning Wang Ping'an. Taking a deep breath, he raised his right hand high and then brought it down with force. The finals begin. With the referee's signal, Chen Fei unleashed a guttural roar, his energy surging without restraint, completely detonating. The special alloy arena beneath him groaned under the strain, leaving two distinct footprints. He channeled all his strength, anger, and dissatisfaction into this earth-shattering punch. Chapter 28. The humiliation of a single-finger raging tide fist. The signature technique of the Chen family. Under the influence of the blood-boosting elixir, the power of this punch far surpassed the limits of a third-grade beginner martial artist. The wind from the punch surged forth, a visible white shockwave spiraling outward from Chen Fei's fist, enveloping half the arena in a tempest of heat and fury. The audience felt a blast of hot air, with those in the front row struggling to keep their eyes open. The atmosphere was thick with an overwhelming, destructive energy. This was the true essence of the Chen family's raging tide fist. Each punch cascaded like waves, seemingly endless. The commentator's voice boomed through the PA system. Chen Fei's punch was likely approaching the power of a mid-level third-grade fighter. Wang Ping'an was in danger. In the online livestream, those who had derided Wang Ping'an as a mere drug user were now in a frenzy. Did you see that? This is true power. Take down that Wang. Show him what genius truly is. Chen Fei is magnificent, the pride of Guangshan City. In the Chen family's viewing area, Chuan Jianhai leaned forward, unable to contain his excitement and satisfaction. This will do. Even if this punch doesn't kill Wang Ping'an, it will surely leave him injured, as long as he bleeds. The rumors of drug use will be half confirmed. However, just as the fist capable of shattering armor was about to collide with Wang Ping'an's face, he moved. He did not evade. He did not block. He didn't even withdraw his left hand from his pocket. Under the incredulous gaze of tens of thousands in the arena and billions online, he simply raised his right hand slowly and extended a single index finger, a pale, slender finger that appeared almost frail. He pointed nonchalantly at the roaring fist that was hurtling toward him. Madness. This was the singular thought that flashed through everyone's mind at that moment. To meet the full force of a third-grade fighter with a single finger? This was suicide. Yu Xiao's heart skipped a beat, instinctively covering her mouth, unable to bear witness. Wang Xianyuan stood up, tense with anxiety. Only a few elders of the Wang family remained unfazed, some even lifting their teacups to sip nonchalantly. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment. The massive, blood-fueled fist and the unremarkable finger finally met. There was no earth-shattering crash as anticipated, nor the sound of bones fracturing. A muted thud, barely perceptible, echoed. Chen Fei's fist came to an abrupt halt. The moment halted, mere centimeters from Wang Ping'an's nose. All the immense strength capable of breaking mountains and stirring monstrous waves vanished into thin air upon making contact with that singular finger, leaving no trace of response. How could this be? His mind was a blank slate. Then, he caught a glimpse of golden light. At the tip of Wang Ping'an's slender finger, a barely perceptible stream of golden vitality flowed gracefully. This gold was so pure, so refined, imbued with an essence of eternal resilience, impervious to destruction. The unmoved king of light. The passive effect activated, enhancing all attributes of defense by 300. The indestructible effect allowed him to convert damage not exceeding 30 into his own vitality upon being struck. Wang Ping'an could even feel a gentle warmth radiating from his fingertip, merging with his own life force. Although faint, this sensation was undeniably pleasant. The system's voice echoed in his mind, as irreverent as ever, expressing awe at his finger's allure, suggesting the addition of a KTV hit titled One Finger Divine Skill. Wang Ping'an dismissed it with indifference. The arena was engulfed in an eerie silence. The commentator gaped, rendered speechless. The previously frenetic barrage of comments in the live stream had vanished in an instant. Everyone stared blankly at the still image on the big screen, questioning their own senses. After a brief, stunned silence, Chen Fei erupted in a desperate, frantic roar, fueled by extreme fear and disbelief. He refused to accept it. This had to be an illusion. He demanded to break through. Retracting his fist, every muscle in his body tensed anew, his vitality burning more fiercely, transforming him into a volcano on the verge of eruption. The angered wave fist. The second strike. The fourth strike. Each punch came faster and heavier than the last. A tempest of fists that completely engulfed Wang Ping'an. The entire arena trembled violently under the weight of his relentless assault, groaning under the strain. Yet, regardless of how frenzied and dense his attacks became, Wang Ping'an remained steadfast, not retreating an inch. His outstretched finger showed no signs of wavering. Each collision between fist and finger produced a dull, faint sound, deepening Chun Fei's despair with every impact. He felt as if he were not attacking a person, but rather futilely battering against an indestructible wall with his own flesh and blood. The audience was utterly mesmerized. This was no longer a competition. It was a humiliation. A single finger had thwarted the relentless onslaught of a third-tier martial artist. Was this something a human could achieve? The participants in the spectator area murmured incoherently, trembling uncontrollably. In the Chun family viewing section, Chun Jinhai had lost all color in his face, slumped in his seat, muttering repeatedly, "Impossible, this cannot be." The effects of the drug were rapidly waning. Chun Fei's attack slowed, the force behind his punches diminishing. His crimson eyes gradually regained clarity, replaced by an overwhelming sense of confusion and emptiness. Finally, he came to a halt, exhausted, drenched in sweat, gasping heavily, his chest heaving. He gazed at the boy across from him, who had not altered his stance even once, his fingers still suspended in the air, pale and unscathed. In that moment, his martial spirit was irrevocably shattered. At that instant, Wang Ping's still finger moved. He flicked it lightly towards Chun Fei, the gesture gentle, almost teasing. A force, soft yet irresistible, struck precisely at Chun Fei's forehead. With a soft sound, Chun Fei let out a muffled groan, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed backward. Thud! He fell onto the hard arena floor, unconscious. The arena remained in dead silence. The drop of a pin could be heard. Everyone was completely captivated by this dramatic and impactful scene. The referee was the first to react, sprinting onto the stage to swiftly check Chun Fei's condition. There were no visible injuries. His breathing was steady. He had merely fainted. The referee stood, casting a profound glance at the boy who was retracting his finger, appearing as though he could finally return home for dinner. He raised Wang Ping's arm with all his might, bellowing the already foregone conclusion. The victor, the champion, Wang Ping. The roar reverberated like the detonation of a nuclear bomb. The previously silent gymnasium was instantly drowned in a cacophony of cheers and shouts. Champion! Champion! One Punch Man! One Punch Man! Wang Ping. All the rumors regarding performance-enhancing drugs and malicious slanders were obliterated in that moment by sheer strength. Those who had viciously critiqued him online wished they could vanish into the earth. Meanwhile, the fans who had supported Wang Ping from the start were engulfed in the most profound jubilation. In the VIP section, Yu Xiu embraced Wang Xinyuan, laughing and crying simultaneously. The elders of the Wang family stroked their beards, their faces blossoming with smiles. This child shall be the fifth Qilin of our Wang family. Standing at the center of the arena, Wang Ping listened to the thunderous cheers, somewhat helplessly digging at his ears. It was too loud. All he wanted was to return home. At that moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. The enormous metal dome above the gymnasium began to slowly part with a heavy mechanical sound. A thick, golden beam of light descended from above, enveloping the entire final stage. Within this sacred and imposing light, an immense and majestic silhouette gradually took form. It was an elder clad in an ancient robe, standing stoically with an indescribable terrifying pressure enveloping the entire city of Guangshan. All martial artists throughout the city, regardless of their location, felt an overwhelming sense of absolute suppression emanating from the very essence of life, turning their gazes toward the city's center in shock. The roaring applause within the gymnasium abruptly ceased. Everyone stared in horror at the divine figure within the light. The Wang family's law elder, Wang Taizhan, and others stood in unison upon seeing that silhouette, bowing respectfully in its direction. Welcome, ancestor. Wang Ping stared at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure, bewildered. Grandfather? What brings him here? Chapter 29. My grandson, who dares to move that venerable ninth-rank grandmaster, Wang Qi? This revelation detonated like a nuclear bomb within the minds of all present. Wang Ping gazed at that familiar yet strange figure, momentarily stunned. Grandfather? What brings him here? Why such a grand spectacle? A warning blared in his mind, alerting him to the detection of an extraordinary energy reaction, the energy level incomprehensible, the threat level off the charts. The system suggested he immediately adopt the 360-degree Thomas kneeling position to beg for mercy. After all, it was his grandfather. So there was nothing to fear. The system continued, commenting that Wang Qi's entrance was far more impressive than his own ability to send opponents flying with a mere flick of his finger. Wang Ping retorted, "Be quiet." On the podium, Li Weiguo, the mayor of Guangshan City and a 6th-rank Sanjiao master, had already risen, adjusting his attire. He wore a face filled with a reverence bordering on humility, preparing to greet the Grandmaster. Yet, as he took a step forward, he froze in place. He realized that the gaze of the 1,000-meter Dharma form did not linger on him for even a millisecond. Those eyes, seemingly containing the birth and demise of stars, transcended everyone, landing directly on the Chun family's viewing area. There was no anger, no murderous intent, only a chilling indifference, akin to the contempt one might feel for mere ants. In the Chun family's viewing area, the patriarch Chun Jianhai felt as though his blood had turned to ice upon locking eyes with that gaze. The color drained from his face at a visible speed, turning as pale as paper, his body trembling violently. With great difficulty, he swallowed, his throat parched as though it were on fire. Then, Wang Qi spoke. His voice was not loud, even somewhat bland, yet it resonated with an undeniable authority, echoing within the very souls of the crowd. I, Wang Ping'an, a prodigy of remarkable talent, have been unanimously recognized by the elder council of my family as the fifth Qilin son of the Wang clan from this day forth. The declaration was definitive. All previous online rumors branding Wang Ping'an as a worthless good-for-nothing now appeared utterly ludicrous in light of this proclamation. The recognition from the Wang family itself as the fifth Qilin son carried enough weight to crush any other family in Guangshan City. In the VIP section, Yu Xiu was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in her eyes as she covered her mouth, fearful of breaking into sobs. Wang Xianyuan straightened his back, his chest swelling with pride, nearly bursting with elation. As the audience remained enraptured in shock, Wang Qi's tone abruptly shifted, growing frigid. My grandson, Wang Qi, does not require the petty and despicable acts of small-minded individuals to besmirch his name. Before Qin Jianhai could react, an invisible chill surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, causing him to collapse helplessly to the ground. It was over. Those two words echoed in his mind. Wang Qi's Dharma form did not acknowledge the crumpled figure on the floor, but continued with an unwavering tone. Qin Jianhai, do you truly believe I am unaware of the slander you have spread online? This statement was tantamount to publicly branding the Qin family with disgrace. As Qin Jianhai lay on the ground, trembling even more violently, he attempted to speak, to plead for mercy, but found his vocal cords silenced, unable to produce a single sound. He could only watch, helplessly, as the divine-like form loomed above him, listening to the judgment descending from the heavens. Wang Qi offered no chance for the Qin family to defend themselves. His voice thundered like a decree of judgment across the skies of Guangshan City. From this day forward, all enterprises under the Wang family's banner shall terminate all commercial collaborations with the Qin family. This proclamation wielded more lethal force than any martial technique. The heads of the surrounding families, fully aware of the implications, gasped collectively. The Wang family's enterprises sprawled throughout the Xianyuan star system, representing a colossal presence on the blue planet. Over 70% of Guangshan City's economic lifeblood was either directly or indirectly tied to the Wang family. To terminate all cooperation was not merely a warning. It was akin to pinning a chicken to the ground and plucking its feathers clean while it was still alive. A wave of sympathy washed over the onlookers as they cast pitying glances toward the Qin family's viewing area. The Qin family was finished. Yet, the moment was not over. Wang Qi paused, his cold gaze sweeping across all the family viewing areas in attendance. Every family head who met his gaze felt as if they had been stripped bare, cast into an eternal ice cavern, chilled to the bone. Those who harbored ulterior motives felt a cold sweat break out, desperately lowering their heads, afraid to meet that gaze. Anyone associated with the Qin family shall be regarded as an enemy of the Wang family. This final declaration etched itself into the very souls of all present, a permanent mark of the ninth-rank Grandmaster's authority. This was the dominance of the top-tier families in the Xianyuan new system of the Human Federation. As his words reverberated, the overwhelming pressure that had engulfed the city dissipated. The 1,000-meter golden Dharma form transformed into shimmering specks of light, gradually vanishing into the air as if it had never existed. The dome above the arena closed once more, the lights reigniting. Yet, the entire venue remained steeped in silence. Everyone was still entranced by the divine spectacle that had just unfolded, unable to extricate themselves from its grasp. Wang Ping'an stood upon the stage, rubbing his brow in exasperation. Was it all settled? Could the awards now be presented? If he lingered any longer, his mother's soup would surely grow cold. Amidst this peculiar silence, a sudden, jarring buzzing sound erupted, piercing the stillness. All eyes instinctively turned toward the source. There, in the Qin family's viewing area, the crumpled Qin Jianhai, pale as death, had a personal terminal on his wrist vibrating violently, the screen inundated with an array of messages and calls. Chapter 30, The Fall of the Tree. The scatter of its offspring, the personal terminal on Qin Jianhai's wrist vibrated, as if cursed by a deathly spell, producing a frantic buzz. In the hushed arena, the sound was sharp enough to induce panic. The first communication request came from his largest business partner, Lu Tian, chairman of the Tian Phone Group. Chen Jinhai trembled, grasping at the last shred of hope as he answered the call. The holographic display illuminated, revealing Lu Tian's typically warm, smiling face, now devoid of any mirth. Mr. Chen, Lu Tian began, his tone cutting through the air. Our company has decided to unilaterally terminate all cooperative agreements with the Chen family effective immediately. Chen Jinhai's mind went blank, a ringing echo resounding in his ears. Mr. Lu, please let me explain. There has been a misunderstanding. There is no misunderstanding, Lu Tian interrupted, providing no opportunity for defense. According to the contract, the penalty for breach amounts to 730 million federal coins. A notice from our legal department will be sent to your email in 3 minutes. You would do well to prepare. Before Chen Jinhai could respond, the call was abruptly ended, the holographic display extinguishing into darkness. Chen Jinhai stood there, dazed, raising his wrist as if all the bones in his body had been extracted. Before he could recover from this heavy blow, a red email notification, marked urgent, violently occupied his entire screen. The sender, Guangshan First Federal Bank. The subject, notice of emergency downgrade of your company's credit rating and loan freeze. Boom. A second blow followed in quick succession. As if on cue, alarms blared. The stock price of Chen's Industries has plummeted to the limit. Notification. Hongfa Logistics announces the termination of all transportation services for the Chen family. Email. Jinyuan Mining declares the immediate cessation of raw material supplies to Chen's smelting plant. One piece of news after another, one communication request after another, triggered a chain reaction akin to the first snowflake that leads to an avalanche. Jinhai, are you alright? A familiar communication request came through. It was Zhang Dli, the head of the Zhang family, who had been on friendly terms with him and had shared drinks just 3 days prior. A flicker of hope rose in Chen Jinhai's heart. He hastily answered the call. Dli, you have to help me. The Wang family is trying to put me to death. Ah, Jinhai, I am powerless in this matter, Zhang Dli sighed, appearing helpless. The Wang family's ancestor has personally spoken. Who would dare to touch this bad luck? I'm only looking out for you. Your family's assets are now a hot potato. It would be better to sell quickly and retain some capital to make a comeback. Chen Jinhai was taken aback. What do you mean? Zhang Dli's true intentions surfaced, revealing the shrewdness characteristic of a businessman. I'll buy 30 of Chen Industries shares at a discounted price. I know it's low, but under the current circumstances, no one else dares to take over. Consider it, Jinhai. 30%. This was not merely kicking him while he was down. It was gnawing at his bones and drinking his blood. He coughed violently, a stream of blood erupting from his throat, splattering on the floor, creating a horrifying scarlet stain. Jinhai, don't be agitated. It's just business, Zhang Dli said. But Chen Jinhai could no longer bear to listen and abruptly hung up the call. He looked around, and those family representatives who had once been on good terms with him were either lowering their heads pretending not to see him or casting distant glances filled with pity and schadenfreude. When the walls collapse, everyone pushes. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The ancients truly did not deceive me. Chen Jinhai. A loud shout came from behind. A distant elder of the Chen family, Chen Jianjun, could no longer care about face. He pointed an accusing finger at Chen Jinhai and scolded him fiercely. Look at the mess you've made. Because of your ridiculous jealousy, your useless son, and that nephew who's playing dead now, you've doomed the entire Chen family. Chen Jinhai's lips trembled, unable to utter a word. What do you mean what? Another elder stood up, his face filled with anger. From now on, you are no longer the patriarch of the Chen family. We will convene a family meeting immediately to expel your line from the main family. Perhaps this way, we can still seek a glimmer of mercy from the Wang family. Exactly. Drive him out. He has harmed us all. Others from the Chen family in the viewing area joined in the accusations, their shouts like needles piercing Chen Jinhai's ears. Power struggles, internal collapse. Everything unfolded so swiftly and decisively. Patriarch, look online. A young member of the family handed him a personal terminal. The media that had previously accepted dirty money from the Chen family, frantically smearing Wang Pingyuan, had now turned their guns to show loyalty to the Wang family. Shocking. Unveiling the bloody debts behind the Chen family's rise in Guangshan. Collusion between officials and businessmen, extortion and market bullying, the black gold empire of the Chen family. Exclusive report. Chen family's young master Chen Fei's campus bullying led to a classmate's death. Each article was sharper than knives. They unearthed all the Chen family's dark secrets over decades, even fabricating tales if necessary. The public opinion online completed a 180-degree reversal in just a few minutes. The Chen family had become the pariah of society. On the other side of the arena, in the Wang family's VIP section. The storm outside seemed to have no effect here. Ping'an, what do you want to eat tonight? Mom will make it for you, Yu Xiu said with a radiant smile, affectionately adjusting her son's collar. Anything Mom makes is delicious. Wang Ping'an paused and added, but I want braised dragon carp. Great. Mom will order the freshest one right away. Yu Xiu smiled broadly. The three of them were discussing their dinner menu in the spotlight, as if the earth-shattering events and the impending doom of the Qin family were merely a drama unrelated to them. This tranquility and warmth formed the sharpest and most brutal contrast to the Chun family's sorrowful viewing area. Chun Jianhai, lost and dejected, lifted his head. His gaze pierced through the bustling crowd, through countless complex glances, finally locking onto the youthful figure laughing with his parents. That young man appeared carefree, even yawning, seemingly indifferent to his recent victory. He seemed entirely unconcerned that with a single word, a family was crumbling. Regret, fear, and a hint of intense envy, one that he himself had not yet realized. Why? Why could he possess all of this? In the depths of endless despair and unwillingness, Chun Jianhai suddenly made a move that no one expected. He struggled to rise from the cold floor, then bent down and dragged the unconscious Chun Fei from the stretcher, hoisting him over his shoulder like a lifeless dog. One step, another step. He trudged forward, each step heavy, laboriously making his way toward the radiant viewing area of the Wang family. Chapter 31. A million reward. All eyes converged on the staggering figure. Chun Jianhai, the once confident patriarch of the Qin family, who could stir the ground in Guangshan, now resembled a wild dog stripped of its spine. He struggled to carry his unconscious son, each step excruciatingly difficult. The distance from the lifeless Qin family viewing area to the Wang family's resplendent VIP section was a mere 100 meters, yet it felt like an insurmountable chasm. Inside the arena, the deafening cheers had long since ceased. Thousands of gazes, mingled with pity, mockery, schadenfreude, or mere curiosity, converged into an invisible pressure, weighing heavily on Chun Jianhai. Each step felt like stepping on red-hot iron. Each step crushed the remnants of his dignity. Finally, he arrived. He reached the invisible boundary before the Wang family's VIP section. The smiles on Wang Xianyuan and Yu Xiu's faces faded, replaced by a complex indifference. Thud. A muffled sound. Chun Jianhai's knees buckled, and he knelt down. He released his grip, allowing the unconscious Chun Fei to slump to the side, then brought his forehead down forcefully against the cold, hard ground. Bang. The sound was both dull and clear, causing many present to feel a jolt in their hearts. Xianyuan. Chun Jianhai's voice was hoarse, laden with deep sorrow. I was wrong. I am not human. I am a beast. It is my greed that has clouded my judgment, leading me to commit this heinous act. Bang, bang, bang. He cried out in anguish, fervently knocking his head against the ground, his smooth forehead quickly becoming swollen and seeping blood. This is all my fault. It has nothing to do with my son Qin Fei or the rest of the Qin family. I implore you, I plead with the Wang family. For the sake of our years of diligence, spare the Qin family this time. I, Chun Jianhai, am willing to atone with my life. Tears streamed down his face, completely devoid of the demeanor of a family head, reduced to a pitiful creature begging for mercy for his family. Wang Ping'an stood on the platform, observing this scene with growing impatience, muttering under his breath, is this going to go on forever? I'm waiting to receive my award and go home for dinner. The system's voice resonated in his mind at that moment. Host, behold the essence of humanity. Had it been known, would it have been necessary to proceed this way? Nonetheless, one can tell from the intensity of those bows that he has practiced, it appears quite professional. Wang Xianyuan glanced at the kneeling and disheveled Chun Jianhai. His lips moved as if he wished to say something. After all, they were relatives, but witnessing the other's pitiful state stirred a flicker of compassion within him. Just then, the silent law elder Wang Taizhan subtly shook his head at Wang Xianyuan. That flicker of compassion vanished in an instant. He understood the elder's implication. One must eradicate the root of the problem. The authority of the Wang family would not tolerate provocation nor compassion. He straightened his clothing and looked down at the bloodied figure still knocking his head against the ground, speaking in an emotionless tone, "Get lost." That single word seemed to drain Chun Jianhai of all his strength. His movements froze, his whole being petrified, blood trickling from his forehead down his nose, drop by drop onto the ground. Despair. Utter, complete despair. He realized that the Wang family would grant him no chances. The Qin family was truly finished. Soon, security personnel rushed onto the scene, dragging the dazed Chun Jianhai and the unconscious Chun Fei away like dead dogs. The farce had finally come to an end. Mayor Li Weigua, witnessing the scene, quickly straightened his appearance, wearing a warm smile as he hurried onto the platform. Ha ha ha, Truly, heroes emerge in youth. He warmly shook Wang Pingin's hand. On behalf of the Guangshan city government and all 50 million citizens, I extend my most heartfelt congratulations to you. You have not only won honor for Guangshan City, but you have also set a shining example for all young martial artists in Guangshan. Li Weiguo's praises flowed like water, seemingly unending. Wang Pingin merely smiled politely, his thoughts drifting to the braised dragon carp his mother would prepare that evening. After a lengthy official speech, they finally reached the most exhilarating part of the awards ceremony. 2 staff members clad in formal attire approached the platform, carrying a large tray covered with red cloth. Li Weiguo stepped forward, took a deep breath, and dramatically pulled back the red cloth. Wow! The crowd erupted in astonishment once more. On one side of the tray lay neatly arranged, shimmering spiritual crystals, radiating a rich energy that made all martial artists feel invigorated. On the other side rested an exquisite key made of special metal and a gilded property certificate. I hereby announce, Li Weiguo declared into the microphone, his voice booming across the city. The champion of this youth martial arts competition, Wang Pingin, shall receive a reward of 100 low-level spiritual crystals provided by the Guangshan city government and the Martial Artists Association, as well as a luxurious villa located at the top of the Sky City, sponsored by the Tian Ding Group. 100 low-level spiritual crystals. According to market value, that amounted to a staggering 1 million federal coins. For an ordinary family, this was an unattainable fortune. The villa, even more so, was priceless. Sky City was the most prestigious floating residential area in Guangshan City. Only the wealthy or noble could reside there, and the value of a top-floor villa was beyond measure. Countless eyes turned red with envy as they gazed upon the mountain of rewards on the platform. Fame and fortune. This was the treatment of a champion. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Wang Pingin accepted the resource box containing the 100 spiritual crystals. He weighed it in his hands before casually handing it to his mother, Yu Xiao, who had come up on stage. Mom, take this. Yu Xiao accepted the box. Unable to contain her pride, her smile radiant. This scene incited wild envy among many. After the award ceremony concluded, Wang Pingin prepared to leave with his parents to enjoy his celebratory dinner. However, a figure silently appeared before him. It was the law elder of the Wang family, Wang Taizhan. His perpetually icy countenance bore a hint of respect at this moment. Wang Taizhan bowed slightly to Wang Pingin. Young Master Pingin, the ancestor has commanded that you return to the main house with us immediately. Time is of the essence. Chapter 32. Wang Family Tian. Due within the Wang family's VIP section, the atmosphere was a stark contrast to the raucousness outside. Yu Xiao hurried to her son, adjusting his already pristine collar, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, filled with 1,000 words she couldn't find the beginning for. Pingin Yu. Mom, I'm fine. Wang Pingin smiled, taking his mother's hand. I just played a few matches, it's nothing tiring. Wang Xianyuan approached, puffing out his chest, striving to exude an air of authority as a father, yet the grin stretching across his face betrayed him. He slapped Wang Pingin's shoulder heartily. Good boy. You truly are my son, Wang Xianyuan. Ha. Host, your father's proud demeanor makes one think he himself has won the championship, the system chimed in. I suggest you let him take the stage next time. Wang Pingin dismissed the system's banter with indifference. As the family relished this rare moment of warmth, Law Elder Wang Taizhan approached, bowing slightly to Wang Xianyuan and Yu Xiao. Young Master Xianyuan, Madam Xiao. The ancestor has commanded that young Master Pingin returns to the main house immediately. Time is pressing. Wang Xianyuan's smile faltered momentarily before he nodded. Of course. Matters of importance come first. Yu Xiao's reluctance was evident on her face. She longed to say more, but was restrained by Wang Xianyuan. Dear, our son is a prodigy of the Wang family. He is destined for greatness, and we cannot hold him back. Though Wang Xianyuan spoke with a sense of righteousness, it was clear to all that he too felt the pang of parting. Clearing his throat, he pulled Wang Pingin aside, mysteriously producing a palm-sized, unassuming wooden box from his pocket and pressing it into Wang Pingin's hands. Take this. Father, what is this? Wang Pingin inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice, as he recalled that the prize money for the competition had already been given to his mother. Wang Xianyuan glanced around cautiously, lowering his voice while a trace of pride flickered on his face. This is the private stash I have saved for 10 years. Your mother knows nothing about it. Wang Pingin opened the box, only to find not the promised spirit crystals, but a glossy black crystal card devoid of any markings. Host, relevant information detected. This card contains 100,000 low-grade spirit crystals. Goodness, which landfill did your father empty? 100,000 low-grade spirit crystals? Wang Pingin was taken aback. At the price of 10,000 federal coins per crystal, This amounted to a staggering 1 billion federal coins. He looked at his father's feigned nonchalance, which could not conceal his discomfort. Wang Xianyuan continued to boast, "In my day, I was a well-known figure in the landfills of Blue Star. I extracted this from the wreckage of abandoned starship engines piece by piece. Take this. When you go to the main family, don't embarrass me. Spend freely. We are not short on money. Those little rascals in the main family all have their heads in the clouds. Don't be afraid. If anyone dares to bully you, just throw money at them until they call you father. If you run out of money, just tell me, and I'll get you more." Listening to his father's bravado, warm feelings coursed through Wang Ping'an. All right, enough with the theatrics, big man," he said, waving his hand. Wang Xianyuan turned his head away, unable to look his son in the face. "Hurry, don't keep the elders waiting." Wang Ping'an silently stored the box away. He refrained from uttering any sentimental promises of providing a good life for his father, but he etched this heavy paternal love into his heart. He vowed to ensure that his father would have the means to purchase any game skins he desired without hesitation. After bidding a reluctant farewell to his parents, Wang Ping'an stepped out of the sports arena, accompanied by Wang Taizhan and several elders. Outside, a sleek, dark gold-hued medium-sized flying ship hovered gracefully in the air. The ship bore the emblem of a ferocious Qilin. "Young Master Ping'an, please," Wang Taizhan gestured respectfully. This ultralight speed ship, codenamed Qilin No. 1, was specially assigned to the Qilin offspring of the Wang family. Upon entering the ship, Wang Ping'an was once again struck by the grandeur befitting a top-tier family. Unlike the cramped civilian vessels, the entire cabin felt as spacious as an airborne villa, with plush carpets made from the fur of unknown fierce beasts, soft and silent underfoot. Several service personnel in uniform, with striking features, bowed in greeting, their aura resonating with the power of second-tier martial artists. The ship took off smoothly, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the horizon. Inside the cabin, Wang Taizhan personally poured Wang Ping'an a cup of tea infused with rich spiritual energy. "Young Master Ping'an, our destination is the main city of Blue Star, the Wang family estate, Tiandu." Wang Tieshan's voice was steady and respectful. "Tiandu?" "Indeed," he continued. "Tiandu is not built on the ground, but rather is a floating city crafted by our first-generation martial god ancestor, who extracted primordial magnetic divine stones from the Earth's core using unparalleled might. It hovers 10,000 meters above the main city of Blue Star." Wang Ping'an paused momentarily, holding his teacup. A floating city was far more exhilarating than any luxurious villa in the city center. "Young Master Ping'an, now that you have become a Qilin offspring, there are matters you must be aware of." Wang Tieshan's demeanor grew serious. The Qilin offspring is the highest recognition bestowed by our Wang family upon the most gifted of the younger generation. Each Qilin offspring receives the family's utmost resources for cultivation and enjoys privileges only second to the family head and the elder council. The cultivation resources allotted each month are at least 10 times that of your competition prize. Of course, with rights come responsibilities. Each Qilin offspring will become a pillar of the family, representing it in competition against the talents of the entire Federation and even other star systems. Safeguarding the honor of the Wang family. Wang Taizhan paused, seemingly contemplating his words. "Before you, the family has already had 4 Qilin offspring, Wang Long, Wang Feng, Wang Hu, and Wang Xian. Each has made a name for themselves throughout Blue Star, their abilities unfathomable. As the 5th Qilin offspring, your path ahead will not be smooth." Though the words were veiled, Wang Ping'an understood the underlying message. This was a reminder that fierce competition existed even among the Qilin offspring. He merely nodded in acknowledgement. Competition? It was precisely what he thrived upon. With the system by his side, anyone who dared to compete against him must brace for psychological collapse. The ship sped along rapidly, covering tens of thousands of kilometers in just over half an hour. "Young Master Ping'an, we have arrived." At Wang Tieshan's prompt, Wang Ping'an gazed out the window. The ship was piercing through thick clouds. In the next moment, an indescribably magnificent scene unfolded before him. It was an incredibly vast sky city, with countless palatial structures and celestial abodes floating amidst the sea of clouds, interconnected by jade bridges spanning the horizon. Massive waterfalls cascaded from the heavens, creating vibrant rainbows in the sunlight. Groups of celestial cranes elegantly soared between the palaces, their clear calls echoing in the air. Science fiction and mythology were seamlessly intertwined here, presenting an unparalleled visual spectacle. "Wow, host, this place is incredible. It's far superior to that dilapidated sports arena in Guangshan. Just the location and scenery must cost billions of spirit crystals per square meter." The system's astonishment echoed Wang Ping'an's own sentiments. He had thought he had seen it all. But the sight of Tiandu profoundly shook him. The ship did not dock at the grandest main hall, but rather circled around to the quieter back mountains, where the spiritual energy was most potent. The ancestor has commanded us to take you directly to him, Wang Taizhan explained. The ship gently descended in front of a lush bamboo grove. Wang Ping'an disembarked the gangway. The fresh air mingled with a nearly palpable density of spiritual energy invigorating him. He noticed a figure clad in simple Tang attire, standing with his back to him in front of a nearby waterfall. No longer the towering visage emanating overwhelming power. It was merely an ordinary-looking elder, yet he possessed an aura that melded seamlessly with the essence of the universe. It was his grandfather, Wang Qi. Perhaps sensing the footsteps, Wang Qi slowly turned. His features were identical to those of his formidable visage, yet more authentic. And his once weathered eyes now gleamed with the sharpness of a newly unsheathed sword. As he regarded Wang Ping'an, his first words left Wang Ping'an momentarily speechless. "Young man, show me the strength you have gained recently." Chapter 33. Reunion with grandfather. The bamboo grove was serene, and the waterfall cascaded like a silken thread. The spiritual energy in this section of the Wang family's back mountains was so dense it felt as if it could condense into liquid. Even a single breath felt rejuvenating, invigorating his entire being. Thatched cottages, clear ponds, bamboo chairs. Everything was simple, yet imbued with profound wisdom, embodying the essence of returning to simplicity. This was the secluded retreat of the ninth-tier grandmaster, Wang Qi. Wang Ping'an gazed at the figure clad in a simple Tang suit, feeling a sense of wonder. Not long ago, this was a towering presence, a 1,000-meter-tall Fashang, exerting immense pressure over the city, with the power to determine the fate and honor of entire families with a mere word. Yet now, he appeared merely as a slightly frail old man, standing there as if he were one with the cascading waterfall, the bamboo grove, and the entire expanse of heaven and earth. Wang Qi slowly turned around. His face, identical to that of the Fashang, bore no signs of aging. His eyes were deep and piercing, as if capable of penetrating the human soul. He looked at Wang Ping'an, offering neither greetings nor encouragement. The first words he spoke left Wang Ping'an momentarily stunned. "Young man, demonstrate the strength you have recently acquired." Wang Taizhan and several elders, upon hearing these words, silently retreated 100 meters away, their expressions solemn but tinged with an unmistakable anticipation. They too wished to discern how deeply this newly appointed fifth Kalinzi concealed his capabilities. Wang Ping'an stood still, processing his grandfather's straightforward request. "Demonstrate? How?" As he observed Wang Qi's calm visage, understanding dawned upon him. His victories in the Guangshan City competition had come too easily to the true powerhouses. It must have seemed like child's play. His grandfather wished to personally gauge his abilities before a ninth-tier grandmaster. Any clever tricks or subterfuge would only serve to highlight one's foolishness. If he was to demonstrate, then he would do so thoroughly. A single display that would astonish the old man could save him much trouble in the future. With this thought, Wang Ping'an took a deep breath and respectfully clasped his fists towards Wang Qi. "Grandfather, I must impose upon you." Wang Qi merely nodded slightly, his hands still clasped behind his back, exuding an air of nonchalance. "I observed the exchange competition. You hardly exerted yourself. Now, face me and unleash your most formidable technique with all your might. Let me see how much you have grown." His words were unembellished, yet carried an undeniable authority. Wang Ping'an ceased to hesitate. He slightly parted his feet and sank his body, adopting a preparatory stance. The energy within him surged forth unreservedly in that instant. A wave of scorching energy radiated from him, causing the bamboo leaves on the ground to rustle. Wang Ping'an's right hand slowly rose, fingers splayed. Threads of golden energy surged from his dantian, coursing through his meridians, fervently flooding into his right arm. S-rank martial skill, Zixiao Ben Leizhang. Initiate. Crackling. A sharp sound of electric arcs echoed unexpectedly in the air. Wang Ping'an's entire palm became enveloped in a thin layer of tangible purple lightning. The lightning flickered and danced, emitting a series of unsettling crackles. A devastating, frenzied aura erupted with a thunderous force. Wang Qi, who had maintained an expression of calm, exhibited the first hint of fluctuation in his eyes upon witnessing the purple lightning. From that palm strike, he sensed a faint essence of thunder. This was no mere application of energy. It was an imitation of the power of heaven and earth. Though immature and feeble, it had transcended the realm of ordinary martial arts. This young man, a flicker of astonishment crossed Wang Qi's mind, yet his expression remained impassive. To him, a third-tier novice, even if he had touched upon the threshold of the power of heaven and earth, how formidable could he truly be? He remained poised, ready to effortlessly counter this strike. At that moment, Wang Pingyan had concentrated all his vitality into this palm strike. His eyes widened, and he emitted a low cry. Huh! He struck out. There was no earth-shattering momentum, not even the sound of a breaking wind. The hand, entwined with purple lightning, appeared to move slowly, yet in reality, it was as swift as lightning, aimed squarely at Wang Qi's chest. Where his hand passed, the air distorted, seemingly unable to bear the brunt of that annihilating force. Just as the palm was about to connect with Wang Qi's chest, his expression finally shifted. He sensed within that seemingly unremarkable strike a terrifying destructive force potent enough to threaten a fifth-tier master. This was no longer mere essence. It was genuine, destructive energy, transformed from vitality and imbued with the attributes of thunder. Has this young man lost his mind? Where did he find such vitality to sustain this transformation? Was he not afraid of having his meridians ruptured by this violent energy? Countless thoughts flashed through Wang Qi's mind. He could no longer afford to be careless. His right hand, previously clasped behind his back, shot out like lightning, fingers forming a sword-like gesture, the index and middle fingers aligned, emanating a gentle, jade-like golden radiance. Then, he lightly pointed towards the palm striking towards him. No flashy techniques, no overwhelming momentum. It was simply this straightforward, this casual. When the fingertips finally met the palm, an astonishing scene unfolded. The anticipated thunderous explosion did not occur. The entire bamboo grove fell into an extreme silence, as if even the sound of the waterfall had been severed by this invisible force. Wang Pingyan felt an incomprehensibly gentle, yet irresistible immense power emanating from the opponent's fingertips. His palm, capable of shattering mountains and imbued with destructive thunderous energy, felt as though it had struck an endless ocean of cotton. All its force dissipated, dissolved, and vanished without a trace. Immediately, that gentle power surged through his arm and into his body. Thud, thud, thud. Wang Pingyan involuntarily retreated 7 or 8 steps, each step imprinting deeply into the hard ground. His vitality surged chaotically, a sweetness rising in his throat, yet he forced himself to swallow it back down. He steadied himself, shook his somewhat numb right arm, and looked across at his grandfather, a wry smile gracing his face. The disparity was too great. Was this the strength of a 9th-tier grandmaster? Even his unreserved, all-out strike could not budge him an inch. However, when Wang Pingyan raised his head and beheld Wang Qi's expression, he was taken aback. Wang Qi remained standing in place, his posture unchanged. He had effortlessly neutralized Wang Pingyan's attack, not even stirring his clothing. Yet his face was filled with unprecedented shock and astonishment. He lowered his head, fixating intently on his fingertip. At that gentle, jade-like tip, there now lingered a barely perceptible, charred mark. Though the mark quickly returned to normal under the flow of golden vitality, he had indeed been injured. A mere trace, insignificant enough to not even be considered a surface wound. Yet, his golden body had undeniably been breached by a 3rd-tier martial artist. You, young man. Wang Qi inhaled deeply, seemingly searching for the right words to describe his grandson, but ultimately, he could only utter 3 words. A monstrous talent. Not merely a genius. A monstrous talent. Wang Qi gazed at his inexpensive grandson, his heart stirred by tumultuous waves, yet his face gradually revealed a flicker of ecstatic joy. A treasure has been uncovered. The Wang family is about to produce a true dragon. His satisfaction with Wang Pingyan reached its zenith. The severity on his face vanished, replaced by an unreserved admiration and affection that emanated from his very core. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. He repeated the word thrice, stepping forward to pat Wang Pingyan's shoulder with hearty enthusiasm. Come, let us go meet your uncles and elders, and allow your cousins to become acquainted with you. In high spirits, Wang Qi seized Wang Pingyan and headed towards the main residence. As they exited the bamboo grove of the rear mountain, they encountered a group of Wang family youths clad in resplendent garments, exuding an air of distinction. Leading the group was a young man in his 20s, strikingly handsome and robust, unmistakably a 4th-grade inner master. Upon witnessing Wang Qi affectionately holding the hand of an unfamiliar youth, his face registered surprise. And as he discerned the boy's face and noted his attire, which starkly contrasted the family's style, an intense and nearly uncontainable jealousy flickered across his striking features. He hastened a few steps forward, respectfully greeting Wang Qi, then forced a smile that lacked warmth. Ah, is this not my cousin who has just returned from Guangshan City? Chapter 34, The Battle of the Qilin. Cousin? A question mark materialized in Wang Pingyan's mind. He turned to follow the unfriendly greeting. The young man, in his tailored satin martial attire, stood tall and dignified. His appearance was indeed handsome, yet it bore an unmistakable air of arrogance that marred the overall impression. More crucially, He exuded an unabashed wave of vitality. Robust and refined, he had evidently undergone the transformation from inner breath to circulation. A fourth-grade inner master. And it appeared he had been entrenched in this initial realm for quite some time. Ding. Host, a wild species of lemon spirit has been detected ahead. Classified as Wong family young master, with an acidity level of 78, exhibiting slight provocation and a heightened sense of jealousy. Friendly reminder. This creature has an exceptionally strong desire for attention. Please prepare for potential forced displays of superiority. The system's irreverent notification echoed in Wang Pingin's mind. Wang Pingin, your analysis of this species is rather astute. Wang Qi's smile faded slightly, yet did not vanish entirely. He paused, scrutinizing the young man before glancing at Wang Pingin, introducing him. Pingin, this is your uncle's son, Wang Wei. He then turned to Wang Wei, indicating Wang Pingin. Wang Wei, this is your cousin, Wang Pingin. The introduction was succinct and direct, devoid of any superfluous emotional undertones. Wang Wei bowed respectfully to Wang Qi. Grandson pays respects to grandfather. His demeanor was impeccable, and he maintained a low posture. However, as he straightened up and looked at Wang Pingin again, the jealousy he attempted to suppress seeped through. Nearly palpable. He stepped forward, forcing a smile he deemed congenial. Ah, so you are cousin Pingin. I have long heard of the unparalleled genius that emerged from Guangshan City. Meeting you today, you truly live up to your reputation. He paused, then shifted his tone, adding a hint of mockery. Congratulations, cousin, on becoming the fifth Qilin child of our Wang family. It is indeed a cause for celebration. Speaking of which, we have been dull-witted, laboring for years without receiving such recognition from the family. Yet you, cousin, merely through a moment of enlightenment, have ascended to greatness. Your fortune is truly beyond our reach. With these words, the relatives behind him erupted in low laughter, the sound subtle yet unmistakably laced with derision and disdain. Fortune. He emphasized the two words, his rhetoric laden with traps, insidious and overt. He affixed Wang Pingin's achievements firmly to luck, belittling the stunning epiphany that had captivated the entire Guangshan City, reducing it to mere happenstance. The core implication was singular. You are unworthy of your position. Wang Qi stood silently to the side, observing without uttering a word. His profound gaze held a hint of intrigue. He seemed eager to witness how his grandson, whom he had just deemed extraordinary, would respond to this all too frequent and tedious provocation within the family. How would Wang Pingin react? He did not react. He was even too disinterested to offer an extraneous response. Under Wang Wei's self-satisfied verbal thrusts, Wang Pingin's attention was wholly captured by a peculiar cluster of plants by the roadside. It was a flower he had never encountered before. On a single stem, 7 blossoms of varying hues bloomed: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, resembling a small rainbow swaying gently in the breeze. Oh! Wang Pingin uttered a soft exclamation, as if he had stumbled upon a new world. He completely disregarded Wang Wei and his entourage, moving closer to the cluster of extraordinary flowers, kneeling down to examine them with keen interest. These flowers are intriguing. The concentration of spiritual energy is not high, yet their structure is quite remarkable, capable of differentiating 7 distinct pigment genes within a single plant. He murmured to himself as he observed. In that moment, the atmosphere became palpably tense. Wang Wei's smile froze. The laughter of his companions abruptly ceased. All present stared in disbelief at the youth squatting on the ground, gesturing towards the wildflowers. What is happening? Ignored. This was the most thorough and unmasked form of disregard. It was as if Wang Wei's previously barbed remarks were spoken to the air. No, even the air was treated with more respect. At least it could perceive the vibrations of sound, while Wang Pingin seemed entirely oblivious. Wang Wei's face turned a shade akin to liver, and a surge of uncontrollable rage surged from his core to his forehead. He felt as though he had delivered a weighty blow, expending all his energy, only to strike a mass of cotton. No, a void. The suffocating sense of frustration nearly drove him to madness. Just as he was on the verge of losing his composure, one of his somewhat simple-minded companions could no longer contain himself. Hey, what is your attitude? The companion shouted, pointing at Wang Pingin's back. Young Master Wei is speaking to you. Did you not hear? A country bumpkin from the branch family. Do you not understand the rules of the main family? Another companion immediately chimed in, his voice louder and more shrill. Indeed, a wild brat who has never even returned to the main family has no right to be compared to young Master Wei. And a Qilin child? Truly laughable. I have heard you fought against mere first and second grade waste in that small place of Guangshan City, and having won through sheer luck in the competition, you now believe yourself to be a person of significance? The title of Qilin child pertains to the future and glory of our Wang family. How can it be treated so lightly? I refuse to accept this. The cacophony of jeers and doubts shattered the tranquility of the area. Wang Ping'an remained crouched, not even turning his head. He simply grew somewhat impatient and fished at his ear. It was unbearably noisy. How could one study plants in such an environment? As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, Wang Wei finally regained his composure from the depths of his extreme shame and anger. With a swift motion, he raised his hand to halt the raucous shouting of his followers behind him. Silence, he barked, forcing a facade of magnanimity onto his face. Such insolence is unacceptable. After all, Ping and Tang Di is acknowledged by grandfather as the Qilin Zi. How dare you question him here? Though he appeared to scold his followers, his eyes, ablaze with fury, were fixed on Wang Ping'an's retreating figure. Continue the act. Wang Ping'an rolled his eyes inwardly. This routine of red face and white face was painfully cliched. Finally rising from the ground, he dusted off non-existent dirt from his trousers. He still did not acknowledge Wang Wei, but instead strode directly to Wang Qi's side, wearing an expression of perfectly calibrated confusion. Grandfather, who are they? Your servants? How can they be so rude as to argue loudly in your presence? Servants? The moment those words escaped his lips, the expressions of Wang Wei and his entourage transformed into a vivid spectacle. The colors of their faces rivaled the brilliance of the seven-colored flower Wang Ping'an had just observed. Especially Wang Wei. He felt as though his heart was gripped tightly by an invisible hand. This scoundrel, he dares to call me a servant. A barely perceptible twitch crossed Wang Qi's lips. He gazed deeply at his precious grandson. This rascal is cunning. With a single phrase, he laid bare all the contradictions while extricating himself completely from the situation. Clearing his throat, Wang Qi was about to interject to ease the tension. However, Wang Wei could no longer contain himself. The weight of jealousy and rage ignited within him, provoked by Wang Ping'an's flippant mention of servants. He knew he had to take decisive action today. Otherwise, he, Wang Wei, would become nothing more than a background figure to his cousin who had just returned from the division, a laughingstock of the entire Wang family. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed all his emotions. He turned again to Wang Qi and made a surprising move that caught everyone off guard. He knelt before Wang Qi. Grandfather. Wang Wei's voice rang out, resounding and tragic, imbued with a sense of irrevocable determination. Your grandson is not envious of Ping and Tang Di's meteoric rise, nor would he dare to question your judgment. I simply wish to express my concern that our family's precious resources may be misallocated to a false genius, jeopardizing the future of our Wang family. The weight of the title Qilin Zi is immense. Only a battle-hardened warrior, a talent of extraordinary caliber, can bear such a burden. Only true combat can test the metal. Only through blood and sweat can a true Qilin be forged. His words rang with grandeur and righteousness. Instantly, the voices of the collateral descendants behind him began to echo in agreement. Young Master Wei speaks the truth. The Qilin Zi is not a title earned through luck. We support young Master Wei. A fair duel is necessary. Among the crowd, some young heirs who had merely come to spectate were stirred into a fervor by his rhetoric. Indeed, why should we toil for years, yet remain untouched by the core resources of the main family? This newcomer from the division has merely had a moment of enlightenment and now claims the lofty title of Qilin Zi. It is unjust. As discussions erupted among the crowd, many began to tilt their support toward Wang Wei. The elders standing behind Wang Qi also began to show signs of division. One elder, closely aligned with Wang Wei's father, stroked his beard and spoke, "Old ancestor, while Wang Wei's words may be rash, they are not without merit. The title of Qilin Zi is of great importance. It is wise to exercise caution. Allowing these young men to spar could help young Master Ping and integrate more swiftly into the main family." Another elder concurred. Indeed, it would also allow everyone to witness young Master Ping and's true capabilities, silencing any doubters. The law enforcement elder, Wang Taizhan, frowned deeply. Stepping forward, he declared, "Nonsense. The old ancestor's decision cannot be casually questioned by you. Wang Wei's actions have already crossed the line and warrant severe punishment." The elders supporting Wang Wei immediately retorted, "Elder Taizhan, your words are misguided. Wang Wei acts out of sincere concern for the family. What crime is there in that? Does a descendant of the Wang family not even have the courage to make a suggestion?" As both sides argued fiercely, the atmosphere grew increasingly charged. Throughout it all, Wang Qi remained silent, simply observing the kneeling Wang Wei with a gaze so profound that it was impossible to discern his thoughts. Seeing his grandfather's lack of immediate anger, Wang Wei felt a surge of joy within him. He understood that his opportunity had arrived. Grandfather has tacitly approved. Seizing the moment, He threw out a bombshell that would send everyone into a frenzy. Grandfather, to demonstrate my sincerity, I am willing to make a solemn vow here. Wang Wei suddenly raised his head, elevating his voice to ensure that every person present could hear clearly. For this battle, I am willing to wager half of my cultivation resources for the coming year, should I fortuitously emerge victorious. I do not dare to claim the title of Zi from Ping and Tangdi. I only ask for the family to reassess. If I lose, he paused, enunciating each word with intensity, I will forfeit half of my cultivation resources for the entire year to Ping and Tangdi. I will have no complaints. Boom. Half of the cultivation resources for a year. This declaration was even more explosive than the earlier challenge for a public duel. The crowd erupted in chaos. Heavens! Has young Master Wang Wei lost his mind? He is indeed the direct grandson of the great elder lineage. Just imagine the vast amount of spiritual crystals and elixirs that constitute half of his yearly resources. I estimate the value to be at least 100 million federal coins, if not more. The stakes are exceedingly high. Is it worth wagering such an abundance of resources for mere reputation? Everyone was struck dumb by Wang Wei's audacity. This is no small sum. For the majority of the collateral relatives present, it represents a fortune unattainable in a lifetime. This wager is monumental. Enough to drive any martial artist to madness. The news of the challenge and the stakes spread like wildfire throughout the Wang family estate. Have you heard? Young Master Wang Wei is challenging the newly arrived Zi from the back mountain. Not just a challenge, but he has staked half of his annual salary. Let us hurry. This is the biggest spectacle the Wang family has seen in decades. Countless young disciples, whether in secluded cultivation or training, rushed towards the back mountain like streams of light. In no time, Wang Ping'an found himself surrounded, the crowd forming layers around him. He became the center of attention, with all eyes fixated upon him, filled with curiosity, scrutiny, schadenfreude, and unabashed greed. Everyone yearned to witness how this newly minted, supposedly unsteady fifth Zi would respond to the blatant challenge from his fourth-grade cousin and the overwhelming stakes that could topple everything. It was a deadlock from which escape seemed impossible. To acquiesce? A peak third-grade fighter against an established genius steeped in fourth-grade prowess for years? Even if he possesses extraordinary talent and can challenge those above his level, defeating Wang Wei appears nearly insurmountable. Should he lose, though there would be little at stake, his reputation as a Zi would be utterly ridiculed. To refuse? That would merely solidify his image as a false genius, a coward, rendering him unable to hold his head high within the clan ever again. Wang Wei gazed at Wang Ping'an, encircled by the crowd and seemingly lost in thought. A wave of satisfaction surged within him. In his eyes, Wang Ping'an had fallen into the trap he had meticulously laid. No matter the choice, it was destined to be a loss. From this day forth, he, Wang Wei, would ascend upon the so-called fifth Zi, establishing an unassailable reputation within the family. Host, the situation is somewhat dire. According to this system's database analysis, your current probability of victory against the challenge is approximately 43.8, of which 30 is contingent upon your ninth-grade Grandmaster grandfather potentially intervening on your behalf. It is advised that you adopt a strategy of delay or directly seek assistance from your grandfather. A true man knows when to bend and when to call for help. It is nothing to be ashamed of. The system's analysis was unusually cautious. Yet, Wang Ping'an seemed entirely unfazed. He felt a wave of boredom wash over him, the commotion reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. He lifted his head, surveying the surroundings. He noticed Wang Wei's determined expression, the expectant faces of the crowd, and his grandfather Wang Qi's eyes, which gleamed with a hint of amusement, as if encouraging him to resolve the matter himself. Very well. Since you all wish to witness a spectacle, I shall indulge you. Just as everyone anticipated Wang Ping'an to concoct an excuse to evade the challenge, or for Wang Qi to finally intervene and quell the matter, Wang Ping'an languidly yawned. This yawn, amidst the tense atmosphere, seemed so out of place, so jarring. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Wang Wei's triumphant expression froze on his face. What does this mean? Wang Ping'an rubbed the corner of his slightly moist eye and, with a tone that was remarkably indifferent, even tinged with annoyance, uttered a statement that plunged the entire venue into an instant silence. 3 days is too long. It can happen now. However, it appears you are not prepared. So let it be 3 days hence. He paused, as if recalling something, and added, I have no interest in your resources. If I win, do not bother me again. Chapter 36. The battle in 3 days. As his words fell, time seemed to be suspended at that moment. The entrance to the back mountain, which had been abuzz with excitement and discussion due to Wang Wei's impassioned speech, was suddenly stilled as if grasped by an invisible hand, vanishing without a trace. Silence. A palpable silence, so thick it felt as though a pin could be heard dropping. The rustling of the wind through the bamboo forest and the distant roar of the waterfall striking the pool became extraordinarily clear at that instant. Everyone's movements were frozen. The collateral relatives who had just rallied behind Wang Wei stood with mouths agape, unable to produce a sound. The direct descendants of the Wang family, who had anticipated the spectacle, found the expressions of amusement and schadenfreude on their faces completely frozen. Even the debating elders appeared as though they had been enchanted, maintaining their previous stances, utterly motionless. All gazes converged upon the young man who had just stifled a yawn and was now rubbing his eyes. Their minds seemed to struggle to process the few sentences they had just heard. 3 days is too long. It can happen now. I have no interest in your resources. Do not bother me again. Each word was crystal clear to them. Yet, when these words were strung together and uttered from Wang Ping'an's lips, they conjured an absurd sense of disbelief, as if they were witnessing the surreal. What does this mean? Did they miss here, or had the world gone mad? Wang Wei, kneeling on the ground, was the first to emerge from the silence. His mind was a blank slate, and the face that had once flushed with excitement and determination was now visibly paling, shifting from crimson to a sickly gray. Then, it deepened to a shade of humiliation and rage, a hue reminiscent of liver. What had he just heard? He had heard his cousin, whom he had always looked down upon, a mere branch family member who had risen through sheer luck, utter words in a tone as casual as discussing the weather, words that cut deeper than any malicious curse. Disdain. No, this was not mere disdain. This was a complete and utter dismissal. It was as though he, Wang Wei, had orchestrated an elaborate play to force his opponent into a corner, only to find that in the eyes of his adversary, he was no more than a ridiculous clown, merely an annoying fly buzzing about. A grinding sound, like teeth clenching, emanated from deep within Wang Wei's throat. His body, still kneeling, began to tremble uncontrollably. A flame of shame surged from the soles of his feet up to his crown, incinerating all traces of his reason. Abruptly, he sprang to his feet. Good. The words seemed to be squeezed from between clenched teeth, tinged with blood. Good. The next word came out as his fists clenched violently, his fourth-grade martial artist's vitality surging uncontrollably, causing his robes to flutter violently. Good. In a fit of rage, he laughed maniacally, his laughter sharp and frenzied. Wang Ping'an, I had no idea you had become so audacious. Wang Wei pointed at Wang Ping'an, his finger trembling slightly from sheer fury. 3 days hence, the family martial arts arena. I shall await your arrival. I am eager to see what qualifications you possess, as a mere pinnacle of the third rank, to utter such grandiose declarations. At that time, I will personally tear apart your mouth and crush your ridiculous pride, along with your bones, inch by inch. His roar, akin to a thunderclap, shattered the eerie silence that enveloped them. The crowd erupted in chaos. He has truly lost his mind. How dare a mere third rank dare speak to young Master Wei in such a manner? Who does he think he is? A reincarnation of a martial god? Does he believe this is just a game? Young Master Wei could crush him with a mere finger. Such arrogance. I have never encountered someone so insufferably proud. He has been intoxicated by a trifling victory from a backwater like Guangshan, completely oblivious to the vastness of the world. This promises to be entertaining. I truly wish to witness the expression on his face 3 days hence when he kneels, begging for mercy from young Master Wei. Almost all the young heirs regarded Wang Ping'an with a gaze of disbelief. In their eyes, his behavior could not be described as confidence. It was sheer folly. A third rank challenging a fourth was nothing short of absurd. Yet this third rank, devoid of any reverence, chose to provoke the fourth rank in the most humiliating manner possible. What else could it be but foolishness? The elder supporting Wang Wei stroked his beard, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he remarked to Wang Taizhan beside him, Elder Taizhan, do you see this? It's not Wang Wei forcing him. He is courting his own demise. The youth is too impetuous. He deserves a good lesson. Wang Tieshan's face was taut, his silence betraying his surprise. He had not anticipated Wang Ping'an's response would be so unyielding. What is this young man truly aiming for? Does he genuinely believe he has the upper hand? Or is he simply deluded? All gazes ultimately converged upon the one individual capable of rendering a definitive verdict, the Grandmaster of the 9th rank, Wang Qi. Wang Qi had remained silent until Wang Wei's tirade concluded and the surrounding murmurs reached a crescendo. He then slowly shifted his gaze from Wang Ping'an to Wang Wei's face. Have you finished? The 3 seemingly mundane words carried an invisible pressure that instantly quelled the frenzied Wang Wei. He lowered his head respectfully and replied, Grandson has finished speaking. Wang Qi nodded, surveying the crowd. All those who met his gaze instinctively lowered their heads, unable to maintain direct eye contact. Finally, his gaze returned to Wang Ping'an. Wang Pingyan was also looking at him, his expression languid, as if he had just awakened from slumber. The eyes of the grandfather and grandson met in the air. In the depths of Wang Qi's seemingly placid eyes, he perceived no signs of anxiety, bravado, or posturing. Instead, he saw a tranquil lake. A confidence so profound it bordered on indifference, an unfathomable depth. This realization stirred a ripple within Wang Qi's heart, one he himself had not recognized. He suddenly chuckled. Since the young ones were keen to engage in a friendly spar, let it be so. Wang Qi's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. 3 days hence, at the family martial arts arena. This battle is not about the name of the Kalinzi, it is solely about victory and defeat. No one is permitted to interfere. A definitive decree. The ancestral elder has indeed consented. Moreover, it seems he tacitly accepted Wang Pingyan's outrageous conditions. The entire younger generation of the Wang family erupted in fervent anticipation for the duel to come. Amidst the uproar and excitement, Wang Pingyan appeared as if he were an outsider. He completely disregarded the eager, mocking, and gloating gazes surrounding him, as well as the venomous glare from Wang Wei, who seemed poised to devour him alive. Turning around, he approached Wang Qi with measured steps, in the presence of all the clan members. And before the cousin he was to duel, Wang Pingyan casually pointed to his ears, which had grown slightly sore from the noise, and posed a question that left everyone in a state of shock. "Grandfather, where do I reside? I'm a bit tired and wish to take a nap first." Chapter 37. Infuriated to the point of vomiting blood, the arena fell into a profound silence. Wang Wei's face, twisted in rage, seemed frozen in midair. The fervor of the surrounding Wang family members was abruptly doused with cold water, solidifying into stillness. "Grandfather, where do I reside? I'm a bit tired and wish to take a nap first." In such a tense moment, when the whole family was watching, and everyone expected him either to deliver a rousing speech or prepare for battle, he asked such a domestic question. What kind of mentality is this? This transcends arrogance. It is a disdain that emanates from his very bones. As if Wang Wei's challenge, the family's scrutiny, and the staggering stakes held less significance to him than finding a comfortable place to sleep. Wang Qi was taken aback. He had envisioned 100 possible reactions from his grandson, whether confrontational, patient, or strategic. Yet he had never imagined this. He gazed at Wang Pingyan's face, which was etched with a look of utter fatigue, and in his clear eyes, there was no trace of pretense. He was genuinely tired. After a long pause, Wang Qi suddenly burst into laughter. He shook his head, a mix of helplessness, admiration, and a hint of exasperation dancing across his features. "You rascal." He chose not to elaborate further and simply gestured to Wang Taizhan nearby. "Taizhan, take Pingyan to his Qilin residence." "Yes, ancestor," Wang Taizhan responded with a bow. He approached Wang Pingyan, his typically stoic face revealing a hint of uncharacteristic emotion. He made a gesture of invitation. "Young Master Pingyan, please follow me." Wang Pingyan waved farewell to Wang Qi and followed Wang Taizhan, departing amidst the dazed, bewildered, and incredulous gazes of the clan members. He walked with a resolute grace, entirely at ease with his decision. He did not spare Wang Wei another glance. With a sudden burst of vitality, Wang Wei could no longer contain the tumult within his chest, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the bluestone floor, a shocking sight. His body shook violently, nearly causing him to lose his balance. Humiliation. This was a humiliation more profound than any defeat. He felt as if he were a monkey performing desperately on stage, while the one he regarded as his lifelong rival yawned and exited during the most spectacular moment of the performance. Wang Pingyan followed Wang Taizhan through the pavilions and corridors, heading toward the most spiritually rich area of the back mountain. Along the way, Wang Taizhan remained silent. Yet Wang Pingyan sensed that the pace of this law enforcement elder had quickened slightly compared to their earlier journey. Soon, they arrived at an isolated courtyard, suspended halfway up the mountain. The courtyard, though modest in size, exudes an exquisite charm. At the entrance, a plaque elegantly inscribed with the grand words "Qilin Ju" captures the eye. "Young Master Pingyan, this is your exclusive abode," intoned Wang Taizhan with his characteristic steadiness. Situated at the heart of the family's spiritual vein, the concentration of spiritual energy here exceeds that of the outside world by more than tenfold. Every amenity within this dwelling is of the highest caliber. Should you have any requests, you may reach out to the steward via the terminal within the residence at any time. For the next 3 days, you may prepare for battle in peace, free from any disturbances. Wang Pingyan nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, Elder Taizhan." With a slight bow, Wang Taizhan transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Wang Pingyan pushed open the grand doors of Qilinju. A surge of nearly tangible spiritual energy, crashed over him like a tidal wave. The dense spiritual mist enveloped every corner of the courtyard. Even a single breath felt as if it expanded every pore in his body, hastening the flow of his vital energy. The courtyard was adorned with several unknown spiritual plants that emitted a subtle fragrance. A small hot spring bubbled gently, exhaling wisps of steam, its crystal-clear waters infused with pure water attribute spiritual energy. Wow, host, this place is incredible. It's like a 5-star presidential suite complete with a private hot spring and garden. The system's voice chimed in, brimming with the awe of a country dweller entering a city for the first time. Wang Pingyan entered the master bedroom. At the center of the room lay a bed sculpted from a single massive piece of warm jade, radiating a soft, lustrous glow. Lying upon it nourished the body and calmed the mind. Without hesitation, Wang Pingyan sprawled out comfortably. This was bliss. The challenges and duels, the name Wang Wei, were all cast aside into oblivion. First, he would indulge in this comfort. Host, are you not the least bit concerned? Wang Wei is a level 4 initial stage warrior, while you are merely at the peak of level 3. Although you can battle above your rank, what if you were to falter? The system cautioned, tinged with unease. What is there to worry about? Wang Pingyan lazily rolled over, seeking a more comfortable position. When the soldiers come, I shall meet them. When the water flows, I shall block it. If the sky were to collapse, my grandfather would be there to uphold it. This nonchalant attitude of yours truly astounds this system, the system remarked. By the way, do you not intend to utilize that black card your father gave you? It contains 100,000 low-level spiritual crystals, transformed into energy points. That amounts to a full 1,000,000. With this 1,000,000, not only could you easily handle Wang Wei, but you could also ascend to level 5 and form a brotherhood with his father. No rush. Wang Pingyan closed his eyes, savoring the comforting warmth of the jade beneath him. His father's hidden funds were his trump card. If he could avoid using them, he would. Why wield a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? For dealing with Wang Wei, such extravagant measures were unnecessary. After lying on the jade bed for a full half-hour, thoroughly relaxed, he slowly sat up. It was time to assess his little treasury. With a thought, a futuristic, translucent screen materialized before him. Host, Wang Pingyan Realm. Level 3 Warrior, Vitality, 6,000, Strength, 6,000 Speed, 6,000 Physique, 6,000 Spirit, 6,000 Recovery, 6,000 Energy Points, 128,500, a sum of 128,500 points. Upon viewing the lengthy digits following energy points, Wang Pingyan felt a surge of joy. The reward of 100 low-level spiritual crystals from the Guangshan Youth Competition had transformed into 10,000 energy points, coupled with the previous accumulation of 118,500 points. This constituted his entire fortune, a substantial amount. While defeating a level 4 initial stage warrior was feasible, it lacked the shock value and satisfaction he desired. Wang Pingyan stroked his chin, deep in thought. His victory in the Guangshan competition had come too easily, leading the main family to mistakenly believe it was mere luck. Wang Wei's audacity to confront him stemmed from this very misconception. If a confrontation were to occur, it could not simply be a matter of winning. He needed to deliver a crushing blow, to shatter Wang Wei's martial spirit in one fell swoop. He aimed to silence all doubters and spectators forever, ensuring that whenever the name Wang Pingyan was uttered, it would invoke only reverence. Chapter 38. The Frenzied Allocation of Points System. Please check how many energy points are required to advance from level 3 Peak to level 4 Inner Organs Master. Beep. Querying to ascend to level 4 Inner Organs Master. You must bridge your internal energy, connect the 5 organs, and establish a microcirculation within your body. This process will comprehensively elevate your physical form. With an estimated energy point consumption of 50,000 points. 50,000 points. Wang Pingyan examined his balance. 128,500 points minus 50,000 leaves 78,500 points. That would suffice. However, a more audacious thought began to flourish in his mind, like wild grass. Merely breaking through to level 4 might enable him to defeat Wang Wei, but it would not achieve the desired overwhelming effect. At best, it would be an impressive challenge. That was insufficient, far from enough. Since he intended to play, he might as well go all in. System, if I allocate the remaining 78,500 energy points entirely to my level 4 cultivation, what level might I attain? The system fell silent for a moment, a rarity. Host, are you serious? Martial cultivation emphasizes a gradual progression and a solid foundation. To leap from level 3 peak directly to a higher realm within a single day defies the fundamental principles of training. Cut the chatter. Wang Pingyan's resolve was unwavering. I possess the energy points, and you are to execute my command. Should issues arise, I shall bear the consequences. Very well. You are the master. Your word is law. According to this system's calculations, the core of becoming a level 4 inner organs master lies in refining the 5 organs. Every 80 energy points consumed will enhance one attribute, proportionate to the increase in the 5 dimensions. At that time, your vitality will ascend to 79,625 points. Wang Pingyin's breath quickened at this prospect. Within a single day, he could transition from level 3 peak to a stable level 4 initial stage. This would undoubtedly be exhilarating. He was already looking forward to it. Host, are you certain? Consuming all energy points at once will leave your assets at 0. The system confirmed once more. Absolutely. Wang Pingyin did not hesitate. What is money? Money is merely a tool. Once spent, it becomes mine. Moreover, expending these points for a moment that would leave the entire Wang family speechless is far too worth it. With his back straightened, he faced the system interface and, filled with anticipation and determination, issued his command. System, enough with the delays. Let me break through. Target, master of the 4-grade internal organs. Command confirmed. Energy points, 50,000. Initiating the breakthrough of the 4-grade barrier. The moment the command was issued, the 128,500 energy points within Wang Pingyin surged forth, as if they had found an outlet for release, with 50,000 points erupting explosively. A torrent of golden energy, far more magnificent and vast than any previous breakthrough, materialized within his limbs, organs, and tissues. This energy was so ferocious, so tumultuous, that it threatened to rupture and tear his body apart from within. Intense pain swept through every nerve in an instant. Yet, accompanying this agony was an unparalleled ecstasy that surged wildly. His blood was boiling. His bones were thundering. His meridians were expanding. The impenetrable chasm that separated the 3rd and 4th grades, which had ensnared countless talented martial artists, could not withstand even a second against this unreasonable force. It burst open with a resounding boom. If the previous breakthrough was akin to a stream merging into a river, then this moment was like a river overflowing its banks, a flood breaching its dam. Wang Pingyin's body was like that dam on the verge of bursting. Boom. His mind went blank, leaving only this single word. The golden torrent formed from the 50,000 energy points rampaged through his body with an almost tearing ferocity. Every meridian, every bone, every drop of blood groaned under the relentless assault of this violent energy. The pain transcended any previous experience of bone tempering or organ refinement, erupting from the depths of his being and engulfing every nerve in an instant. He curled up on the immense warm jade bed, his body uncontrollably trembling, with veins bulging on the surface of his skin like twisted earthworms, appearing exceedingly terrifying. Warning, warning, the host's body has reached critical stress. The energy impact is too violent. It is advised to cease immediately. The system's alert tone carried a hint of genuine urgency for the first time. Yet, Wang Pingyin could not hear it. All his willpower was devoted to combating the excruciating pain. However, just as the agony reached its peak, an unparalleled ecstasy suddenly erupted from the ruins of that pain. After destruction comes rebirth. Under the system's forceful guidance, the turbulent energy began to operate along an enigmatic trajectory. It no longer merely wreaked havoc, but transformed into countless meticulous artisans, commencing the construction of an unprecedented grand edifice within him. Inner breath bridges. Starting from the dantian and utilizing the organs as nodes, a bridge constructed from the purest energy was being forcibly erected. The first station, the heart. Boom. When that magnificent energy surged into his heart, Wang Pingyin felt as though a bomb had detonated within his chest. He arched his body violently, nearly losing consciousness from the overwhelming sensation. Yet, immediately after, his heart began to beat with a frequency and intensity far beyond anything previously experienced. Boom, boom, boom. It was no longer the sound of a heartbeat. It was the beat of war drums. It was thunder. With every beat, torrents of purer and more powerful essence surged towards his limbs and organs. The breath that had waned under the pain surged forward, escalating uncontrollably. Heart refinement completion, 1030701000. Ding. Host's heart refinement is complete. The initial construction of the internal circulation has succeeded. Congratulations, host, on successfully advancing to the master of 4-grade internal organs. As the system's announcement concluded, Wang Pingyin felt an invisible shackle within his body snap with a resounding crack. An unprecedented sense of relief spread throughout him. He sensed a faint connection with the surrounding world. The spiritual energy floating in the air was no longer a mere backdrop, but became intimately familiar, even seeping into him voluntarily. He had a strong intuition that with a mere thought, he could free himself from the Earth's constraints and momentarily soar into the sky. This was the foregrade, a master of internal organs capable of initially traversing the skies. Chapter 39. Solidifying the early stage of foregrade, however. Before he could fully savor the thrill of this power transformation, a new wave of impact descended upon him. It was not over yet. Wang Pingyan's determination was firm and fervent. Host, you have 500 energy points remaining. Do you really wish to continue? This is too reckless. Forcing an enhancement right after a breakthrough will destabilize your foundation. The system advised earnestly. Unstable foundation? Wang Pingyan managed a grimace amidst the pain. Have you ever seen a genius built from energy points with an unstable foundation? The system fell silent. It truly had no counterargument to that. Enough talk. Add it all. Pour all the remaining energy points into me. Max out all 5-dimensional attributes. You are the boss. It's your call. Command confirmed. Energy points are being consumed continuously. In the next moment, Wang Pingyan's system panel went completely haywire. Energy points. 80. Strength. 1 energy points. 80. Speed. 1 energy points. 80. Constitution. 1 energy points. 80. Spirit. 1 energy points. 80. Recovery. 1. A barrage of system alerts flooded his consciousness like a waterfall. The energy point balance, which had just surpassed 70,000, was rapidly diminishing at a visible rate. Energy points, 70006,0005000 correspondingly. His 5-dimensional attributes and blood essence values began a new round of even more terrifying ascension. Strength, 61006500700 speed. 61006500700 blood essence value. 650070007500 Wang Pingyan could no longer feel pain. His entire being was immersed in an overwhelming and boundless surge of power. Experiencing utter euphoria, he could distinctly observe that as the energy points were consumed, the golden torrent continued to spread from his heart to the other organs. The liver was ignited. The spleen was connected. The lungs were refined. The kidneys were sublimated. The 5 organs became transparent, and the circulation became self-sustaining. Time passed, though he could not tell how long it was, until the last vestige of energy points was entirely expended. The tumultuous energy within the Qilin residence finally began to subside gradually. On the warm jade bed, Wang Pingyan slowly sat up. He looked down at his hands, which were fair and slender, seemingly unchanged from before. But when he gently clenched his fist, a crisp sound of air bursting echoed in his palm. The surrounding air distorted violently from his casual grip. He summoned the system panel. Host, Wang Pingyan, Realm, 4th rank warrior, vitality value, 796-253-0000. Strength, 79,625. Speed, 79,625. Constitution, 79,625. Spirit, 79,625. Recovery, 79,625. Energy points, 0, in less than a day. He ascended from the pinnacle of the 3rd rank to firmly establish himself in the early stage of the 4th rank. Moreover, this was not a mere superficial breakthrough, but a solid foundation with complete mastery over his strength. With nearly 8,000 points of vitality, Wang Pingyan felt the vigorous power surging within him like a mighty river. Nodding in satisfaction, such strength should suffice to astonish that fellow named Wang Wei, who was also in the early 4th rank, right? He rose from the warm jade bed, stretched lazily, and his bones crackled with a series of pops. After a refreshing sleep, he spoke to himself as he pushed open the door of Qilin residence. The sky outside had darkened, with the moon hanging high and stars twinkling. Wang Pingyan stepped out of the courtyard, standing at the edge of a cliff. Gazing at the mist-shrouded Wang family estate below, and suddenly felt a playful urge. He wanted to experience the sensation of flying. The thought took hold, and he stepped forward, gently, placing 1 foot ahead. This step did not land on solid ground, but rather upon the void. Beneath his feet, an invisible staircase seemed to materialize, securely supporting his body. Wang Pingyan paused, an unprecedented sense of novelty washing over him. He smiled. Then, like a child discovering a new toy, he took 1 step. Then another, and another, ascending toward the heavens. Each step spanned 100 meters. Casually, he strolled amidst the silent night, gradually climbing to a height of 1,000 meters. Ultimately, he hovered directly above the Wang family estate, overlooking the brilliant cluster of illuminated buildings below. It seemed insufficiently spectacular. Wang Pingyan stroked his chin. In the next moment, he made an even bolder decision. He unleashed the nearly 8,000 points of vitality within him, completely and unreservedly. Boom! A terrifying wave of vitality erupted, centered around him. Resplendent golden energy surged upward above his head, rapidly expanding to form a magnificent canopy that covered several dozen meters, dazzling and vibrant. The golden light danced atop this canopy, radiating auspiciousness, illuminating the entire night sky as bright as day. Such a vast, pure, and domineering aura of a fourth-rank warrior was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring the nearby Wang family residence. In the back mountain, amidst the bamboo forest and thatched huts, Wang Qi, who was meditating with closed eyes, suddenly opened them wide. This aura, in the law enforcement hall, Wang Taizhan, busy with documents, abruptly stood, overturning the table before him. An enemy attack. In the family martial arts arena, Wang Wei, seated in a meditative posture as he prepared to reach his peak state, trembled at the overwhelming pressure descending from above, his vitality surging dangerously close to chaos. He raised his head in shock. Fourth rank, and so powerful. Who is it? Countless formidable thoughts surged from around Wang Ping'an, instantly locking onto the figure high in the sky. In the next moment, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several streaks of light shot out from various corners of the Wang estate, appearing around Wang Ping'an in an instant. Leading them were Wang Qi, Wang Taizhan, and the pale-faced Wang Wei. When they beheld the figure bathed in golden radiance beneath the magnificent canopy, everyone stood frozen in place. Wang Wei, in particular, felt as though struck by lightning, his body trembling uncontrollably in midair. He gazed at the boy he thought was cowering in his cave, struggling to devise a strategy. He beheld the overwhelming fourth-rank aura that made him feel suffocated and despairing, far surpassing his own. His mind went blank. Impossible. Wang Ping'an. Wasn't he supposed to be trembling in Qilin residence, restless for the duel in 3 days, filled with regret over his arrogant words? How could he be here? How could he possibly be at the fourth rank? Just moments ago, he had boasted vehemently that the opponent was merely a waste who relied on luck, and that he would personally crush the opponent's bones inch by inch in 3 days. The next moment, reality delivered the loudest and cruelest slap to his face. He felt the gazes of his entire family piercing him like red-hot steel needles from all directions, his cheeks burning with pain that penetrated to the marrow. The true clown. It turns out I am the real fool. Wang Qi forcibly suppressed the overwhelming joy threatening to burst forth within him. He did not cast a glance at his grandson shining in the heights. He even withheld a single expression. Slowly, he turned, fixing his eyes, full of authority, like two icy swords, squarely on Wang Wei's face. The surrounding air instantly grew tense. All the Wang family members who had rushed over fell into a profound silence upon realizing that it was Wang Ping'an who had broken through. At this moment, under the unexpressed pressure of their ancestors' wrath, they dared not even breathe. They looked at the divine-like Wang Ping'an in the sky and then at the shaky, ghostly pale Wang Wei on the ground. Their eyes brimmed with awe and a hint of deep sympathy. Under the tangible pressure from their ancestor and the gaze of the entire clan, Wang Wei's heart trembled violently. His body shook, and breathing became difficult. No, impossible. A mad thought slithered into his mind like a venomous snake, swiftly occupying his rationality. He must have taken some forbidden drug. He forcibly elevated his realm. Yes, it must be so. Otherwise, how could he leap from the pinnacle of the third rank to the fourth in just a few hours? This thought, like a lifeline, allowed a glimmer of hope to seep into his crumbling resolve. His complexion shifted from pale to ashen, then to a sickly flush. He opened his mouth, wanting to argue, wanting to say something, but found his throat gripped by an invisible hand, rendering him voiceless. Humiliation, fear, jealousy, and regret churned within him, nearly bursting his chest. Cold sweat streamed down his temples like a rivulet. He fixed his gaze on the figure high above. He refused to believe. He absolutely would not accept that this waste he had looked down upon since childhood, this marginalized descendant of his family's third uncle, could surpass him at such an astonishing speed. This is unfair. This is unreasonable. If it were indeed drug-induced, then his foundation must be unstable. I refuse to accept this. Wang Wei finally struggled to squeeze out a few words from his throat. He suddenly lifted his head, though his body still trembled. A madness akin to a do-or-die determination surged in his crimson eyes. Wang Ping'an. His voice was hoarse, yet carried an undeniable resolve. Despite relying on elixirs to forcibly break through to the fourth rank, you should know that I, Wang Wei, harbor no fear. In 3 days, at the family martial arts arena, I shall demonstrate my strength as a fellow fourth-rank martial artist. I am eager to see if your hollow achievements can withstand my full-force assault. I await you for a fair duel. Upon finishing his boisterous declaration, he swayed slightly, as though he had exhausted all his energy. His words resonated like thunder, shattering the silence above the city of Tiandu. All were left in stunned disbelief. How dare he publicly challenge the patriarch's decision and issue a challenge to a newly ascended fourth-rank martial artist, whose aura surpassed his own? This was not merely madness. It was a path to self-destruction. Throughout this spectacle, Wang Ping'an remained aloof in the skies, his eyes shut and his lips sealed. He floated serenely, basking in his own radiance, adopting an utterly indifferent demeanor that delivered the most crushing blow to that foolish clown. In his mind, the system's voice chimed, "Host, your actions can only be described as the silent assassin. Without bloodshed, you strike at the heart. Truly high-end." The system's irreverence was a constant. Yet Wang Ping'an paid it no heed. He reveled in the sensation of power surging within him, as if the very heavens and earth bowed beneath his feet. This feeling was exquisite. As for his cousin Wang Wei, he seemed to recall such a person. A duel? It appeared there was indeed such a matter. When would he kneel and beg for mercy? The thought was somewhat bothersome. He wished for it to conclude swiftly so he could return to his slumber. Wang Qi stood still, observing Wang Wei's frenzied demeanor, and a hint of coldness finally crept onto his otherwise tranquil face. He neither intervened nor expressed his stance. Instead, he slowly shifted his gaze from Wang Wei to Wang Ping'an above. The collective gaze of the crowd oscillated between Wang Wei and Wang Ping'an. The impending duel in 3 days had been propelled to a new climax by Wang Wei's fervor. Everyone was eager to witness how Wang Ping'an would respond to this challenge. What spectacle would unfold in the family martial arts arena 3 days hence? 3 days later, at the Central Martial Arts Arena in Tiandu, a vast venue capable of accommodating thousands, the seats were filled to capacity. Members of the Wang family, regardless of their direct lineage or collateral branches, had returned from their secluded training or missions, filling the spectator stands with a sea of black, their murmurs coalescing into a resounding wave that swirled above the arena. All eyes were fixed upon the grand platform, crafted from solid Xianjin stone, at the center of the arena. On one side, Wang Wei had long awaited his opponent. Clad in a pristine black martial arts uniform, he stood tall, his long hair meticulously tied back, eyes shut and silent. He radiated a powerful aura characteristic of a fourth-rank martial artist in his early stages, solid as steel and sharp as a blade, rendering the air near the platform almost viscous. He had honed himself to an unprecedented peak. During the past 3 days, he had not closed his eyes once. The humiliation inflicted upon him the night Wang Ping'an broke threw gnawed at his spirit like a relentless parasite. He repeatedly reassured himself that his opponent was a mere counterfeit fourth rank, his foundation flimsy and easily toppled. Yet, the more he convinced himself, the stronger his unease grew. He was determined not only to win, but to secure a resounding victory that left no room for reproach. He sought to cleanse himself of all shame through an exhilarating triumph, reclaiming all that was rightfully his. At the highest point of the audience, in the exclusive seats of the family head and the council of elders, Wang Qi sat with calm composure, as if this highly anticipated duel was merely a casual post-meal diversion. The law enforcement elder, Wang Taizhan, stood rigidly behind him, his expression taut. Nearby, a middle-aged man, resembling Wang Wei but with a more solemn demeanor, silently observed his son in the arena. This was Wang Wei's father, Wang Qi's eldest son, Wang Xianfeng. A resonant chime echoed throughout the arena, silencing the murmurs. Everyone knew the auspicious moment had arrived. Yet, the opposite side of the platform remained conspicuously empty. What was the matter? Where was Wang Ping'an? Was he truly afraid? It seemed likely. He had acted so composed in the days prior, yet now, at the moment of truth, he was cowering. Whispers began anew among the crowd. Wang Wei abruptly opened his eyes, a flash of fierce determination igniting within them. He stared at the vacant space across from him, releasing a deep breath. If he chose not to show, it would cement his reputation as a coward, forever unable to lift his head within the Wang family. Just then, from a corner of the martial arts arena, a commotion arose. A figure, yawning and bleary-eyed, ambled in. It was Wang Ping'an, dressed in the most ordinary of casual attire, his hair tousled and bearing the appearance of someone who had just awakened. An incongruity amidst the solemn atmosphere. "Host, you truly have a knack for this. The entire family awaits your arrival, and you managed to oversleep." The system's voice chimed in as usual. Wang Ping'an dismissed it, having spent the previous night immersed in the study of martial techniques until the late hours, only to be roused by a knock at his door. Had it not been for that, he might still be peacefully slumbering in the warm embrace of his bed in Qilin residence. Amidst the multitude of astonished, disdainful, and gleeful gazes, Wang Ping'an leisurely ascended the platform, positioning himself opposite Wang Wei. "Apologies for my tardiness," he remarked with a languid yawn. The sight of him in such a state ignited the suppressed fury within Wang Wei, which had simmered for 3 days, erupting like a volcano. "Wang Ping'an," he nearly spat through clenched teeth. "Enough of your pretense. Between us today, only one will walk off this platform standing." Before his words could fully settle, he sprang into action. With a resounding crash, the Xianjin stone floor beneath Wang Wei trembled, spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward. He transformed into a streak of light, propelled forward with a piercing rush, unleashing a punch aimed squarely at Wang Ping'an's face. This punch was devoid of embellishment, a pure expression of the strength and speed of a fourth-rank martial artist. Even before the punch arrived, the fierce wind generated by it whipped Wang Ping'an's bangs wildly. Yet, in the face of this cataclysmic strike, Wang Ping'an merely lazily lifted his eyelids. His body shifted ever so slightly to the left. In that minuscule motion, Wang Wei's assured fist swept past his clothing, striking nothing but air with a resounding thud. A miss. Wang Wei's heart jolted with surprise, yet he reacted with remarkable swiftness, twisting his waist violently and transforming his fist into an elbow, launching a ferocious horizontal strike towards Wang Ping'an's temple. However, Wang Ping'an's movements were even swifter. No, it could not even be described as speed. He merely stepped back half a pace. Just that half step. Wang Wei's elbow strike once again missed its target. What? Wang Wei was utterly astounded. He felt as though he was not facing a person, but rather an elusive shadow, a fleeting whisper of a breeze. Regardless of how ferocious or cunning his attacks were, his opponent always evaded with the simplest and most energy-efficient methods, seemingly predicting every move he made. "I refuse to believe this," Wang Wei roared in anger, his assault growing even more frenzied. "Fu Haichuan, Ta Long Bu." In an instant, the entire arena was filled with a flurry of fists and swirling air currents. Wang Wei's figure reached an extreme velocity, transforming into a series of afterimages as he unleashed a tempest of attacks from all directions upon Wang Ping'an. Yet, despite his relentless offensive, Wang Ping'an remained leisurely within his confined space, strolling as if in a garden, occasionally sidestepping, retreating, or executing a perfectly timed squat. His movements were nonchalant, even laced with a hint of languor. Throughout the entire encounter, he had not once raised his hand. The audience was left in a state of astonishment. The scene before them surpassed their comprehension. It was akin to an adult toying with a child who had just learned to walk. How is this possible? Young Master Wei's attacks cannot even graze him. That Wang Ping'an seems to be taking a leisurely stroll. Those who had previously mocked Wang Ping'an now fell silent, their faces etched with disbelief. Wang Taizhan, standing behind Wang Qi, displayed a rare flicker of emotion on his eternally stoic face. He observed keenly. Wang Ping'an was utilizing one of the Wang family's most profound martial arts techniques. Moreover, his proficiency had transcended mere entry-level mastery. Bang! Another attack went awry, and due to overexerting himself, Wang Wei stumbled slightly. He halted, his chest heaving violently, sweat soaking through his clothing, gasping for breath. He gazed at the figure across from him, who seemed unfazed, even yawning leisurely. He understood now. The disparity was insurmountable, so vast that he felt unworthy of even looking up. He had lost, defeated beyond measure, utterly humiliated. He had become the greatest laughingstock of his clan. No, no, I cannot concede in such a manner. As the proud scion of Wang Qi's lineage, he could not bow and plead for mercy before the entire clan. Wang Wei's eyes turned crimson, his reason consumed by madness. "Wang Ping'an," he let out a reluctant, beast-like roar. "You have forced my hand." Boom. A surge of energy, far more violent than before, erupted from within him. He forcibly ignited his own life essence. His initial fourth-grade aura surged dramatically, manifesting a pale blue wave-like apparition around him, as if he were engulfed by a raging tempest. He has lost his mind. He is actually burning his essence. From the audience, an elder gasped in shock. Wang Xianfeng abruptly stood from his seat, attempting to intervene, but it was already too late. Wang Wei poured all his life, strength, and dignity into this final strike. He unleashed his ultimate technique, the S-rank martial skill, Kuang Tao Nu Long Chuan. Roar. A thunderous dragon's roar resonated through the heavens. Wang Wei seemed to merge with his fist's momentum, transforming into a roaring blue dragon, wielding immense power as it charged toward Wang Ping'an. The might of this punch drew the attention of several fourth-grade mid-tier clan members. Faced with this somewhat threatening blow, Wang Ping'an finally ceased his yawning. He slowly lifted his head, his eyes that had been half-closed now fully opened. He gently raised his right hand, extending only his index finger to meet the roaring dragon. Ding! The S-rank defensive martial skill, Budongming Wangxin, was activated. In the next moment, the dragon's fist gently brushed against Wang Ping'an's fingertip. There was no earth-shattering roar, no explosive display of energy. The frenzied blue dragon collided with an abyss of unfathomable darkness, being devoured and dissolved upon contact with the fingertip. Not even stirring a ripple, smoke dissipated. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Wang Wei maintained his striking posture, his expression of madness frozen in a state of utter disbelief and confusion. He felt his strength evaporate. Wang Ping'an regarded his previously expressionless face, which finally displayed a shift. He bent his index finger and gently flicked Wang Wei's fist. Pop! A soft sound echoed. A force that appeared gentle, yet was exquisitely refined, erupted instantly. Wang Wei's body was struck as if by an invisible star. Crack! 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 A series of agonizing bone-cracking sounds began from his arm, resonating in rapid succession. In an instant, his entire arm shattered into countless fragments. He was sent flying backward, tracing a sorrowful parabolic arc through the air. Bang! Wang Wei's body collided heavily against the energy shield at the edge of the arena, producing a dull thud before sliding down like a puddle of mud. Blood gushed from his mouth, and the light in his eyes rapidly dimmed. He fainted on the spot. The arena fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was utterly stunned by the stark contrast and overwhelming conclusion. At the highest point of the audience, Wang Xianfeng stared blankly at his son, who was no longer recognizable, his body trembling violently. The color drained from his face as he slowly turned to fixate on Wang Ping'an. Chapter 42. The Ancestor Bestows Treasures. If looks could kill, Wang Ping'an would have been sliced to pieces at this moment. Host, a warm reminder. You have successfully received a death glare from your uncle. According to the emotional analysis module of this system, the glare contains 30 murderous intent, 40 resentment, and 30 anxiety regarding who will inherit the family assets after my son has been ruined. The system's voice echoed in Wang Ping'an's mind, as nonsensical as ever. Just as the atmosphere grew thick with suffocating tension, a booming, exhilarating, and audacious laughter erupted unexpectedly. Ha ha ha! Wang Qi, the 9th-grade grandmaster, the second elder of the Wang family, could no longer contain his overwhelming joy. He rose abruptly from his seat, laughing towards the heavens. His laughter reverberated like thunder rolling across the skies, instantly dispersing the oppressive silence enveloping the arena. In that laughter lay unabashed pride, a triumphant exhalation of relief. In that laughter lay the most unreserved declaration and demonstration towards certain individuals. Wang Xuanfeng's body stiffened abruptly, his venomous glare shattered by the sound. His face transformed from pallor to green, then to purple, ultimately turning to a dismal gray. He comprehended that this laughter was directed at him. As the laughter subsided, Wang Qi's figure flickered and materialized on the arena, standing beside Wang Ping'an. He did not glance at the prostrate Wang Wei, even sparing not a sliver of his attention. With a hand as large as a fan, he emphatically patted Wang Ping'an's shoulder, his countenance, naturally authoritative, now brimming with admiration. Well done, young man. You fought splendidly. These simple 6 words served as the highest commendation for Wang Ping'an. Subsequently, he turned to face the thousands of Wang clan offspring and all the elders present, channeling his energy and projecting his voice like a thunderous bell, resonating throughout the entire Tian-du from this day forth. None shall dare to question Wang Ping'an's identity as the 5th Qilin child of our Wang family. This title is well-deserved. His gaze swept across the assembly, and all those who met his eyes bowed their heads in trepidation, unwilling to challenge him. First, let them inquire whether my fists are hard enough. Dominance. Autocracy. This epitomized the majesty of a 9th-tier grandmaster. The entire martial arts arena fell into a hushed silence, with no one daring to voice dissent. Those who had previously questioned Wang Ping'an and rallied behind Wang Wei now wished for nothing more than to bury their heads in the ground. Upon concluding this significant announcement, Wang Qi shifted his focus. He finally directed his gaze toward the arena's edge, where Wang Xianfeng had rushed over, cautiously cradling his son, who resembled a lifeless mass. In his arms, his eyes filled with sorrow and despair. Wang Xianfeng, Wang Qi's voice stripped of warmth, echoed through the air. Wang Xuanfeng's body trembled, frozen in place while clutching his son. Your son has lost. Wang Qi's declaration was both simple and ruthless. According to the rules he had established, the stakes must now be fulfilled. Wang Xuanfeng's lips quivered as he raised his head, wishing to articulate something, but upon meeting Wang Qi's emotionless gaze, he found himself rendered speechless. I declare, Wang Qi's voice reverberated once more throughout the arena. All of Wang Wei's cultivation resources for the next 3 years are hereby revoked. This includes, but is not limited to the monthly allocation of spirit crystals, elixirs, and all qualifications for entry into the family's secret realms. A collective gasp arose from the crowd at this proclamation. 3 years of deprivation. This punishment was excessively severe. For a martial artist, especially a prodigious one, cultivation resources were paramount. To strip away 3 years equated to annihilating all prospects for advancement in the future. This was no mere reprimand. It was a stark warning. It served to establish the authority of Wang Ping'an's title as the Qilin child through the dismal fate of Wang Wei. Furthermore, Wang Qi continued, "These revoked resources shall be awarded as the stakes of this wager, entirely bestowed upon Wang Ping'an." He cast a glance at the enforcing elder, Wang Taizhan. "Taizhan, oversee this matter. Compile and deliver the inventory to Qilin residents within the hour." "Yes, ancestor," Wang Taizhan replied, bowing to accept the order. With a decisive hammering of the gavel, Wang Xianfeng, under the watchful eyes of the entire clan's offspring, cradled his unconscious son, feeling as though the world was spinning around him. His dignity lay in tatters. At this moment, the prestige of the Wang family's main line had been utterly obliterated. He dared not utter a word of rebuttal, nor even cast another glance at Wang Qi and Wang Ping'an. He could only depart, bearing the weight of his nearly incapacitated son amidst the myriad gazes of sympathy, pity, and schadenfreude. His retreating figure was steeped in desolation and a hint of buried resentment and bitterness. This farcical spectacle concluded in the most definitive manner. Standing upon the arena, Wang Ping'an observed Wang Xuanfeng's departing silhouette with a hint of boredom, curling his lips. Had I known it would come to this, why bother in the first place? He had to leap forth to seek discomfort. Now, look where it has led. His son is ruined, his resources are gone, and his face is marred. For what purpose? Host, you are unaware. According to this system's analysis of human behavior, such actions are termed as self-sabotage. The core driving force often stems from jealousy and overestimating one's capabilities. I recommend encountering more individuals of this nature. Our energy point KPI relies entirely upon them. At that moment, Wang Qi turned back around, his smile toward Wang Ping'an growing even more pronounced. "Young man, follow me." Having said this, he led Wang Ping'an back to the elevated elder's seat amidst the gaze of the thousands present. Once seated in his esteemed position, Wang Qi, in front of all the elders, retrieved an unremarkable item from his storage ring. It appeared to be an ordinary jade pendant of an ancient yellow hue, devoid of any embellishments, only exhibiting subtle, hair-like patterns that flowed slowly within its core. "Take this." Wang Qi extended the pendant toward Wang Ping'an. Wang Ping'an accepted it, feeling its warmth and a weighty sensation in his palm. "This item is known as the Xian Huang Muqi pendant," Wang Qi declared, a hint of pride in his voice. "I acquired it in an ancient relic, formed from the primordial essence of the Xian Huang at the dawn of creation. It possesses no other capabilities but one. It can withstand a full-force strike from a 6th-tier Sanjiao master." Upon hearing this, not only Wang Ping'an, but even the nearby elders, including Wang Taizhan, displayed expressions of astonishment. Withstanding a full-force strike from a 6th-tier powerhouse. This transcends the realm of magical artifacts. It is akin to gaining an additional life. "Ancestor, this item is far too precious." One elder could not help but interject. Wang Qi, however, waved his hand dismissively. "No matter how valuable the treasure, it remains an inanimate object. Its true worth can only be realized when placed in the right hands." He personally took the pendant and adorned it around Wang Ping'an's neck. The unique affection displayed incited envy among all the Wang clan offspring present. Yet, this was not the end. Additionally, Wang Qi proclaimed once more, "From this day forth, the highest tier of the Tongtian Martial Arts Pavilion shall be unconditionally accessible to Wang Ping'an. All martial skills below grade S may be selected without any restrictions." If the earlier bestowment of the pendant represented a reward of material significance, this moment's decision signified a gift of spiritual and foundational magnitude. The Tongtian Martial Arts Pavilion. This was the core of the Wang family's legacy, cultivated over tens of thousands of years. It housed a plethora of powerful martial skills collected by ancestors from across the universe, forming the bedrock of the Wang family's supremacy on Blue Star. Ordinary offspring wishing to access a grade S martial skill had to complete extensive family tasks and accumulate sufficient contribution points. Yet now, it was opened unconditionally to Wang Ping'an. This privilege was befitting of the Qilin child status, as the other Qilin children received similar treatment. After accomplishing all of this, Wang Qi solemnly regarded Wang Ping'an. "Ping'an, all that I have done for you serves but one purpose. 3 months hence, the decennial launching Qianlong Bang competition shall commence. I require you to achieve a commendable rank in this illustrious contest. bringing honor to our Wang family. Are you capable of this? The name launching Qianlong Bang echoed in Wang Ping'an's mind. He gazed into his grandfather's eyes, brimming with anticipation, and nodded. I shall do my utmost. These 3 words floated lightly, yet were imbued with an inexplicable confidence. An hour later, at Qilanju, Wang Ping'an returned to his private abode. In the courtyard, a plethora of massive metallic resource boxes lay stacked high. The family steward stood respectfully alongside several servants, awaiting his inspection. Young Master Ping'an, as per the elder's instructions, all resources allocated from young Master Wang Wei for the past 3 years have been meticulously accounted for and are present here. Wang Ping'an waved his hand, dismissing them. Approaching a box, he casually opened it. Instantly, a rich essence of spiritual energy, nearly tangible, mingled with the fragrance of various elixirs, enveloped him. Ding! A significant quantity of unclaimed energy sources detected. Conducting rapid scan for valuation. Valuation complete. The total worth of this bounty is approximately 30,000 low-grade spirit crystals. 30,000. Wang Ping'an's heart skipped a beat. Is this the cultivation resource for the direct descendants over 3 years? Truly, it is a veritable treasure trove. Standing before the towering boxes of resources, adorned with a Xianhuang mushy pendant capable of withstanding a strike from a 6th-tier expert, his thoughts wandered to the Tianwu Skill Pavilion, where he could freely obtain knowledge. For a moment, he felt an unsettling sense of ennui envelop him. He shook his head, casting aside this perilous thought. He strolled back to his chamber, purposefully ignoring the invaluable resources, and approached the expansive warm jade bed. Then, he lay down in a sprawling position. Host, are you not excited? This is 30,000 spirit crystals. Converted to energy points, it amounts to 3 million. And you simply lie here? Wang Ping'an turned over, seeking a more comfortable posture. What is all the fuss? After a battle, I'm weary. A nap first, and I shall address the pressing matters upon awakening. The system fell silent, sensing its processor overheating. Encountering such a host was indeed challenging. After lounging on the warm jade bed for a full half-hour, dissipating the remnants of fatigue from the earlier duel, Wang Ping'an slowly sat up, stretching lazily. All right, let me have a look. He slipped into his slippers and ambled out of his room. In the courtyard, the enormous metallic resource boxes were neatly arranged, glistening enticingly under the ethereal mist. Wang Ping'an approached one box and casually lifted the lid. Buzz! A rich aura of spiritual energy, nearly palpable, infused with the distinct sense of rare elixirs, assailed his senses. Inside the box lay rows of translucent low-grade spirit crystals, reflecting dazzling light under the sun. Beside the crystals were over 100 small vials intricately carved from white jade, each inscribed with names such as Cui Fu Dan and Ning Shuesan. Ding! A significant quantity of unclaimed energy sources detected. Conducting rapid scan for valuation. Scan complete. The total worth of this bounty is approximately 30,000 low-grade spirit crystals. Host, 30,000. We have struck gold. The system's voice brimmed with excitement once more. 30,000 low-grade spirit crystals, valued at 10,000 federal coins each, amounted to a staggering 300 million federal coins. That unfortunate Wang Wei's 3 years of cultivation resources could rival the total annual income of several prominent families in Guang City. The direct descendants of the Wang family are indeed swimming in wealth. Wang Ping'an felt little in the way of elation. He merely directed his thoughts towards the pile of boxes, willing them to convert entirely into energy points. Command confirmed. Converting now. Ding. 30,000 low-grade spirit crystals have been converted. Congratulations, host, you have acquired energy points. 3,000,000. He summoned the system panel. The number following the energy points category instantly transformed from a meager 0 into a long string of satisfying 3 million. With this newfound fortune, his strength could undergo another leap. He nodded in satisfaction, preparing to return to his room to contemplate his enhancement strategy, when his finger inadvertently brushed against a cold card nestled in his pocket. The black crystal card, bestowed upon him by his father Wang Xiantian, resurfaced in his mind. Oh, I almost forgot about this. Wang Ping'an retrieved it. The card felt remarkably heavy, crafted from a material neither gold nor jade, entirely black, with a gilded wang embossed in the center, signifying its uniqueness. When inserted into the specially designed reader of the Federal Bank, it instantly displayed a balance of 100,000 spirit crystals. Though aware of the 10,000 low-grade spirit crystals it contained, he recalled the indifference with which his father had handed him the card in the small courtyard of Guang City, as if it were a mere inconvenience. Take this. For a poor family may have a rich road. Do not tarnish your father's name out there. He remembered his father's perpetually drowsy, lackluster eyes, and the childlike smile he wore when engrossed in games. The cold numbers on the card contrasted starkly with the warm image of the man in his memory. This was not just a series of digits. It embodied paternal love, a silent, clumsy, and inexpressive love, yet as profound as mountains. He may not guide him in martial disciplines. He may not pave the way for him as grandfather Wang Qi does, clearing obstacles from his path. Yet, in his own unique manner, he offered the very best he could, unreservedly placing it into his hands. Wang Pingyan felt a warmth welling in his eyes. He said nothing, but without hesitation. Clicked, Withdraw All on the bank system interface. Then, he selected Recharge All on the system panel. Ding! 100,000 low-grade spirit crystals have been recharged. Congratulations, host. You have acquired energy points, 10,000,000 points. Gazing at the energy points section on the system panel, where a figure capable of driving any martial artist to madness appeared, Wang Pingyan felt the warmth in his heart solidify into an unwavering conviction. He must become stronger, strong enough to protect his parents, strong enough to allow that man to live blissfully as the happiest idle soul in the universe. Host, Wang Pingyan, Realm, 4th Tier Warrior, Vitality Value, 796-253-0000. Strength, 79,625. Speed, 79,625. Constitution, 79,625. Mentality, 79,625. Recovery, 79,625. Energy points, 13,000,000. 13 million. Gazing at this astronomical figure, Wang Pingyan felt as though he were the ruler of the world. He examined his attributes, noting the maximum limit of 30,000 in the realm category. An unprecedented notion took root within him, rapidly expanding. A peculiar radiance gradually emerged upon his visage, signifying a target of the pinnacle of the 4th tier. Chapter 44. The system calls me father. The moment a staggering figure of 1,000 million energy points forcefully struck the system panel, an unprecedented and intense fluctuation erupted within the confines of Qilinju, where only Wang Pingyan could perceive a translucent light screen. The hum of energy resonated. The border of the light screen, initially adorned in a futuristic silver hue, instantaneously transformed into a garish, blinding gold. The data stream at the center of the panel resembled boiling water, erratically surging and flickering, even manifesting an array of incomprehensible garbled characters. Warning! Warning! An influx of superspec energy has been detected. The system is on the verge of crashing. The mechanical prompt emitted a series of irregular interruptions and static for the first time. This disjointed sound persisted for several seconds. Then, a sudden ahem reverberated in Wang Pingyan's mind. This voice was no longer the emotionless synthetic tone he was accustomed to. It had morphed into a rich, flattering timbre, imbued with a hint of cautious deference, reminiscent of managers in his previous life catering to super VIP clients. Esteemed host, Mr. Wang Pingyan, your wealth, your generosity, your taste have far surpassed the initial service thresholds set by this system. Wang Pingyan mused. Is the system daft from an influx of wealth? Before he could voice his thoughts, a line of shimmering golden characters, formed by a multitude of golden light points, gracefully appeared in the center of the ostentatious panel, nearly blinding him. Congratulations, esteemed host. Your nobility needs no words. The system's super VIP service has been exclusively activated for you. This flamboyant display and saccharine rhetoric made Wang Pingyan feel as if he were confronting not a golden finger from a higher civilization, but rather a recharge interface from a lowly web game. My master, from this moment forth, this system shall wholeheartedly offer you one-on-one bespoke services. Your every need shall be my supreme command. The system's voice grew increasingly fervent. Wang Pingyan finally felt a flicker of interest as he settled cross-legged on the warm jade bed, leisurely inviting it to continue. Yes, my supreme master. The system responded promptly, its efficiency and attitude beyond reproach. This super VIP service has unlocked 2 core functions for you. The first function is batch enhancement. An uncomplicated animation demonstration appeared on the light screen. Several modules representing martial skills and realms were dragged by a virtual hand into a packaged shopping cart, followed by a click for one-click execution. My master, have you ever found it bothersome to allocate points one by one? Do you feel that upgrading separately robs you of the exquisite satisfaction of instant success? Now, those troubles shall be a thing of the past. The batch enhancement function allows for multiple upgrade items to be processed together. You can elevate your realm to the pinnacle of the 4th tier and enhance 3 martial skills to the minor accomplishment level, all bundled into a luxurious upgrade package. Executed with a single click, completing instantly. It saves you effort, time, and worry. This function was indeed commendable. Wang Ping'an nodded in approval, urging it to proceed. The second function is the essence of this update. Targeted optimization. The system's voice resonated with a hint of excitement akin to presenting a treasured offering. My master, do you find that each breakthrough results in a power increase that is too balanced, too lacking in personality, too mundane? Now, you shall be the master of your destiny. During the process of breaking through realms, you may choose different optimization directions according to your preferences and combat style. For instance, you may opt to enhance your vitality, allowing your total health to surpass that of others at the same tier, becoming an indomitable force. Alternatively, you could choose to augment your body's compatibility with energy, ensuring that the after effects of your powerful techniques are minimized and your recovery is expedited. Of course, the system emphasized this point. This system strongly recommends optimizing energy manipulation precision. The might of power is merely the foundation. The exquisite mastery of that power differentiates the gifted from the ordinary, the divine from the mortal. By selecting this optimization, you shall unleash greater power with minimal expenditure. Each of your strikes will be as precise as a work of art. A genuine glimmer of excitement finally flickered in Wang Ping'an's eyes. He was acutely aware of the significance of control. In his battle against Wang Wei, his ability to toy with his opponent stemmed not only from a slight advantage in realm, but also from his profound mastery over his own strength. The prospect of the system offering such mastery as an optional enhancement was indeed an extraordinary skill. Enough with the sales pitch. Wang Ping'an interrupted the system's incessant chatter. Let us proceed with the package as you suggested. Of course, my supreme, wise, and dashing master. Please, give your command. Wang Ping'an felt a pang of nostalgia for the cold system that merely emitted a chime. Ignoring the system's flattery, he promptly issued his command. S-rank martial skills, Zixiao Benlei Palm, Meiying Xiaoyao Yu, and Budong Mingwang Body. Elevate all three to the minor accomplishment level. Understood. The system panel rapidly displayed 3 options. Automatically checked. 3 S-rank martial skills elevated to minor accomplishment level have been added to the package. May I inquire if there is anything else you require? Wang Ping'an's expression remained placid. In a tone as mundane as if he were merely stating his desire for braised pork for dinner, he articulated his second objective. Elevate my realm directly to the pinnacle of the 4th tier. The eager, flattering voice in his mind abruptly ceased. The system fell silent. A full 5 seconds elapsed. Master. The system's voice trembled, unsure if it was due to excitement or fear. Are you certain? To ascend from the early stage of the 4th tier directly to its pinnacle, and simultaneously enhance 3 S-rank martial skills? This is no longer a luxury package. It is a feast. The consumption. Just calculate it. Wang Ping'an leaned back against the headboard, adopting a languid posture. Money is no object. Yes, I shall calculate it immediately. The system seemed invigorated, and the data stream on the light screen surged once more, the CPU usage likely reaching its peak. A series of clear price lists rapidly materialized on the panel. Martial skill enhancement, Zixiao Benlei Palm. Beginner small success required energy points 500. 000. Martial skill enhancement, Meiying Xiaoyao Yu. Beginner small success required energy points 500. 000. Martial skill enhancement, Budong Mingwang Xin. Beginner small success required energy points 800. 000. Targeted optimization selection. Enhance energy control precision. Additional consumption required energy points 1. 000. Realm advancement. Early 4th stage to peak 4th stage required energy points 220, 375, 805, 881, 500. Beneath this series of breathtaking numbers, a final price is prominently displayed in bold, enlarged, and red font. Total price of the Feast Enjoyment Package, 681. 500 energy points. Over 360,000. Wang Ping'an glanced at his balance. 13 million. A mere drop in the bucket. Master, the price has been confirmed. Your balance is sufficient. You may execute at any time. The system's voice brimmed with barely contained excitement. It seemed to envision the multitude of new functions it could unlock with the influx of vast sums. As its words faded, a massive, vibrant, heart-beating red button gradually appeared in the center of the system panel. Above the button were 3 words filled with irresistible allure. Begin execution. The mad plan had been formulated. All preparations were in place. Wang Ping'an gazed at the crimson button, his eyes glimmering with anticipation and determination. He slowly raised his right hand, then decisively pressed down on the button. Chapter 45. Mid-level fourth stage. Without hesitation, Wang Ping'an pressed the pulsating red button. There was no sound, no visual effects. Yet, the moment his consciousness made contact with the button, the numbers in the energy points section of the opulent golden system panel went wild. 13 million. The number surged forth like a raging flood, visibly cascading outwards. Energy points 3, 681, 500. Over 360,000 energy points vanished in an instant. A torrent of energy and information, surpassing any previous breakthrough, even tenfold or 100-fold greater than his ascension to the fourth stage, erupted explosively within him. My Supreme Master. The feast has begun. The system's voice erupted in a near-manic euphoria in his mind. The first to arrive was the flood of information, an immense wealth of insights regarding the 3S rank martial skills. If beginner is akin to learning how to walk, then small success equates to mastering the art of running, jumping, and even rolling. Deeper techniques for Zixiao Benliai Palm, how to channel one's vital energy to simulate thunder, and how to enhance the penetrating and explosive power of one's palm strikes. The more enigmatic movements of Meiying Xiaoyaoyo, how to maneuver within a confined space, and how to confound an opponent's perception with afterimages. The more robust defensive constructs of Budong Mingwang Shen, how to evenly distribute one's vital energy across the body, and how to efficiently absorb impacts. Countless pieces of knowledge, skills, and the distilled experiences of predecessors were forcibly infused into his mind by the system, etching themselves into the depths of his soul. Wang Ping'an's body, driven by instinct, began to unconsciously execute various movements. At times, his fingers formed a blade, tracing arcane trajectories through the air, sparks of electricity flickering at his fingertips. Other times, his body swayed, leaving behind vivid afterimages on the small, warm jade bed. A faint golden membrane of vital energy shimmered on his skin, radiating an aura of invincibility, impervious to all. The mere enhancement of martial skills made Wang Ping'an feel that his actual combat prowess had at least doubled. A surge of confidence coursed through him. Now, facing Wang Wei, he felt he could defeat him without lifting a finger. A mere thought would suffice to crush him under the weight of his vital energy. Yet this was merely an appetizer. The moment the martial skills reached their zenith, a far mightier and more ferocious torrent of energy finally revealed its formidable visage within Wang Ping'an. The sprint towards realm advancement officially commenced. Millions of energy points were lavishly converted by the system into the purest, most primordial golden vital energy, initiating a second, deeper refinement of his recently interconnected internal organs. Boom. Within Wang Ping'an's body, it felt as though a colossal, blazing furnace had spontaneously materialized. His internal organs were cast into the furnace, prepared for rigorous refinement, like divine steel. The golden vital energy was the most intense and ferocious fire. A searing pain surged from deep within his organs, swiftly engulfing his entire being. Wang Ping'an's body arched violently, veins bulging on his forehead as he curled up on the warm jade bed, trembling intensely. He sensed his internal organs being torn apart and forcibly reassembled by an irresistible force. Each surge of vital energy felt like an invisible hammer striking mercilessly upon his organs. Every blow rendered them more resilient, more powerful, yet simultaneously brought excruciating pain. Within Qilin residence, the once thick and palpable spiritual energy seemed to be drawn by some fatal attraction at this moment. It went wild, like rivers converging into the sea. It surged from every corner of the courtyard, from the hot spring, from the leaves of spiritual plants, madly gathering towards the room where Wang Ping'an resided. A visible, small vortex of spiritual energy slowly formed around his room. Initially, the vortex was the size of a grinding wheel. Yet, as the furnace of vital energy within Wang Ping'an intensified, its demand for external energy grew exponentially. The vortex spun faster, expanding rapidly. The spiritual mist in the courtyard was swept away. The spiritual energy within the hot spring visibly thinned. A few precious spiritual plants even began to show signs of wilting. Yet, Wang Ping'an remained blissfully unaware of all this. His mind was wholly absorbed in a peculiar state of pain intertwined with pleasure. The barrier from early fourth stage to mid-level fourth stage. In the face of this overwhelming torrent of energy, not even the slightest obstruction could form. It shattered like a thin sheet of paper, ruthlessly and instantly. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Your realm has broken through to mid-level fourth stage. The system's notification carried a hint of flattering tremor, owing to this extravagant act. The feedback of power was remarkably clear. Wang Ping'an could distinctly feel the total amount of vital energy in his dantian soaring at a rocket-like speed. 8,000 points. 9,000 points. 10,000 points. Soon, His vital energy surged past the significant threshold of 15,000 points. This indicated that he had firmly stepped into the ranks of mid-level 4th stage. From a novice who has just broken through to the 4th rank, he has swiftly ascended to the mid-level 4th rank in less than half an hour. Is this the joy of spending money to gain power? Indeed, it is so unadorned and monotonous. However, the breakthroughs continue. His ambition is to reach the pinnacle of the 4th rank. With the elevation of his realm, his body's demand for energy has surged exponentially. The meager spiritual energy within Qilinju has long been completely devoured by him. The energy vortex, which has expanded to envelop the entire courtyard, has begun to uncontrollably spread wildly beyond the confines of Qilinju. The rich and pure spiritual energy from the Wang family's core spiritual vein in the back mountain has been drawn by this overwhelming suction, beginning to flow incessantly towards this newly formed black hole. The phenomenon of spiritual energy has begun to take shape. Furthermore, as Wang Pingyin's internal blood furnace grows increasingly fierce, this phenomenon shows a terrifying trend of intensification. At this moment, Wang Pingyin is with his eyes closed, completely immersed in the exhilarating pleasure of rapidly elevating his strength. He remains blissfully unaware of the tremendous commotion caused by what seems to be a routine retreat for him. Chapter 46, a phenomenon shocking the heavens within Qilinju. The energy vortex finally broke free after consuming the last trace of energy within the courtyard. It surged forth like a famished beast escaping its cage, crashing into the core spiritual vein of the Wang family. Boom! The entire back mountain trembled slightly. An endless stream of pure spiritual energy, drawn by that incomparably tyrannical force, transformed into a visible torrent surging wildly towards Qilinju. In Tiandu, the night was as dark as ink, with lights dotting the landscape like stars scattered throughout the mortal realm. Yet, at this moment, everyone sensed something amiss. What is happening? Why do I feel the spiritual energy flowing? A nearby disciple, meditating on the street and absorbing the moonlight, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Not just flowing. Look at the sky, someone exclaimed. Everyone simultaneously raised their heads. In the direction of the back mountain, a robust golden pillar of light shot up into the sky, piercing the clouds. Subsequently, that golden radiance unfurled at an altitude of 1,000 meters, resembling a colossal umbrella spreading open. A resplendent golden cloud, adorned with countless auspicious rays, appeared out of thin air, illuminating half of Tiandu's night sky as bright as day. A forceful, pure energy fluctuation, tinged with the innocence of a newborn calf, swept through the entirety of the Wang family estate like a tsunami. What is happening? Countless Wang family members emerged from their rooms, staring in astonishment at the celestial phenomenon, whispering in speculation. Could a 7th rank master be breaking through in the back mountain? A well-informed direct descendant immediately shook his head in denial. No. A 7th rank master's breakthrough invokes the power of heaven and earth, overwhelming and majestic, with phenomena spanning several miles, yet it would never be this pure. This aura seems more like the vigorous blood energy of an individual resonating with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The blood energy of a single person? What a joke. Whose blood energy could create such a spectacle? Just as confusion filled the crowd, in various hidden chambers where Wang family members had long secluded themselves, pairs of eyes, some aged, others sharp, suddenly opened wide. Numerous formidable thoughts capable of warping space surged forth like unsheathed swords from different corners of the Wang family, filled with suspicion and vigilance, instantly locking onto the source of the phenomenon. Back mountain, Qilinju. Such tyrannical blood energy. Is it an enemy attack? No. This aura shares the same origin. It belongs to our Wang family disciple. But which junior possesses such might? Several thoughts silently exchanged in the air, each reading the profound confusion from the other's intent. Meanwhile, in several other caves of similar stature to Qilinju, suspended in midair across Tiandu, the other 4 Qilin disciples of the Wang family were also alarmed. In East City, within a courtyard enveloped by sword energy, a young man sitting cross-legged beneath a waterfall slowly opened his eyes. Sword energy swirled around him, cleaving the cascading water as he gazed toward the back mountain. Sensing the overwhelming energy fluctuation, a smile of battle intent gracing his lips. Interesting. In North City, within the alchemy room filled with fragrant herbs, a woman clad in white, possessing a gentle and refined demeanor, was cautiously regulating the furnace's flames. Sensing something, she lifted her gaze to the golden sky outside, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. What a troublesome fellow. Several elders stationed within the family could no longer contain themselves. They must investigate. Such a phenomenon could lead to unimaginable consequences if something goes awry. An elder with a fiery temper shouted, his blood energy surging as he prepared to depart. Just then, a plain yet authoritative voice, resonating with an undeniable command, echoed abruptly within the minds of every member of the Wang family. "This is my grandson Ping'an's epiphany. You must not disturb him." This voice came from Wang Qi. The elders who were about to set off froze in their tracks, instantly halting. All the Wang family members engaged in hushed discussions fell silent, as if their throats had been grasped. The entire Tiandu descended into an eerie stillness. Is it that Wang Ping'an, the newly minted fifth Qilin who had just broken through to the fourth rank and incapacitated Wang Wei? Did he not just break through? How is he already comprehending the Tao? And he has caused such a monumental phenomenon. Questions filled everyone's minds. However, before they could recover from this shocking revelation, an even more unforgettable scene unfolded. Just as Wang Qi's voice faded, a hand, entirely composed of golden energy, large enough to cover half the sky, tore through the clouds, appearing out of nowhere. The intricate patterns on the colossal hand were clearly visible, each line seemingly containing the profound truths of heaven and earth, emanating a terrifying pressure that made souls tremble. This was the means of a ninth-rank grandmaster. Under the astonished gazes of tens of thousands of family members, the golden giant hand opened its fingers and slowly descended. It did not cause any destruction. Rather, it laid down a translucent, bowl-shaped barrier that seamlessly enveloped the entire back mountain along with the small Qilinju. The surging spiritual energy from the outside world was completely isolated. Within the barrier, an absolute domain free from any disturbance was established. After completing this, the golden giant hand gradually dissipated into the night sky. The entire family fell into silence. All were awestruck by the overwhelming protective measure exhibited by their ancestor. They once again felt the immense importance placed on this newly emerged fifth Qilin. This was no longer mere affection. It was a profound hope. Among the crowd, several direct descendants of Wang Qi's lineage gazed at the slowly vanishing giant hand in the sky, their eyes turning red with jealousy. Why? Why does Wang Ping'an receive such unreserved protection from grandfather and the ancestor? Yet, despite their envy and dissatisfaction, they could only lower their heads in submission, not daring to utter a single word of grievance. After all, even the venerable Jiupin Lao Zu had personally come forth to shield him. Who would dare to provoke such ominous fate? Within the barrier, Wang Ping'an remained blissfully unaware of the events occurring outside. His entire focus was consumed by the imminent breakthrough to the pinnacle of the fourth grade. Oh dear, Master, your grandfather is truly formidable. This is simply the most exclusive and supreme VIP escort service. With this protective barrier, not only will no one disturb you, but even an interstellar war outside will have no bearing on you. The voice of the system brimmed with awe and flattery. Wang Ping'an paid it no mind. With his grandfather's protection, although the external spiritual energy was severed, the immense energy points transformed into an even purer, more tumultuous torrent, rampaging through his body. His vitality surged dramatically. 20,000, 25,000, 28,000. His internal vitality had reached a critical point of near overflow. Only one final step remained to reach the 30,000 points that represented the limit of the fourth grade. The intangible barrier, symbolizing the peak of the fourth grade, became vividly perceptible to his divine sense. It was indomitable. Master, we are at the final juncture. Charge through. Wang Ping'an summoned the last vestige of energy within him, transforming it into the sharpest of spikes, and rammed it forcefully against the barrier. Vitality, 29,000. A fine network of cracks quietly appeared on the solid barrier. Chapter 47. The pinnacle of the fourth grade within the barrier, Wang Ping'an's breakthrough faced no further obstructions. The spike, forged from an overwhelming mass of energy points, crashed decisively against the intangible barrier. There was no sound. Yet, within Wang Ping'an's divine perception, he seemed to hear a crisp, shattering crack. A delicate web of fissures began to manifest on the once impenetrable barrier representing the fourth grade's pinnacle. Hope surged within Wang Ping'an as he mobilized the last of his usable energy, converting it into a continuous force that surged towards the cracks. Master, just a little more. Smash it to pieces. The system's voice shrieked in his mind, more excited than he was himself. The cracks expanded, multiplying from 1 to 10, then to 100. Finally, with a resounding roar that echoed from the depths of his soul, the formidable barrier shattered. Like bamboo under a battering ram, the seemingly endless torrent of golden vitality, previously barred from entry, finally found its outlet. It roared and surged into the final hidden realm of Wang Pingyin's body with devastating momentum. The refinement began. If the previous breakthrough was merely an initial connection and illumination of the internal organs, this moment represented true sublimation and rebirth. In Wang Pingyin's inner vision, he could distinctly see the golden torrent of vitality splitting into 5 streams, simultaneously rushing towards his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. The heart was the first to be completely engulfed. The already powerful heart, under the frenzied cleansing of the golden vitality, shed its last impurities, becoming transparent and flawless, akin to a perfect red crystal. Each heartbeat resounded like thunder. Next came the liver. A brilliant green light surged forth, nurturing a tremendous vitality within, enhancing its functions to an unimaginable level, with detoxification and blood production capabilities improved tenfold. The spleen radiated a rich yellow glow, heavy and steady, maximizing the efficiency of blood production. The lungs exhaled a silvery sharpness. With each breath, they could draw in more ambient energy from the void. The kidneys, shrouded in a black luminescence, nurtured the essence of life, forming the most resilient foundation of the entire life cycle. At the moment when the refinement of the 5 organs reached perfection, a wondrous transformation occurred. A humming sound resonated. 5 stars, each of a different hue and dazzling brilliance, were fully ignited within him. In the next instant, golden bridges, constructed from the purest energy, materialized out of thin air, perfectly linking these 5 stars together. The heart nourishes blood, blood nurtures the liver harbors the soul governs the spleen generates energy, energy nourishes the lungs govern breath. Breath connects to the kidneys, and the kidneys store essence, which transforms into marrow. The cycle of the 5 elements turns, nurturing and counterbalancing one another. A perfect, self-sustaining, perpetual microcycle within his body was successfully established. From this moment forth, he would no longer need to deliberately cultivate. As long as he lived, breathed, and his heart beat, his vitality would flow autonomously, grow, and restore itself. His recovery speed and endurance had reached a qualitative leap. This was the true hallmark of the 4th grade pinnacle. Ding! Congratulations to my exalted master. The internal microcycle has been perfectly established. Your body is now a flawless work of art. Accompanied by the system's excessively flattering notification, Wang Pingyin's attribute panel finally refreshed with the ultimate data. His gaze immediately fell upon the vitality section. He watched as the number, having surpassed 29,000 points, leapt dramatically. It ultimately settled firmly on the coveted and seemingly unattainable perfect number sought by countless 4th grade warriors. 30,000. Host, Wang Pingyin Realm. 4th grade warrior, pinnacle, strength, 3,000 speed, 3,000 physique, 3,000 spirit, 3,000 recovery, 3,000 energy points. 318. 500. This frenzied upgrade consumed a total of 681, 500 energy points. Observing this result, Wang Pingyin nodded in satisfaction. The expenditure was not in vain. The next moment, he slowly opened his eyes. In the luxurious bedroom of Qilin residence, 2 beams of golden divine light shot forth from his eyes. With a soft hiss, the solid wall crafted from a millennium of ironwood was effortlessly penetrated, leaving behind 2 impeccably smooth holes. Wang Pingyin mused, I hope this house is insured. He raised his hand slowly. It appeared fair and slender, seemingly unchanged from before. Yet he could distinctly feel every ounce of strength within him at his command. A profound confidence surged within him. Should he wish, he could levitate a cup of water in the palm of his hand, precisely controlling the vibration of each water molecule. He could also shatter a mountain with a single punch, reducing it to the finest dust. The breakthrough complete. The overwhelming aura that nearly threatened to burst the entire barrier receded like a retreating tide, swiftly becoming more contained. Within mere breaths, he resumed his previous unremarkable and harmless demeanor. Yet beneath that seemingly ordinary demeanor lies an aura of profound depth and authenticity, reminiscent of a master returning to simplicity. Outside the cave, the grand barrier crafted by a grandmaster of the 9th rank enveloping the entire rear mountain dissipated silently, akin to melting ice and snow. Wang Qi stood at the entrance of Qilinju, hands clasped behind his back, his posture erect. He sensed the atmosphere within, now entirely tranquil, yet unfathomably deep, and a faint smile of satisfaction finally graced his usually impassive face. This young man had performed even better than he had anticipated. At that moment, the heavy door of Qilinju creaked open, revealing Wang Pingyin, who emerged from within, clad in ordinary casual attire. His hair slightly disheveled and his face still bearing traces of drowsiness. He stood before his grandfather. Their eyes met. Wang Qi regarded his grandson with a fleeting expression of admiration and contentment, yet a more substantial undertone of scrutiny loomed above them. Chapter 48. A thought blossoms as Wang Pingyun stepped out of Qilinju and caught sight of his grandfather's smiling gaze. He respectfully greeted, "Grandfather." An unusual silence permeated the air. The two locked eyes. One appeared languid, as if just awakening from a midday slumber. The other exuded an aura of immense depth, cloaking a dormant volcano beneath its placid surface. Wang Qi's scrutiny felt almost tangible, pressing heavily upon the open space before Qilinju. Accompanying Wang Qi were the law elder Wang Taizhan and several elders from the collateral branches who dared not breathe. They understood that the ancestor intended to personally assess the worth of this newly appointed fifth Qilin son. "Goodness, Master, is your grandfather about to test you on calculus or quantum mechanics?" This system detects that his emotional fluctuation index is even more intense than the celestial phenomena triggered by your breakthrough. Within his mind, the system's voice echoed. Wang Pingyun chose to ignore it, standing silently, awaiting the next development. He was acutely aware that the commotion caused by his recent seclusion had been monumental. From the initial stage of the fourth rank to the pinnacle in a single day, such aptitude assuredly hinted at a minimum of ninth rank potential. His grandfather's lack of suspicion did not equate to a lack of curiosity. Indeed, Wang Qi nodded without uttering a word. He slowly raised his hand and pointed casually towards a corner of the courtyard. There, a once vibrant and resplendent spiritual plant, the seven-color gene, now lay completely withered. Its charred branches and curled leaves exuded an aura of lifelessness, as if all vitality had been drained, collapsing lifelessly in the flower bed. This was collateral damage from Wang Pingyun's frenzied absorption of spiritual energy. Wang Taizhan and the others followed Wang Qi's finger, their expressions frozen in confusion. What could this mean? Was the ancestor using a dead flower as a lesson for Wang Pingyun, urging him to be more cautious in his cultivation, avoiding the devastation akin to a locust swarm? "Ancestor, this was merely an unintentional mistake on Pingyun's part," one elder ventured cautiously, seeking to defend Wang Pingyun. However, Wang Qi paid him no heed. His gaze fixed intently on Wang Pingyun. The implication was unmistakable. The question has been posed. Now, it is your turn to answer. Wang Taizhan furrowed his brow, sensing a vague understanding, yet the thought was so absurd that it seemed impossible. Reviving it? What a jest! The vitality of the seven-color gene had been irrevocably extinguished. Its roots decayed. Not even a seventh-rank master could do anything but lament. To resurrect a thoroughly deceased spiritual plant was a realm only accessible to legendary martial gods. For a mere fourth-rank warrior to be tasked with reviving a lifeless spirit plant was not an examination. It was a trial of endurance. As the crowd remained in a state of uncertainty, believing the ancestor was merely leveraging the situation, Wang Pingyun moved. He gazed at the deceased seven-color gene and instantly comprehended his grandfather's challenge. This was not a test of brute strength, but rather a trial of control over power. A player capable of expending 3 million energy points to enhance energy manipulation precision would fear not this meticulous task. "Ah, Master, the stage for your performance has been set, and the spotlight is on you. Please commence." Wang Pingyun advanced with measured steps to the withered seven-color gene. He crouched down and gently touched the charred, lifeless branches. The texture was icy and fragile, devoid of any warmth. Taking a deep breath, a stream of golden vitality slowly emanated from his fingertips. Yet this vitality lacked the previous ferocity and wildness, instead radiating the gentle warmth of early spring sunshine, soothing as a mother's embrace. Though fundamentally still his vital energy, it had undergone an astonishing transformation, imbued with a nurturing quality due to his meticulous control. This was the terrifying effect of targeted optimization. His command over power had reached an exquisite level. Wang Taizhan and the other elders instinctively took a step forward, their eyes widening in astonishment. They felt it. The energy flowing from Wang Pingyun's fingertips was no longer merely violent vitality, but an essence brimming with life. Although it had not yet reached the core of life's origin, its nature had fundamentally transformed. Could he truly alter the attribute of his own vitality? One elder gasped in disbelief. The ability to transform one's destructive essence into a nurturing characteristic was a feat beyond comprehension, far more challenging than simply unleashing vitality against foes. Wang Pingyun skillfully infused that golden stream of energy into the already desiccated roots of the seven-color gene with extraordinary precision. The entire process flowed seamlessly, without a hint of energy leakage. His actions resembled those of a master horticulturist gently coaxing a dormant life back into awakening rather than a warrior wielding raw power. In that moment, time seemed to slow. As everyone remained transfixed, overwhelmed with shock, a miracle unfolded. The once utterly lifeless seven-color gene, its roots charred and black, appeared to be injected with a stimulant the instant it came into contact with the golden energy. A faint flicker of vitality was stubbornly ignited from the deepest part of the roots. This flicker of life, like a spark, was tenderly nurtured and bolstered by Wang Pingyan's gentle vitality. The withered branches ceased to be charred and gradually regained some resilience. Several once curling leaves began to unfurl slightly. Though still yellowed, they no longer bore the appearance of utter desolation. All of this transpired within mere seconds. A withered tree greeted with spring. Although it had not yet blossomed in full glory, this spirit plant, which had been deemed doomed to death, had been forcibly yanked back from the precipice of demise. The previously serene smile on Wang Qi's face froze completely. Within his eyes, which had witnessed countless storms of the world, only a profound astonishment remained. He had envisioned numerous possibilities. He pondered whether Wang Pingyan could, with his vigorous vitality, manage to moisten the withered branches of this seven-colored violet even slightly, which would already signify exceptional control. However, he never anticipated that Wang Pingyan would present him with such a scene of forcibly reversing life and death. This was not merely a revival. It surpassed revival itself. This transcended the issue of simple control. It reflected a profound understanding of the essence of energy, reaching an extraordinarily high level. Beep. Detection of the 9th grade Grandmaster Wang Qi shows intense fluctuations in his state of mind, with shock levels reaching peak values. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully showcased your skills in front of your grandfather. The way he looks at you now resembles that of a man gazing at a monster. Wang Pingyan slowly rose, brushed off non-existent dust from his hands, and turned to face the utterly dazed Wang Qi. Grandfather, how did I perform on this problem? Wang Qi did not respond immediately. He gazed at his grandson, observing the seemingly ordinary and somewhat lazy face, yet within his heart, a colossal wave capable of overturning his cognition surged. A prodigy. This was beyond the mere label of prodigy. To possess such astonishing control and comprehension of energy at the 4th grade realm meant that advancing to the 9th grade was all but guaranteed. There was even hope for realms beyond the 9th grade. Chapter 49. The allowance from grandfather. This thought struck like the most brilliant lightning, shattering the rock-solid state of Wang Qi's mind. At that moment, his breath quickened. He stared intently at Wang Pingyan for a full 10 seconds. Just as Wang Taizhan and others felt the atmosphere solidifying into a block of iron, with even the surrounding spiritual energy halting its flow, Wang Qi erupted into a fit of laughter more boisterous and triumphant than during the martial arts demonstration. This laughter reverberated through the entire back mountain, causing the surrounding bamboo groves to tremble and leaving the nearby elders pale, their energies surging dangerously, nearly causing them to falter. Wang Qi grasped Wang Pingyan's shoulders with such force that even the newly ascended 4th grade peak, with an incredibly robust physique, felt the strain in his shoulder blades. Good. What a splendid answer. His eyes sparkled, no longer viewing his grandson as merely that, but as a unique and unparalleled treasure worthy of legacy. With exquisite control, the vitality transformed into life. Pingyan, do you realize what you have just accomplished? Wang Qi's voice trembled slightly, unbeknownst to him. This signifies that your understanding of martial arts has transcended that of 99% of the so-called geniuses on Blue Star. Those 6th grade warriors and 7th grade masters may not possess the finesse you have in controlling their own powers. A monster. You are an absolute monster. He scolded while laughing, his astonishment and joy rendering him nearly beside himself, leaving Wang Taizhan and others utterly speechless. They had followed the ancestor for over a century, yet had never witnessed the 9th grade grandmaster, who was usually decisive and imposing, so disregard his demeanor. Beep. Detection of the 9th grade Grandmaster Wang Qi shows emotional fluctuations reaching historical peaks, with dopamine secretion levels severely exceeding limits. Kind reminder. Your grandfather now looks at you as a solitary man of 800 years suddenly encountering an unparalleled beauty. It is advisable to maintain distance for safety. Wang Pingyan thought, will this broken system ever use metaphors? Grandfather, if you keep squeezing my shoulder, it might shatter, he reminded helplessly. Oh. Wang Qi awoke from his stupor, hurriedly releasing his grip while still beaming with excitement as he paced back and forth. After circling twice, he seemed to realize that mere verbal praise could not fully express his current joy and exhilaration. He suddenly smacked his thigh. No, a reward. A substantial reward is necessary. Wang Qi's laughter subsided, his expression turning serious as the domineering aura of a ninth-grade grandmaster reasserted itself. Before all the elders, he took out a glimmering golden crystal card from his storage ring. The moment the card appeared, the surrounding air seemed to warm by several degrees. Wang Tieshan's eyelids twitched violently. This was the ancestor's private treasury card. This card contained 10,000 low-grade spiritual crystals. Wang Qi casually handed the crystal card to Wang Pingyan, speaking as if he were handing over a mere 10,000 federal coins. Here, consider this your allowance from grandfather. Boom. 10,000 low-grade spiritual crystals. Allowance. The elders trailing behind nearly fainted at the staggering figure, their minds buzzing. What does 10,000 low-grade spiritual crystals signify? At the market rate of 10,000 federal coins each, that amounts to an entire 100 million federal coins. 100 million. Just like that, given as allowance? People surpassing others can indeed be infuriating. Wang Tieshan's eternally stoic face twitched uncontrollably. He too felt that the ancestor's generosity was excessively grand. This was no longer favoritism. It was indulgence. 10,000 low-grade spiritual crystals. My supreme master. 10,000. Converted to energy points. That amounts to a full million. The system's voice in Wang Pingyan's mind became distorted, sharp as nails scraping against glass. Your grandfather is not merely a grandfather. He is a walking money-printing machine, an affluent being on the move. Hurry, embrace his leg tightly, and don't let him escape. Wang Pingyan held the heavy crystal card, observing his grandfather's expression as if this small sum were nothing, feeling a wave of disbelief. Is this the financial power of a ninth-grade grandmaster? It seems that poverty has indeed limited my imagination. Thank you, grandfather. He accepted it nonchalantly on the surface, while his heart soared with joy. A million energy points at his disposal. Wang Qi, witnessing his grandson's calm demeanor, felt even more satisfied. He remained unfazed in the face of immense wealth. This child possesses the demeanor of an emperor. He was entirely unaware that Wang Pingyan's internal monologue was solely about converting this million energy points into attribute points. Money is but an external matter. Wang Qi, hands behind his back, began to impart wisdom to his grandson. A true warrior must focus on the future, on the stars and the seas. He shifted his tone, his expression turning grave. Pingyan, the talents you have displayed far exceed my expectations. Therefore, my demands of you must also rise. 3 months from now is the decennial Blue Star Qianlong ranking competition, where the pinnacle of the young generation across Blue Star shall participate. I expect you to secure a position within the top 100 and then compete in the annual Xian Yuan Star System Qianlong ranking contest. Wang Qi's voice was resolute and undeniable. Previously, his expectation was merely for Wang Pingyan to achieve a commendable rank and participate in the subsequent Xian Yuan Star System Qianlong ranking contest. However, having witnessed Wang Pingyan's astonishing control firsthand, his ambitions had swelled. He now aimed for Wang Pingyan to compete in next year's Xian Yuan Star System Qianlong ranking contest. Do not fear expenditures. Wang Qi pointed at the crystal card in Wang Pingyan's hand, speaking with grandiosity. In these 3 months, feel free to acquire any resources you require. Danyao, Ling Kai, Gong Fa, whatever can be purchased in the market, procure the finest for my grandfather. If this 10,000 Ling Jing is insufficient, I shall request more from him. In any case, ensure that my status is maximized. 3 months hence, I shall trample upon those so-called geniuses. Upon concluding his decree, Wang Qi let out a hearty laugh, turning with satisfaction alongside a group of elders who had grown utterly numb to his whims. He intended to return and indulge in a drink, for today marked the pinnacle of joy in his century-long existence. At the entrance of Qilinju, Wang Pingyan found himself alone. He weighed the crystalline card in his hand, savoring the substantial heft of 100 million federal coins. He then turned back to his room, deliberately ignoring the invaluable warm jade bed, and sat cross-legged upon the floor. Eagerly, he projected his consciousness into the crystalline card. Ding! Detected 10,000 low-grade Ling Jing. Would you like to recharge? According to everyone's opinion, there is no need to withdraw cash. It can be directly transferred from the bank. Recharge. Ding! Recharge successful. Congratulations. Master, you have obtained energy points. 10,000,000. Wang Pingyan promptly summoned his attribute panel. Host. Wang Pingyan, Realm. 4th grade warrior, Peak. Strength, 3,000. Speed, 3,000. Constitution, 3,000. Mentality, 3,000. Recovery, 3,000. Energy points, 10, 318, 500, 1,031,000. Gazing at the dizzying array of numbers, Wang Pingyan felt his breath grow fervent. Unprecedented wealth. Unparalleled audacity. He felt that, should he desire, he could negotiate for the moon itself. He silently recited the name of the Lan Xing, Qianlong Bang, a strange glimmer flashing in his eyes. Since his grandfather had made such a declaration, he was resolute in securing a place among the top 100. However, relying solely on his peak fourth-grade prowess might not suffice to ensure a top 100 finish in a competition gathering the finest talents of Lan Xing. After all, he was only 16 years old, and the Lan Xing Qianlong Bang permitted participants under 19. Wang Long, the first Qilin of the Wang family, was already a 6th-grade Sanjiao master at 19. He was likely the frontrunner for this year's competition. Wang Pingyan's gaze fell upon the reward of the Tong Tian Wu Ji Go. The most effective means of enhancing strength was through martial techniques. A thought quietly emerged in his mind. He issued a new command to the system. System, please inquire how many energy points are required to elevate an S-grade martial technique from Xiaocheng to Cheng. Chapter 50, Martial Technique Mastery. The system, having been momentarily silent, sprang back to life. Buzz. The ostentatious golden light effects became even more extravagant. Countless golden petals descended from the heavens, and the background music transitioned to a stirring symphony. In the center of the light screen, a line of dynamically crafted diamond letters shimmered in a rainbow of colors, gradually materializing. Welcome, my Supreme Master. Are you finally ready to embark on your true journey of opulence? The system butler exclusively recommends the Supreme Enjoyment Package for Martial Technique Mastery. Wang Pingyan felt a twinge of regret for having charged so much money initially. My master, you must understand, the difference between martial techniques at Xiaocheng and Decheng is not merely a single realm, it is a chasm. If Xiaocheng teaches you how to wield a weapon, then Decheng allows you to become one with the weapon. It is a qualitative leap. The system's voice was alluring, reminiscent of those telemarketers from his past life. Right now, 3 S-grade martial techniques, each requiring 1 million energy points for advancement from Xiaocheng to Decheng. With a bundled purchase, this system dares to offer you an internal employee discount. The total price is merely 3 million. 3 million. You can't lose. You won't be deceived. But you can acquire invincibility among your peers. You can secure the confidence to challenge adversaries beyond your level. A colossal, continuously rotating upgrade button adorned with gems pulsated on the screen, eager to draw Wang Pingyan's attention. 3 million energy points. The price made Wang Pingyan's eyebrows twitch, albeit imperceptibly. It was quite steep. Nevertheless, he relished it. Enough with the clamoring. In a tone as casual as ordering a spicy hot pot, he issued his command. Execute. Alrighty. The system seemed momentarily stunned by his extravagant demeanor, its voice faltering slightly. The next second, it erupted into an almost frenzied, distorted shriek within Wang Pingyan's mind. Command confirmed. My Supreme Master. 3 million energy points are being consumed. The feast has begun. Boom. Without any forewarning, the number in the energy points section of Wang Pingyan's panel instantly evaporated by a staggering 3 million. An overwhelming, pure torrent of information, more substantial than any previous upgrade, surged into his consciousness like a raging river breaching its banks. This time, it was no longer merely a matter of cultivating insights. It was the manifestation of principles, the embodiment of true intent. Zishao Ben Lei Zhang. Wang Pingyan's awareness was drawn into a realm of chaotic void. He witnessed the first spark of lightning birthed from the abyss of nothingness. It tore through the darkness, bringing forth light. It was wild, it was destructive. And at the terminus of destruction, it conceived new life. Creation and annihilation. This was the true essence of thunder. In his palm, the delicate strands of golden qi and blood were no longer mere simulations, but rather they bore the genuine imprint of the essence of thunder itself. Meiying Xiao Yao Yu, his consciousness transitioned to a peculiar world composed of countless shards of space. He glimpsed the folds of space and the layers of dimensions. He comprehended what it meant to be worlds apart, yet close at hand. The concept of evasion transcended mere speed. It was the ability to briefly step into the imperceptible subspace, executing a genuine flash. To evade all locks. To disregard all obstacles. This was true freedom. Budong Ming Wang Shun. Ultimately, his awareness arrived atop a magnificent sacred mountain. A golden deity, with 3 heads and 6 arms, gazed fiercely into the void. Despite the howling winds, the flames of heaven, and the encroaching waters, it remained steadfast and unyielding. Wang Pingyan finally understood that true defense is not reliant on the thickness of one's qi and blood, but rather the construction of a domain uniquely his own, a realm centered upon himself, impervious to all external forces. As the torrent of information imprinted itself deeply upon his soul, Wang Pingyan slowly opened his eyes. He remained seated upon the warm jade bed, his posture unchanged. Yet, the world around him felt entirely transformed. He gently clenched his fist. There was no explosion of energy. No sound. Yet, before him, the space shimmered with a visible distortion akin to rippling water. With a mere clenching of his fist, it seemed as though he could shatter this very realm. Is this the realm of Decheng? He murmured to himself. Now, he was exponentially stronger than he had been 3 days prior. An unwavering confidence surged within him. At this moment, if he were to confront Wang Wei, he need not even appear before him. With a mere thought, he could unleash a palm strike imbued with the essence of creation and destruction from a distance of 1,000 meters, obliterating both the opponent and their very soul. This was the true essence of his strength. This was his foundation for dominating the Qianlong ranking. However, amidst the exhilarating surge of power, a new dilemma quietly emerged. He possessed formidable skills, yet remained oblivious to their limits. He felt akin to a child holding the button of a nuclear weapon, utterly unaware of its devastating potential. He needed a target, one robust and formidable enough to allow him to unleash his strength without reservation. A thought crystallized in his mind. Without hesitation, Wang Pingyan seized the family communication terminal from his bedside. The signal connected. On the screen, the stern yet commanding visage of his grandfather, Wang Qi, appeared. Pingyan? What brings you here at such a late hour? Wang Pingyan gazed at his grandfather's image, a faint smile gracing his lips. Grandfather, he spoke with a calm demeanor. Yet there was an unmistakable resolve in his tone. I wish to apply for entry into Wanshou Xing for practical training. Chapter 51. Wanshou Xing. Upon hearing Wang Pingyan's request, Wang Qi's authoritative face fell into a brief silence. He did not respond immediately, his profound gaze fixed intently upon his grandson on the screen. After a pause of several seconds, he finally spoke. Good. The word resonated powerfully, echoing with conviction. Rather than becoming arrogant from momentary victory or lost in the surge of newfound power, he displayed the wisdom to seek practical experience to hone his skills. A genuine smile of satisfaction, more profound than at any previous moment, emerged on Wang Qi's face. You truly are my grandson. I grant you permission. With a decisive wave of his hand, he displayed the dominance and resolution befitting a master of the 9th rank. From this moment forth, all training grounds of the Wang family, including Wanshou Xing, are open to you without restriction or contribution points. You may enter at any time. I will have Taishan accompany you. He will make all the necessary arrangements. Go forth. Wang Qi's expression brimmed with expectation. Pave your own invincible path with the bones of those demon beasts. The communication ended. Wang Pingyan tucked away the terminal, his expression still betraying no sign of emotion. My most exalted master, your grandfather is truly a model parent. He provides funds, treasures, and venues. He might as well join you in slaying monsters. This service, I shall refer to as the all-inclusive divine ascension package. Wang Pingyan disregarded the system's flattery. He stepped outside to find the figure of Wang Taishan, the law enforcement elder, awaiting him at the door. His expression remained as stoic as ever, yet the respect hidden within his gaze toward Wang Pingyan had intensified manifold. Young Master Pingyan, please. A small family shuttle had already hovered outside the courtyard. The shuttle ascended, transforming into a streak of light as it sped toward the starport beyond Tiandu. Inside the cabin, Wang Taishan took the initiative to elaborate. Young Master Pingyan, Wanshou Xing is a hunting planet that our Wang family has spent nearly a millennium modifying. This planet is unsuitable for ordinary humans, as its gravity is 3 times that of Blue Star. The family has captured over 10,000 varieties of demon beasts from various corners of the universe, distributing them across different regions of the planet according to their strength and habits. From the lowest grade 1st rank demon beasts to the supreme 7th rank demon beast kings, it encompasses all. The entire planet is divided into 7 levels of danger zones. Wang Taishan displayed a 3-dimensional holographic map of the planet. In the 1st to 3rd zones, the demon beasts generally range from 1st to 4th rank at their peak, making it the most frequented training ground for ordinary family members. In the 4th zone, you may encounter early-stage 5th rank demon beasts. Meanwhile, the 5th danger zone is dominated by 5th rank demon beasts, including formidable mid to late-stage entities. Even elite family members typically need to form teams to venture there. As for the 6th and 7th zones, Wang Taishan paused. Those are reserved for elder-level individuals, where 7th rank demon kings pose a threat to even masters' lives. Wang Pingyan listened attentively, his fingertips gliding gently over the holographic map. His gaze eventually settled on the section marked in deep red, the 5th danger zone. That was his true destination. Half an hour later, the shuttle arrived at a massive space station orbiting outside Blue Star. This was the exclusive transfer point to Wanshou. Within the transfer hall, a burly middle-aged man clad in Wang family's steward attire awaited their arrival. His aura was robust, his temples bulging, and his eyes sparkled with intensity. Clearly a peak 6th-rank martial artist. Elder Tai Shan, young Master Ping'an. The newcomer bowed respectfully to both. He was Wang Zong, a standout from the Wang family's collateral line, entrusted with the vital responsibility of guarding this transfer hub due to his remarkable talent. His demeanor was humble, yet the pride inherent in a peak 6th-rank warrior could not be entirely concealed, particularly when he glanced at Wang Ping'an. A subtle scrutiny and inquiry lay hidden beneath his respectful exterior. Rumors about the newly promoted 5th Kalinzi had already spread throughout the Wang family. He had emerged spectacularly, ascending to prominence instantly. In the eyes of someone like Wang Zong, who had fought his way up through the ranks from countless collateral family members, this talent, reliant on the favor and resources of the ancestors, seemed to carry a significant degree of superficiality. Wang Zong, no need for excessive courtesy, Wang Taishan nodded lightly. This is young Master Ping'an's first visit to Wanshou. Please explain the rules to him. Yes, Elder Taishan. Wang Zong immediately donned a warm and attentive demeanor. He guided Wang Ping'an toward the central control console of the hall, speaking animatedly. Young Master Ping'an, our rules at Wanshou are quite simple. Upon entry, your wristband will automatically record your hunting points, which can be exchanged for rewards upon exit. Additionally, to ensure your safety, the wristband is equipped with an emergency distress function. Once activated, I will immediately teleport you back. As he spoke, he offered a well-meaning reminder. Young Master Ping'an, while you are undoubtedly a prodigy, I personally recommend starting in the 3rd safety zone for your initial training. The strongest demon beasts there peak at 4th rank, and the variety is rich, making it perfect for you to acclimatize and refine your martial skills. As for the 5th danger zone, Wang Zong's tone grew slightly more serious. That area is not to be trifled with. The 5th-rank demon beasts inside are vicious and cunning. Even seasoned veterans like us must remain fully alert when entering. What do you think? His words were impeccably crafted, demonstrating concern for the Kalinzi while subtly highlighting Wang Ping'an's insufficient realm. However, Wang Ping'an seemed utterly oblivious to the underlying implications of his words. He did not even wait for Wang Zong to finish speaking. Instead, he strode directly to the control console and pointed at the colossal star map. His finger hovered over the deep crimson area labeled Yuying Tsonglen. Right here. This is troublesome. The 2 words that Wang Zong had been about to utter became lodged in his throat, stifled by the simplicity and directness of Wang Ping'an's statement. His entire being froze for a moment. Yuying Tsonglen? It was one of the top 3 most perilous zones within the 5th-level danger category. The monsters there were notorious for their speed, stealth, and lethal strikes, turning it into a nightmare for all adventurers. Has this young man lost his mind? This thought flashed through Wang Zong's mind. He forcibly suppressed the astonishment welling up within him and managed to muster a smile that was more painful than tears. Young Master Ping'an, you cannot be serious, can you? Yuying Tsonglen, that place is set to the highest difficulty. Wang Ping'an added another remark, completely cutting off any chance of persuasion. Wang Zong's expression turned rigid. Instinctively glancing at Wang Taishan, he hoped the elder enforcer would intervene. Yet, Wang Taishan merely stood there like a statue, showing no intention of speaking. An inexplicable rage ignited within Wang Zong. How reckless. Truly a spoiled greenhouse flower. Fine. If you wish to court death, why should I stop you? When the time comes and you are left in a disgraceful predicament, I shall relish seeing your face. Very well. Wang Zong's inner mockery intensified, though he dared not reveal a hint of it on his face. He approached the control console and, adhering to Wang Ping'an's demands, set the teleportation target. He bowed slightly to Wang Taishan, assuring him, Elder Taishan, rest assured, I will monitor the surveillance screen closely. Should young Master Ping'an encounter any danger, I guarantee immediate rescue. With that, he pressed the teleportation button. A buzzing sound echoed as a flash of white light enveloped Wang Ping'an's figure, causing him to vanish from the teleportation platform. Wang Zong immediately turned around, eagerly activating the massive monitoring screen beside him. The screen vividly displayed the scenes within Yuying Tsonglen. In the footage, Wang Ping'an appeared amidst a dimly lit forest. The trees here exhibited an eerie blackish-gray hue, their twisted branches blocking out the sun, allowing not a single ray of light to penetrate. The triple gravity, for his body fortified through numerous enhancements and possessing a strength attribute of 3,000 points, felt no different from that on Blue Star. He inhaled deeply. The air was thick with the scent of decaying leaves and a faint, yet palpable, aroma of brutality and bloodshed. This sensation did not discomfort him. Rather, it ignited a flicker of excitement within his veins. The spirit of battle was awakening. In the monitoring room, Wang Zong observed as Wang Pingyan not only refrained from seeking cover or adopting a defensive posture, but instead closed his eyes, appearing utterly at ease. His smirk becoming even more pronounced. Quite the actor, he scoffed internally. Just then, Wang Pingyan opened his eyes. His mental prowess, reaching 3,000 points, unfurled like an invisible tide, enveloping a radius of several dozen kilometers. Countless fragmented pieces of information flooded into his mind, the rustling of leaves in the wind, the subtle movements of venomous insects beneath the ground, and the life force of an entity lurking silently within the shadow of a massive tree several dozen kilometers away. Brimming with explosive power, a fifth-grade initial phase creature, the Void Shadow Leopard. A slight smile curled on Wang Pingyan's lips. You're the first, deep within the forest. The lithe and agile Void Shadow Leopard, its fur as black as ink, almost merging with the shadows, suddenly raised its head. Within its emerald green eyes flickered a glimmer of human-like confusion and rage. It sensed an unfamiliar yet profoundly unsettling gaze fixated upon it. A provocation, the most blatant challenge to its status as a jungle predator. With a suppressed growl emanating from its throat, it vanished, its form blurring like ink dropped into water. In the monitoring room, Wang Zong saw Wang Pingyan standing motionless, while the red, representing the Void Shadow Leopard, suddenly disappeared, prompting a derisive laugh from him. Still hoping to seek out a target? The beast has already come for you, fool. Within Yuying Tsonglin, Wang Pingyan remained steadfast, unmoving. He did not even turn his head. At that moment, a faint distortion appeared in the space behind him. A jet-black claw, sharp enough to rend through alloy armor, silently emerged from the twisted space, aimed directly at Wang Pingyan's vital point. Chapter 52, Leisurely Stroll. In the monitoring room, Wang Zong leaned back slightly in his expensive leather chair, wearing an expression of assured control. Just as I thought, a greenhouse flower, nurtured by resources and affection when faced with life and death combat, lacks even the most basic sense of danger. This claw strike will leave him grievously injured if not dead. At that point, this so-called prodigy will be screaming for help, and I will leisurely teleport him back. This farce must come to an end. On the screen, within Yuying Tsonglin, the dark claw, gathering the full power of a fifth-grade beast, was now less than 3 inches from Wang Pingyan's back. The chilling intent to kill seemed to seep through the screen. In the next moment, the claw descended. Contrary to expectations, there was no scene of blood splattering or the sound of bones shattering. The Void Shadow Leopard's claw effortlessly pierced through Wang Pingyan's body, but met only emptiness. It felt as though it had punctured a layer of water's reflection, imparting no sense of reality. The smirk on Wang Zong's face froze. On the screen, Wang Pingyan's form, pierced by the claw, began to tremble violently, twisting, until it transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, gradually dissipating. A residual shadow. How is this possible? In the presence of an assassin of the Void Shadow Leopard's caliber, how could a fourth-grade martial artist move so swiftly as to leave such a convincing afterimage? Before Wang Zong could process this overwhelming shock, the Void Shadow Leopard, having missed its strike, was also taken aback. Its emerald green eyes brimmed with primal confusion and disbelief. Where did the prey go? At that moment, as it looked around in bewilderment, a calm voice drifted from behind it. Looking for me. The fur along the Void Shadow Leopard's body stood on end. It spun around abruptly, faced with an unremarkable, yet somewhat pale and slender hand. That hand, in a mundane manner, pressed against its skull. Not hastily. In fact, one could describe it as leisurely. Yet, within the perception of the Shukong Yingbao, that palm seemed to enclose all the space around it. No matter which direction it attempted to evade, it ultimately could not escape the reach of that hand. There was no escape. My supreme master, your technique, Meiying Xiaoyaoyu, is indeed a stroke of genius. The processor of this foolish leopard has likely overheated. The voice of the system brimmed with flattery within his mind. Wang Pingyan paid it no heed. His palm ultimately pressed against the forehead of the Shukong Yingbao. There was no flash of lightning, nor an explosion of vitality. A crisp sound echoed, reminiscent of a watermelon being struck. The massive body of the Shukong Yingbao was sent soaring from the ground, tumbling 7 or 8 times in the air before crashing heavily against a giant tree dozens of meters away, producing a dull thud. It shook its dazed head and rose from the ground, feeling a bit dizzy but surprisingly unscathed. It did not understand, yet it felt an unprecedented humiliation. A roar filled with brutality and rage erupted from its throat, and it went completely mad. In the monitoring room, Wang Zong had risen from his seat, nearly pressing himself against the monitoring screen. He stared intently at the figure on the screen, which remained calm and composed, his breathing becoming somewhat rapid. The earlier scene was too bizarre. It was not merely a matter of speed. It was a mode of movement beyond his comprehension. This lad is peculiar. In the jungle, the enraged Shukong Ingbao transformed into streaks of black lightning, unleashing a tempestuous assault on Wang Ping'an. Each pounce produced a sharp sound of air being torn apart, and every claw strike left deep gouges in the hardened earth. However, it was futile. Wang Ping'an remained steadfast, leisurely strolling within a space of less than 3 feet. He occasionally sidestepped, retreated, or executed a perfectly timed squat. His movements were nonchalant, even imbued with a hint of languor and indifference. All the Shukong Ingbao's attacks seemed to strike at the air, unable to even graze the hem of his clothing. Wang Ping'an appeared as a mischievous child toying with a kitten, occasionally extending his hand. Smack! A slap landed on the left cheek of the Ingbao. Smack! Another slap struck its right cheek. Smack! 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 He even grew playful, using pure physical strength to deliver a rhythmic series of crisp sounds on the Ingbao's lightning-fast form. He did not strike with lethal intent. He was merely experimenting with the control over his newfound powers attained after reaching the Deshang realm, using this formidable 5th-tier demon beast as a test subject. In the monitoring room, Wang Zong's mouth hung agape, capable of holding an egg. He watched the comical battle unfolding on the screen, feeling as though the martial philosophies he had built over centuries were being shattered piece by piece. A 4th-tier martial artist was treating a 5th-tier demon beast, renowned for its speed and assassination prowess, as a punching bag. Was this reasonable? In the jungle, the Shukong Ingbao was on the brink of collapse. It had never endured such a profound humiliation since its inception. With a desperate roar, it finally unleashed its innate divine ability. In an instant, its body became blurry, then split into 10, and 10 into 100. Dozens of identical black phantoms surged from all directions, simultaneously pouncing towards Wang Ping'an. This was its most powerful move, capable of throwing any mid-tier 5th-level martial artist into disarray, unable to discern truth from illusion. Yet, in the face of this overwhelming assault, Wang Ping'an merely yawned in utter boredom. He could not even be bothered to distinguish which was the true body. He simply took a step forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. His pace was unhurried, yet it seemed to embody some profound principle. All phantom attacks, all claws tearing through the air, bizarrely fell short the moment they approached within 3 feet of his body. He appeared to traverse another dimension, existing in a space entirely separate from these attacks. In the monitoring room, Wang Zong's gaze was fixated on Wang Ping'an's seemingly ordinary steps, his body trembling violently. An absurd thought, so ludicrous it made him want to laugh, detonated within his mind. He finally recognized it. This was not merely a technique. This was not merely speed. This was subspace traversal. Wang Zong's lips quivered as he forced out those words from his throat. Impossible. This was absolutely impossible. His eyes glazed over, muttering incessantly, resembling a madman. That was a realm only accessible to 7th-tier masters. The superficial aspects of spatial laws. He was merely a 4th-tier martial artist. He was only 16. How could he possibly be a side-branch disciple who had toiled for centuries, enduring countless life and death experiences to barely reach the pinnacle of the 6th tier, which he considered his pride? Yet today, a 16-year-old youth, a tender flower in his eyes, demonstrated a divine skill that even 7th-tier masters could only touch upon. This dimensional suppression made him feel as though his centuries of arduous training were nothing but a joke. Beside him, Wang Taizhan, typically an unchanging iceberg of a man, although equally astounded, was filled with a deep sense of pride and shared glory. Hey master, did you see? That old man's worldview is being reformatted. This is what is called dimensional crushing. High-end. Wang Ping'an felt he had sufficiently tested his abilities. He had gained a vague understanding of his current strength. He halted his steps. The Shukong Ingbao, now utterly exhausted, its eyes filled with fear and despair, let out one final unwilling wail as it lunged towards him. This time, Wang Ping'an did not evade. He simply raised his right hand slowly, his fingers poised like a blade. At the moment the Ingbao lunged before him, a precise hand strike landed squarely on its neck. A tremendous force, mingled with a hint of expertly controlled shockwave energy, erupted instantaneously. Bang! The massive body of the Shukong Ingbao froze mid-air, then plummeted to the ground like a kite, with its string severed, crashing heavily and losing consciousness on impact. Wang Ping'an flicked his hand as if merely brushing away dust. He approached the unconscious demon beast, grasped one of its hind legs with one hand, and effortlessly tossed it behind him. The several hundred gene weight of the Shukong Ingbao was flung into the storage ring like a chick, vanishing from sight. After completing this, He finally felt his internal vitality begin to stir slightly. Chapter 53. The Collapse of the Mountain Ape King. Having effortlessly dealt with the Shukong Yingbao, Wang Pingyan gained a vague concept of his own strength. The early stage of the 5th tier was merely a warm-up level. He flexed his wrist, the joints producing a series of crisp cracks. Not enough. Such a level of opponent did not even qualify to make him serious. He sought a more formidable target, one that would allow him to fully unleash the potency of his 3 grand martial arts techniques. Once again, his consciousness surged like an invisible tide, fervently spreading deeper into the depths of the Yueying forest. This time, his perception transcended the myriad of weak and chaotic auras. Soon, a powerful, savage presence, brimming with primal fury, emerged within his awareness. He had found it. Wang Pingyan's figure left behind a faint afterimage and vanished instantly. In the depths of the Yueying forest lay an open valley. Bang, bang, bang. A series of thunderous roars that made the earth tremble resonated rhythmically. Wang Pingyan silently appeared atop a cliff, gazing down. In the center of the valley stood a colossal ape, over 10 meters tall, its muscles bulging like granite, cloaked in a thick layer of dark fur. It faced away from him, repeatedly striking a massive rock wall with fists as large as cooking pots. Each blow caused the wall to shudder violently, sending countless stones tumbling down. A fierce, menacing aura, almost tangible, mixed with frenzied waves of its blood energy, surged forth, thickening the air around it. This was the crumbling mountain giant ape, a mid-grade 5th-tier beast renowned for its sheer strength and defensive capabilities. Yet, the ape's actions at this moment seemed driven not merely by destruction, but by an indescribable urgency and madness. My supreme master, behold, this magnificent creature, its physique, those muscular contours. It is the perfect punching bag crafted just for you. With ample strength, high defense, and enduring resilience, it will undoubtedly provide you with the satisfaction of a hard-hitting encounter. The system's voice brimmed with excitement. Wang Pingyan paid no heed. He merely observed the giant ape quietly, sensing something amiss, yet he did not ponder it further. He leaped from the cliff, landing lightly in the valley. A mere 100 meters from the giant ape, he concealed none of his aura. The profound, flawless energy of a peak 4th-tier warrior surged forth, akin to a giant stone cast into a tranquil lake. Roar! Almost the instant he touched down, the crumbling mountain giant ape, previously facing away, suddenly froze. It slowly turned, revealing eyes larger than lanterns, instantly filled with a blood-red hue. In those eyes lay untainted savagery and murderous intent. It regarded this diminutive human as an intruder. Without any superfluous roar or testing, it charged. Boom! The ape's massive hind legs propelled it forward, shattering the hard rocky ground beneath into powder and creating a vast pit. Its hulking body moved with a terrifying speed that belied its size, transforming into a black whirlwind rushing straight toward Wang Pingyan. Before it even arrived, the fierce wind had already caused the air to emit a piercing shriek. Wang Pingyan stood his ground, motionless. He did not even activate the immovable king body. He merely raised his right hand slowly, fingers splayed, pushing forward with an ordinary gesture. A faint flicker of purple lightning danced in his palm, ephemeral yet potent. Zixiao Benliai palm. He wished to test the strength of this technique, infused with a hint of annihilative intent. Inside the monitoring room, Wang Zong stared intently at the screen, his heart lodged in his throat. A madman, truly a lunatic. Facing the full-force charge of a mid-grade 5th-tier crumbling mountain giant ape, he stood firm, intending to meet it with his bare palm. Did he think it was as fragile as the Void Shadow Leopard? That punch could crush a small interstellar warship into oblivion. In the valley, the hand enveloped in purple lightning collided with the giant fist imbued with immense force, finally crashing together under the watchful eyes of all. The anticipated earth-shattering explosion did not occur. Instead, a profoundly dull thud resounded at the point of contact. Bang! In the next moment, Wang Pingyan's figure was sent hurtling back as if struck by a high-speed meteor. He flew uncontrollably, his feet carving deep ruts into the ground for dozens of meters before he managed to stabilize himself. He raised his right hand, his entire arm trembling uncontrollably, waves of soreness and pain radiating from his palm up to his shoulder. The energy within him roiled violently. The perpetual languor on Wang Pingyan's face finally dissipated, replaced by a grave expression. Such formidable power. This raw strength had far surpassed that of a mid-grade 5th-tier beast and was perilously close to the late 5th tier. My master, the situation has changed. According to this system's urgent calculation, the strength index of that last punch reached 5,800 points. It exceeds your own. I advise you to immediately initiate a strategic retreat. In other words, run. Roar. Having struck successfully, the crumbling mountain giant ape seemed momentarily surprised. Yet, it granted Wang Ping'an no respite, roaring once more as it charged forward like a runaway heavy tank. This time, Wang Ping'an did not meet the attack head-on. He set aside all underestimation. Meiying Xiaoyaoyo. His figure blurred instantly, leaving a distinct afterimage in its place, while his true self appeared like a ghost at the giant ape's side. Concurrently, the purple lightning surged magnificently from his palms. No longer casual, he now devoted himself entirely to the endeavor. Boom, boom, boom. In this confined valley, man and beast engaged in the most intense and primal struggle. Wang Ping'an's movements reached their zenith, manifesting as streaks of purple lightning, weaving around the giant ape's massive form, flickering continuously. Each strike of his Zhixiao Binlei palm found its mark with pinpoint accuracy on the ape's joints and abdomen, areas with relatively weaker defenses. Each palm strike erupted in a blinding flash of lightning, eliciting anguished howls from the giant ape. The crumbling mountain giant ape fell into complete frenzy. It abandoned all unnecessary movements, relying solely on its terrifying physical power and defense to relentlessly swing its fists, charge, and trample. Each of its attacks sent tremors through the earth, causing rocks to shatter. The terrifying energy aftermath left the valley in disarray. In the monitoring room, Wang Zong was utterly dumbfounded. He could hardly fathom how a fourth-tier warrior could engage in such a fierce exchange with a beast approaching the late fifth tier, even seemingly gaining a slight upper hand. This was no longer mere talent. This was a prodigy. Amidst the fierce battle, however, Wang Ping'an's brow furrowed deeper. He realized that the giant ape's fighting style was peculiar. It appeared mad and fearless, yet all its attacks and movements intentionally confined the battleground within a certain range. On several occasions, Wang Ping'an could have decisively struck the vital point at the back of the creature's heart with a single palm. Yet it resolutely chose to bear the blow upon its shoulder, determined to prevent him from approaching the mountain wall behind it. What was it guarding? This thought flickered momentarily in his mind. After narrowly evading another swipe from the colossal ape, Wang Ping'an's consciousness became intensely focused. He summoned a fragment of his spirit and activated a mental technique he had only mastered after ascending to the fourth rank, spiritual vision. His perception instantly penetrated the dense rock layers. Behind the mountain wall lay a modest cave. At the cave's deepest recess, a soft bed of hay was spread out. Nestled upon it were 3 tiny monkeys, evidently just born, their bodies covered in sparse golden fur, their eyes barely open, trembling together and emitting faint, almost inaudible whimpers. They were frightened, afraid of the earth-shattering sounds outside, and they were calling for their mother. Boom! Wang Ping'an's mind felt as if it had been struck by a thunderbolt. In an instant, understanding dawned upon him. He comprehended everything. Why was this mountain-crushing giant ape so frenzied? Why would it rather die than relinquish this mountain wall? It was not guarding some heavenly treasure. It was defending its offspring. It was a mother. For a brief moment, Wang Ping'an's movements froze. This fleeting distraction was keenly sensed by the battle-hardened giant ape. Roar! It unleashed a thunderous roar, its crimson beastly eyes flashing with determination. Without hesitation, it channeled all its strength and vitality into its right fist. It unleashed its mightiest punch toward Wang Ping'an. Faced with this potentially lethal strike, Wang Ping'an's mind echoed with the image he had just witnessed, the 3 trembling, helpless younglings, and this battle-scarred mother, still using her massive form to forge an ironclad barrier. He slowly raised his hand. The violet lightning, capable of obliterating all, began to coalesce once more in his palm. Yet this time, his attack hesitated. Chapter 54. The Gift of the Ape King. The punch that could shatter mountains, infused with a mother's final resolve, was magnified infinitely in Wang Ping'an's perception. The scent of death pressed upon him. Warning! Warning! A lethal attack detected. Energy index exceeds 6,000. About to surpass the passive defense limit of the immovable king. Please evade immediately. Master, run. The system's alarm rang in his mind, its tone laced with true panic for the first time. Yet, Wang Ping'an did not move. His battle intent and murderous resolve quietly faded away, replaced by an inexplicable, complex emotion bordering on understanding. Master, what are you doing? Daydreaming? You'll die? Silence. Wang Ping'an's heart was enveloped in an unprecedented calm. He recalled the moment outside the Qilin residence when he had rejuvenated the withered 7-colored violets. A thought blossomed. The essence of power has never solely been about destruction. Thunder can create as well as annihilate. Since it can generate life, it can surely also strip it away, leaving only the purest paralysis. In the blink of an eye, Wang Ping'an lifted his hand. The essence of annihilation, once poised to eradicate all, was forcibly twisted and restructured under his will. The attribute of destruction was stripped away, and the raging energy was soothed, leaving behind only a thread of the purest violet electric energy. Confronted with the ferocious wind of the punch, Wang Ping'an advanced instead of retreating. Phantom wandering. His form left a spectral afterimage as the punch's wind tore through the air, while his true self morphed into a shadow, gliding alongside the giant ape's massive arm. He no longer engaged in a direct confrontation. From this moment on, the battle transformed into a war of attrition. Roar! The mountain-crushing Ape King's punch missed, causing its massive body to stagger from the inertia. Before it could regain its footing, a flash of violet lightning darted from its blind spot. Whack! Wang Ping'an's hand blade struck precisely at the knee joint of its supporting left leg. The paralyzing electric energy surged instantly within, causing the Ape King's left leg to buckle, and its massive form crashed to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Oh my goodness! Master, are you comprehending the Tao on sight? Can it be done like this? The system was utterly astonished. Wang Ping'an paid no heed. He maximized his agility, transforming into an elusive violet shadow, circling the downed mountain-crushing Ape King. He refrained from delivering heavy blows. Each palm strike and hand blade contained just the right amount of paralyzing electric energy, landing precisely on the Ape King's vital nerve points. Despite its overwhelming destructive power, the Ape King could not even graze the hem of Wang Ping'an's garment. It struggled to rise, but each attempt was thwarted by the pervasive paralysis. It roared in rage, pounding the ground to no avail. It sensed its body gradually losing sensation inch by inch, a feeling far more terrifying than death itself. Finally, after yet another failed struggle, the rage and fury in the Ape King's eyes gradually faded, leaving behind a profound sense of despair. It lay on the ground, panting heavily, its strength exhausted and new energy unforthcoming. Now was the moment. Wang Ping'an's figure appeared like a specter behind it. He slowly raised his palm, the tamed violet electric energy gathering in his hand. He gazed at the Ape King's broad, scarred back and gently pressed his hand against it. There was no thunderous crash, no explosion. The pure paralyzing lightning surged down its spine, coursing through its entire body. The mountain-crushing Ape King emitted a low, mournful cry. Its massive form stiffened momentarily before going completely limp, unable to move a muscle. While it could no longer move, it had not sustained any fatal injuries. The battle had concluded. In the monitoring room, an eerie silence prevailed. Wang Zong stared with his mouth agape, fixated on the giant ape lying motionless like a sculpture on the screen, feeling as if his brain had come to a complete standstill. Had they won? Just like that? A peak 4th rank had defeated a frenzied beast nearing the late 5th rank head-on, and had done so in a manner bordering on mockery, without sustaining a scratch? Was he not watching some science fiction blockbuster? In the jungle, Wang Ping'an slowly approached the fallen giant ape. He could see the pleading and despair in its enormous eyes. It believed it was about to face a cold slaughtering blade. Wang Ping'an met its gaze. He said nothing. Instead, he retrieved a precious healing elixir from his storage ring, one that was considered a treasure within his family, and flicked it with his finger. The elixir arced through the air in a precise parabola, landing in the mouth of the mountain-crushing Ape King. The medicinal properties dissolved instantly upon entry, transforming into a warm flow that swiftly repaired the damaged meridians and vitality within its body. After completing all of this, Wang Ping'an's gaze traversed the enormous figure before him and glanced at the mountain wall behind it, devoid of any greed. He turned to leave, but at that very moment, a deep yet somewhat feeble roar, imbued with urgency, emanated from behind him. Wang Ping'an halted his steps and turned back. There, he beheld the Chongshan Yuan Wang, which, aided by the medicinal elixir, had regained some strength. It struggled to prop itself up with its forelimbs. It did not attack. Instead, it gazed deeply at Wang Ping'an with its enormous, bloodless eyes. Then, it let out a low growl, indicating for him to wait. Under Wang Ping'an's puzzled stare, it laboriously dragged its still partially incapacitated hindquarters toward the cave behind the mountain wall. Moments later, it emerged once more from the dark cavern, carefully holding something in its mouth. It was a fruit, entirely crimson, the size of a fist, its surface adorned with strange patterns. The fruit pulsated rhythmically, as if it possessed a heartbeat. Once it reached Wang Ping'an, the Chongshan Yuan Wang lowered its proud head and gently placed the extraordinary fruit on the ground. Then, it issued a deep, rumbling growl toward Wang Ping'an, devoid of any brutality, filled only with pure gratitude. By the heavens, Master, we have struck gold. The system's voice stuttered. Brimming with incredulous joy, Wang Ping'an did not respond. He merely crouched down to observe the seemingly sentient fruit, his heart awash with myriad emotions. He understood this was the Yuan Wang's act of gratitude. In the monitoring room, Wang Zong stared at the crimson fruit displayed on the luminous screen. His face a mask of confusion. What is this? It looks rather unique, but the energy fluctuations are weak. Before he could finish his sentence, a resounding crash echoed as a sturdy armrest crafted from star-forged gold was crushed into powder by a massive hand. Wang Zong turned in shock to see the law elder Wang Taizhan. His expression, usually as unyielding as ice, now suffused with unprecedented excitement and fervor. He was fixated on the screen, his entire being trembling slightly. Lian Xinghua. Wang Tieshan's voice grew hoarse with overwhelming exhilaration. What fruit? Wang Zong was taken aback. Lian Xinghua. Wang Taizhan abruptly turned, seizing Wang Zong by the collar and nearly bellowing. It can refine the warrior's heart and stabilize their martial foundation, acting as a safeguard against the invasion of inner demons when breaking through into higher realms. This treasure has only been mentioned in ancient relics. It's invaluable. Just one could incite a fierce battle between two seventh-tier masters. He actually exchanged a healing pill for a Lian Xinghua? Wang Taizhan released Wang Zong, retreating in a daze for 2 steps, collapsing back into his chair. He gazed at the screen, where the young boy squatted calmly on the ground, and in that moment, his perception of Wang Pingyun underwent a profound transformation. It was no longer mere awe. It had evolved into heartfelt admiration. A thunderous method paired with a benevolent heart. This perhaps was the essence of a true strongman. In the shadowy depths of the Yueying forest, Wang Pingyun extended his hand to grasp the still pulsating crimson fruit. It felt warm to the touch, and a pure, tranquil energy flowed into him, calming his slightly restless mind from his recent breakthrough. He raised his head to meet the gaze of the Chongshan Yuan Wang, which regarded him with sincere, untainted eyes. Wang Pingyun solemnly stored the Lian Xinghua in his storage ring and nodded earnestly at the Chongshan Yuan Wang. He silently conveyed his assurance that no one else would come. The Yuan Wang emitted a low, grateful roar, bowing its head in what seemed to be an ancient gesture of its kind. Wang Pingyun turned, his figure leaving behind a faint afterimage before vanishing from sight. His purpose here was to hone his martial skills and test his strength. A mid-tier 5th-grade Yuan Wang was insufficient. He sought more diverse opponents. His consciousness surged like a tide returning after receding, sweeping outward into the deeper recesses of the Yueying forest, unreserved and all-encompassing. In a radius of 100 miles, every rustle of the wind and movement of the grass lay within his grasp. My supreme master, you were absolutely magnificent just now. Handsome and kind-hearted, with profound fortune, you are practically a walking, human-shaped lucky charm. The system's exuberant praise followed as expected. In his perception, he quickly locked onto 2 new targets, one to the east and the other to the west, separated by several dozen miles. The aura emanating from the east was cold, thick, and laden with poison and corrosion, reminiscent of a stagnant toxic swamp. In contrast, the presence from the west was sharp and piercing, carrying an eerie vibration capable of penetrating the very soul. You too shall suffice. His figure blurred once more, melding seamlessly into the shadows of the forest. In a foul-smelling, black marshland, enormous bubbles erupted from the murky depths, bursting and releasing a green toxic mist potent enough to corrode steel. This was the lair of a mid-tier 5th-grade demon beast, the Biling Jueying. Wang Pingyun strode boldly to the edge of the swamp, exhibiting no intent to conceal himself. Almost instantaneously upon his arrival, the tranquil surface of the marsh erupted violently as a massive head, covered in dark green scales and thicker than a barrel, burst forth from the sludge. It was a fearsome serpent's head, its cold, vertical pupils locking onto Wang Pingyun devoid of any emotion. With a piercing hiss, the Biling Jueying opened its gaping maw, not lunging forward but instead unleashing a nearly liquid-like, dense green toxic mist. The mist enveloped the area like a green tsunami, submerging Wang Pingyun entirely. As the toxic mist spread, trees and rocks around him emitted terrifying sounds as they corroded, releasing plumes of white smoke and visibly wilting, dissolving before his eyes. This was the Biling Jueying's signature poison, capable of reducing a 4th-grade demon beast to a puddle of putrid goo within 3 seconds. In the monitoring room, Wang Zong's heart raced to his throat once again. Although he had witnessed Wang Pingyun's uncanny agility, facing such indiscriminate, large-scale toxic attacks, what use was speed? Could he possibly evade into the subspace? However, the scene within the luminous curtain once again plunged him into doubt about life. At the center of the toxic mist stood Wang Pingyun, his figure distinctly visible. He remained utterly motionless, quietly allowing the poisonous mist, capable of melting gold and iron, to envelop him completely. A nearly imperceptible layer of faint golden radiance flickered across his surface. The immovable king body, the lethal poison, upon nearing within 3 feet of his body, was rendered powerless, as if it had encountered an insurmountable barrier, being entirely purified and dissolved by an unseen force. Not only did it fail to harm him, but even his garments remained untouched. He stood amidst the verdant sea of toxic mist, as if leisurely indulging in a soothing sauna in the comfort of his own bathroom. Master, your display is impeccable. Bathing in the innate toxins of a 5th-tier monster, should word of this spread, the prodigies of launching would surely rush to pay homage to you overnight. In the swamp, the vertical pupils of the azure phosphor giant python reflected a human-like astonishment for the first time. Its intellect was limited, yet it could not comprehend why its deadly toxin was utterly ineffective against this diminutive human. At the moment of its bewilderment, Wang Ping'an moved. He took a step forward, his figure vanishing into the toxic mist. In the next instant, he appeared ghost-like directly above the colossal head of the azure phosphor giant python. He slowly raised his right hand, where a barely perceptible violet lightning began to coalesce in his palm. Zhixiao Benlei palm, containing the essence of creation and destruction. He struck without reservation. Boom. There was no earth-shattering roar, only an exceedingly muffled sound, as if the very fabric of space had been pierced. Wang Ping'an's palm firmly pressed against the top of the giant python's head. From the point of contact, the enormous head did not explode or splatter, it simply vanished. Yes, it was annihilated. As if erased by an eraser from a piece of paper, its flesh, bones, and scales were instantaneously disassembled into the most primal particles, dissipating into the air. A vast, impeccably smooth void manifested atop its neck. The massive body, now headless, stood rigid for several seconds before crashing down, splattering a foul mire in its wake. One strike. Instant kill. Wang Ping'an flicked his hand, as though merely swatting a fly. He did not even spare a glance at the serpent's corpse, turning instead to leisurely proceed toward his next target. On the other side of the shadowy grove, perched atop a dead giant tree, was a small yet resplendent bird, its feathers shimmering with vibrant colors. The illusion soundbird, a mid-tier 5th-grade spirit-type beast. It sensed Wang Ping'an's arrival, but did not flee. Within its domain, it was the sovereign. It opened its beak and emitted a sharp, yet oddly enchanting call. A piercing, invisible sound wave, imperceptible to the naked eye, sliced through all physical distance and barriers, directly penetrating Wang Ping'an's mind. This was its innate supernatural ability. The chaotic sound of spirits. It was potent enough to drive any 5th-grade martial artist into madness, causing their consciousness to collapse and reducing them to mere slaughtering machines. However, the soul-rending sound vanished without a trace the moment it surged into Wang Ping'an's boundless consciousness, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. At the heart of his consciousness, a martial intent that had become more solid and translucent due to the absorption of a portion of the lianxin fruit's energy merely trembled slightly. All mental assaults were thoroughly suppressed and obliterated. Upon the withered tree, the illusion sound bird's lively eyes brimmed with confusion. It called out again, yet still to no avail. Wang Ping'an had already approached the base of the dead tree. He looked up at the beautiful little bird, which was futilely attempting to assault him mentally. And with a hint of boredom, he curled his lip. Too weak. It lacked even the qualifications to warrant his earnest attention. He was too lazy to employ his palm technique. Instead, he simply pressed his index and middle fingers together and flicked them at the illusion sound bird. Whoosh. A thread of violet lightning, compressed to the utmost degree and as fine as a hair, flashed from his fingertips. The speed of the lightning surpassed sound, even exceeding the limits of dynamic visual capture. Atop the dead tree, the illusion sound bird's call abruptly ceased. A minute, transparent hole quietly appeared at its brow. The brilliance in its eyes dimmed rapidly. In the next moment, its rigid body plummeted from the high branch, landing at Wang Ping'an's feet. Another instant kill, slaying 4 5th-grade monsters in succession, 2 of which were formidable mid-tier 5th-grade beasts. Wang Ping'an finally gained a clear understanding of his current prowess. Within the mid-tier of the 5th grade, he faced almost no rivals. Even against late 5th-grade experts, he might not lack the strength to contend. The purpose of his trials had been achieved. Satisfied, he activated the return beacon on his wrist. A beam of white light enveloped him, and his figure gradually vanished from the 10,000 Beasts star domain. In the transmission hall, Wang Zong stood like a statue, frozen before the monitoring screen. His mind a blank slate, bathing in the toxic mist, annihilating a giant python with a single strike, instantly slaying the illusion sound bird with a flick of his finger. These scenes completely shattered the martial worldview he had built over centuries. This was not a human. This was a deity. Buzz. A flash of light erupted from the teleportation platform behind him. Wang Ping'an's figure reappeared. Wang Zong's body jolted as if electrified. He scrambled from his seat, rushing to stand before Wang Ping'an, bowing deeply at nearly a 90-degree angle, burying his head low. His voice trembled violently with a mix of fear and reverence. "Young Master Ping'an, I humbly welcome your triumphant return." Wang Ping'an merely cast a cursory glance at him. A single word. He did not even pause. Brushing past Wang Zong and making his way toward the waiting shuttle. That composure, that nonchalance, suggested he had merely stepped out for a stroll, rather than having just dispatched 4 fifth-grade monsters that would terrify countless martial artists. It was only after the shuttle's door closed, transforming into a streak of light and disappearing into the depths of the starport, that Wang Zong dared to slowly straighten his previously stiffened back. He wiped his forehead, his hand coming away slick with cold sweat. Turning to gaze at the enormous monitoring screen, still frozen on the image of the illusion sound bird's corpse, his legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the ground. After a long while, as if recollecting something, he hurriedly scrambled to his feet and rushed to the control panel. He summoned a communication interface, adjusting the permissions to the highest level and the encryption to the utmost. Recipient, Second Elder Wang Qi, all members of the Elder Council. He trembled as he dragged the complete recording of his recent experience into the attachment field. Finally, he typed 5 words in the title bar, Qi Lin Zi Chu Shan. He pressed the send button with great determination, and a green notification indicating successful transmission flickered softly on the screen. Chapter 56. The Might of Tian Du at the Wang family's Elder Hall, the true nexus of power within the Wang clan. Ordinary direct descendants would hardly be granted even a step inside throughout their lives. The hall itself, carved from solid Anshan wood, exuded an atmosphere of solemnity, impervious to all but the most profound energies. However, at this moment, an eerie silence enveloped the chamber, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Seated amongst the elite, including 8 ninth-grade grandmasters presiding over the family and several core members wielding immense influence, was Wang Qi, the second elder, whose expression remained impassive as he lightly tapped the armrest. Behold, before him, a massive screen illuminated silently. The image revealed the dim, eerie scenery of the Yuing forest. Shortly thereafter, a youthful figure emerged at the center of the screen. It was Wang Ping'an. Humph, what a display of theatrics, thought an elder seated at the end. Wang Xianfeng, suppressing a scoff. He was eager to see what astonishing spectacle Wang Qi had summoned them all for. The playback commenced, as Wang Ping'an strolled leisurely, effortlessly teasing a 5th-grade early-stage void shadow leopard with a nearly imperceptible afterimage. Gasps of astonishment filled the hall for the first time. Is this Meiying Xiao Yaoyu? No, it can't be. A 7th elder, specializing in body techniques, suddenly rose, fixated on the screen. I have practiced this technique myself. It is impossible to achieve such an effect. Did he just step into the subspace? Upon utterance of this phrase, the entire assembly was stunned. Subspace, traversal. That was a realm only barely accessible to 7th-grade grandmasters. Wang Xianfeng's lips moved, on the verge of uttering a coincidence. But the weight of those words rendered him speechless. The scene continued. Facing the overwhelming toxic miasma of the Bailin giant python, Wang Ping'an stood firm, allowing the poison to envelop him. An elder well-versed in toxicology instinctively leaned forward, foreseeing that Wang Ping'an would soon be reduced to a puddle of pus. However, contrary to expectation, he remained unscathed, his garments untouched. The golden radiance of the Budong Ming Wang Shun flickered momentarily, impervious to all. What a formidable display of resilience. Wang Qi clapped in admiration. Yet, this moment of praise was swiftly eclipsed by an even greater shock. Wang Ping'an struck with a palm. The fearsome Bailin giant python, with its head harder than steel, vanished into thin air, obliterated by an incomprehensibly violent force at the most fundamental particle level. The exclamation of astonishment this time came from the Grand Elder of the Wang clan, an ancient being who had lived nearly a millennium and was on the brink of reaching the martial saint realm. For the first time, a look of horror appeared in his otherwise placid eyes. He is only at the 4th grade. How could he possibly comprehend a fragment of the foundational laws of thunder? If the earlier subspace traversal could still be explained by exceptional talent, then this essence of obliteration shattered the martial understanding of everyone present. It signified that Wang Ping'an's path in martial arts would be one of unimpeded progress. 9th grade was certainly not his final destination. The final scene depicted a fierce battle between Wang Ping'an and the raging Kongshan Ape King. When Wang Ping'an was sent flying by a punch from the ape, a dark satisfaction rose within Wang Xianfeng. So what if he is a prodigy? In the face of absolute power, he too will taste defeat. But then, the tide shifted dramatically. Wang Ping altered his strategy, employing an astonishingly intricate control to gradually exhaust and incapacitate the ape. Ultimately, he emerged victorious, effortlessly and without a scratch. The combat intelligence and manipulation displayed by this youth were truly formidable, as an elder remarked in awe. However, the next scene left everyone bewildered. Wang Ping refrained from delivering a lethal blow. Instead, he tossed a pill. Absurd. Wang Xianfeng finally seized the opportunity to rise in indignation. Showing mercy to a beast is a cardinal sin for a warrior. This will undoubtedly lead to future calamity. Second brother, is this the exemplary grandson you have raised? Such softness. Several elders allied with Wang Xianfeng echoed his sentiments, agreeing that his actions were ill-advised. Though gifted, his character requires tempering. Wang Qi's face bore no visible signs of anger or joy. He simply observed the screen with a calm demeanor and uttered 2 words, "Enjoy the show." On the screen, the now rejuvenated Ape King presented a pulsating, crimson fruit before Wang Ping. Once again, the elder hall fell into a profound silence. This was the 4th elder of the Wang clan, a 9th-grade alchemy master, who suddenly trembled, leaping from his seat. He pointed towards the fruit on the screen. The Lian Xiangua, a treasure capable of purifying a warrior's heart, resisting inner demons, and solidifying foundational strength. Boom. All the elders, including Wang Xianfeng, who had just moments ago chastised Wang Ping for his merciful nature, were left dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the fruit and then at the healing pill Wang Ping had cast away, a mere concoction worth at most 100,000 federal coins. To trade it for a priceless Lian Xiangua? What absurd twist of fate is this? Wang Xianfeng felt a burning sensation wash over his face, as if an invisible hand had delivered 100 resounding slaps. He opened his mouth, but no words emerged, ultimately slumping back into his seat, his countenance ashen. The tide has turned. The playback concluded. Wang Qi slowly rose, surveying the assembly. A hint of a smile finally broke through his typically impassive visage. Esteemed guests, what do you think of my grandson Ping? No one responded. It was not due to a lack of desire, but rather an inability to articulate their thoughts. Prodigy? Monster? Any word would seem woefully inadequate in the wake of the preceding footage. Excellent. Wang Qi ceased his inquiries, striking the armrest forcefully, unleashing the dominating aura befitting a 9th-grade grandmaster, which swept throughout the hall. I hereby declare, effective immediately, Wang Ping's monthly resource allocation shall be elevated to the same level as Qi Lin Zi Wang Feng, the family treasury, the technique pavilion, and the trial grounds shall be unconditionally accessible to him. His status shall be equivalent to that of the core elders of the Wang family. A series of commands, delivered with resolute finality, brooked no dissent. This was no mere reward. It was an official decree, firmly entrenching Wang Ping's position at the pinnacle of the Wang family's power. This appointment was executed without delay, disseminated through the Wang family's internal network to each and every member's personal terminal within mere seconds. Waves of astonishment rippled through Tiandu. All youthful members of the Wang clan collectively fell silent upon receiving this news. Those who had previously ridiculed Wang Ping as a mere beneficiary of nepotism, envious of his residence in Qi now felt a chill ascend from their feet to the crown of their heads. They deleted their posts, issued apologies, and recoiled in disbelief, equivalent to the status of a core elder. Should they dare utter another word of nonsense, there would be no need for Wang Ping to take action personally. The family's enforcement team would swiftly impart the lesson of the perils of reckless speech. Jealousy? Resentment? In this moment, all negative emotions transformed into the most profound and primal sense of awe. In the eastern city, within a courtyard shrouded in endless sword energy, the battle maniac, the 3rd Kalinzi, Wang Hu, trained fervently under a waterfall, his bare torso glistening. A slight tremor resonated from the terminal on his wrist. He glanced at the message and summoned the publicly accessible footage of the trial. After watching, instead of feeling fear, he erupted into a wild, battle-filled laugh directed towards the heavens. Ha! Excellent. What a Wang Ping. He immediately activated the public channel and sent a challenge to Wang Ping's terminal, visible to the entire clan. The challenge contained but 8 words. On the Qianlong list, let us battle. In the northern city, within a precision laboratory filled with countless holograms and data, the strategist, the 4th Kalinzi, Wang Xian, calmly absorbed all the information. He remained silent, merely retrieving Wang Ping's profile from a secure document. He deleted all previous evaluations and typed a new 4 words. Threat level, maximum. Far away. On a resource star with a harsh environment, a young man effortlessly slayed a star beast comparable to a 7th-grade master with a single sword strike. Wiping the blood from his blade, he casually opened the message handed to him by a subordinate. He was Wang Long, the first Kalinzi, a legend among the younger generation of the Wang family. Wang Ping'an, he merely cast a fleeting glance before dismissing the hologram. A mere clown, seeking attention. Upon my return, I shall suppress him altogether. The turbulent winds of the outside world seemed to have no effect on the epicenter of events. Within the Qilin residence, Wang Ping'an sat cross-legged upon a warm jade bed of immeasurable value. Oh my goodness, Master, you are on fire. Truly on fire. The internal forum of the Wang family has exploded. Discussions about you have surpassed 999,000. That fool named Wang who has even issued you a challenge. Shall I assist you in replying? Who do you think you are? Wang Ping'an paid no heed to the system's incessant chatter. His entire focus was devoted to the fruit in his hand, the Lianxin Gua. It radiated a deep crimson hue, its surface adorned with arcane patterns, pulsating gently. A soothing energy emanated from the fruit, filling the room with a fragrant essence that instilled tranquility. With less than 3 months remaining until the Qianlong list on Blue Star, being at the peak of the 4th grade was insufficient. There was no hint of hesitation or doubt on Wang Ping'an's face as he slowly brought the seemingly sentient scarlet fruit to his lips. Chapter 57. Refining the Lianxin Gua. Wang Ping'an remained oblivious to the external chaos. The challenge from the 3rd Kalinzi Wang Hu, the disdain from the 1st Kalinzi Wang Long, and the complex emotions of awe and jealousy from the younger generation of the family were of no concern to him. He returned to the Qilin residence and activated the highest level of protective array within the cave. An invisible energy shield enveloped the entire Qilin residence, isolating it completely from the outside world. No one was to be seen. He left only 4 words for the steward who came to inquire before closing the heavy door. My supreme master, are you truly going into seclusion? The fruits of the outside world remain unconsumed. That iron-headed fool Wang, who is still asking you on the public channel whether you dare to accept his challenge, and that Wang Xian, who appears cultured, is undoubtedly scheming behind the scenes to ensnare you. Will you not address this? The extravagant golden panel of the system steward flickered wildly before Wang Ping'an. Attempting to capture his attention, Wang Ping'an remained unperturbed. He sat cross-legged on the invaluable warm jade bed, his entire focus on the Lianxin Gua in his hand. The fruit, glowing crimson and covered in enigmatic patterns, pulsated rhythmically. The gentle energy radiating from it filled the room with an aroma that fostered inner peace. Wang Ping'an's journey on the martial path had been remarkably swift and smooth. In less than a month, he had ascended from an inconspicuous branch descendant to the formidable 5th Kalinzi, instilling awe across the realm. Energy points could forcibly elevate his realm and impart insights into martial skills, yet some aspects could not be hastily acquired, even with energy points. For instance, one state of mind, the turbulence from a rapid rise in power, the arrogance born from consecutive victories, and the faint sense of alienation from this unfamiliar world, all were seeds of inner demons. Though perhaps not evident in daily life, they would manifest as the deadliest poison when confronting a significant breakthrough or facing life and death crises. The Lianxin Gua served as the finest antidote to these inner afflictions. Wang Ping'an felt no further hesitation. He slowly brought the seemingly living crimson fruit to his mouth. It was not as hard as he had imagined. The fruit melted upon entry. It did not transform into a torrent of chaotic energy, nor into a cold liquid. Instead, it released a refreshing, serene, yet subtly warm essence that coursed down his throat and surged into his sea of consciousness. Buzz, Wang Ping'an's consciousness swayed. In his inner vision, he beheld the central area of his sea of consciousness, where an intangible heart of martial will and conviction, representing all his martial aspirations, was gently enveloped by a soft crimson flame rising from the void. The flame was not scorching. It brought no pain. Rather, like the gentle winter sun, it radiated warmth upon his martial heart. Each caress of the flame would summon fragments of memory within Wang Ping'an's mind. The exhilaration of his initial power surge when he allocated points. The pride of defeating Wang Wei amidst the crowd's attention. The playful manipulation of the void shadow leopard on the 10,000 beast star. These were the medals of his victories, yet they also served as breeding grounds for arrogance and impatience. The gentle flame burned quietly, neither brutally erasing these emotions nor dismissing them. Instead, it refined and stripped away the impurities from these memory fragments in a manner akin to reasoned discourse. Exhilaration settled into confidence. Pride transformed into composure. Amusement transcended into mastery. All the distractions and inner demons birthed from overwhelming strength were laid bare before this gentle flame. one by one refined and ultimately transformed into the purest nourishment, feeding his martial heart. Time lost its significance in that moment. A day, 10 days, a month. The gates of the Chilean residence remained firmly closed. Wang Ping'an sat quietly, motionless, resembling a petrified statue. In the initial days, his aura radiated the brilliance of the peak fourth grade. Yet as time passed, that brilliance gradually retracted and vanished, replaced by a harmonious, serene essence. A return to a primitive simplicity. If one were to describe his former self as an unparalleled divine weapon, radiating a chilling brilliance and an overwhelming sharpness, then the present version of him resembles an ancient sword nestled within a wooden sheath. It appears unremarkable at first glance, yet harbors a profound essence capable of severing all. The system's voice, for the first time, bore a genuine hint of confusion and bewilderment. It could not fathom this enigmatic transformation. 2 months later, as the last vestiges of the medicinal power from the Lianxin were fully merged with Wang Ping'an's martial heart, the crimson flames that had burned for an entire 2 months slowly extinguished, vanishing from sight. Wang Ping'an gradually opened his eyes. His realm remained at the pinnacle of the fourth tier, with no increase in vitality. However, he sensed a transformation within himself. This change felt more profound and essential than any prior breakthrough in his cultivation. He rose to his feet and walked into the courtyard. After 2 months of seclusion, the spiritual plants in the courtyard had become somewhat unruly due to lack of care. He extended a finger, his mind stirring, without summoning vitality or employing any martial technique. A mere thought sufficed. The unowned spiritual energy, drifting in the air, seemed to respond to an invisible call. It rejoiced and surged forth from all directions, converging at his fingertips, coalescing, swirling, and taking shape. In a matter of seconds, a lotus flower, constructed from the purest spiritual energy, with translucent petals and clearly visible patterns, even radiating a faint glow, blossomed vividly at his fingertip. The ability to summon spiritual energy from thin air and manifest it into reality was a skill only accessible to a 7th-tier master. Wang Ping'an gazed at the small lotus flower at his fingertip, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The Lianxin Gua had bestowed upon him not merely a stable mindset, but also a deeper comprehension of the essence of energy, along with an astonishing degree of meticulous control that accompanied it. At that moment, a steward appeared beyond the protective array, bowing respectfully. "Young Master Ping'an, you have emerged from seclusion. Is there something you require?" Wang Ping'an waved his hand casually, causing the lotus of spiritual energy to dissipate silently. "Yes," the steward replied, not daring to lift his gaze, holding a confidential electronic document. "The family has sent the latest detailed profiles of all the popular contestants in the launching Qianlong list for your review." Wang Ping'an nodded, signaling him to transmit the document. Upon returning to his room, he opened the document. Lines of shimmering names and astonishing titles filled his vision. Li family's gun god, Li Hao, pinnacle of the 5th tier. Once on an extraterrestrial battlefield, single-handedly faced 3 opponents, surpassing ranks to defeat a 6th-tier early-stage Starry Sky Ripper, boasting an impressive record. Military's Dragon Tooth. Codename Zhu Long. Identity mysterious, realm unspecified, but based on public records, assessed to be at least 6th-tier early stage, one of the favorites to win this competition. Exchange student from the Pegasus Galaxy, Augustus, pinnacle of the 5th tier, a born holy body, unparalleled physical prowess. As he continued reading, Wang Ping'an's expression gradually turned grave. He recognized a series of dazzling talents, each at least at the pinnacle of the 5th tier, with numerous 6th-tier early-stage warriors among them. Each individual possessed extraordinary skills and terrifying records that would instill despair in countless peers. The overwhelming pressure weighed heavily upon his heart, akin to an invisible mountain. For the first time, he clearly realized that those he had previously faced, such as Wang Wei, Wang Zong, and even the Kongshan Ape King, were merely minor adversaries in a novice village. The true stage lay in competing with these prodigies from across the entire launching, and even from other star systems. His gaze gradually shifted, ultimately landing on the first page of the document. It bore a name that was both intimately familiar yet strangely distant. Wang family's first Chilean son. Wang Long Realm, 6th-tier master of the 3 foci, mid-stage. 6th-tier, mid-stage. At that moment, the immense pressure transformed into the most potent motivation. Wang Ping'an's martial heart, tempered by the Lianxin Gua to be incomparably transparent and as solid as diamond, not only remained uncrushed by this pressure, but ignited with an unprecedented fervor for battle. He sought not merely a place within the top 100. No, that was insufficient. He observed the lofty names within the document, and a singular, Fervent thought surged within his mind. He desired not the top 100. Merely reaching the pinnacle of the 4th tier would not suffice. Far from it. Wang Pingyan abruptly closed the document. He turned and strode back to the chamber he had utilized for his breakthrough. The tranquility and composure that had once adorned his face had vanished, leaving only a sharp, resolute determination. He summoned the lavish golden system panel. Gazing at the section labeled energy points, where a staggering number exceeding 7 million remained, a command emanated clearly from his will. System, calculate for me how many energy points are required to break through to the 5th tier master of meridians and stabilize at the early stage pinnacle. Chapter 58. The pressure of the Qianlong list coming right up. My most exalted master. This system has awaited your command for quite some time. Countless golden dragons composed of data streams swirled against the backdrop of the screen, emitting silent roars. 5th tier master of meridians. This marks the first genuine leap in the hierarchy of life. A monumental step from human to superhuman. Master, are you finally ready to embark on this extraordinary path? The system's voice brimmed with excitement and temptation. Detailed plans composed of diamonds rapidly materialized at the center of the screen. Promotion Plan, Supreme Custom Edition. Step 1. Realm Breakthrough, Pinnacle of 4th tier to early stage 5th tier. Core Objective, reshape the 6 internal organs, connect all 220 primary meridians, and construct a preliminary external circulatory system. Estimated energy points required, 1,000,000 points. Step 2. Stabilization of realm, early stage 5th tier to pinnacle of early stage 5th tier. Core Objective, deeply widen and strengthen all meridians, enhance vitality circulation efficiency, and initially master the ability of flesh and blood regeneration. Suggested energy points investment, 4,000,000 points. Total consumption, 5,000,000 points. 5 million. This figure momentarily halted Wang Pingyan's breath. A full 5 million energy points, comprising nearly 70% of his current assets. This was a gamble of epic proportions. My most exalted master, are you certain you wish to undertake this gamble, one that could alter your destiny? The system steward's voice carried a hint of cautious inquiry for the first time. It seemed even it was awed by this staggering figure. Wang Pingyan gazed at the glaring 5 million displayed on the screen, a flicker of determination crossing his eyes. Confirmed. His voice was soft, yet resonated clearly within the vast chamber. As you command. The system fell silent for half a second. In the next moment, it roared with an almost fervent zeal within Wang Pingyan's mind. Command confirmed. My supreme master. 5 million energy points ignited. Execute. Boom. On Wang Pingyan's system panel. The number in the energy points section was instantly wiped away by an invisible hand. 7, 318, 500 transformed into 2, 318, 500 in an instant. A torrent of pure life energy, colossal beyond any previous breakthrough, erupted within him without warning, akin to the cataclysmic onset of the universe's Big Bang. Above Qianlong, the winds and clouds shifted ominously. The once clear sky was suddenly enveloped by an invisible pressure, and the spiritual energy within a 10-mile radius seemed to respond to a sovereign summons, converging in visible white waves towards Qianlong, forming a vast vortex of spiritual energy suspended in the skies. At that moment, Wang Pingyan's body was the epicenter of this vortex. This breakthrough was no longer a gentle enhancement of vitality, but a complete and thorough transformation from within, a cataclysmic metamorphosis. Despite his resilient will, tempered by the Lianxin Gua, Wang Pingyan could not suppress a deep groan of anguish from his throat. The pain was excruciating. If the prior breakthrough felt like acupuncture, this was akin to being torn apart by 1,000 blades. The overwhelming torrent of energy surged into his internal organs: gallbladder, stomach, large intestine, small intestine, triple warmer, and bladder. It did not nourish them gently, but rather obliterated their original structures with brutal force. Then, using even higher forms of life energy, it reshaped and reinforced them one by one. The agony of this process was sufficient to drive a less resolute warrior to the brink of mental collapse. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The true challenge lay within the meridians. An even greater surge of energy transformed into billions of unceasing torrents, relentlessly cleansing his 220 major meridians. If the previous meridians were akin to muddy country paths, this energy flow aimed to bulldoze them into a superhighway capable of accommodating interstellar battleships. Tear, shatter, reassemble. Wang Pingyan felt as though his body was no longer his own. It had become a battlefield. Every inch of flesh and every meridian endured the most brutal destruction and reconstruction. His blood and chi circulation accelerated under this savage expansion. Twofold, fivefold, tenfold. Remarkable changes began to manifest upon his skin. His once smooth surface developed intricate crimson fissures. Soon, the entire expanse of his skin began to wither and shed, only for new skin, glimmering with a faint, precious light, to grow in an instant beneath the discarded layers. Destruction and rebirth achieved a peculiar equilibrium within him. This was one of the most remarkable and extraordinary abilities of a fifth-grade Meridian Master, the regeneration of flesh and blood. Just as the torrent of energy within Wang Pingyan erupted in full force, deep within the ancestral residence of the Wang family in Tiandu, Wang Qi, who had been meditating with closed eyes, suddenly opened them wide. Two beams of piercing light flashed from his eyes, traversing the void. This aura, his figure vanished from where he stood, and in the next instant, he appeared above Qilinju. He gazed at the enormous vortex of spiritual energy engulfing the entire rear mountain, sensing the familiar yet alien essence undergoing a violent transformation. For the first time, his usually impassive face displayed a mixture of shock and horror. Has this young man gone mad? To forcefully push towards the fifth grade in such a domineering manner? A slight misstep in this breakthrough could lead to severed meridians and a catastrophic demise. Yet, after the initial shock, an unparalleled joy and anticipation took its place. Fortune favors the bold. The path of martial arts is inherently a defiance of fate. Excellent, 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 Wang Qi exclaimed thrice, without a hint of hesitation. With a wave of his grand sleeves, a vast force belonging to a ninth-grade Grand Master surged skyward. Seal. One word, and the law followed his command. The space surrounding Qilinju was instantly sealed by an invisible power, preventing anyone from approaching or any divine consciousness from probing. Then, he formed hand seals. Harnessing the forces of heaven and earth. Gather. The already formidable vortex of spiritual energy expanded tenfold under his intervention, drawing nearly half of Tiandu's spiritual energy. The dense spiritual essence, under his command, transformed into a robust white beam of light cascading from the heavens, continuously flooding into the lower realms of Qilinju. After completing this, Wang Qi stood with his hands clasped behind his back in the void. He looked down at the Qilinju enveloped in a golden cocoon, and for once, his usually imposing face revealed a rare mix of anticipation and tension, akin to a father anxiously awaiting the birth of his child outside the delivery room. Chapter 59, 5 million energy points. Within the secret chamber, the concepts of time and space had become indistinct. This was a purgatory of suffering. A deeply suppressed groan finally escaped Wang Pingyan's lips. The pain was unbearable. This was no mere discomfort. It was a fundamental agony of life being forcibly torn apart and restructured. If the previous breakthrough resembled replacing components in an old computer, then now it was akin to smashing the motherboard, CPU, and memory into dust and attempting to mold these remnants into a groundbreaking quantum computer. Countless invisible scalpels, forged from the purest energy, coursed through his body. His internal organs, gallbladder, stomach, large intestine, small intestine, triple warmer, and bladder, were ruthlessly crushed under the impact of the energy torrent, reduced to the most primordial life particles. Then, an even more formidable energy surged in, reassembling these particles into newly formed organs with enhanced structures and capabilities. Each instance of shattering sent tremors through his soul. Each act of reconstruction brought about an ineffable thrill of rebirth. Oh my goodness, Master, are you demolishing and reconstructing within your body? The system has detected that your life signs have exceeded the safety threshold. If this continues, the system will have to file for work-related injuries. The lavish golden panel of the system flickered wildly in Wang Pingyan's consciousness, the text blurring due to the violent tremors. Wang Pingyan had no time to heed it. Gritting his teeth, he immersed himself entirely in this inhuman trial. The martial heart, refined to an unparalleled clarity and as unyielding as diamond by the Lianxinghua, played a crucial role at this moment. It is akin to a steadfast anchor, firmly anchored at the heart of his consciousness. Regardless of how tumultuous and frenzied the waves of suffering may be, they cannot shake the core of his will in the slightest. He endured it. With sheer determination, he withstood the agony of the reformation of his internal organs, a pain that would shatter the spirit and break the resolve of an ordinary warrior. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The true horror of the torment lay in the expansion of his meridians. Compared to the 6 internal organs, the 220 primary meridians within the human body are far more delicate and intricate. That torrent of violent energy surged forth like countless untamed wild horses, rushing into his meridians, which were merely akin to rural pathways. There was no clearing, no guidance. Only the most brutal and direct force of expansion. Rending, shattering, then reassembling. The skin on Wang Pingyin's body began to dry and flake away in large patches, revealing vivid crimson cracks beneath. Yet, curiously, at the very moment the dead skin fell away, new skin, shimmering with a faint luminescence, fiercely grew back in the next instant. Destruction and rebirth. Annihilation and creation. A bizarre yet perfect cycle formed upon his being. This was the embryonic form of the core ability of a fifth-tier Meridian's master, flesh and blood regeneration. Time passed, though it was hard to discern how long. When the last vestige of energy forcibly expanded and reformed his final, most delicate meridian, a thunderous sensation of unprecedented clarity coursed through his entire being. The blood and chi within him, once chaotic and fragmented, now flowed along these 220 meridians, expanded more than tenfold, creating an even grander and more efficient perfect closed loop. The internal circulation was established. He had ascended to the fifth tier. At the moment of his successful breakthrough, Wang Pingyin's surging power experienced a brief moment of uncontrollable release. An aura, far surpassing that of a fourth-tier warrior, radiating with overwhelming vitality and terrifying pressure, erupted violently from him. Crack, crack, crack. The walls of the chamber, constructed from a special alloy designed to withstand missile strikes, bore intricate spiderweb-like cracks due to the unconscious aura he emitted. In Tiandu, Dongqing, within a courtyard shrouded in endless sword qi, the third Kalinzi, Wang Hu, stood bare-chested, eyes closed, adjusting his state. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. He felt it. The fleeting yet terrifying aura filled with rebirth and dominance emanating from the direction of the Wang family ancestral home. This is for a moment, he was stunned. Then a wild, battle-ready smile broke across his face. Fifth tier. Ha! Splendid. Wang Pingyin, you truly broke through before the competition. He felt no pressure at all. Rather, his blood surged with excitement. A fourth-tier Wang Pingyin was not yet qualified to be his opponent, but a freshly ascended, fundamentally formidable fifth-tier Wang Pingyin might just suffice. In Tiandu, Beijing, within a precision laboratory exuding futuristic technology, the fourth Kalinzi, Wang Xian, held a cup of hot tea, calmly observing the rolling data analysis of various prodigies on the Blue Star's Qianlong ranking. The moment that aura swept over him, his hand holding the teacup suddenly froze. The composure and confidence that usually adorned his face were for the first time replaced by a profound shock. Is this the aura of a fifth tier? He broke through? Clatter. He accidentally knocked over his teacup. Scalding tea spilled onto his hand, yet he felt nothing. His mind raced with frantic calculations. After 2 months of seclusion, he had directly breached the barrier from the pinnacle of the fourth tier into the fifth tier. This was no ordinary genius. Wang Xian's breath quickened for the first time. Silently, he pulled up Wang Pingyin's information, adding 3 vibrant exclamation marks to the previously marked highest threat level. Within the Qilin residence, inside the secret chamber, Wang Pingyin swiftly reigned in his unleashed aura. He rose slowly. Merely the act of standing caused the surrounding air to compress under the might of his formidable physique, producing a series of muffled sonic booms. He felt an unprecedented explosive force within his body, as if a single punch could shatter this planet. Is this the power of the fifth tier? He raised his right hand, and with a flicker of thought, a surge of blood chi coalesced under his control into a sharp blade, which he lightly drew across his left arm. Sizzle! A horrific wound appeared, deep enough to expose bone, revealing the stark whiteness beneath. Blood began to seep out. In the next heartbeat, a bizarre scene unfolded that would astonish even Newton. The edges of that gruesome wound seemed to come alive, writhing and interweaving at a visible pace, regenerating. In a mere second or two, that wound, which could have caused an ordinary person to faint on the spot, completely healed, leaving no trace of a scar. The new skin was as smooth as jade. Congratulations, Master. You have initially grasped the ability of flesh and blood regeneration. As long as you are not instantaneously killed, theoretically, you are now immortal. The system's voice brimmed with excitement. Wang Pingyin moved his restored left arm without any discomfort. He closed his fingers, feeling the terrifying blood chi within him, now surged to several times its previous volume. An overwhelming confidence filled him. If he were to return to the 10,000 beast star now, he could easily defeat even a fifth-tier mid-level beast with a single punch. Let alone a fifth-tier late-stage beast. 10 versions of his former self combined would not even measure up to a single finger of his current strength. A profound sense of satisfaction and security flooded his heart. Ding. Realm breakthrough completed. Realm stabilization successful. Total energy points consumed. 5,000,000 points. My Supreme Master. Would you like to view your newly acquired, earth-shattering final attribute panel? The system's voice sounded at an opportune moment, filled with a sense of pride. Here it comes. A surge of anticipation welled up within Wang Ping'an. He yearned to see what kind of monstrous attributes could be obtained from the expenditure of 5 million energy points. He spoke calmly into the void. Display the panel. Chapter 60. The might of the fifth tier. Display the panel. Wang Ping'an's voice echoed in the silent chamber. As you command, my supreme master. The system responded, activating the panel for you. The system's luxurious golden screen unfolded with unprecedented flamboyant effects. This time, the backdrop was no longer swirling golden petals, but a vast sea of stars. Countless stars, composed purely of data, gathered before him, arranging themselves into a golden monument radiating an aura of immortality. Upon the monument, lines of ancient yet powerful text gradually emerged. Host, Wang Ping'an, Realm, 5th tier martial artist. Master of Meridians, Early Peak. Vitality, 70,000, 150,000. Strength, 7,000. Speed, 7,000. Constitution, 7,000. Spirit, 7,000. Recovery, 7,000. Energy points, 318. 500. A staggering 7,000 points. A terrifying vitality of 70,000. Wang Ping'an gazed at the string of numbers, feeling the powerful force within him, surging like the mighty river, with every cell rejoicing in exuberance. An unprecedented sense of satisfaction and security pervaded his entire being. 5 million energy points well spent. Truly invaluable. My goodness. Master, look at this. The system's voice trembled with excitement, and a golden little figure appeared on the display, weeping while clinging to Wang Ping'an's data. 7,000 points of 5-dimensional attributes. What does this signify? It means that with just your physical body, you can shatter a small interstellar frigate with a single punch. With a mere slap, you could flatten a mountain. And this 70,000 vitality, combined with your extraordinary regenerative ability. As long as you are not instantly reduced to atoms, you are an inexhaustible, indestructible super war machine. The system became increasingly animated, directly pulling up a flashy data analysis report on the display. According to this system's irresponsible yet absolutely accurate analysis, your overall combat power has firmly surpassed 99% of the competitors in this year's launching Qianlong ranking. The remaining 1% are either monsters or are using cheats. But it matters not. Before your ultimate prowess, they are mere chickens and dogs. Wang Ping'an paid no heed to the system's flattery. He slowly pushed open the thick alloy door of the secret chamber, now marred with cracks. A blinding ray of sunlight streamed in from outside. Instinctively, he raised his hand to shield his eyes, but quickly lowered it. He stepped out of the secret chamber and opened the door of the Qilan residence, which had been sealed for 2 months. Warm sunlight poured over him. His skin, recently remade anew, shone with a luster akin to sheep-fat jade under the sun, flawless and devoid of any pores, perfect beyond mortal comprehension. He inhaled deeply. It felt as though the entire sky had come alive in that moment. He could sense a peculiar atmosphere of both tension and excitement permeating the air. He could feel powerful and youthful energies lurking in all directions of this floating giant city, adjusting to their peak state like beasts waiting to pounce from the depths of the abyss. The emotions of combat intent, fervor, and anticipation transcended vast distances, vividly manifesting in his perception. Only 3 days remained until the commencement of the launching Qianlong ranking competition. The entire Tian-Du felt like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Just then, a gentle and comforting thought resonated in his mind. It was his grandfather, Wang Qi. Excellent. After your retreat, the family's airship to the central holy city is ready for you. The message was brief, yet imbued with expectations as vast as mountains and seas. Wang Ping'an bowed slightly toward the ancestral home. In the next moment, his figure became indistinct, as if dissipated by the wind, silently vanishing without disturbing anyone. After mastering Phantom Leisurely Journey, combined with his current spirit power of 7,000, he could traverse the entirety of Tian-Du undetected. At the Tian-Du starport, on the Wang family's exclusive platinum-grade landing pad, a streamlined medium-sized airship, adorned with the majestic Qilan totem, hovered silently. This was one of the Wang family's highest specifications flagship, the Qilan. Typically, only core elders with an 8th-tier cultivation level or higher could utilize it. Yet today, it served but one. Wang Ping'an's figure appeared at the boarding entrance of the Qilan. The intelligence system recognized his unique Qilan token, and the hatch slid open silently. He did not disturb any crew members as he boarded the luxurious airship alone. Inside, the automated steward, having received the highest directive from Wang Qi, immediately initiated the navigation program. The Qilin slowly ascended, silently escaping the gravitational pull of Tiandu, transforming into a silver streak that vanished against the azure sky. Before the observation window of the airship, Wang Ping'an stood with his hands clasped behind his back, quietly observing the grand city below that was shrinking in size, resembling a continent floating amidst the clouds. His heart swelled with ambition. Not long ago, he had been but a distant relative striving for a monthly allowance of 100,000 federal coins. Now, he was about to represent the colossal family behind this grand city on the most prestigious stage across the planet. This transformation felt like a lifetime apart. The airship soon entered a curvature flight state, and the scenery outside morphed into a surreal tapestry of distorted light. Wang Ping'an withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes. Chapter 61. Radiant stars. The engines of the Qilin airship emitted a faint hum before falling utterly silent. The vessel landed smoothly at the central holy city. Within the Wang family's exclusive spaceport, the heavy alloy hatch slid open silently, and an atmosphere entirely distinct from Tiandu enveloped him. It was a blend of iron and blood, mixed with the grandeur of the entire fate of launching. The air seemed to carry a weightier essence. As Wang Ping'an stepped off the airship and stood on this land, the heart of launching, he felt an intangible pressure, yet his spirit soared with boundless ambition. This was the stage upon which he would soon fight. Welcome, young Master Ping'an. A middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a black vintage butler outfit, with hair meticulously styled, had been waiting outside the landing pad. His aura was restrained, yet a fleeting ripple revealed his prowess as a sixth-tier Sanjiao master. A sixth-tier expert, merely serving as a steward in this domain. The steward performed a flawless 90-degree bow to Wang Ping'an, his demeanor steeped in utmost respect. Your room is prepared. Please follow me. Under the stewardess' guidance, Wang Ping'an boarded a specialized anti-gravity floating vehicle. The vehicle ascended silently, weaving through layers of steel jungles, ultimately halting before a magnificent complex suspended in midair, entirely constructed in a classical garden style. Pavilions and towers, flowing streams and bridges, spiritual flora abounding, cranes soaring. In this prime location of the holy city, possessing such a suspended aerial garden was the most direct manifestation of the Wang family's power. Qilin Pavilion, the Wang family's most pivotal enterprise within the holy city, a top-tier hotel not open to the public. Young Master Ping'an, your room is the highest specification. Room 1 of the Tian building. There are a total of 5 buildings. The second elder personally instructed that all your expenses in the holy city will be covered by the family. The steward guided Wang Ping'an into a spacious suite occupying the entire top floor of the building, complete with an independent outdoor courtyard, and then respectfully stepped aside. He did not leave immediately, but instead presented a data chip that shimmered with a faint light. Young Master Ping'an, this is the final version of the participant list for the current Qianlong ranking competition, obtained through the family's highest authority, along with detailed information on all the prominent contenders. The steward's expression grew serious. This list is classified as a top-level encrypted document and must be destroyed after you have reviewed it. Wang Ping'an nodded and accepted the chip. Only then did the steward bow once more and silently retreat, leaving the entire space to Wang Ping'an. Wang Ping'an inserted the chip into the room's holographic computer. With a hum, a massive holographic screen unfolded before him. The atmosphere within the room turned heavy the moment the screen illuminated. On the holographic display, names glimmering with golden light appeared, akin to the most resplendent stars in the night sky, exuding a suffocating aura of pressure. Wang family, Wang Long. Level, 6th grade Sanjiao Master, mid-stage. Title, First Qilin Sun, record. Once independently slayed a 7th grade early-stage void mantis in the Sirius system without sustaining any injuries. Li family, Li Hao. Title, Gun God. Record, once in an outer battlefield, faced 3 opponents of the 6th grade early stage and emerged victorious. Earning fame in the military. Military Zhu Long. Level, 6th grade Sanjiao Master, early stage. Title, Dragon Tooth. Record, identity unknown, information missing. However, based on publicly available footage from the military's internal competition, he defeated a 6th grade early stage colleague with a single move, regarded as the strongest contender in this competition. Wang Ping'an's fingers glided slowly across the holographic screen. Each name, reverberating with renown, and each astonishing record continuously assaulted his senses. Augustus, exchange student from Tianma star system, peak 5th grade, born saint body, unparalleled in physical form. Lu Ruyan, Lu family of Zhuke City, peak 5th grade, spiritual manipulator, once single-handedly controlled a small city's rebellion without bloodshed. At the end of the holographic display was a summary of data. Total number of registrants for this year's Blue Star Qianlong ranking competition, 102, 354. Preliminary assessment indicates the following key contenders: 6th grade warriors, 4. 5th grade peak warriors, 12. 5th grade late stage warriors, 37. Wang Pingyan fell silent. He acutely felt the immense weight of pressure akin to a mountain. At merely 16 years of age, he was at the pinnacle of the early stage of 5th grade. On this resplendent list of stars, not only did he fall short when compared to the likes of Wang Long and Li Hao, but even in terms of level, he did not qualify within the top 50. His competitors were generally aged between 18 and 19. The additional 2 to 3 years of arduous cultivation represented an insurmountable chasm. Oh my goodness, Master, are these fellows raised on fertilizer? Each one is ferociously formidable. Amidst this heavy atmosphere, the system's ostentatious golden panel emerged just in time to shatter the silence. But fear not, Master. They merely possess a slight advantage in the duration of their cultivation. A Q-version character composed of diamonds posed aggressively on the holographic screen. In your presence, they are nothing but mere chickens. As long as we invest, we can catch up to them in no time. 6th grade? Even martial saints could be summoned. The extravagant golden effects and rousing background music diluted the seriousness of the room. Yet, Wang Pingyan seemed oblivious to the system's antics. He slowly closed his eyes. At that moment, his heart, tempered by the lianxin fruit, shone with unparalleled clarity and resilience. The pressure did not crush him, rather, like a hammer forging a divine weapon. It solidified his recently achieved state of mind into pure motivation. His brain, propelled by an overwhelming mental force of 7,000 points, began to operate at an unimaginable speed. He became a living, infinitely capable biological supercomputer. The information of his formidable adversaries on the holographic screen, their martial techniques, their combat styles, their illustrious records, was dissected, reassembled, and then rapidly simulated in his mind. Simulated battle. Li family, Li Hao. Simulation commences. The gun god Li Hao's shooting technique was unparalleled. A single shot wielded the might of falling stars. Wang Pingyan transformed into an elusive shadow, executing, phantom wandering, to its fullest, weaving through the gaps of gunfire to close the distance. Simulated battle. Military Zhu Long. Simulation commences. Zhu Long's attacks were concise and lethal, filled with the iron-blooded ferocity of military combat. Wang Pingyan's body glimmered with the fleeting golden light of immovable king body, enduring a blow while his palm crackled with lightning. The essence of purple sky thunder palm aimed straight at the opponent's vital points. One battle after another unfolded in his mind at speed surpassing light, culminating in defeats. Defeat. Defeat. Still defeat. Yet, with each simulation, his probability of victory gradually and imperceptibly began to rise. Time passed, though its duration was unclear. Wang Pingyan slowly opened his eyes. His previously calm gaze transformed into one of sharpness, brimming with unparalleled confidence and brilliance. Through the simulations, he discovered that his chances of winning were not as dismal as he had initially presumed. While the 6th grade powerhouses were indeed formidable, they lacked an understanding of subspace traversal. Their martial techniques, though exquisite, bore no trace of the essence of obliteration. The S-rank martial techniques of the great accomplishment realm and his extraordinary mastery of control would serve as his ultimate trump card. His fingers lightly tapped on the table, producing a rhythmic sound. The names of the powerful adversaries on the holographic display continued to emanate an awe-inspiring glow. Yet, a calm and confident smile graced Wang Pingyan's face. What did it matter that formidable enemies encircled him? How could a 16-year-old 5th grade warrior carve his path through this assembly of prodigies? This question he would answer with his fists. On the day of the competition, the central holy city, a grand arena capable of accommodating over 100 million spectators, was already a sea of people, bustling and tumultuous. Wang Pingyan did not enter through the main entrance. Instead, he traversed a dedicated internal passage, arriving directly at the Wang family's exclusive viewing platform, situated at the best vantage point in the arena. It was a vast platform, partially suspended in midair, filled with ethereal energy. Wang Pingyan stepped onto the platform, initially anticipating a tense, guarded, and even hostile atmosphere, as the Kalinzi were ostensibly brothers but, in reality, direct competitors. However, the scene before him caused him to pause in surprise. At the center of the platform, 4 figures were already seated. They were not meditating in silence nor exchanging cold glances. Instead, they were gathered around a white jade round table, savoring spirit tea and engaging in light-hearted conversation. The atmosphere was unexpectedly relaxed, even harmonious. The moment Wang Pingyan appeared, Their chatter came to an abrupt halt, and four distinct yet overwhelmingly powerful presences converged upon him. Wang Ping'an calmly met their gazes. The first to break the silence was the young man seated in the primary position, clad in a dark martial arts attire. His stature was tall and his demeanor as steady as a mountain, exuding an aura of profound depth. He was Wang Long, the first Kalinzi and the acknowledged legend of the Wang family's younger generation at the 6th rank, mid-phase. Wang Long rose and approached Wang Ping'an without exerting any pressure, yet his commanding presence, honed through years of experience, instilled a sense of reverence. Ping'an, Wang Long said, a gentle smile gracing his face as he extended his hand. I have seen your performance on Wanshaoxing. Your mastery over power has reached a remarkable level. Welcome back to the team. There was no hint of jealousy, no trace of exclusion. His words and demeanor resembled that of an elder brother welcoming a younger sibling returning from a journey. Simple and sincere. Wang Ping'an extended his hand, and they shared a light handshake. Big brother. The term slipped from his lips naturally. This unexpected kindness took him aback, yet he felt no aversion. Oh, our little Wu has finally arrived. A melodious voice, imbued with a hint of languor and charm, chimed in. A stunningly beautiful woman adorned in a scarlet alchemist's robe stood up. She was Wang Feng, the second Kalinzi, a renowned alchemist at the 6th rank, early phase. Celebrated among the younger generation of launching. Wang Feng approached Wang Ping'an and, without hesitation, pressed a pouch embroidered with exquisite flame patterns into his hand. The pouch felt warm and emitted a delightful fragrance of elixirs. Here, a gift for our meeting, she said, winking at him. Inside are 3 Jiu Zhuanhuan Shindan, each capable of instantly replenishing all your vital energy at the 5th rank. It could save your life in critical moments, so don't be overly proud, all right? Her words were gentle, imbued with familial concern. Wang Ping'an held the still-warm pouch, a surge of warmth coursing through him. This was the first time in his 2 lives that he received a gift from an older sister. Thank you, second sister. Ha, not bad, kid. You actually broke through to the 5th rank before the competition. A hearty laugh boomed as a towering figure, muscles rippling like forged steel, strode over. He was Wang Hu, the 3rd Kalinzi, a pure combat enthusiast. His large hand came down heavily on Wang Ping'an's shoulder with a resounding thud. The alloy floor beneath them sank slightly, yet the tremendous strength dissipated upon contact, becoming exceedingly gentle, merely a gesture of camaraderie. His control over strength was masterful. I saw your battle against that Wang Wei and your tussle with that foolish leopard. Quite impressive. Wang Hu grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. His eyes ablaze with admiration and fervent combat spirit. Once this damned competition is over, we must have a proper match. No holding back. All right. Wang Ping'an replied with a smile. The final figure was a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of scholarly refinement rather than that of a warrior. He was Wang Xian, the strategist of the Wang family. He did not rise but adjusted his glasses, speaking calmly. I have analyzed all publicly available data since your appearance. Your growth trajectory significantly contradicts the laws of energy conservation and theories of biological evolution. According to my model, your probability of entering the top 100 in this competition stands at 98.7%. He paused before adding, the remaining 1.3% is luck. Best of luck. There were no fervent words or affectionate gestures, yet Wang Ping'an sensed a unique recognition from his calm tone, one that belonged solely to a tech-savvy individual. In that moment, the steady demeanor of the eldest brother, the caring nature of the sister, the exuberance of the 3rd brother, and the unconventional encouragement from the 4th brother merged into a warm, candid acceptance that flowed into Wang Ping'an's heart, which had always felt a thin veil separating him from this world due to his past life. For the first time in his 2 lives, he genuinely felt the essence of brotherly love. The lingering sense of alienation towards this unfamiliar world quietly faded, replaced by an overwhelming sense of belonging. It turned out that not all grand families were rife with conspiracy, calculation, and fratricide, at least not the Wang family before him. Wow, master, this script is not right, cried a Q-version figure on the luxurious golden panel of the system, clutching its head in disbelief. Wasn't it supposed to be about internal strife within a wealthy family? Brothers clashing and vying for power? How did it transform into a heartwarming family drama? The elder Wang Qi observed the 5 joyful Kalinzi conversing amiably from the elder's seat, a genuine, satisfied smile breaking across his usually stern face. This was the hope for the future of the Wang family. This was the foundation for their enduring prominence atop launching. Ping'an, come, sit, Wang Long beckoned, inviting Wang Ping'an to sit beside him. Wang Feng personally poured him a cup of fragrant tea infused with spiritual energy. The five began to discuss the prominent opponents in the upcoming competition with ease. Be cautious of Li Hao from the Li family, Wang Long cautioned after taking a sip of tea, his expression growing serious. His marksmanship has reached a threshold of skill that is far more troublesome than the data suggests. And then there's that Zhulong from the military, Wang Xian interjected, his glasses reflecting intricate streams of data. I utilized some privileges to uncover certain information. He is not from our launching. Such exclusive intelligence, capable of causing a stir in the outside world, was shared with Wang Pingyan without reservation. They had genuinely accepted him as one of their own. Amid this warm and harmonious atmosphere, a deep, thunderous sound suddenly reverberated throughout the entire arena. The immense alloy dome, which had obscured the sky, began to slowly part to the sides. Blinding sunlight, mingled with an overwhelming and majestic aura of terror, descended from above. The grand opening ceremony was about to commence. Chapter 63. The announcement of the competition format as the dome opened wide. The colossal structure forged from a special alloy retreated with a resonant rumble that seemed to shake the very earth. An endless cascade of sunlight poured down like a golden waterfall from the horizon, accompanied by a dignified and vast aura of dread. In that moment, billions of spectators within the arena fell into a collective silence. The clamor and din were as if erased by an invisible hand. A figure bathed in golden sunlight silently hovered at the center of the arena. Without displaying any earth-shattering phenomena, he simply stood there, becoming the focal point of the entire universe. An 8-rank golden body, respected one. Welcome, respected one. A roar akin to a tidal wave erupted after a brief silence, shaking the very foundations of the holy city. Wang Pingyan, seated in the viewing area, felt the palpable pressure, yet his internal energy remained as calm as ever, undisturbed. His formidable mental strength, reaching 7,000 points, along with the tempered martial heart from the refining of the Exingua, allowed him to face this absolute suppression from a higher realm with composure. Esteemed guests, the voice of the 8-rank respected one, though not loud, resonated clearly in everyone's ears and hearts. I hereby declare that the preliminary round of this Blue Star Qianlong ranking competition officially begins. Magnificent fireworks erupted in the sky, as countless energy-constructed holographic projections showcased vividly lifelike ancient divine beasts above the arena. The sounds of dragons and phoenixes echoed, pushing the atmosphere to a fervent climax. The respected one raised a hand, gently pressing downwards. The tumult once again fell into silence. In this preliminary round, a total of 354 participants had registered. The rules are quite simple: a 10-round elimination tournament. Random pairing, one-on-one, with the loser eliminated. After 10 rounds, the top 100 will advance to the next stage. Upon hearing this, the crowd was thrown into an uproar. What? A 10-round elimination tournament? Out of 100,000, only the top 100? Gasps and exclamations melded into a chaotic cacophony. Simple, brutal, and devoid of any reason. That is the essence of the Qianlong ranking. It demands not mediocrity or mere luck, but those who can carve their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, true prodigies. In the Wang family viewing area, Wang Hu licked his lips in excitement, his joints cracking with a series of pops. Now this is what a competition should be. Wang Xian adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting cold streams of data. The most efficient method of screening, simple yet effective. Just as the audience was still reeling from the harshness of the competition format, the voice of the 8-rank respected one rang out once more. Matchmaking, commence. A low hum filled the air as the enormous holographic screen above the arena displayed over 100,000 names, shimmering like a torrent unleashed. Each flicker and pulse tugged at the hearts of countless spectators. In that moment, the entire arena held its breath. A tense atmosphere enveloped the space like dark clouds. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. Finally, the relentless flow of names came to a gradual halt. 50,000 matchups appeared densely on display for all to see. A multitude of sighs and breaths of relief reverberated through every corner of the audience. In the online streaming room, the bullet screen erupted in a frenzy. Wow. It's begun. It's begun. Quick, find out who my idol is matched against. Oh no, my cousin has drawn a formidable opponent, a late-stage 5-rank warrior. He is going to be eliminated in the first round. All eyes were fixated on the massive screen, feverishly searching for names of interest. In the Wang family viewing area, Wang Feng instinctively clenched her hands. Suddenly, Wang Hu shouted there. Pingyan's name. All gazes converged on the direction of Wang Hu's finger. In one corner of the screen, the name, Wang Jiao Wang Pingyan, glowed softly. Beside his name, another name radiating a chilling aura also froze in place. Zhao Wuji of the Tianlang star system, realm, 5-rank Meridian Master, late stage. Title, Star-Cleaving Blade, Silence. Following a brief stillness, the atmosphere erupted like a volcano. Zhao Wuji. The Star-Cleaving Blade Zhao Wuji. Oh my. The new prodigy of the Wang family is incredibly unlucky to face such a tough opponent in the first round. Zhao Wuji is known to engage in dozens of exchanges with top-tier geniuses at the 5-rank peak. His star-cleaving blade technique is said to be capable of splitting mountains with a single strike. What credentials does this Wang Pingyan possess? A mere 5-rank beginner? That is practically handing over a victory. P.S. done for. I thought he could at least make it into the top 1,000, but it seems I was overly optimistic. Voices of doubt, regret, and schadenfreude flooded the audience and online streaming channels. Hardly anyone believed in Wang Pingyan, a newcomer who had just broken through from 4-rank to 5-rank after 2 months of seclusion against a veteran with years of fame and a record of overcoming higher-ranked opponents. The outcome is painfully obvious. In the Wang family viewing area, worry etched itself onto Wang Feng's face. Wang Hu, however, excitedly slapped his thigh and shouted, "Pingyan, go for it. Don't hesitate. Show him why the flowers are so vibrant." Wang Long remained calm, lifting his teacup for a gentle sip. "Perfect. Let us use him to test your mettle and see if this 5 million energy points were worth it." Boom, boom, boom. 100 enormous arenas, crafted from special alloys, slowly rose from the ground, exuding a magnificent aura. Wang Pingyan's figure flashed and appeared on one of the platforms. Opposite him stood a young man clad in black, wielding an exaggerated energy blade, emanating a fierce aura. None other than Zhao Wuji, the star-cleaving blade. Zhao Wuji gazed at Wang Pingyan with unabashed disdain and arrogance. "You are the 5th prodigy of the Wang family who ascended through connections?" His voice, amplified by the arena's sound system, resonated throughout the venue. "A flower grown in a greenhouse dares to participate in the Qianlong ranking? I hope you don't end up crying for your grandfather later." Such arrogance, such provocation, ignited the atmosphere in an instant. Countless supporters of Zhao Wuji began to fervently cheer him on. Faced with the overwhelming skepticism and near-humiliating taunts from his opponent, Wang Pingyan steeled himself for what lay ahead. Wang Pingyan's visage bore no expression. In fact, he yawned somewhat languidly, a reflection of his weariness from an early rise. This single yawn cascaded over the fervent emotions like a bucket of icy water, plunging the entire arena into a momentary silence. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Zhao Wuji's arrogant countenance stiffened abruptly, transforming into a color reminiscent of liver. This was a blatant disregard, a naked, more insulting dismissal than any counterattack. "You are courting death." Zhao Wuji was thoroughly incensed. At that moment, the 6th-grade referee in charge of the arena raised his hand high. "The competition, commence." With a commanding shout, Zhao Wuji unleashed a primal roar akin to that of a beast, unleashing his full might. He merged seamlessly with the colossal energy blade he wielded. A terrifying blade of light, stretching 100 meters and seemingly capable of rending the stars, descended with overwhelming force. As the blade swept through the air, it tore the atmosphere apart, emitting a piercing shriek. The myriad beams of light intertwined in the sky, forming an impenetrable net of death, sealing off all of Wang Pingyan's escape routes and avenues for evasion. Chapter 64. The might of a single fist. The gigantic net of blade light, imbued with the terrifying power to tear apart the stars, loomed above. Before the blade could reach him, an unparalleled gale emanated from it, causing the energy shield of the arena to emit a distressing hum under the immense pressure. The hearts of the millions of spectators who focused on this arena collectively rose to their throats. It was over. This strike could not be evaded. The Qilan child of the Wang family was about to be vanquished in a single blow. In the online streaming room, countless comments of pity and schadenfreude had already declared Wang Pingyan's impending defeat. On the viewing platform of the Wang family, Wang Feng clenched her hands tightly together, while Wang Hu's excited expression turned grave for the first time. Only Wang Long remained seated. His hand holding the teacup had ceased its movement. On the arena, faced with an impenetrable blockade that would instill despair in any 5th-grade late-stage warrior, Wang Pingyan neither flinched nor evaded. He did not even activate the protective golden light of the immovable king body, nor did he employ any S-grade martial techniques. Instead, at the moment the gigantic net of blade light was about to reach above his head, he simply thrust his fist forward in an unremarkable manner. There was no flash of thunder, no surge of blood energy, not even the slightest breeze generated by his punch. It was as if he were casually swatting away an irritating fly. This punch left everyone, including his opponent Zhao Wuji, utterly flabbergasted. What was this? Had he given up resisting? Or was he rendered speechless by fear? Yet, in the next instant, everyone's minds fell into a state of blankness. They witnessed Wang Pingyan's seemingly feeble punch, and the space before him visibly rippled, akin to the gentle undulations of water. It was as if that portion of space had been forcefully compressed into an invisible, utterly dense barrier by the terrifying power contained within that punch. The colossal net of blade light, capable of rending the stars, and the energy blade that encapsulated all of Zhao Wuji's essence. Along with the thick layer of protective blood energy surrounding Zhao Wuji, disintegrated upon contact with that distorted space. It was akin to a flimsy piece of paper tossed into a raging inferno, or paint being wiped away from a canvas by an unseen hand. Quietly, inch by inch, it shattered, crumbled, and vanished. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no thunderous clash of energies, only an absolute and unyielding force that rendered all logic moot. The residual force of the punch swept through like an invisible storm. Zhao Wuji's once arrogant face froze in place, his eyes bulging with bloodshot terror, his pupils reflecting an incomprehensible dread. He appeared to be struck head-on by a spaceship traveling at full speed. A torrent of blood, mixed with fragments of his internal organs, erupted from his mouth. His robust body was sent hurtling backwards, tracing a tragic parabolic arc through the air. Boom! A sound so profoundly resonant reverberated through the arena as he collided heavily with the indestructible energy barrier at the edge of the platform. The barrier flickered violently under the sheer force of the impact. Zhao Wuji's body slid down the smooth surface of the barrier, collapsing onto the ground, unconscious. The battle had ended before it even began. The anticipated fierce clash between dragons and tigers never materialized. The expected back-and-forth struggle for life and death did not unfold. The entire bird's nest arena, capable of accommodating hundreds of millions of spectators, descended into a silence that lasted an excruciating 10 seconds. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All commotion, all cheers, all discussions, and all comments were abruptly severed by an invisible hand. Time seemed to freeze. Countless individuals remained in a state of shock, mouths agape and eyes wide, as if collectively petrified by a spell. From the multitude of skepticism to the suppression by a single punch. From arrogant provocation to instant unconsciousness. This extreme visual impact, coupled with the immense psychological contrast, produced a direct, pure, and suffocating exhilaration. On the Wang family's viewing platform, Wang Hu's mouth, poised to erupt in cheers, hung open wide enough to fit an egg. Wang Xian's golden-rimmed glasses had unknowingly slipped to the tip of his nose, yet he forgot to adjust them. The first Qilin child, Wang Long, felt his hand, which held the teacup, tremble slightly. A drop of scalding tea spilled from the cup, landing on the back of his hand, but he seemed to have lost all sensation. On the other side of the arena, in the viewing area of the Li family, the usually relaxed expression on the face of the gun god Li Hao vanished for the first time, instinctively straightening his posture. In the military's exclusive zone, the mysterious figure known as Zhu Long, shrouded in mist, exhibited a faint, imperceptible tremor. The referee, a 6th-grade cultivator responsible for this arena, stared blankly at the crumpled form of Zhao Wuji, then glanced at the youth slowly retracting his fist, his face still wearing a hint of sleepy nonchalance. The boy seemed as if he had merely swatted away a buzzing fly. The referee's hand holding the microphone began to tremble uncontrollably. He wanted to announce the result of the match, yet the words felt lodged in his throat, refusing to emerge. This deathly silence endured for an indeterminate length of time. Finally, someone in the audience, from a distant corner, exerted all their strength to emit a hoarse, broken shout filled with disbelief. What the hell? This exclamation detonated like a nuclear bomb dropped onto a still lake. The silence shattered instantly. In the next moment, the volcano erupted. A punch. What just happened? Am I seeing things? This must be a hoax. How could Zhao Wuji possibly be knocked out by a single punch? What kind of martial art is that? Why does it feel as if the very fabric of space is twisted? A monster. This is truly a monster. The fervent cheers and screams erupted like a tidal wave, sweeping across the entire arena. Countless spectators leapt to their feet, craning their necks. Their gazes filled with reverence and fervor as they fixated upon the slight figure standing in the center of the ring. In their perception, this figure appeared so majestic, so invincible. Oh my heavens! Master, you are my deity. The system's opulent gold interface flashed frantically in Wang Pingyan's consciousness, adorned with diamond-studded characters that formed exaggerated expressions of worship. This punch, it is nothing short of artistry. It embodies sophistication. It heralds a brand new era. From this day forth, allow me to address you as One-Punch Superman Pingyan. Wang Pingyan paid no heed to the system's incessant chatter. He simply retracted his fist calmly and shook his hand lightly. The warm-up was over. This punch had unveiled him to the scrutiny of all the top-tier experts. A new moniker, steeped in the allure of violent aesthetics, began to spread like wildfire among the masses. One Punch Chilin. At this moment, the name resounded throughout the Holy City. Chapter 65. Unbroken Victories. The hand of the sixth-grade referee trembled violently as he gazed at the youth in the ring who was slowly retracting his fist. Then at Zhao Wujia, embedded in the protective barrier, seemingly lifeless like a mural. Having officiated over 1,000 matches in his life, he had witnessed fatal strikes and witnessed bloodshed, yet he had never encountered such an unreasonable display of power. Was that a single punch? In the first round, ring 137. Wang family, Wang Ping'an wins. The quivering voice resonated through the amplification array, reaching every corner of the arena. Following a brief silence, a more frenzied roar erupted, capable of toppling the very heavens. Ding! Congratulations, master. You have successfully shown off. You have earned the temporary title of One Punch Chilin. Prestige value 10,086. The audience's favorability is transforming into fervent admiration. Master, your previous punch was the ultimate embodiment of violent aesthetics. Unpretentious and returning to simplicity. This system is honored to call you the #1 punch of the Blue Star. Wang Ping'an remained indifferent to the system's clamor, calmly making his way down from the ring to the viewing area of the Wang family. He was met with 4 pairs of shocked, bewildered, and even slightly horrified gazes. On Wang Feng's stunning face, disbelief was etched deeply. She wished to inquire but found herself at a loss for words. Cough. Wang Long cleared his throat, setting down his teacup, which bore the faint imprints of his teeth. What was that punch? Nothing much, Wang Ping'an replied as he sat down, pouring himself a cup of tea. It was just a bit more strength. Just a bit more strength. This phrase made Wang Hu's iron-like muscles twitch. He gazed at Wang Ping'an's seemingly harmless face, and for the first time understood what true Versailles meant. What the hell, just a bit more? That punch had literally crumpled the fabric of space. Was that something merely achievable through raw power? Before they could press further, the massive screen above the arena began to scroll wildly again. The rhythm of the elimination rounds was suffocatingly rapid. Almost as soon as the previous round's competitors had exited, the new matchups were freshly announced. Here we go again, Wang Hu shouted, and all attention was drawn once more. Wang Ping'an's name froze once again. His second opponent, Ghost Assassin Lin Xiao, Realm, 5th grade Meridian Master, late stage. Record, known for a bloody record of killing 13 peers in the black market arena. Excelling in speed and elusive movement. Gasp. Lin Xiao? In the audience, those well-versed in the martial world gasped in shock. This guy was a true lunatic. He never left survivors. It was said that his movements had brushed against the threshold of subspace. This would be interesting. No matter how strong Wang Ping'an was, what use was it if he couldn't land a hit? Exactly. Assassins were the bane of heavily armored warriors. This match would mark the end of the One Punch Chilin legend. The new wave of discussions erupted. This time, although no one dared to underestimate Wang Ping'an, the majority remained skeptical of his chances. The ring elevated. Wang Ping'an's figure reappeared. Opposite him stood a man clad in a black, form-fitting combat suit, his face obscured by a ghostly mask, exuding a chilling aura of death like a specter. The match began. The referee's voice had scarcely faded when, whoosh. Lin Xiao's figure left behind a gradually fading afterimage, his true self having completely vanished without a trace. No sound of wind, no energy fluctuations. He simply evaporated into thin air. The audience gasped in astonishment. Where did he go? Is this the Ghost Assassin's technique? So eerie. In the Wang family's viewing area, Wang Xian's glasses gleamed with urgency. He has entered subspace. Through incredible speed, he traversed the layers between reality and void. Conventional perception cannot lock onto him. In the ring, Wang Ping'an stood still, motionless. He didn't even close his eyes. Just as everyone held their breath in anxiety for him, he moved. Without turning his head, he casually swung his fist toward the empty space behind him to the left. Once again, it was an unremarkable punch. This punch struck at the void. Many wore puzzled expressions. Was he hitting thin air? However, at the moment the punch landed, that empty space shattered like a lake struck by a boulder. Dark fissures, like spider webs, spread outward. Thud. A figure was violently expelled from the shattered space. It was the ghost-faced assassin, Lin Xiao. He spat blood, his poisoned blade shattered into fragments, and the ghostly mask on his face was reduced to splinters, revealing a visage filled with horror and dread. He could not comprehend. He could not fathom. How could his opponent's fist ignore the barriers of space and strike him directly when he had been concealed within subspace? The residual force of the punch sent him and the shattered dagger flying, crashing heavily to the ground beneath the ring, unconscious. Once again, it was one punch. The entire arena plunged into a suffocating silence. If the first punch had been shocking, then this second punch evoked an awe that bordered on the miraculous. I declare, Wang Ping'an, the victor. The referee's voice trembled, tinged with a hint of weeping. He felt utterly overwhelmed by the impossibility of officiating this match. It was simply too unfair. The audience's emotions shifted from anticipation to a peculiar numbness. The third round of matchups began. Wang Ping'an's opponent was a defensive warrior hailing from the giant rock star. Known as the Unmoving Stone Buddha, a 5th-grade late-stage fighter clad in rock-hard armor, reputed to withstand even the full force of a 6th-grade beginner. When he beheld his opponent was Wang Ping'an, he even exhaled in relief. In his perspective, Wang Ping'an's extraordinary explosive strength was precisely countered by his absolute defense. Then, on the arena, a tremendous boom. Wang Ping'an unleashed but a single punch. The proud, rock-hard armor of the Unmoving Stone Buddha, along with all his confidence and pride, disintegrated into a fine powder. The man was sent flying. The audience, in unison, exclaimed, "Oh, yet another punch. We're accustomed to this." The fourth round commenced. A long-range energy cannon-type martial artist, a pinnacle 5th grade, was rumored to possess the capability to obliterate a small town with a single shot. Just as he believed he had established a safe distance of 1,000 meters and had yet to raise his hand to gather energy, Wang Ping'an stepped forward. Meiying Xiao Yaoyu. He was already in front of him. Yet another punch. This time, the audience's gasps turned sparse and infrequent. Everyone stared at the young man with an expression of awe, numbly watching as he effortlessly swatted down one renowned genius after another, as if they were mere flies, casting them off the stage with each punch. The moniker One Punch Qilin spread like wildfire through the interstellar network. The arena numbered 137 became the undeniable focal point of the entire competition and all live-streaming platforms across launching. In the 5th round, when Wang Ping'an's name illuminated the massive match screen once more, the name beside him, belonging to a genius contestant from Liang City, turned as pale as paper in an instant. He gazed at the 5 characters on the screen, his body trembling uncontrollably. His companions encouraged him, "Brother, stay strong. Don't fear him. Just wear him out. Yes, his strength is immense, so his stamina must be too. Wear him down." The contestant's lips quivered as tears welled in his eyes. "Wear down? Did you not witness the previous 4 matches? Which one was not aiming to outlast? Which one did not seek to showcase their prowess? And what was the result? Struggle, agony." Under the gaze of over 100 million spectators and billions online, that genius contestant slowly raised his hand. With all his might, he shouted towards the arena, "I concede." These 3 words thundered in everyone's ears. Concede. Surrendering without a fight. This required even more courage than being sent flying by a punch. It further attested to how terrifying Wang Ping'an's current might had become, and this was merely the beginning. The act of conceding spread like a plague, rapidly gaining momentum. In the 6th round, as the matching list was announced, "I concede." In the 7th round, I also concede. 3 consecutive rounds. 3 contestants who were top geniuses in their respective cities, without hesitation, chose to forfeit upon seeing the match list. Wang Ping'an didn't even need to step onto the arena. He simply sat quietly in the observation area, sipping tea, watching his name appear time and again on the advancing list. Wherever he went, opponents trembled in fear. This unstoppable, overwhelming series of victories pushed the feeling of invincibility to its zenith. Countless young martial artists watching the live broadcast felt their blood boil, venerating Wang Ping'an as a deity. This was the embodiment of the strong they had always dreamed of. "To me, you are all mere ants." In the Wang family's observation area, the atmosphere shifted from initial shock to complete numbness. Wang, whose mouth hung open, unable to close for ages. Wang Xian had pushed up his glasses 17 times. Wang Feng had yet to hand out a single pill he had prepared for him. Wang Long held a cup of tea that had long since gone cold, rendered speechless. They gazed at the young man leisurely enjoying his tea, each harboring a singular thought. Is this still a human being? Such an almost bug-like performance, completely disrupting the balance of the competition, finally drew the genuine attention of all the top forces. In the Holy City, the military's exclusive command center, an urgent report regarding Wang Ping'an was placed at the top, under the mysterious figure codenamed Zhu Long. Target power assessment failed. Target speed assessment failed. Target defense assessment failed. The comprehensive threat level recommendation was elevated to the same tier as the second Qilin's son, Wang Feng. At the Li family's observation area, the gun god Li Hao had put away all his laziness, repeatedly watching the recordings of Wang Ping'an's initial and only 4 punches, attempting to analyze something from them. In the back offices of major betting companies, analysts frantically typed away at keyboards, urgently adjusting the odds. The search index for Wang Pingyin's entries on the interstellar network had already surpassed that of the Qianlong list itself. Underlying currents began to surge wildly in places invisible to everyone. Doubts and deeper analytical reports from various factions were brewing an unprecedented, massive storm of public opinion. Everyone yearned to know, what manner of monster is this one-punch Qilin? Chapter 66. The Storm of Public Opinion. The name of Qilin, the nickname One-Punch Qilin, seemed to sprout wings, soaring across the interstellar network of launching overnight. It dominated the headlines of all social platforms, news media, and martial arts forums with a virulent speed. The fervor reached a fever pitch. Supporters were swept into a frenzy. Young martial god. This is the true young martial god. What Li Hao, what Zhu Long, all seem like mere chickens in front of Master Pinyin. Exalted. A 16-year-old 5th grade. Suppressing all late-stage 5th grade geniuses with a single punch. What does this signify? This is the hope for Launching's future. I'm a fan now. From this day forth, I'm a diehard supporter of the one-punch cult. Anyone who dares to slander my brother Pinyin, I'll come through the internet and smash their heads. The fervent praise nearly elevated Wang Pinyin to the status of a deity. Yet, wherever there is light, shadows inevitably follow. Even more tumultuous were the waves of doubt and controversy rising from all directions. He only relies on brute force. What technical merit is there? In this competition, I'm watching martial skills, strategy, not just who is stronger. Indeed, there is no spectacle. Every match ends in a single punch, and then it's over? What is the difference between that and watching a brute smash rocks? A typical power-specialized aberrant genius who has hoarded all resources into sheer strength. I've seen plenty of such individuals. They seem fierce in the early stages, but once someone studies them thoroughly and finds their weaknesses, they revert to their original forms instantly. Countless self-proclaimed professional keyboard martial artists wielded their keyboards on the internet. They referenced theories from the laws of energy conservation to the limits of human meridians, attempting to demonstrate that Wang Pinyin was merely a severely specialized, limping giant. The greatest point of contention centered around the phrase technical merit. In their eyes, Wang Pingyin's fighting style was crude, simplistic, devoid of aesthetic appeal. It was an affront to the art of martial arts. Just wait and see. He will absolutely not make it into the top 100. In the next round, as soon as he encounters a true 6th grade powerhouse, he will reveal his true colors. Indeed, the 6th rank martial artist achieves a unity of essence and blood, with vitality that is perpetually renewed. Engaging him in a war of attrition could lead to his opponent's inevitable demise. Controversy erupted like a wildfire, intensifying with each passing moment. The entire star network was irreparably divided into two factions, embroiled in relentless disputes due to Wang Pingyin's actions. What on earth, Master? Have these critics consumed in excess of lemons? Their teeth must be aching. Technical prowess? Aesthetic appeal? If you were to raise their ancestral graves with a single punch, would they still laud your artistry? Restraint? Why do they not suggest using their heads to counter your fists? The luxurious golden panel of the system's steward was inundated with a barrage of furious emojis composed of diamonds, almost bursting forth from the screen. Wang Pinyin reclined comfortably on the viewing platform sofa, leisurely scrolling through these comments, feeling amusement rather than anger. At that moment, the foremost powers of Blue Star, along with several of the most authoritative gambling houses, urgently updated their intelligence analysis reports concerning Wang Pinyin nearly simultaneously. This report, transmitted through encrypted channels, reached all genuine magnates. Portions deemed permissible for public release were swiftly captured by the media and made known. Through extensive data comparisons and model simulations, the target, Wang Pinyin, was determined to have reached the theoretical limits of a 5th-rank Meridian Master in 3 fundamental attributes: strength, speed, and physique, each attaining 7,000 points. Since the commencement of the tournament, he had engaged in combat 4 times against opponents of late 5th rank, late 5th rank, late 5th rank, and peak 5th rank, all concluded within 0.1 seconds. Crucially, the target exhibited no signs of S-class martial techniques in any of the 4 battles, with his own vitality expenditure being nearly non-existent. The conclusion: his strength was unfathomable, with prior assessments gravely underestimated. The threat level was elevated to the maximum. This professional, composed report, laden with cold data, struck like a resounding slap across the faces of all keyboard warriors. A peculiar silence enveloped the star network for a full minute. Was he merely reliant on brute force? He was simply so powerful that he required no technique at all. Was his vitality consumption excessive? He could vanquish foes without even utilizing his essence and blood, relying solely on physical strength. In an instant, Those who had previously been most vociferous in their criticisms deleted their posts and vanished, as if they had never existed. This authoritative rebuke ignited even more thunderous cheers from Wang Ping'an's supporters. In the Wang family's viewing area, Wang Xian set down his data terminal, adjusting his glasses. A glimmer of understanding reflected in his lenses. "I comprehend now," he remarked, turning to Wang Long with a calm analysis. His vitality expenditure in every battle has approached zero, indicating he has not employed any of the enhancement techniques we know of, relying entirely on raw physical strength. He is concealing his true capabilities, conserving vitality for the challenging battles ahead. Wang Hu, listening nearby, was left dumbfounded, scratching his head. "Are you suggesting that he hasn't even warmed up yet?" A subtle expression of approval flickered across Wang Long's composed visage. Courage coupled with strategy, quite commendable. He gazed at the youth still leisurely scrolling through the holographic interface. Slowly articulating, "To conceal one's most vital trump card amid the scrutiny of countless eyes demonstrates a mindset that far surpasses most of his peers." This acknowledgement was heartfelt. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the arena, within the Li family's viewing area, the gun god Li Hao had shed all semblance of ease and nonchalance. He sat upright, repeatedly scrutinizing the only 4 punches thrown by Wang Ping'an through the holographic recordings, which he played at a fraction of the original speed. He could distinctly observe the subtle ripples in the fabric of space created by each of Wang Ping'an's strikes. After a prolonged examination, he deactivated the recording and exhaled slowly. A monster. For the first time, Li Hao's peers heard this term escape his lips. In the sacred city, within the military's exclusive command center, a figure shrouded in mist stood silently before a vast star chart. He was Zhu Long. An aide approached from behind, respectfully presenting a document. "Report. The threat level of target Wang Ping'an has been updated. According to the latest recommendations from the intelligence department, his threat level is now on par with Wang Long, the first Qilin of the Wang family." Zhu Long did not turn around. He simply extended a finger, lightly tapping the virtual screen before him. The icon representing Wang Ping'an was dragged from a plethora of talented participants and positioned alongside the topmost icon representing Wang Long. A silent gesture, yet it signified the utmost regard. The fermenting public opinion did not impede the progress of the tournament. Upon seeing the match roster, Wang Ping'an's opponent turned pale and forfeited on the spot. The 9th round commenced. His next adversary hesitated for 3 seconds before also choosing to forfeit. He did not even need to vacate his seat, effortlessly achieving consecutive victories. Only one battle remained before entering the top 100. The controversy itself was an unparalleled fervor. The more the outside world questioned his lack of technique, the more it accentuated his unfathomable and terrifying strength. Everyone held their breath in anticipation, hoping for someone to draw forth his true abilities, compelling him to utilize a second method beyond that singular punch. The anticipation reached its zenith at that moment. Finally, the voice of the 8th rank Venerable echoed across the arena once more. Preliminary round, 10th match, top 100 qualifying match. The match begins. With a hum, the vast holographic screen displayed the remaining 200 names, scrolling at a rapid pace. All gazes were magnetically drawn to Wang Ping'an's name. Who would his next opponent be? Would it be another favored contender? Would it culminate in a highly anticipated, nail-biting confrontation? The scrolling ceased. Wang Ping'an appeared alongside an unfamiliar name that sent ripples of astonishment throughout the crowd. It was a name that sounded rather ordinary, even somewhat delicate. Ling. Chapter 67. The unexpected opponent in the 10th round in the live broadcast room. Countless individuals frantically pulled up information on this enigmatic contestant. An even more intense uproar erupted, akin to a tsunami sweeping over the entire arena. Yet this time, the outcry was filled with shock and disbelief. Ling affiliation, Xianyuan star system, Blue Star, Taisher City Realm, 5th rank Meridian Master, Peak, ability, Spiritual Illusions record, 9 wins, a blank slate. Aside from the most basic information, her record was as pristine as a blank sheet of paper. However, all eyes were fixated on the terms 5th rank Peak and Spiritual Illusions. 5th rank Peak. A 5th rank Peak specializing in spiritual illusions. According to the power system, did that not imply her spiritual attribute was nearing 15,000 points? Heavens! Wang Ping'an's spiritual attribute was only 7,000 points. This was a complete mismatch. After a brief, deathly silence, the audience erupted into a cacophony of gasps and discussions akin to a landslide or tsunami. What a joke! How could the final round match such a monster? The most terrifying aspect of a mental illusionist is the sheer overwhelming force of their mental power. Wang Ping'an's mental strength is barely half of hers. How could he possibly contend? Once ensnared in her illusion, he would be nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter. It's over. I placed a hefty wager on Wang Ping'an entering the top 100. Now, the villa will be reduced to a mere cardboard box. The mockery and disdain vanished without a trace, replaced by an atmosphere of profound gravity, apprehension, and even a hint of pity for Wang Ping'an. To all present, what was initially perceived as a guaranteed advancement to the top 100 had transformed into a life-or-death struggle for Wang Ping'an. In the Wang family's viewing area, the atmosphere plummeted to freezing point. Wang Hu's smile froze on his face as he abruptly stood up, incredulously bellowing, "What on earth is going on? How could we be matched against a nemesis specializing in mental prowess? Is the organizer intent on halting Ping'an's progress into the top 100? Wang Feng had also lost her previous lightheartedness. Covering her mouth, her beautiful Danfeng eyes were filled with anxiety. The disparity in mental strength is too great. Can Ping'an cope? Only Wang Xian remained composed. The Wang family strategist, always as calm as a finely tuned machine, now sat in silence, his brow furrowed. His glasses flashed with a torrent of unknown data at an astonishing rate. Wang Long, seated at the head of the table, sensed his unusual demeanor. "What is it? Fourth brother?" Wang Xian did not respond immediately. Instead, he transmitted an encrypted data report to Wang Long, elder brother. "Take a look at this." As Wang Long opened the holographic display, the moment he glimpsed the report's contents, his normally steadfast countenance exhibited a rare and intense fluctuation. "This my one. 3 uncertainty has manifested." Wang Xian's voice was hushed, yet laden with unprecedented gravity. "This Ling appears ordinary, but I have retrieved footage of all 9 of her previous battles. 9 opponents, many of whom are peak 5th-tier geniuses. Remarkably, they all surrendered within 10 seconds of the match's commencement." Wang Long's pupils contracted slightly. Wang Xian continued. "Their state upon surrender was peculiar. They were uninjured yet appeared dazed and drenched in sweat, as if they had just escaped a horrific nightmare. A few even suffered mental breakdowns and had to be carried off. A mental illusionist capable of inducing such overwhelming despair in 9 seasoned 5th-tier geniuses, rendering them devoid of the courage to fight." Wang Xian left the implication unspoken, but Wang Long understood it completely. The public only saw the stark contrast of nearly 15,000 points of mental strength against 7,000, deeming it a mismatch. However, the truth unearthed by Wang Xian was even more chilling. This young girl may not be an ordinary peak 5th tier, a being capable of forcing her equally ranked opponents to surrender without a fight. This seemingly frail and quiet girl was certainly no soft target. Wang Long slowly raised his head, gazing at the arena that was about to rise, his deep-set eyes now filled with profound concern. Boom. The 13th-7th arena slowly ascended. Wang Ping'an's figure appeared on one side of the stage. Opposite him stood the girl named Ling, clad in a somewhat faded and worn martial arts uniform. Slender and delicate in appearance, quietly standing there in stark contrast to the surrounding fervor. She resembled a modest white flower blooming amidst a wasteland of steel. Sensing Wang Ping'an's scrutiny, she lifted her head and gently bowed to him, a gesture of polite acknowledgement. "Master, this girl seems quite demure. She doesn't appear to be a fierce character. Why not go easy on her? It would be rather pitiful to make her cry with a single punch." The system's opulent golden interface flashed, depicting a chibi figure resting its chin in a display of sympathy. Wang Ping'an did not respond. He merely observed the girl across from him, his mental prowess acting as an invisible radar, scanning her from the inside out. Quite ordinary. Her vitality was unremarkable, and her physical strength was average. There was nothing extraordinary about her. Yet, it was precisely this extreme ordinariness that rendered her most unusual. "Match. Begin." With the call of a 6th-tier referee, all eyes in the arena were drawn to the stage. Everyone anticipated that Wang Ping'an would swiftly conclude this seemingly uneventful match with a decisive punch. However, Wang Ping'an did not move. The girl Ling also remained still. She did not initiate any physical attack, nor did she shift her stance even slightly. Instead, under the gaze of countless spectators, she slowly closed her eyes, her fair face betraying no emotion. What is happening? Why is she not attacking? A wave of confusion rippled through the audience. At that moment, Wang Ping'an's body suddenly stiffened. The instant the battle commenced, he sensed something amiss. An invisible, intangible, yet chillingly eerie mental force surged towards him from all directions, akin to the icy waters of a rising tide, silently invading his mind. This force bore no malice, no intent to harm. It felt more like an insidious infiltration, an otherworldly power attempting to drag his consciousness into another dimension. Warning, warning, detecting high-intensity mental force intrusion. Intrusion mode determined. Soul enticement. Dimensional descent. Master, do not succumb to sleep. Whatever you do, do not fall asleep. This is far more potent than any sleeping pill. The system's interface flashed wildly in his consciousness, the alarm blaring with a piercing urgency, as though someone were choking it. It was too late. Wang Pingyan felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. The tumultuous uproar of the crowd, the blinding lights, the frigid arena, all rapidly faded, growing blurry. The world began to distort and spin, much like an oil painting soaked in water, ultimately dissolving into pure darkness. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a familiar place that sent tremors through his very soul. It was a modest 30-square-meter rental apartment. The walls were adorned with yellowing newspapers, and a few boxes of instant noodles lay in the corner. The air was thick with a pungent mixture of cheap cigarettes and takeout food. Outside the window loomed the familiar, gray sky of a small third-tier city on Earth. He had returned. He was back in the narrow, dilapidated yet memory-laden apartment he inhabited before his transmigration. Creak. The bedroom door was gently pushed open. A middle-aged woman with graying hair, wearing an apron and a warm smile, emerged, carrying a steaming bowl of noodles. "Anzi, have you been gaming all night again? Come eat your noodles while they're hot." Another middle-aged man, also with graying hair, lifting his head from the sofa, pretended to glare at him, holding a newspaper and wearing reading glasses. "All you do is play. When will you give your mother a break?" The familiar faces, the familiar nagging. Wang Pingyan's body stood utterly frozen in place. His mind was a blank slate. The figures of his parents, long faded into obscurity within his memory, now appeared vividly before him, their gentle and dearly cherished smiles radiating warmth. Everything felt astonishingly real. He could even inhale the rich aroma wafting from the bowl of beef noodles. He could see the familiar creases at the corners of his mother's eyes and sense the profound love hidden beneath his father's stern words. This was not an illusion, absolutely not. An illusion could never be this tangible. In an instant, tears welled up in Wang Pingyan's eyes. He reached out a trembling hand, yearning to touch the face of his mother, whom he had longed for day and night. He wished to convey to them that he was doing well, to express how much he missed them. He had returned to Earth before his transmigration, to his familiar rented room, where his deceased parents, adorned with gentle smiles, served him a steaming bowl of noodles. Chapter 68. The descent into the illusion. Wang Pingyan stood in that familiar rented room. Everything felt so real. The yellowed newspapers on the wall, the cardboard boxes of instant noodles in the corner, the mingled scent of cheap cigarettes and takeout in the air. Outside the window loomed the gray, drab skyline of a third-tier city. His mother held the bowl, her smile tender, while his father pretended to be angry while reading the newspaper. The two stood vibrantly before him. Wang Pingyan's hand trembled as it reached toward his mother's face. "Mom." He choked, his eyes glistening. There were so many things he wanted to say. He wanted to share that he was doing well, to express how much he missed them, to say, "Pingyan, stop standing there, the noodles will get soggy." His mother grasped his hand and gently pressed him down at the dining table. The warmth of her touch, the softness of her palm, everything was undeniably real. Wang Pingyan lowered his gaze to the steaming bowl of beef noodles. Chopped green onions floated atop the broth, and the red oil glistened invitingly under the light. He picked up the chopsticks. His father nagged from beside him. "Look at you, how old are you? Still making your mom worry. The son of old Zhang next door is already married. What about you? All you do is play games." "Stop it, the child just returned." His mother chided, shooting a reproachful glance at his father before turning to Wang Pingyan. "Pingyan, your dad just puts on a tough front. He thinks about you every day." Familiar dialogues, familiar scenes. Wang Pingyan's hand hung in midair, chopsticks pinching a noodle. The steam blurred his vision. "Pingyan?" His mother's voice carried a hint of concern. "Why aren't you eating? Is it not to your taste?" "No, it's not that," he thought. "It's too much to my taste." This was the flavor he remembered from his mother. Every late-night return from work, every time he felt unwell, she would make him a bowl of noodles. This was the taste. Wang Pingyan closed his eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks. He wished to remain here, to stay in this warm home, by his parents' side, never to leave again. "Pingyan, why are you crying?" His mother hurried over, concerned. "Have you been wronged? Tell your mom." His father also set down the newspaper, frowning. "Who bullied you?" Wang Pingyan shook his head. No one had wronged him. It was just that he missed them too much. He missed this home. He missed these two people. "Mom, Dad," Wang Pingyan's voice trembled. "I'm sorry." "Silly child, what are you sorry for?" His mother gently patted his back. "You will always be Mom's pride. Forever Mom's pride." Those words pierced Wang Pingyan's heart like a needle. Pride? Did he deserve it? After transmigrating to this world, he had scarcely thought of his parents from his previous life. He was too busy striving for strength, grappling with various crises, participating in competitions. He had nearly forgotten their faces. "Pingyan, don't go." His mother's voice grew softer. "Stay and accompany us." His father nodded in agreement. Yes, don't leave. How wonderful it is to have the family together. Don't go. Stay. Wang Ping'an's consciousness began to blur. Indeed, why should he leave? Why return to that unfamiliar world? Why participate in competitions? Was it not better to remain here, with his parents, living a simple and fulfilling life? His hand lowered the chopsticks, ready to acquiesce. Just then, a refreshing idea coursed through the depths of his mind. It was the mark left by the Lianxingua, the clarity of the martial heart he had forged during 2 months of seclusion in Qilinju. At that moment, it erupted with a faint yet resolute radiance, striking his soul like a clarion call. Wang Ping'an's movements froze. Countless images flashed through his mind. His grandfather Wang Qi's expectant gaze, his elder brother Wang Long's steady encouragement, his second sister Wang Feng pressing a pill into his hand, his third brother Wang Hu's hearty laughter, his fourth brother Wang Xian's calm analysis, and the days spent in Qilinju. There were also the clan members of the Wang family in Tiandu, who harbored great hopes for him, and the promises he had made. He aspired to enter the top 100. He sought to bring glory to the Wang family. He needed to prove himself. He could not stop here. No, Wang Ping'an whispered. What? His mother looked at him in confusion. No. Wang Ping'an suddenly raised his head. His voice became resolute, the haze in his eyes dissipating, replaced by an unprecedented clarity. This is false. Wang Ping'an stood up, gazing at his parents, at this warm home. His heart ached. But he had to utter these words. You are not real. His mother's smile froze, and his father's hand, which had set down the newspaper, halted in midair. The colors of the entire room began to fade, transforming into shades of gray and becoming ethereal. Ping'an, his mother's voice took on a strange, mechanical quality. What are you saying? You are no longer here. As he spoke these words, he felt his heart shatter into pieces. Each word felt like a knife, slicing into his soul. Yet, he had to speak. He had to acknowledge. He had to confront. The figures of his parents began to distort. Cracks appeared in the walls of the room. The entire world shattered like a broken mirror, beginning to collapse. I am Wang Ping'an, he roared within his heart. But I do not belong solely to the past. I have a future. I have responsibilities. I cannot stop here. Boom. Deep within his consciousness, the martial heart tempered by the Lianxingua erupted in a resplendent golden light. The radiance transformed into countless sharp swords, piercing through the delusion, severing the attachments, shattering the illusion. Break for me. Wang Ping'an's mental energy coalesced in an instant, not as an attack, but as a profound compression. Within the sea of consciousness, it transformed into a sword of wisdom, capable of severing all illusions. With a decisive strike, he brought it down. In the real world, on the arena, Wang Ping'an, who had been standing motionless with a vacant gaze, suddenly trembled. In the next moment, his eyes flung wide open, emitting 2 brilliant beams of golden divine light, akin to 2 miniature suns, majestic, sacred, and inviolable. Where the golden light swept across, the very air twisted in its wake. The girl opposite him, Ling, was struck as if by thunder. Her body quaked violently, her complexion turned as pale as paper, and a trickle of blood escaped the corner of her mouth. With a pained groan, she staggered back several steps, her illusion reflecting upon her. The audience erupted into thunderous cheers. He has awakened. Wang Ping'an has awakened. What a gaze. I can feel the pressure even through the screen. In the Wang family spectator area, Wang Hu sprang to his feet, excitedly waving his fists. Good. That's it. Wang Feng covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with astonishment. Wang Xian adjusted his glasses, a flicker of shock crossing his lenses. Wang Long gradually released his tightly clenched fists, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Excellent. On the arena, Wang Ping'an slowly retracted the overwhelming mental pressure. He regarded the girl opposite him, her face ashen and on the verge of collapse. He said nothing, merely standing there in tranquility. His Tao heart had achieved true sublimation in this battle. He had conquered the greatest obsession of his 2 lifetimes, severing the past, embracing the present, and choosing the future. Chapter 69, Astonishing Skill, a Finger's Remarkable Leap. The illusion shattered. The rental room before Wang Ping'an, the steaming bowl of noodles, and the gentle smiles of his parents all fragmented like a canvas slashed by a sharp blade, disintegrating into countless flecks of light that vanished into the void. His vision cleared once more. He returned to the arena, to this tumultuous and fervent battleground. Opposite him, the girl Ling stumbled back several steps, her footing faltering, her mouth and nostrils bleeding simultaneously, a distressing sight. Her once serene and gentle face was now as pale as a sheet. She stared wide-eyed at Wang Ping'an, her expression filled with horror, confusion, and a hint of fear. You. Her voice was hoarse, trembling with the aftershock of survival. You can actually penetrate my cycle heart prison. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. The cycle heart prison is her innate divine ability, awakened since she was 5, and has never failed. All those drawn into her illusion invariably succumb to their most fervent desires until their minds shattered completely, voluntarily conceding defeat. She had witnessed countless souls. Seen sixth-tier masters weep for long-lost lovers in her illusions. Seen prodigies kneel before their enemies, begging for forgiveness. Those individuals' Tao hearts crumbled before her illusions like paper. But this boy before her, he is merely 16. How can a 16-year-old possess such an indomitable martial heart? What has he endured? Wang Pingyan remained silent. He simply stood there, his previously unfocused eyes now sharp and clear. He glanced at the trembling girl opposite him, his gaze calm, devoid of triumph or mockery, just serene. He slowly raised his right hand, not forming a fist but extending a single index finger. This simple gesture captured the attention of over 1 billion spectators. Locking their gaze onto that slender finger. What does he intend to do? Is it not over yet? Will he not concede? Whispers erupted from the audience. Wang Pingyan paid no heed to the murmurs around him. He closed his eyes, feeling the flow of his vital energy coursing through his meridians. This was the unique essence of destruction and rebirth, achievable only after mastering the S-grade martial technique, Zixiao bin Leizhong. Destruction and creation, two diametrically opposed forces, were seamlessly fused at this moment in an astonishing manner. A strand of purple lightning flickered at his fingertips, refined to perfection. Thin as a hair, yet exuding a terrifying pressure that made hearts race. It no longer surged violently, no longer unleashed a chaotic wave of destruction. Instead, it radiated a contradictory beauty, akin to a flawless work of art. The audience fell into a profound silence. In the Li family spectator area, the gun god Li Hao suddenly stood up, his eyes fixated on the strand of lightning. Is this the essence of creation and destruction? His voice trembled with disbelief. A 16-year-old fifth-tier martial artist has grasped the true essence of martial arts? In the military command center, the figure shrouded in mist, Zhu Long, straightened his posture at this moment. He gazed at the screen, transfixed by the finger condensing the lightning, remaining silent for a long time. On the arena, Wang Pingyan opened his eyes, looking at the terrified girl before him, and flicked his finger. With a soft sound, the lightning arc detached silently, arriving in an instant. The girl Ling instinctively sought to evade, yet her body had yet to move when the lightning arc was already before her. She closed her eyes, bracing for death. However, the anticipated agony did not come. Startled, she opened her eyes. The purple lightning arc halted mere inches from her heart. No, it did not stop. Rather, it precisely struck her seemingly ordinary old martial attire. With a soft sound, the small lotus pattern embroidered on the chest of her outfit suddenly glowed faintly. Then, the light abruptly dimmed and vanished. The energy fluctuations of the entire garment dissipated completely, transforming into an ordinary old piece of clothing. Ling stood frozen in place, staring at the now dull lotus embroidery on her chest, her mind blank. That was a protective garment, a top-tier talisman that her family had spared no expense to commission from a smith. At a critical moment, it could withstand a full-force strike from a sixth-tier initiator. It was her greatest reliance in this competition, yet it had been rendered useless by a mere finger. Moreover, the opponent had clearly had the capability to kill her. The trajectory of that lightning arc was crystal clear to her. Had it aimed for her heart, she would be dead now. But the opponent did not. The opponent had shown mercy, precisely striking the energy core of her protective garment. What kind of control is this? What skill is this? The entire arena fell into an eerie silence. Everyone had witnessed the recent events unfold. A single finger, a flicker of lightning, and a precise strike that inflicted no harm upon the opponent, yet rendered their strongest protective artifact utterly useless. This was even more astonishing than the earlier display of sheer brute force. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence from the audience. Now that is what one calls skill. Where are those who claimed Wang Pingyan relied solely on raw strength? Step forward. To achieve such precision, is that still human? The level of finesse is absolutely remarkable. In the Wang family viewing area, Wang, who gaped in astonishment, left speechless for a long while. Wang Feng covered her mouth, her eyes filled with awe. This level of mastery surpasses the vast majority of sixth-tier alchemists I have encountered. Wang Xian adjusted his glasses, the lenses glinting with streams of dense data. The energy utilization rate stands at a staggering 99.8%, with a precision error of less than 0.01 millimeters. This level of control is not merely masterful, it transcends mastery. Wang Qi set down his teacup, gazing at the young man on the stage who was slowly retracting his finger, and for the first time, a genuine smile of admiration graced his face. Excellent. Truly excellent. My Wang family has produced a genuine prodigy. On the stage, the young girl Ling remained silent for a long time, taking a deep breath. She bowed deeply to Wang Pingyan, a full 90 degrees, impeccable in form. I admit my defeat wholeheartedly, her voice hoarse yet sincere. Thank you for sparing my life. Wang Pingyan nodded. Your illusion technique is formidable. This was his honest sentiment. Had it not been for the refinement of his Dao heart by the Exine Huanghua, and his unique experiences from 2 lifetimes, he might not have extricated himself from the cycle of reincarnation so swiftly. Ling raised her head, her gaze complex as she looked at Wang Pingyan. She opened her mouth, seemingly about to speak, yet ultimately remained silent, bowing once more before turning to leave the stage. Her figure, though somewhat forlorn, did not exude despair. The referee finally regained his composure and raised his hand. The 10th round, arena number 137. Wang family. Wang Pingyan, advancing into the top 100. A thunderous cheer erupted, reverberating throughout the arena. The title of One Punch Qilin resounded across the venue. At this moment, everyone understood that the phrase One Punch could no longer encapsulate his terror. He possessed not only overwhelming might, but also exquisitely refined technique. He embodied the perfect amalgamation of power and skill, a true monster among the younger generation. As Wang Pingyan descended from the stage and returned to the viewing area, Wang, who was the first to rush forward, enveloping him in a bear hug. Incredible, truly incredible. Wang Feng offered him a cup of spiritual tea, her eyes brimming with joy. You did not waste my elixirs. This deserves commendation. Wang Xian adjusted his glasses. I have recorded the data from your final strike. I will send it to you tonight. At that moment, the figure of the 8th tier Venerable reappeared in the center of the arena. His voice was authoritative and profound, echoing in everyone's ears. Congratulations to all. The preliminary round has concluded. The list of the top 100 has been finalized. The audience erupted into an even more fervent cheer. The Venerable raised his hand, pressing it into the void. Instantly, all the clamor fell silent. However, his tone shifted abruptly. The true test is only just beginning. At this moment, the atmosphere in the arena froze. Every gaze was fixed upon the Venerable. 3 days hence, the second phase will commence. The codename. He paused. A collective breath was held by the millions in attendance. Relic hunting grounds. The 4 words reverberated like thunder in everyone's ears. Inside the quiet cabin of the Qilin flagship, the subtle hum of the spiritual energy circulation system could be heard. This mid-sized flying vessel, representing the highest standards of the Wang family, boasted an interior more luxurious than that of an ordinary affluent individual's villa. The walls were adorned with warm spiritual jade, and the floors were covered with carpets made from the hides of unknown celestial beasts, soft and silent underfoot. Wang Pingyan reclined on a comfortable sofa, still somewhat fatigued mentally after a battle that had shattered his inner demons. Pingyan, come here. A gentle voice called out. Wang Feng retrieved a delicately carved white jade food box adorned with exquisite phoenix patterns from her storage ring. As she opened the box, a sweet, fragrant aroma mixed with rich spiritual energy wafted into the air. Inside lay several translucent delicacies, resembling amber, their surfaces shimmering with faint spiritual energy halos. This is my homemade Jiao Zhuan Ling Lu cake, crafted using the spiritual spring water from the peak of Tian Shan and powder from a century-old snow lotus. Wang Feng gently pushed the food box towards Wang Pingyan, her movements tender and filled with concern. You have been in the illusion for so long. Your mental energy must be significantly depleted. Eat some of this. It will nourish your soul. Wang Pingyan picked up a piece, and it melted in his mouth. A refreshing, sweet essence slipped down his throat and settled in his abdomen, transforming into pure energy that surged into his sea of consciousness. He could distinctly feel the subtle fatigue in his soul from forcibly breaking through the cycle of reincarnation being quickly soothed by the gentle energy. Thank you, second sister. Your culinary skills have improved greatly. Naturally. Your second sister is the most promising talent among our young generation in launching, destined to become a master alchemist. A hearty laugh erupted. Wang Hu, towering over 2 meters with muscles as solid as steel, strode over with confidence. His large hand landed heavily on Wang Pingyan's shoulder. Boom. The sound echoed as the alloy floor beneath Wang Pingyan slightly sank. Yet, the immense force that could shatter mountains transformed into a gentle touch upon his shoulder, merely expressing camaraderie and admiration. The control of that strength was executed with exquisite precision. You are quite impressive. That last finger technique was simply astonishing. Wang Hu's rugged face was alight with unrestrained excitement and battle intent. I watched the replay a dozen times, and still couldn't fathom how you achieved that. The control was akin to embroidery. He exclaimed, once this damned competition is over, we must have a proper spar. No more of those underhanded tricks that send opponents flying with a single punch. All right, Wang Ping'an responded with a smile. The atmosphere within the flying vessel was remarkably harmonious. The eldest brother was composed, the sister caring, and the third brother exuberant. There was none of the tension one would expect from a prestigious family embroiled in power struggles or fraternal discord. Instead, it felt more like a family outing, filled with warmth and joy. Wow, Master, this script is not right. Wasn't it supposed to be about internal strife within a noble family and brotherly conflict? How did it turn into a heartwarming family drama? This system had already envisioned 99 episodes of you being oppressed by your siblings, only to rise up and slap them in the face one by one. Yet they are showering you with warmth? This defies the conventions of a satisfying narrative. The opulent golden panel of the system flickered wildly in Wang Ping'an's consciousness, depicting a chibi figure tugging at its hair, embodying a visage of shattered worldviews. Amidst this cozy atmosphere, Wang Xian, who had been silently observing the data pad in his hands while donning a pair of gold-rimmed spectacles, suddenly lifted his gaze. He set down the data pad with a deliberate slowness, adjusting his glasses with meticulous care. His usually calm and rational eyes, which seemed capable of penetrating all worldly data, now bore an unprecedented seriousness. Ping'an, Wang Xian articulated each word with precision. Thank you. In that instant, the air felt as if it had solidified. Wang Feng, poised to reach for another delicacy, halted her movement, gazing at Wang Xian in bewilderment. Wang Hu, who was animatedly gesticulating about Wang Ping'an, froze mid-motion. Half a piece of Linglu cake still in hand, his mouth agape. Even Wang Long, the first scion of the Wang family, who always exuded an air of unshakable calm, slightly furrowed his brow. Fourth brother, what riddle are you trying to convey? Wang Long set down his teacup, sensing an unusual fluctuation in Wang Xian's life magnetic field. Wang Xian did not respond immediately. He merely regarded Wang Ping'an with a rare, faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Before the preliminary round commenced, the largest betting house in the Federation, Tianjigu, opened its betting for this competition. His tone was unhurried, as if discussing a trivial matter. I utilized all my liquid assets, 50 million federal coins, all of it, heavily wagered on your ability to enter the top 100. Clang. The half-piece of Linglu cake in Wang Hu's grasp tumbled onto the soft carpet. Wang Feng's exquisite Danfeng eyes instantly widened in disbelief. Wang Long's hand, which held the teacup, froze in midair. 50 million. Wang Hu's voice pitched higher, springing to his feet. Fourth brother, have you lost your mind? Where did you procure such a sum? You dared to stake it all. I am not mad. Wang Xian adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a dazzling stream of intricate data. I analyzed all your data, including your combat footage on Wanshou Star and the fluctuations in your vitality after 2 months of seclusion. According to my calculations, your probability of entering the top 100 is a staggering 98.7%. Therefore, this is not gambling, it is an investment. He calmly added this remark, which detonated like a nuclear bomb, shattering the rationality of everyone aboard the airship. At the time, your cultivation level was the lowest among all competitors, leading the analysts at Tianjigu to deem you the least likely contestant to advance. He paused, releasing a figure that plunged the entire space into a profound silence. Thus, the odds offered by Tianjigu were 35 to 1. Silence enveloped the room, so thick one could hear a pin drop. Wang Hu gaped, his facial muscles twitching as he counted on his fingers, ultimately surrendering. What is 50 million multiplied by 35? Wang Feng's voice sharpened as she gasped, calculating the outcome. 1,750,000,000 federal coins. Fourth brother, you have struck gold. Wang Xian merely smiled, remaining silent as he observed Wang Ping'an, waiting for his reaction. At that moment, Wang Ping'an's expression had completely frozen. His mind was rendered blank by the phrase 35 to 1. This phrase echoed in his head like the most venomous curse or the most melodious symphony, reverberating mercilessly. He instinctively reached for the storage ring at his waist, where over 10,000 low-grade spirit crystals lay quietly. These were bestowed upon him by his grandfather Wang Qi and his father Wang Xiantian. At the current market rate of 1,000 federal coins for a low-grade spirit crystal, he possessed crystals worth over 100 million federal coins. If he had also wagered 100 million, multiplied by 35, that would amount to 3,500,000,000. Wang Ping'an's face visibly crumbled. The pain he felt was more suffocating than witnessing the vanishing silhouettes of his parents in the heart of reincarnation. He envisioned not the figure of 3,500,000,000, but rather 35,000 shimmering low-grade spirit crystals, each adorned with a pair of snowy wings, forming a neat line before him, singing jubilantly as they reluctantly flew away. Fourth brother, Wang Ping'an's voice quivered with tears. He grasped Wang Xian's shoulders, shaking him fervently. Why didn't you say something sooner? Why didn't you warn me? The resolute expression he wore moments ago, stemming from conquering his inner demons, was now etched with regret, anguish, and the overwhelming despair of having missed out on 100 million. Suddenly, Wang Feng could no longer contain herself, bursting into laughter that sent her into fits. Following suit, Wang Hu's thunderous laughter echoed, crouching down as he pounded the carpet in mirth. Ha ha, I can't take it anymore. Pingyan, you are such a money grubber. Even Wang Long's perpetually stoic face could not suppress a slight curve at the corners of his mouth. This down-to-earth, earthy response instantly diluted the mystique and authority of the Kirin, rendering it refreshingly genuine, even somewhat endearing. Wang Pingyan felt as though his heart were bleeding, each drop taking the shape of golden spirit crystals. He released Wang Xian's shoulders, covering his face with his hands, descending into a state of despair, muttering to himself. 3,500,000,000. My 3,500,000,000. Just think of how many attributes could be added with 35,000 spirit crystals. I could directly ascend to the 6th rank. Upon hearing this, Wang Long's smile faltered. Wang Hu's laughter ceased abruptly. Wang Feng too found no humor left. Indeed, 35,000 spirit crystals, converted into energy points, amounted to 35 million. That would be sufficient for a 5th-rank warrior to rocket to the pinnacle of the 6th rank. They suddenly comprehended that Wang Pingyan's agony was not without reason. In this bizarre atmosphere, Wang Pingyan abruptly lifted his head. His eyes, once dulled by the loss of a fortune, now ignited with a fervent flame. It was a conflagration fueled by greed and resentment, capable of incinerating anything in its path. Fourth brother. He seized Wang Xian's hand once more, his voice tinged with urgency. Quick, has the betting opened for the next stage of the relic hunting grounds? Wang Xian was amused by his fervor, adjusting his glasses leisurely as he activated the light screen. It has opened. Wang Pingyan's head immediately leaned forward, his eyes sparkling as he intently gazed at the rows of fluctuating data. This time, I am going all in. In Chapter 71, the atmosphere at Gu was festively adorned, preparing to welcome the Wang family's sons. Within the banquet hall, filled with ethereal energy, the long tables were laden with exquisite dishes, each radiating a mesmerizing glow and aromas potent enough to tantalize even 6th-grade martial artists. Yet, one of the protagonists today displayed no interest in the lavish spread before him. Fourth brother. Hurry, hurry. Wang Pingyan, without even entering the main hall of the celebration banquet, seized Wang Xian's wrist and dragged him into a secluded study, his urgency akin to that of a fire threatening to engulf him. The celebration was about to commence, and Wang Xian stumbled slightly, feeling somewhat helpless. Meals can always be had, but if the money is not earned, it will undoubtedly vanish. A note of indignation tinged Wang Pingyan's voice as he insisted, Quick, Tianjigu, the odds for the second phase of the ruins hunting ground. His mind was consumed by the staggering odds of 1 to 35, a painful throb in his chest, accompanied by the acrid scent of evaporating federal currency. Wang Xian observed his cash-obsessed demeanor and couldn't help but smile. He refrained from further persuasion and calmly began to operate the holographic computer at the desk. With a hum, a vast holographic screen unfolded before them, displaying a dense stream of data, akin to a galaxy in motion. It was the real-time interface of Tianjigu, the largest betting platform in the Federation. Wang Pingyan's head quickly leaned in, his eyes widening in astonishment. At the top of the screen were several gilded characters emitting a captivating glow. Wang family Wang Long, top 3. Odds 1101, Military Zhu Long, top 3. Odds 1103. Li family Li Hao, top 3. Odds 111. The odds for these frontrunners were pitifully low, offering little value for betting. Wang Pingyan scoffed at this, his fingers darting swiftly across the screen, rapidly pinpointing his own name amidst the hundreds of entries. Upon seeing the numbers following his name, the eagerness and anticipation that had previously graced his features instantly darkened. Wang Pingyan, top 50, odds 15. Wang Pingyan, top 30, odds 130. Wang Pingyan, top 10, odds 1100. The atmosphere in the study fell abruptly silent. Each number on the betting platform radiated an unmistakable air of disdain. By my dear mother, master, who do these bastards think they are looking down upon? 100-fold odds? Do they believe your chances of entering the top 10 are lower than Blue Star exploding tomorrow? The system's opulent golden panel frantically flashed across Wang Pingyan's consciousness. A Q-version character composed of diamonds stood with hands on hips, cursing fervently. Wang Xian adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, the cold data streams reflecting off the lenses as he calmly analyzed. This is quite normal. The external consensus is that your performance in the preliminary rounds was purely a display of brute strength. While stunning, your ability to defeat an opponent with a single punch has revealed a combat style that is overly simplistic. The Ruins Hunting Ground presents an entirely different challenge. It assesses sustained combat capability, wilderness survival skills, environmental utilization, and even one's temperament and strategy. He paused, incisively pointing out in their eyes. You are merely a one-dimensional arena champion, and once thrust into the complexities of the wilderness, your shortcomings will become glaringly evident. To make it into the top 100 is already the limit of your strength and luck. Listening to Wang Xian's analysis, Wang Pingyin's previously sullen expression began to dissipate. Instead of anger, as he gazed at the odds of 130 and 1100, a fierce flame ignited in his eyes. This was not the fire of fury, but one of insatiable greed. His lips curled into an exaggerated grin. Limit? Shortcomings? Ha! He chuckled softly, his laughter echoing through the study, filled with ecstasy and avarice. To him, this was not merely odds. It was as if the actuaries of Tianji Go were lining up, beating drums, and eagerly bringing him money. Missing the opportunity once was regrettable. To miss it a second time would be foolish. He abruptly ceased his laughter, trembling slightly from overwhelming excitement. At present, his personal account still held 12,315 low-grade spirit crystals. Over 12,000 low-grade spirit crystals. Converted into federal currency, it amounted to over 120 million. Wang Pingyin's heart began to race. He glanced at his system panel. Energy points, 231-8500. His foundation was indeed solid. His fingers danced back and forth among the options on the holographic screen. Entering the top 10, with odds of 100 to 1, was enticing enough to dry his mouth. Yet he was not so arrogant as to underestimate the situation. Wang Long, Zhu Long, Li Hao, and the numerous 6th-grade powerhouses, not to mention the dozen or so pinnacle 5th-grade prodigies, were formidable opponents. The Ruins Hunting Ground was fraught with uncertainty. Breaking into the top 10 would be exceedingly challenging. Ultimately, his finger came to rest decisively on the central option. Enter top 30, odds 130. This goal was challenging, but he possessed absolute confidence. This is what I will bet on. Wang Pingyin's voice trembled with excitement. Fourth brother, help me with the operation. All in, 12,000 crystals. Bet it all. All in. Even Wang Xian's typically calm demeanor showed a flicker of disturbance upon hearing this. That was an astonishing sum of over 120 million federal currency. For a 16-year-old boy, it was a fortune that could drive anyone to madness. Are you certain? Wang Xian asked gravely. This was no small amount. What if you fail? There is no what if. Wang Pingyin interrupted decisively, his eyes blazing with an intense light. In my dictionary, the word failure does not exist. Observing his resolute demeanor, Wang Xian fell silent for a moment. He then nodded. Very well. He ceased his objections, and, utilizing his highest-level VIP access, began the operation. A virtual confirmation window popped up. Betting confirmation, project, Wang Pingyin entering the top 30 of the Ruins Hunting Ground. Odds, 130, bet amount, 12,000 low-grade spirit crystals. Expected return, 360,000 low-grade spirit crystals. Confirm? 360,000. Gazing at that figure, Wang Pingyin felt as though his heart was gripped tightly by an invisible hand, beating wildly. He extended his finger, without an ounce of hesitation, and decisively pressed the confirm button. Buzz. The success notification chimed. The spirit crystals in his storage ring were instantly deducted. It was done. Wang Xian watched as Wang Pingyin executed this audacious move, and a subtle, unidentifiable shift flickered in his gaze behind the lenses. 12,000 Lingjing, if successful, will transform into 360,000. Converted into energy points, that amounts to a staggering 36 million. What kind of immense fortune is this? This sum is enough to drive a 6th-tier master of Sanjiao into a frenzy. Even those 9th-tier grandmasters, who preside over their domains, would cast a sideways glance at it. In the instant after placing his bet, Wang Pingyin felt an unprecedented pressure, as heavy as a mountain, weighing down upon his shoulders. Yet, rather than succumbing to this burden, he felt every drop of blood within him ignite with fervor. In just a fleeting second, this pressure transformed into an inexhaustible force, capable of incinerating all in its path. The irresistible allure of 360,000 Lingjing, an insatiable desire to rise from the tail end of the top 100 rankings and deliver a resounding slap to the faces of those who looked down upon him. These two emotions intertwined, compelling Wang Pingyin to make an even more audacious decision. He once again immersed himself in the system panel. Host, Wang Pingyin, Realm, 5th-tier warrior, Vitality value 7000-015-0000. Strength 7,000. Speed 7,000. Constitution 7,000. Mentality 7,000. Recovery 7,000. Energy points 231,8500. Gazing at his five-dimensional attributes, he slowly shook his head. Not enough to confidently break into the top 30 and secure those 360,000 Lingjing. This level of power is insufficient. He must become stronger in the 3 days leading up to the commencement of the relic hunting grounds. Chapter 72. Grandpa, I can be stronger. 2 billion federal coins. 12,000 low-level Lingjing. As the notification of successful betting echoed, Wang Pingyan felt his heart skip a beat, followed by a frenzied pounding akin to a drum. An invisible weight pressed down upon his shoulders. This was no longer the ethereal pressure of a mere competition. It was a tangible mountain built upon a fortune of 120 million in real currency. To win, he would enjoy the company of charming models. To lose, he would toil in the fields. However, this terrifying pressure, capable of overwhelming any ordinary person, lingered within Wang Pingyan for less than a second. In the next moment, the pressure morphed into a blazing flame, fierce enough to consume everything. His blood surged and roared. Not enough. Wang Pingyan surveyed the still somewhat meager digits on his system panel and slowly shook his head. Strength 7,000. Speed 7,000. Constitution 7,000. Mentality 7,000. Recovery 7,000. Energy points 231,8500. Such power would easily dominate in the preliminary rounds, but the relic hunting grounds are different. There. It is a true meat grinder, a graveyard for geniuses. True prodigies such as Wang Long, Zhu Long, and Li Hao are no trifles. To steadily carve a path into the top 30 amidst a pack of wolves and securely pocket those 360,000 Lingjing, this level of strength is far from sufficient. He cannot accept languishing at the bottom of the top 100. Nor can he stand idly by as 360,000 Lingjing slip from his grasp, unsatisfied with the status quo and actively pursuing limits. The heart of a true warrior, forever striving forward, was ignited by the immense temptation of those 360,000 Lingjing, burning fiercely. Fourth brother, thank you. Wang Pingyan nodded at Wang Xian, then without hesitation, turned to dial his grandfather Wang Qi's internal communication. He did not even contemplate how shocking his request might be. The screen flickered to life, revealing Wang Qi's imposing visage, set against the backdrop of what appeared to be a high-level elder meeting. Pingyan? Wang Qi's voice held a note of surprise. The competition just concluded. What's the matter? Has someone bullied you? Tell Grandpa, and I'll make sure they regret it. Protective and domineering, this was Wang Qi. Wang Pingyan took a deep breath, foregoing pleasantries and circumlocution. With unparalleled seriousness, he articulated each word with conviction. Grandpa, I believe I can become stronger. I wish to break through once more in the 3 days leading up to the relic hunting grounds. Please, grant me your protection. On the other end of the communication, Wang Qi's stern expression froze momentarily. He was taken aback. He had anticipated his grandson would call to share good news, to boast of achievements, or to request rewards. He had even planned to allocate an additional 10 or 20,000 Lingjing from his personal treasury to reward this beloved grandson for bringing honor to the family. But he never expected Wang Pingyan's request would be this. A breakthrough? Has this boy gone mad? After the initial shock, an even more overwhelming ecstasy surged within him. Ha ha ha. Wang Qi's chest heaved with excitement, and he could no longer maintain the dignified demeanor of a ninth-tier grandmaster. Bursting into laughter, his laughter resonated like thunder from the heavens, filled with boundless pride and exuberance, causing the entire elder meeting room to reverberate. This is the Qilin of the Wang family. This is the true grandson of Wang Qi. Such an insatiable heart for martial arts, eternally pushing forward, is a treasure worth 1,000 times more than any innate talent or bloodline. Good, good, good. Wang Qi exclaimed 3 times in affirmation, his face creased with smiles. Appearing as delighted as a child who had just acquired a sweet treat, he slammed the table, responding with authority. What do you need? Speak. What resources do you require? Just name it. Whatever Grandpa has, whatever the Wang family possesses, I will fulfill your wishes. Even the moon from the sky, I will pluck it down for you. Standing beside him, Wang Xian observed the exuberant figure of the elder on the screen and then glanced at the seemingly calm Wang Pingyan, who appeared to have made merely a trivial request. He silently adjusted his glasses, feeling as if his worldview had been profoundly shaken once again. Stay put. Wang Qi's voice was resolute, imbued with an undeniable authority. Do not go anywhere. Grandpa will come to fetch you personally. As soon as the words left his lips, The fortified alloy walls of the Qilin Pavilion study where Wang Pingyan stood suddenly distorted violently, as if gripped by invisible hands. With a piercing sound, a pitch-black, unfathomable spatial rift materialized out of thin air. On the other side of the rift, a maelstrom of chaotic void capable of shredding a fifth-tier powerhouse emanated a terrifying aura of annihilation. In the next moment, a figure, bathed in the lethal void, stepped forth from the rift as if strolling leisurely. It was none other than Wang Qi. His attire bore not a single wrinkle. Having traversed the vast expanse of tens of thousands of kilometers from Tiandu Zudi, arriving directly at the Qilin Pavilion of the Holy City. Boom. The terrifying pressure emanating from the 9th-rank Grandmaster surged like an invisible storm, instantly enveloping the entire Qilin, rendering the surrounding air palpably still. Wang Xian, standing nearby, felt as though an ancient divine mountain had suddenly descended upon his very soul, causing his mind, akin to a superintelligent brain, to experience a 3-second freeze. He stood there, utterly dazed. Yet, Wang Qi did not spare him a glance. His attention was wholly devoted to his cherished grandson, grabbing Wang Pingyan by the shoulder with unerring swiftness. He spoke not a word, his actions as decisive as a thunderclap. Let us return to Tiandu Qilin residence. There lies the finest Jiulong locking heaven array in the blue star, with a spiritual energy concentration 100 times that of the outside world. I shall personally safeguard you. Wang Qi's voice resonated with an overwhelming authority and protective fervor. In the blink of an eye, before Wang Pingyan could respond, Wang Qi had already taken him back into the pitch-black rift of space. Their figures vanished in an instant, and the menacing rift, as if it had never existed, slowly closed, smoothing out all spatial creases. The entire study returned to tranquility, leaving behind a bewildered Wang Xian, who stood frozen, still clutching the data tablet that had just recorded Wang Pingyan's betting information. He glanced at the unscathed wall, then at the empty room. Had it not been for the lingering, unsettling spatial fluctuations in the air, he might have thought he had merely imagined the occurrence. After a long while, Wang Xian slowly adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, which had slipped down the bridge of his nose due to his shock. He glanced at the holographic screen of his superintelligent brain, which had just displayed an encrypted message from the family's financial overseer. The second elder has urgently requested various top-tier cultivation resources worth 50,000 low-grade spirit crystals from the family treasury for personal use. Purpose unknown. Wang Xian felt as though his mind had crashed yet again. Chapter 73. 2 million energy points. The light and shadow before him continued to distort, reminiscent of ripples upon the surface of water disturbed by a thrown stone, yet to settle from the previous spatial leap. Wang Pingyan felt as if his internal organs had been thrust into a washing machine, tossed about mercilessly. Was this the might of a 9th-rank Grandmaster? To tear through space and execute a long-distance teleportation? The sensation was 100 times more jarring than riding the most advanced curvature spacecraft. Before he could regain his bearings from this peculiar experience, he suddenly felt his feet firmly planted on solid ground. A familiar aura enveloped him, spiritual energy, dense enough to almost be tangible. He had returned to Tiandu, returned to the ancestral land of the Wang family, returned to the residence of the Qilin-Ju. Wang Qi did not pause for a moment. His face, once radiant with pride, was now etched with solemnity and determination. He swiftly formed intricate hand seals before his chest, murmuring incantations. Command, he intoned sharply, and the earth beneath Qilin-Ju began to tremble violently. Boom. 9 thick golden pillars of light erupted from 9 distinct directions of Qilin-Ju, soaring skyward. Within the beams, 9 ethereal golden dragons, formed from the purest spiritual energy, could be faintly discerned, roaring silently towards the heavens, their dragon might overwhelming, instilling fear across the land. In the next heartbeat, the 9 golden dragons converged in midair, their bodies entwining, their heads touching, instantly weaving a colossal golden canopy. The canopy, like an inverted bowl, completely isolated Qilin-Ju from the outside world. The Wang family's supreme gathering and defense formation, the Jiulong locking heaven array. The moment the formation was activated, Wang Pingyan distinctly felt the concentration of spiritual energy in the surrounding space escalating at a terrifying rate. 10-fold, 20-fold, 50-fold, finally stabilizing at approximately 100 times that of the outside world. Here, a single breath was equivalent to a day's worth of arduous cultivation for an ordinary martial artist. Pingyan. Wang Qi turned. His face, previously radiating dominance and audacity, now bore an unprecedented gravity. The 5th-rank realm, refining the meridians, was 100 times more perilous than the 4th rank's internal refinement. Damage to the internal organs might be remedied with elixirs, but should the meridians be severed, the consequences could be dire: loss of cultivation, reduction to a mere shell, or worse, a reversal of qi and blood resulting in instant demise, beyond even the aid of deities. Are you aware of the dangers involved? Wang Pingyan gazed into his grandfather's concerned and serious eyes, respectfully bowing in acknowledgement. The grandson understood. He certainly did. Such martial knowledge he could recite with his eyes closed. Yet, common knowledge serves to bind the ordinary. For one such as him, the unconventional, it was meant to be shattered. Severed meridians? He possessed the innate talent for flesh and blood regeneration bestowed by the system, even should he explode into a mist of blood. As long as he had sufficient energy points, the system could reconstruct him entirely. This was the foundation of his audacity. As long as you comprehend. Wang Qi, unaware of his grandson's thoughts, believed he had truly absorbed the lesson. He led Wang Pingyan to the innermost chamber of Qilinju. Before them stood a massive door, forged from an unknown black alloy, inscribed with a dense array of energy runes that emitted an unsettling aura. Enter. Wang Qi placed his hand upon the door, which silently slid open. This chamber, crafted from fallen star iron mixed with void essence gold, could withstand the full force of an 8th rank Master S strike. For the next 3 days, I shall personally guard you outside, ensuring no one shall disturb you. Remember, act within your means, do not be reckless. Understood, grandfather. Wang Pingyan bowed once more, then without hesitation, stepped into the chamber. The heavy alloy door slowly closed. The world outside fell utterly silent. Inside the chamber, there was naught but the most fundamental ventilation and lighting system. Wang Pingyan sat cross-legged, clearing his mind of all distractions, immersing himself in his system panel. Host, Wang Pingyan, Realm, 5th rank martial artist, Qi and blood value, 7000-015-0000. Strength, 7,000, Speed, 7,000, Constitution, 7,000, Mentality, 7,000, Recovery, 7,000, Energy Points, 231-8500 in the Relic Hunting Grounds. Among the top 30, 360,000 low-grade spirit crystals. For this goal, all risks are worthwhile. He aimed to reach the absolute limit attainable at the 5th rank within the remaining 3 days. System. His thoughts roared in his mind. Calculate for me. How many energy points are required to elevate my strength, speed, constitution, mentality, and recovery from 700 to 11,000? Oh my goodness. Master, are you out of your mind? The opulent golden panel of the system suddenly sprang forth, featuring a chibi figure crafted from diamonds, exaggeratedly cradling its head in shock. From 700 to 11,000. Each attribute requires an addition of 4,000 points. In total, that amounts to a staggering 20,000 points. This is not merely a breakthrough. It is an ascension in place. Enough of the idle chatter. Quickly calculate. Very well. This system shall compute for you now. The data on the panel began to scroll frantically, so rapidly that it appeared to leave after images. Moments later, a dazzling number, reeking of avarice, appeared. Calculation complete. According to this system's righteous and fair charging standards, enhancing each of the 5-dimensional attributes by 4,000 points will require a total of 2 million energy points. 2 million. Gazing at this figure, Wang Pingyan's chest heaved violently. Without a trace of hesitation, he commanded, execute. With all his might, he internally issued this directive. Ding. Command confirmed. Deducting energy points. Wishing you a pleasant ascent. As the system's ostentatious prompt echoed, the number in the energy points section of Wang Pingyan's system panel plummeted like a cascading waterfall. 231-8500, 131-8500, 318,500. A total of 2 million energy points was consumed in an instant. The next moment, an explosive force surged forth. A torrent of energy 100 times more violent than his prior ascension from the 4th to the 5th rank, akin to a star river bursting forth from the heavens, or a dormant cosmic black hole erupting within him. This was not a gentle transformation. It was a cataclysmic reformation. A suppressed, agonizing roar erupted from the depths of Wang Pingyan's throat. Excruciating pain, an indescribable agony engulfed his entire being in an instant. His body arched violently, akin to a shrimp tossed into boiling water, skin turning blood red, with countless veins twisting grotesquely upon the surface. He felt as if his body were a balloon filled to the brink, ready to burst at any moment. Each meridian cried out under the onslaught of the furious energy torrent, lamenting its unbearable burden. Cracks, countless fine fissures, akin to a spider's web, spread wildly across the inner walls of his meridians. Blood seeped from those cracks, staining his meridians a deep crimson. Yet he gritted his teeth. his gums oozing blood from the strain. He could not lose consciousness. He must remain alert to channel this power capable of annihilating everything. The flesh and blood rebirth, innate ability activated. A surge of golden life energy began to fervently repair his near-shattered meridians. Tear, heal, tear again, heal again. In that moment, his body transformed into a horrific battleground, fiercely enacting cycles of destruction and rebirth. The golden life energy clashed with the violent breakthrough energy, engaging in a primal, savage tug-of-war within every inch of his flesh and every vein. Wang Ping'an's consciousness, amidst the waves of agony, resembled a fragile boat on the verge of capsizing. Yet within his bloodshot eyes gleamed a light more fervent and luminous than ever before. It was a thirst for power, a relentless pursuit of victory, an insatiable greed for the 360,000 spirit crystals. Endure. Just hold on. Chapter 74, Late Stage of the Fifth Rank. The torrent of furious energy could no longer be aptly described as a mere flow. It resembled a chisel crafted from pure energy. No longer was it a simple and crude wash. It meticulously sculpted the inner walls of Wang Ping'an's every meridian with an artistry akin to fine craftsmanship. A faint hissing sound, barely audible, resonated within him. The energy chisel inscribed intricate, golden energy patterns upon the once smooth and resilient inner walls of his meridians. These patterns were profoundly mysterious, naturally forming a feedback loop that accelerated energy flow. They seemed to possess a life of their own, spontaneously circulating Wang Ping'an's vital essence with an efficiency several times greater than before. If his meridians were previously akin to ordinary country lanes, they were now being forcibly transformed into interstellar highways replete with numerous acceleration tracks. Simultaneously, his physical body endured a harrowing metamorphosis. The flesh and blood rebirth ability, fueled by 2 million energy points, unleashed unprecedented power. His skin continually ruptured under the energy's impact, revealing flesh that shimmered with a radiant glow. Yet almost instantaneously, the golden life energy surged forth, flawlessly mending the wounds. Not merely repairing, but reorganizing, transcending. Each cycle of destruction, reconstruction, and transcendence incrementally elevated the strength of his physical form. The layer of radiant glow upon his exterior grew denser and more resplendent. Ultimately, he appeared as a statue forged from the purest divine gold, majestic and impervious to all. Outside the secret chamber, Wang Qi stood with arms crossed, resembling a statue before the heavy alloy door. His eyes, having witnessed the vicissitudes of the world, now reflected an indescribable shock and horror. As a ninth-rank grandmaster, his consciousness was powerful enough to easily envelop the entire blue star. At this moment, all his focus was drawn to this small secret chamber. He could clearly sense the aura of his precious grandson escalating at an utterly incomprehensible rate. In just a few hours, this aura had far surpassed the early stage of the fifth rank. Then it surged to the mid-stage, and then the late stage. How could this be possible? Wang Qi, having lived over 3 centuries, had encountered more prodigious talents than the meals an ordinary person has eaten. Yet he had never witnessed such an outrageous method of breakthrough. It had only been a few days. Since the preliminary rounds, it had barely been 4 or 5 days. How could a martial artist who had just ascended from the 4th to the early 5th rank achieve the late 5th rank in such a brief span? What manner of monster is this lad? How many rare treasures has he consumed? No, that cannot be right. Even if he devoured every elixir in the Wang family's treasury, it could not progress at such a pace. This was no mere rocket launch. It was as if he had installed a space warp engine within himself. Wang Qi's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. His heart, which had remained as still as an ancient well for 3 centuries, was thrown into chaos by the astonishing actions of his own grandson. He found himself unable to comprehend the situation. Time seemed to stretch within the secret chamber. Eventually, when the 2 million energy points on the panel had been completely consumed, and the last vestige of wild energy was thoroughly absorbed by Wang Ping'an's body, merging into the newly formed meridians engraved with golden patterns, the ferocious aura in the chamber gradually subsided, transforming into a profound and harmonious tranquility. Slowly, Wang Ping'an opened his eyes. In the sea of his consciousness, a brand new system panel radiated a resplendent golden light, more brilliant than ever before. Oh my goodness, Master, we have taken off. It's truly happening. You are no longer human. You are a humanoid mecha, a walking interstellar battleship, a guardian of cosmic peace. The system's voice brimmed with exaggerated joy and adoration. Wang Ping'an chose to ignore its incessant chatter, his mind entirely engrossed in the terrifying data displayed before him. Host, Wang Ping'an Realm, 5th grade martial artist, Meridian's master, late stage, vitality value, 110,000-150,000, strength, 11,000 speed, 11,000 constitution, 11,000 spirit, 11,000 recovery, 11,000 energy points, 318, 500 an astonishing vitality value limit of 110,000. Although it still fell short of the 150,000 required for the pinnacle of the 5th grade. This figure was enough to instill despair in 99% of 5th grade martial artists on Blue Star. An unprecedented sense of power surged within him, strong enough to make his own heart race, coursing through his limbs, every inch of flesh, and every meridian, roaring and galloping. This sensation was exhilarating. It made him feel as though he could shatter a small asteroid with a single punch. Gradually, he rose from the ground. This simple act stirred the surrounding air, creating visible microcyclones. He raised his right hand, opened it, and then, unconsciously, began to clench it. A sharp yet profoundly resonant sound erupted in the quiet chamber. The air around his fist seemed to be gripped by an invisible giant hand, crushed into oblivion in an instant. That small space had formed a brief, yet absolute vacuum zone. Following this, an invisible force radiated from the center of his fist, spreading silently like ripples on water. A faint yet piercing sound echoed. Wang Ping'an lifted his gaze and saw that on the wall directly in front of him, the seemingly indestructible surface of the meteorite iron had been stripped of a layer of powder, leaving a faint white, ripple-like scratch. Although there were no cracks, this chamber was reputed to withstand the full force of an 8th grade master. To think that simply clenching his fist could leave a mark. Wang Ping'an stared at his fist in a daze for a long time. A hint of satisfaction, even tinged with curiosity, slowly appeared on his pale face, which had just endured great pain. Just how powerful was he now? He had no idea. All he knew was that the 36,000 spirit crystals were undoubtedly secure. Chapter 75, Resonance of Divine Gold with a creak, the heavy alloy door, forged from meteorite iron mixed with void divine gold, slowly slid open under Wang Ping'an's push, emitting a dull sound. The thick spiritual energy, almost tangible and gathered by the 9 dragons locking heaven array in the courtyard of Qilin residence, surged into the chamber like golden light at the moment the door opened, causing Wang Ping'an to instinctively squint. Outside, Wang Qi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, resembling a statue, silently waiting. He did not speak. However, the moment Wang Ping'an stepped out of the chamber, a vast and profound divine consciousness enveloped him, meticulously probing every inch of his flesh and every meridian. The expression of composure on Wang Qi's ancient face was shattered as his muscles twitched uncontrollably upon sensing Wang Ping'an's body. Late stage 5th grade. Just a step away from the pinnacle. Wang Qi, having lived for over 3 centuries, believed his mindset had been tempered to be as solid as a rock. Yet at this moment, the heart of his 9th grade grandmaster was thrown into disarray by the astonishing feat of his own grandson. 3 days. Merely 3 days. From early 5th grade to late 5th grade. This transcended the realm of mere genius or prodigy. However, the shock lasted less than a second. As one of the most formidable beings on Blue Star, Wang Qi swiftly shifted his focus from the quantitative surge to the qualitative exploration. While realms could be accumulated through resources, Wang Ping'an's method of accumulation had surpassed conventional norms. Yet, the quality of vitality was the true foundation of how far a martial artist could go in the future. Do not move. Wang Qi cautioned as he observed Wang Ping'an seemingly about to stretch his muscles. He pointed to the faint footprint left on the hard bluestone floor from Wang Ping'an's earlier step, his lips twitching once more. If you keep this up, the Qilin residence will need to be rebuilt from scratch. Wang Ping'an glanced down, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. His suddenly augmented strength was still somewhat uncontrollable. Wang Qi refrained from allowing any destructive power tests, and instead led him directly to an open space in the center of the courtyard. He extended his hand, and a flash from his storage ring revealed a fist-sized piece of peculiar metal, entirely black and profound, as if capable of swallowing all surrounding light, appearing in his palm. As this metal emerged, the surrounding light seemed to dim slightly, emanating an indescribable heaviness and eeriness. Wang Ping'an gazed at this unusual metal, his curiosity piqued. What is this? A marvelous item, Wang Qi stated with a rare hint of pride and nostalgia. He gently caressed the black metal and slowly explained. This is known as the Void Divine Gold Testing Stone, a treasure I acquired in the depths of a level 9 civilization's ruins during my youth. Its material density is astonishingly high, and its energy conductivity is exceptionally unique, capable of precisely measuring both the quality and quantity of a martial artist's vitality. Wang Qi placed the testing stone on a stone table in the courtyard and looked up at Wang Ping'an. According to the standards set by the Federal Martial Arts Association, an ordinary 5th-grade pinnacle martial artist, when exerting their utmost strength against it, can cause it to emit a deep red glow, qualifying them as an A-grade genius, worthy of being nurtured by major top-tier powers. Oh, Wang Ping'an's interest was truly piqued. He circled around the stone table, scrutinizing the seemingly unremarkable black stone. He could sense that this stone harbored a most peculiar spatial attribute, yet beyond that, it bore no other extraordinary qualities. Wang Qi retreated 2 steps, gesturing with an air of expectation and solemnity. "Let me see what caliber my grandson Wang Ping'an possesses." Wang Ping'an nodded in response. Contrary to Wang Qi's anticipation, he did not adopt a combative stance to unleash a powerful punch. Instead, he calmly approached, extending his right hand to gently press his palm against the icy surface of the Shukong Shinjin testing stone. Subsequently, he closed his eyes, immersing his spirit within. The formidable energy, akin to a relentless river, surged within him, guided by his will, transforming into a torrent that slowly coursed through his arm's meridians and into the testing stone. Under Wang Qi's intense scrutiny, the testing stone did not illuminate with a hue as he had expected. Instead, it emitted a low, resonant hum reminiscent of an ancient bell tolling, echoing through the air. The sound, though not loud, seemed to strike at the very depth of one's soul, causing even the esteemed 9th-grade Grandmaster Wang Qi to feel a tremor of unease. His pupils abruptly contracted. Resonance. It was the resonance of the Shinjin. This phenomenon had only been witnessed once in his youth when he observed a venerable martial sage conducting a test. Before he could fully recover from his astonishment, an even more astonishing sight unfolded before him. The obsidian testing stone, after resonating, began to glow, yet it did not emit a red, orange, or yellow light. It bypassed all intermediate colors representing low-tier energy reactions, directly erupting into an excruciatingly brilliant and pure golden radiance. The intensity of this light cast the entire Qilin residence in a golden hue, even causing the energy barrier formed by the 9 dragons locking heaven array in the sky to pulse violently in response. Wang Qi, the 9th-grade Grandmaster, instinctively squinted against the blinding gold light, shielding his eyes with his hand. Yet this was not the end. An even more terrifying spectacle unfolded, sending chills down the spine of the 300-year-old Grandmaster. The testing stone, vibrating violently in the golden glow, began to reveal intricate golden patterns upon its dark surface. These patterns were profoundly arcane, as if they were the primal laws of the universe inscribed upon it. They danced, intertwined, and restructured across the surface of the testing stone, which originated from a level 9 civilization relic, as its internal structure and essence were being forcibly refined and reshaped by a higher, purer energy. "Stop! Quickly stop!" A roar filled with horror and anguish erupted from Wang Qi's lips. He had completely lost composure. In an instant, he dashed to Wang Ping'an's side, seizing his wrist and forcibly pulling his hand away from the testing stone. His movements were as swift as lightning, yet the shock rendered his hands tremulous. "If you continue to infuse energy, this Shinjin will explode from your blood essence." Wang Qi's voice was tinged with a hoarseness he had not recognized himself. He lowered his gaze to the now dim testing stone, its surface adorned with exquisite golden patterns, as if it had undergone a metamorphosis. He then lifted his gaze, regarding his grandson with the same awe one might reserve for a prehistoric beast. His chest heaved violently, breaths coming in labored gasps. Blood essence condensed like mercury. Qualitative transformation shining forth, turning stone to gold. He murmured, his expression shifting from admiration to incomprehensible shock and near manic fervor. "Your blood essence quality has far surpassed the 6th grade, perhaps even rivaling that of a nascent 7th grade master." Wang Qi grasped Wang Ping'an's shoulders, his eyes, now flushed with excitement, bore into him as if striving to see through him entirely. Wang Ping'an, startled by his grandfather's fervent demeanor, stammered, "Grandpa, my goodness. Master, you've frightened the old man." Turning stone to gold. This is a legendary ability only possessed by martial gods. You've set the bar extraordinarily high. As the excitement waned, the fervor on Wang Qi's face gradually receded. He released Wang Ping'an's shoulders, exhaling a long, heavy breath. His expression shifted to one of unprecedented gravity, even tinged with emotion and pride. The greater the potential, the more perilous the path ahead. The taller the tree, the more it attracts the wind. He understood well that the talents his grandson had displayed would invite frenzied attempts on his life from foreign adversaries should they come to light. Wang Qi was silent for a long time. He slowly extended his hand, retrieving an item from the deepest, most intimate recess of his storage ring. It was a palm-sized scale, exhibiting an ancient bronze hue, its surface adorned with intricate, ancient dragon patterns. A faint yet distinct spatial fluctuation emanated from the scale. He solemnly handed the scale to Wang Ping'an. Ping'an, Wang Qi's voice was unusually serious. This broken boundary dragon scale, keep it close to you. It was obtained from a dying 9th-grade spatial dragon beast king, sealing within it the power of its final spatial leap. Remember, it can only be used once. Once shattered, it will allow you to execute a random spatial leap that ignores any formations or spatial barriers in any life-threatening situation. Do not activate it unless absolutely necessary. Wang Ping'an received the warm yet ancient-feeling dragon scale, sensing the terrifying power it contained. He nodded solemnly, indicating his understanding. Wang Qi regarded him with a look of satisfaction. But then his tone turned ominous and cautionary. Remember, in the upcoming relic hunting grounds, the most terrifying threats will never be those mindless beasts driven solely by instinct to kill. Chapter 76. The Hunting Planet in the Central Area of the Holy City. The vast teleportation plaza, capable of accommodating millions, lay in utter silence. 100 top-tier geniuses, having emerged from billions of youths across the Federation, stood quietly in the center of the plaza. The fierce energy emanating from them thickened the surrounding air. No one spoke. They all awaited the impending moment. Suddenly, the sky darkened. An indescribable and terrifying pressure descended without warning. An 8th-grade golden body venerable. The venerable who presided over the preliminary round materialized above the crowd. He gazed down at these 100 hopes of the Federation, dispensing with pleasantries and addressing the matter directly. The second stage, Relic Hunting Grounds, codename Inferno No. 7. This is an undeveloped primitive planet, with gravity 3 times that of Blue Star, and the air is laced with trace amounts of neurotoxins. Over 100,000 formidable beasts of 5th grade and above have been released upon this planet, including several 6th grade beast kings. A slight stir arose among the crowd. 100,000 beasts. And coupled with the harsh environment, this is not a competition. It is clearly a path to death. The Venerable One paid no heed to their reactions and continued to announce the rules in an extremely indifferent tone. Rule 1, a point system. Hunt demonic beasts to earn points. For a 5th-tier beast, early stage grants 10 points, mid-stage 50 points, late stage 100 points, and peak state 500 points. If a 5th-tier warrior can defeat a 6th-tier beast king, he paused, letting out a breath that made everyone's heart race. 10,000 points. 10,000 points. Killing a 6th-tier beast king is equivalent to slaying 20 peak 5th-tier beasts. This immense temptation ignited the flames of ambition in the eyes of many talented individuals who were confident in their abilities. However, the Venerable One's next statement poured cold water over their enthusiasm. Rule 2, plunder. On this planet, not only are the demonic beasts prey, but you are also prey to one another. Defeating any participant allows you to directly plunder 50 of their current total points. Boom. An uproar filled the arena. 50%. What does this imply? It means that all the points you painstakingly earned by killing dozens of demonic beasts could be lost in a single defeat, turning you into someone else's trophy. This is not encouragement to hunt demonic beasts. This is clearly an incitement to mutual slaughter. Silence. The Venerable One's cold shout suppressed all discussions. Rule 3. Absolute solitude. Throughout the competition, any form of voluntary teaming, alliances, or sharing of information is strictly prohibited. Once deemed a violation by the Skynet system, both parties' points will be reset to 0 and marked as traitors. Killing a traitor doubles your points. A profound silence ensued. This rule completely extinguished any possibility of weaklings banding together for warmth. This is a true Dark Forest game. Each individual is both a hunter armed with a gun and prey in the eyes of others. Beyond oneself, no one can be trusted. Wang Ping'an stood amidst the crowd, listening to these brutal rules. Rather than feeling anxious, he felt his blood begin to warm slightly. How intriguing. Truly fascinating. This mode of tossing everyone into a cauldron to nurture conflict deserves the title of strongest. Now, the Venerable One waved his hand. The hunt begins. Boom. 100 massive beams of transmission light descended from the sky, accurately enveloping each participant. Wang Ping'an felt a flash before his eyes. A strong sense of weightlessness washed over him. The next moment, his feet landed firmly on the ground. A thick, hot air mixed with sulfur, and the stench of blood rushed towards him. Before his eyes lay an expansive, boundless crimson wasteland. The sky was a dark red. resembling coagulated blood. The ground was cracked, with scalding white steam sporadically erupting from the fissures. The gravity was indeed intense. Wang Pingyan felt his body sink slightly, as if two adults had suddenly been added to his back. Yet that was all. For his terrifying physique of 11,000 points. This minor change in gravity was insufficient to even bend him over. He moved his neck, producing a series of crisp cracks. The environment was rather pleasant. He offered a rather lofty evaluation. Raising his wrist, the special competition bracelet lit up, projecting a holographic screen. It was the real-time leaderboard. First place, Wang Long, Wang family. Points, 500. Second place, Zhu Long, military. Points, 500. Third place, Li Hao, Li family. Points, 100. The competition had barely begun for less than a minute, and these three apex monsters had already made their kills. Particularly, Wang Long and Zhu Long starting with 500 points meant that they had slayed a peak 5th-tier demonic beast the moment they landed. How swift. Wang Pingyan sighed. He scrolled down the screen until he reached the very bottom. 89th place, Wang Pingyan, Wang family. Points, 0, at the bottom. Unsurprisingly at the bottom, because after he landed, he had done nothing but admire the scenery. It seems that those who had bet against him making it into the top 30 must be laughing joyously now. Wang Pingyan chuckled at himself. He closed the leaderboard and did not rush to hunt demonic beasts. He stood still, slowly closing his eyes. His formidable mental strength of 11,000 points spread out like invisible mercury from his center, quietly extending in all directions. 10 miles, 20 miles, 50 miles, every movement within a 50-mile radius. Even the breath of a sandworm buried deep underground vividly appeared in his mind. Suddenly, his brows slightly lifted. To the north, approximately 8 miles away, a blatant life wave filled with greed and brutality was rapidly approaching his direction. The other party had evidently noticed Wang Pingyan standing still, seemingly at a loss. The speed of that aura suddenly quickened, akin to a shark that had caught the scent of blood. Wang Pingyan opened his eyes. He gazed at the swirling red dust to the north, his face breaking into an exceedingly radiant smile. A delivery right after landing? Quite fortunate. Pray? No. A treasure of points has arrived. Chapter 77. The Kirin at the bottom of the rankings. 10 minutes into the competition, a massive holographic leaderboard hovered in midair, with each number fluctuation stirring the hearts of billions of spectators. At the top of the list, several names glowing red were refreshing their points at a terrifying speed. First place, Wang Long, Wang family. Points, 1800. Second place, Zhu Long, military. Points, 1750. Third place, Li Hao, Li family. Points, 1200. These true top-tier prodigies had commenced their slaughter display. In just 10 short minutes, the number of 5th-tier late-stage and above demonic beasts that had perished at their hands exceeded double digits. The audience was in a frenzy, with cheers erupting one after another. However, when the gaze shifted to the very bottom of the leaderboard, the atmosphere became subtly altered. 89th place, Wang Pingyan, Wang family. Points, 0. The youth, who had shone brightly in the preliminary round and was hailed as the one-punch Kirin, now appeared like a great joke, hanging at the bottom alongside more than 10 other laughable figures. In his real-time monitoring screen, he remained standing still, motionless, as if rendered dumb by the brutal environment of this planet. Just this, the Interstellar Network live stream exploded with comments. I've taken off my pants. And you show me this? Standing still output? Hilarious. I said he was a stage-type contestant. Out in the wild, he is utterly blind, unable to locate any demonic beasts. What one-punch Kirin? More like a motionless turtle. Refund. I bet on him to make the top 50, and now it seems even the top 100 is in jeopardy. Countless keyboard warriors found their outlet, furiously pounding on their virtual keyboards. Various unflattering nicknames and taunts surged forth like a tide. These bastards. In the depths of Wang Pingyan's consciousness, the opulent gold panel flickered wildly, and the diminutive diamond figure was enraged to the point of hopping with agitation. Master, they are calling you a turtle. Can you endure this? Strike now. Slay a couple of beast kings and blind their titanium alloy eyes. Wang Pingyan paid no heed to the system's clamor. He stood quietly on the crimson wasteland, allowing the sulphurous winds to billow his garments. He was waiting. A truly skilled hunter never flails about like a headless fly. Suddenly, he turned his head slightly to gaze at a sand dune to his left. There, an extraordinarily arrogant aura approached at an alarming speed, unrestrained and brazen. Boom. The sand dune erupted. A figure, carrying a hefty battle blade nearly as wide as a man, landed heavily 50 meters in front of Wang Pingyan, enveloped in a cloud of crimson sand. It was Kwang Dao Zhongmeng, a peak 5th-tier warrior. currently ranked 42nd on the leaderboard. The moment Zhang Meng landed, his gaze fixated on Wang Ping'an. Initially taken aback, a wild joy soon spread across his features. What luck! He had merely been passing through, yet he unexpectedly stumbled upon this big catch. Being at the bottom of the leaderboard indicated that this fellow had yet to make his mark. More importantly, he was Wang Ping'an, the one who had dazzled during the preliminaries and was now the subject of countless spectators' ridicule. To think that my first prey would be you. Zhang Meng slowly drew his battle blade, the heavy blade reflecting a bloodthirsty gleam in the dark red sunlight. Wang Ping'an, weren't you quite arrogant during the preliminaries? One punch for one opponent? He licked his cracked lips with a crimson tongue. Why the silence now? Have you lost your fighting spirit outside the arena? Wang Ping'an regarded him calmly, without uttering a word. In Zhang Meng's eyes, this silence was a sign of weakness, a manifestation of fear that only stirred his excitement further. Defeating Wang Ping'an would not only earn him those meager basic points, but also elevate him to fame. This was an excellent opportunity for glory. Not speaking, trying to appear profound, Zhang Meng let out a sinister laugh, his aura erupting like a volcano, stirring the surrounding sands into a miniature dust tornado. Let me show you what cruelty truly is. Boom. The ground beneath Zhang Meng shattered. He transformed into a cannonball, instantly covering the 50 meters distance. His battle blade raised high, aiming a fatal strike at Wang Ping'an's head. Die. This strike was overwhelming and forceful. The air was violently torn apart, producing a piercing shriek. Before the blood-colored blade energy descended, the ground had already been gouged into a deep ravine. Yet, in the face of this lethal blow, Wang Ping'an did not even raise an eyelid. To an ordinary observer, the blade's speed was akin to lightning, but in his mental perception, it was as slow as a snail. Every pulse of energy, every muscle contraction, even the subtle shifts in air pressure as the blade sliced through the air, were all within his control. Too slow. Just as the blade was about to graze his hair, Wang Ping'an moved. There were no earth-shattering sounds, nor were there blurred afterimages of speed. He merely shifted half a step to the left. Precisely half a step, exactly 30 centimeters. Swish. The blood-colored blade energy sliced down, skimming past his right shoulder. Boom. The ground behind him split open, forming a vast fissure stretching 100 meters, dust swirling into the air. Yet not a speck of dust touched Wang Ping'an's form. Zhang Meng's pupils constricted. He dodged? Luck? Let's see how many times you can dodge. Zhang Meng roared, his battle blade morphing into a frenzied crimson storm. Horizontal slashes, vertical cleaves, diagonal sweeps. Within a second, he unleashed 18 strikes. Each thrust targeted Wang Ping'an's vital points. The intertwining blade lights formed an impenetrable web of death, completely enveloping Wang Ping'an. However, what transpired next left all the spectators outside the arena in stunned silence. In the center of the blade storm, Wang Ping'an ambled leisurely, as if strolling in his own garden, weaving left and right. He advanced half a step, retreated an inch. Each movement was calculated to a micrometer. Not a single blade light could graze his garments. He traversed through the tempest of blades that could shred steel, his expression even carrying a hint of boredom. Indeed, boredom. Wang Ping'an yawned. He wasn't putting on a show. He genuinely found it dull. Is this the strength of an ordinary peak 5th-tier warrior? Dispersed power, sluggish speed, countless openings in his techniques. Had this been before his retreat into Qi Lin Ju, he might have taken it a bit more seriously. But now, it was simply too weak. So weak that he felt no desire to even retaliate. Is dodging all you can do? Frustration bubbled within Zhang Meng. As a peak 5th-tier warrior, to be unable to even graze his opponent was an utter humiliation. Have the courage to face me head-on, coward. Zhang Meng bellowed, his eyes bloodshot. He ceased holding back. His vital essence surged, igniting with ferocity. An aura far more violent than before erupted from him. Blood fiend slash. He leaped high into the air, merging with his blade, transforming into a gigantic 30-meter-long crimson blade light, consolidating all his spirit and energy. This strike sealed off all of Wang Ping'an's escape routes. There was no evasion possible. Die! Zhang Meng's roar echoed across the wasteland. Faced with this desperate strike, Wang Ping'an, who had appeared as an indifferent bystander, finally halted his steps. He raised his head, gazing at the descending blood-colored blade light. Data collection complete. He murmured softly. The ordinary peak 5th-tier warrior is likely at this level. It holds no reference value. The game is about to conclude. Under Zhang Meng's manic and murderous gaze, and amidst the mixed reactions of millions of spectators outside the arena, some worried, others expectant, and some gleeful, Wang Ping'an slowly raised his right hand. There was no earth-shattering spectacle. No surge of blood and energy. Even the faint golden light emitted by the passive manifestation of the immovable Ming Wang was retracted at that moment. He simply raised his hand in an ordinary manner, as if merely greeting a neighbor. However, in the next instant, everyone's breath was caught in their throats. Wang Pingyin's figure left behind an incredibly lifelike illusion, with strands of hair swaying gently in the wind. Yet his true self had already appeared behind Zhang Meng. The enchanting shadow danced freely. After achieving mastery, this terrifying movement technique allowed for brief entries into subspace, enabling instantaneous appearances. Swift. This was not merely a matter of speed. It was a complete disregard for spatial distance, a violation of the laws of physics, a dimensional strike. Boom. The 30-meter-long crimson blade aura struck heavily upon the illusion left by Wang Pingying and then cleaved down to the earth. The entire scarlet wasteland trembled violently in that moment. A chasm, 10 meters wide and unfathomably deep, spread out like it had been lashed by a divine whip, raging toward the horizon. Dust and debris surged skyward like a mushroom cloud. The destructive power was astonishing. But what did it matter? Are you looking for me? A voice devoid of emotion echoed softly behind Zhang Meng. In that instant, every hair on his body stood on end. His pupils, already crimson from burning his essence, suddenly constricted to the size of pinpricks. He had no time to contemplate how the other had appeared behind him. Instinct propelled him to turn, to defend, to create distance. But he was unable to do so. A profound fear, originating from the depths of his soul, froze his body and consciousness completely. He had exhausted himself. That desperate strike, which he had wagered everything on and which could annihilate any opponent of equal standing, had not even grazed the hem of Wang Pingyin's garment. This sensation was far more despairing than being outright killed by a punch. So weak. Wang Pingying gently shook his head, expressing an innate disappointment in the weak. After thoroughly gauging the strength of an ordinary pinnacle fifth-grade genius, he had lost all patience to continue playing. He extended his right hand, not forming a fist, but merely bringing his index and middle fingers together into a sword-like gesture. A slender, hair-thin arc of purple lightning, refined to perfection, quietly emerged at his fingertips, pulsating gently. The Zixiao Binli palm, a profound understanding of the true essence of destruction unique to thunder. Zhang Meng felt the terrifying aura contained within that arc, capable of obliterating everything. He wanted to flee. He wanted to concede. But Wang Pingyin's formidable mental strength of 11,000 points had already transformed into an invisible cage, firmly locking him in place. He was deprived even of the right to plead for mercy. It was over. Wang Pingyin's sword-like fingers struck first. There was no earth-shattering grandeur, no dazzling light. It was a mere understated yet remarkably precise point upon the spine of Zhang Meng's hefty blade. Ding! A sound as crisp as jade beads falling upon a plate resonated throughout the desolate expanse. Time seemed to pause in that moment. Zhang Meng widened his eyes, fixated on his own blade. He saw it, the A-grade alloy treasure sword procured from the black market, capable of effortlessly cleaving through battleship armor. From the very spot where Wang Pingyin's fingertip had made contact, an almost imperceptible crack began to form. Soon after, a second, a third. Countless fissures, like a frenzied spider's web, rapidly spread across the entire surface of the blade in less than 1/10 of a second. No, a beastly roar erupted from Zhang Meng's throat. This was not ordinary force. It was a high-frequency vibration directly affecting the fundamental structure of the material. It represented the ultimate interpretation of destruction within the essence of creation. Crack! The crisp sound of shattering finally rang out. Under Zhang Meng's horrified gaze, his supposedly indestructible A-grade treasure sword shattered like glass crushed by millions of tons of hydraulic pressure. It disintegrated into countless glimmering metal butterflies, dancing in the air. The scene possessed a beauty so cruel it was breathtaking. Puff! Zhang Meng was struck as if by lightning. An irresistible, terrifying force surged through the handle of the sword and into his body. He spewed blood, tumbling backward like a kite with its string cut. In midair, he was grievously injured and unconscious, blood flowing from all 7 orifices. He didn't even comprehend how he had been defeated. Throughout the entire process, Wang Pingying had not physically touched him. It was merely a single finger that had rendered his weapon useless and shattered his internal organs. This was absolute domination. Ding! Just as Zhang Meng hit the ground, the score bracelet on Wang Pingyin's wrist emitted a crisp notification sound. A virtual light screen automatically appeared. Defeated contestant Zhang Meng. Plundering 50 points. Points acquired, 245. Current total points, 245. Current ranking, 62. On the screen, the name, Wang Pingying, soared like a rocket ignited, shooting up from the glaringly low end of the leaderboard. 89, 75, 68. Finally, it settled firmly at 62. This dramatic shift in ranking created waves in the arena, akin to a boulder thrown into a still lake, sending forth tumultuous ripples. In the Interstellar Network live broadcast room, the barrage of mockery and insults that had flooded the screen was suddenly engulfed in an eerie silence lasting 10 seconds. All those who had ridiculed Wang Pingyan felt their cheeks flush with heat, as if they had been dealt dozens of slaps by an invisible hand. A motionless fool? A tiger on the stage? A novice in battle? They had witnessed it all clearly, the elusive, leisurely movement, that understated yet excruciatingly precise strike. Was this what they called lacking practical skills? Was this what they called a specialist in one field? After the brief silence, there erupted a torrent of explosive comments. What the hell? What the hell? My eyes. My eyes are blinded. What did I just see? Subspace teleportation. A single finger shattering a divine weapon. This is what true skill looks like. This is what true class is. I'm sorry, Brother Pingyan. I was wrong. I shouldn't have criticized you. From today on, you are my one and only master. What about those who claimed Wang Pingyan relied solely on brute strength? Come out. Come out and face the consequences. The accounts that had previously boasted the loudest were now silent, hurriedly deleting their posts as if they had never existed. Wang Pingyan paid no heed to these changes. He did not even spare a glance at Zhang Meng, who had already slipped into unconsciousness and would soon be whisked away by the power of rules. Instead, he calmly regarded the pristine ranking displayed on his wristband. Position 62. Not too shabby. It barely allowed him to escape the ranks of the underperformers. He deactivated the holographic display and lifted his gaze, surveying his surroundings. With a mental force of 11,000 points, he could distinctly sense the shifting energies. From a distance of several dozen, even 100 miles away, the casual glances that had once been mere curiosities transformed in that moment. They became grave, vigilant, even tinged with a deep-seated fear. It was akin to a flock of sheep on the grasslands suddenly realizing that a seemingly docile lamb had, without warning, morphed into a prehistoric beast that preys on the unwary. A cold smirk slowly crept across Wang Pingyan's lips. Excellent. No longer would he waste time with these insignificant fish that couldn't even serve as a proper warm-up. The warm-up was over. The hunt had begun. Chapter 79. The Dark Night Hunting Grounds on the planet Lianyu 7. Twilight did not exist. The star, perpetually emitting a crimson glow, was abruptly snuffed out as if by an unseen hand, akin to a dying cigarette. One moment, the blood-red wasteland was sweltering. The next, darkness descended. True darkness, where one could not see their own hand before their face. Simultaneously, a chilling current capable of freezing iron surged forth from the depths of the earth without warning. Crack! The dark red rock beneath Wang Pingyan's feet, which had just moments ago radiated heat, was now covered in white frost, shattering into countless fragments. In a mere 10 seconds, the temperature plummeted from a sweltering 50 degrees Celsius to a biting minus 100 degrees. Yet this was not the most lethal aspect. The trace amounts of neurotoxins present in the air suddenly surged in concentration by more than threefold under the influence of the low temperature. A pale green mist began to spread near the ground, causing even the most resilient thorny plants to wither and turn into pools of black water. In the distance, a chilling scream pierced the silence of the darkness. It belonged to an unfortunate contestant. Perhaps they had reacted just a fraction too slowly. Or perhaps their protective aura was insufficiently robust. The moment the toxic mist entered their body, their nervous system suffered irreversible damage. The protective mechanism of the wristband activated, a flash of white light signifying their elimination. They collapsed, unseen, at the mercy of their environment. This was Lianyu 7, a meticulously curated arena of death by the Federation. In the darkness, countless presences that had been moving swiftly came to an abrupt halt. Some sought refuge in caves, while others strained to erect energy shields. A few even produced precious portable life pods. In such extreme conditions, the cost of hunting was 5 to 10 times greater than normal. No one wished to engage in such a losing endeavor, except for one. Wang Pingyan stood still, allowing the frigid wind capable of freezing even a 6th-tier expert to buffet him. He wore nothing more than a thin combat suit. Warning: abnormal environmental temperature detected. Current surface temperature, minus 105 degrees. Warning: high concentration of neurotoxin detected. Toxicity level, a grade. Master, run. This place is toxic. The wind is toxic. The ground is toxic. We came to compete, not to become popsicles. Shouldn't we find a cave to hide in for a while? The system panel flashed frantically, displaying a diamond figure wrapped in a thick quilt, shivering and sniffling. Wang Pingyan ignored its lamentations. He simply absorbed the sensations around him. feeling the chill attempting to penetrate his pores and the toxins that, upon inhalation, were instantaneously neutralized by his formidable vitality. An impressive 11,000 points in physique. This was not merely a number. It represented the remarkable strength of his physical form, transcending the human realm. Such levels of cold and poison were merely a slight chill to him. Why hide? Wang Ping'an reached out, grasping the pale green mist that filled the air, watching as it evaporated in his palm under the heat of his vitality. Why retreat? A dangerous smile slowly formed on his lips in the darkness. Everyone else was hiding. Even the beasts. Wasn't this the perfect time for a self-service feast? He closed his eyes. The vast mental force of 11,000 points surged forth unreservedly, spreading like mercury in all directions. 10 miles, 30 miles, 50 miles. Everything within a 50-mile radius constructed a remarkably clear three-dimensional map in his mind. Where there were hills, where there were fissures, where humans hid, where beasts lurked, nothing escaped his perception. The night stripped others of their sight, but bestowed upon him a divine vision. He found it. Wang Ping'an abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze locking onto the southwest direction. 25 miles away, deep within a thicket of jagged rocks, lay a concealed geothermal vent. A behemoth, over 20 meters in length and clad in a coat of dark brown rocky armor, lay greedily absorbing the scant warmth nearby. The magma giant lizard, a pinnacle fifth-tier beast, renowned for its formidable defense, typically resided within underground magma rivers and was notoriously difficult to contend with. However, to evade the surface's frigid temperatures, it had descended to shallower depths. It was in a dormant state, minimizing energy expenditure, its vital signs reduced to a bare minimum. 500 points. Wang Ping'an murmured softly, and his figure vanished from sight. There was no sound of air being sliced, no ripple of energy. The skill of shadowy phantom dance operated at full capacity. His body seemed to meld with the encompassing darkness, even briefly slipping into a subspace, circumventing all obstacles of the material world. 25 miles. For him, at full speed. It would take less than a minute. In the thicket of rocks, the magma giant lizard exhaled 2 plumes of white vapor from its enormous nostrils, deep in slumber. As one of the dominant creatures in this region, it believed no other life form would dare to challenge it in such dreadful darkness. Until a faint, almost imperceptible disturbance, softer than a falling snowflake, appeared above it. The beast's instincts jolted it awake. Its murky yellow slit pupils widened in alarm as it beheld a figure, a diminutive human. Like a specter, suspended less than 3 meters above its head. Roar! The magma giant lizard instinctively opened its massive jaws, ready to unleash a fearsome roar to intimidate its foe. Too late. Wang Ping'an did not grant it the opportunity to sound its alarm. His body in midair accelerated contrary to the laws of physics. His right hand formed a sword-like gesture with his index and middle fingers. A flicker of purple energy, imbued with a sense of annihilation, danced at his fingertips. With a soft sound, it pierced through the air, akin to a heated knife slicing through butter. The colossal cranium of the lava giant lizard, capable of withstanding heavy artillery fire, crumbled before a mere fingertip, fragile as a delicate sheet of paper. The sword-like finger penetrated effortlessly, unleashing a tremendous force that did not shatter its head, but rather directed the destructive energy deep into the most vulnerable core within its skull. A crack echoed, the sound of the core fracturing reverberating within its cranial cavity, audible only to Wang Ping'an. The massive form of the lava giant lizard stiffened abruptly. Its mouth, which had just been agape, closed weakly, and the ferocity in its eyes swiftly dissipated. It was dead. A pinnacle-class demon beast of the 5th rank succumbed in its slumber, unable even to utter a cry, meeting its end in a most humiliating fashion. You have slain a 5th-rank pinnacle demon beast, the lava giant lizard. Points earned, 500. Current total points, 745. Current ranking, 49th. The wristband vibrated. An luminous screen appeared. Wang Ping'an glanced at the ranking and shook his head gently. Too slow. He did not linger. Nor did he bother to collect the shattered, yet still valuable materials from the beast. The competition was solely based on points, not materials. In such a race against time, even bending down to gather money was a waste. His figure once more melded into the shadows, his mental radar operating at full capacity. Onward to the next target. As night deepened, the temperature continued to plummet, nearing minus 120 degrees. The vast majority of participants had ceased their activities, seeking refuge to endure the harsh environment. Meanwhile, on the enormous holographic leaderboard, most scores remained stagnant. Only one name ascended, like an indefatigable specter, climbing steadily and eerily through the darkness. 49th, 41st, 35th. Each increment signified the silent disappearance of a formidable demon beast of at least the 5th rank. In the broadcast control room outside the arena, the staff monitoring the footage were left dumbfounded. Did this individual not require rest? His energy expenditure was tenfold that of others. How could his vitality withstand such high-intensity combat in these conditions? On screen, Wang Ping'an had just snapped the neck of an ice demon ape within a frozen gorge. Standing atop the massive corpse, he absent-mindedly wiped away non-existent blood from his hands. He raised his gaze towards the inky sky. His formerly dark eyes now shimmered with a faint, disquieting violet hue under night vision mode. He felt no fatigue. On the contrary, he was exhilarated. The sensation of being the sole free agent in a world that was entirely his hunting ground was simply sublime. Before dawn, Wang Ping'an whispered into the void. I aim to enter the top 20. With a flicker, he vanished once more. Chapter 80. The killing machine. The wristband vibrated incessantly, causing annoyance. Announcement. Contestant Zhao Lei, Eastern Battle Zone, has been severely injured and eliminated after encountering an assault by a 5th-rank late-stage ghost-faced spider. Announcement. Contestant Lin Wanner, Nangong family, has inhaled an excessive amount of neurotoxin, exhibiting abnormal life signs, and has been forcibly teleported out. As the competition entered its 2nd day, such disheartening reports persisted. The Inferno No. 7 planet resembled a vast meat grinder, gradually devouring these so-called elites of the Federation. For most, this was no longer a hunt, but a mere struggle for survival. Simply staying alive was a feat, let alone discussing points. Yet for certain outliers, this realm remained a paradise. Deep within the wasteland, a cerulean silhouette darted swiftly among the jagged rocks. Wang Ping'an made no effort to conceal his presence. He operated like a harvesting machine at full throttle. The 5th target. He halted before a massive gale demon wolf, known for its remarkable speed. One of the most troublesome 5th-rank pinnacle demon beasts. Most ordinary warriors would typically choose to circumvent it. The demon wolf, evidently taken aback, crouched low, emitting a threatening growl. Its claws digging into the earth, poised to spring into action. Wang Ping'an regarded it with a yawn. Too slow. As if on cue, the wolf lunged, transforming into a gray blur, swiftly covering 100 meters. Its sharp claws aimed directly at Wang Ping'an's throat. Quick. Indeed, it was fast. Yet under the perception of his mental prowess, each of its movements unfolded as though in slow motion. Wang Ping'an remained stationary until the foul breath of the wolf was almost upon his face. He raised his hand and delivered a swift slap. There was no need for elaborate techniques. It was pure speed and sheer force. A burst of violet lightning erupted from his palm. Smack. Boom. The gale demon wolf emitted no cry as half its head was obliterated by the blow, its massive body flung several meters away, charred to a crisp by the violent thunderous energy before it even hit the ground. When it landed, it was already 7/10 cooked, exuding a nauseating aroma of charred flesh. You have slain a 5th-rank pinnacle demon beast, the gale demon wolf. Points earned, 500. Wang Ping'an glanced at his wristband. Current total points, 1745. Current ranking, 32, TSK. He clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. After a full day of effort, he had barely ascended to 32nd place. This efficiency was far too low. The number of 5th-rank pinnacle demon beasts in the outer regions was limited and scattered, making them challenging to locate. At this rate, not only would he struggle to break into the top 10, but maintaining a position within the top 30 was also questionable. The top 30 was crucial, representing a lucrative fortune of 360,000 spirit crystals. The thought of those glimmering treasures potentially slipping away caused Wang Ping'an's heart to twist in anguish. No, he needed to accelerate. He lifted his gaze towards the horizon, where the equatorial region of the planet lay, the area with the most intense energy reactions. Dark red volcanic ash obscured the sky, and massive columns of lava erupted into the air, sending terrifying heat waves that could be felt from hundreds of miles away. The core region. According to the data, it housed the most powerful and densely packed demon beast populations on the planet. Of course, the environment was tenfold more treacherous. Master, please do not act impulsively. The system panel materialized, displaying a miniature figure with a terrified expression, clinging desperately to Wang Ping'an's leg. The temperature there is nearing 300 degrees, and the toxin concentration is 20 times that of here. Entering would mean certain death. 20 times. Wang Ping'an stroked his chin. Does that mean no one will be competing with me for the beasts? System. Is there something wrong with that focus? Onward. Wang Ping'an exhibited no hesitation as he swiftly advanced towards the infernal crimson region ahead. The pursuit of fortune often entails peril. For the sake of the 36,000 Lingjing, he would brave the fiery abyss or even scale the treacherous mountains. The deeper he ventured, the denser the air became. This density was not merely due to humidity. It was saturated with an overwhelming presence of sulfur and toxic particles, nearly coalescing into a tangible mass. For an ordinary fifth-tier martial artist, merely sustaining a protective barrier against the environmental onslaught would consume over 70% of their energy. To perform at even 30% of their capacity would be commendable. Yet, Wang Ping'an felt no such constraints. Possessing an extraordinary physique of 11,000 points, he resembled a humanoid behemoth. His skin exuded a faint keratinous membrane, effectively isolating all harmful substances. His breathing remained undisturbed. Upon traversing a black ridge still oozing with lava, Wang Ping'an abruptly halted. The scene before him was peculiar. He found himself at the edge of a vast circular volcanic crater, littered with the colossal carcasses of several demonic beasts, all at the pinnacle of the fifth tier. Among them were fire serpents adorned with crimson scales, lava tortoises the size of small mountains, and several fire eagles with wingspans exceeding 30 meters. These creatures, once sovereigns of their territories, now lay lifeless. Their demises were gruesome. Some were severed in half, others had vanished their heads entirely, while a few appeared as if crushed into the ground, reduced to mere pulp. Astonishing, Wang Ping'an approached the remains of a fire serpent, examining the wounds that bore the terrifying marks of extreme heat, even carbonizing the bones. A single strike had sealed their fate. He deduced that only an entity far beyond the competitors could have so effortlessly dispatched these fifth-tier peak beasts. Not even figures of the caliber of Wang Long or Zhu Long could achieve such effortless dominance. This left but one possibility. This place served as the dining hall of a formidable being. Warning! Warning! Extreme danger detected. The system panel suddenly blazed to a glaring blood-red hue, flashing wildly. Energy level, 6th tier, and it continues to rise. Approaching mid-6th tier. Extreme danger. Immediate evacuation advised. Repeat, immediate evacuation advised. Almost concurrently with the system's warning. An overwhelming pressure that could make one's very soul tremble erupted from the depths of the immense volcanic crater. Boom. The ground shook violently. The once serene lava pool within the crater erupted, sending towering crimson waves soaring 100 meters high. A roar, potent enough to shatter the eardrums of ordinary folk, surged forth, accompanied by a torrent of scorching air rising from the earth. Wang Ping'an stood resolute amidst the tempest, his garments fluttering wildly. He did not flee. Instead, he gazed at the colossal shadow ascending from the crater, his countenance devoid of fear, replaced instead by a radiant smile. A 6th-tier Beast King. 10,000 points. A grand opportunity had arrived. Chapter 81. 6th-tier Beast King Warning. Warning. Extreme danger target confirmed. The crimson alert notifications overwhelmed Wang Ping'an's retina. The usually whimsical diamond figure had transformed into a visage of utmost seriousness, frantically waving its short arms before him. Target analysis complete. Qi Lian Yulong Beast. Early 6th tier. Subdragon species. This creature possesses a trace of ancient true dragon blood. Although diluted to the point of being akin to watered-down fake liquor, it is still dragon blood. Its combat prowess surpasses that of an ordinary early 6th tier beast by at least 30%. Master, heed this system's counsel. We are here to earn, not to perish. The risks associated with this venture are excessively high. We should retreat. Retreat? Wang Ping'an stood at the precipice of the crater, allowing the searing sulfur-laden air to wash over his face. His gaze pierced through the billowing smoke, fixating on the immense shadow within the lava pool below. He raised his wrist, glancing at the information displayed on his points bracelet. Qi Lian Yulong Beast. Early 6th tier kill points 10,000. 10,000 points. This figure struck Wang Ping'an like a potent stimulant, coursing through his veins. His current total was 1,745 points, ranking him 32nd. If he secured those 10,000 points, his total would soar to 11,745. What an astonishing concept. The current leader, Wang Long, possessed a mere 6,800 points. If he succeeded, not only would he breach the top 30, but he would also ascend to the pinnacle, leaving all others far behind. Risk? Wang Ping'an licked his parched lips, the flames of avarice in his obsidian eyes burning fiercer than the lava below. Greater risks yield greater rewards. His elder brother had once taught him that this was called venture investment. This is not investment. This is courting death. The system continued its last-ditch efforts. A 6th-tier martial artist has achieved blood fusion. Their life level has undergone a qualitative transformation. Although your attributes are high, you have not yet reached that realm. I am aware. Wang Ping'an certainly understood the immense strength of the 6th tier. They were beings capable of traversing the cosmos with their physical forms, capable of shattering small warships with a single punch. Under normal circumstances, a peak 5th-tier martial artist encountering a 6th tier would be fortunate to survive 3 exchanges. Yet, he was no ordinary 5th tier. 30%. Wang Ping'an silently calculated in his mind. He possessed a 30% chance of victory. 30% was sufficient. For a competent gambler, as long as the odds were not zero, it was worth pushing all chips to the table. Moreover, the visage of his grandfather, Wang Qi, with his commanding countenance, surfaced in his mind. A martial artist must contend. One must vie for rare treasures, techniques, and medicinal elixirs. One must contend for every breath. If one does not dare to strive, what is the purpose of practicing martial arts? The words of the elder were coarse yet profound. The path of martial arts is inherently one of defiance against fate. Should one retreat in the face of adversity, their life would reach its terminus. Wang Ping'an exhaled deeply, casting aside the final vestiges of doubt. He retrieved a dragon eye-sized azure pill from his storage space, a priceless Huitian Dan capable of instantly restoring 50% of his vitality. Without hesitation, he placed the pill beneath his tongue for emergencies. Subsequently, he closed his eyes. His mental energy began to contract inward, consolidating to an extreme degree, forming a nearly flawless mental barrier on his surface. The perception of a 6th-tier beast king is acutely sensitive. Even a hint of aura leakage could thwart his ambush. It was time to act. Wang Ping'an crouched low, adhering to the searing volcanic rock wall like a gecko, silently descending. Outside the arena, in the Federal Central Monitoring Room, a colossal main screen displayed 100 split screens, each monitoring the movements of the competitors in real time. At this moment, at least a third of the gaze focused intently on screen number 89. What could he possibly be planning? A notable military figure surged to his feet, his countenance a mask of shock beneath his military cap. That direction led to the lair of the Qi Lian Yulong beast. Had he lost his mind? This was utter madness. Beside him, an elder from a prestigious family trembled with rage, his beard quivering in indignation. How audacious to provoke a 6th-rank beast king with merely 5th-rank prowess. Was he courting death? How could the Wang family produce such an ignorant youth? While youthful enthusiasm is commendable, one must also act within one's capabilities. Another formidable figure shook his head with a sigh, lamenting the folly of greed. This reckless venture could very well cost him his promising future. Almost everyone had condemned Wang Ping'an to a fate worse than death. Only the Wang family's ancestor, Wang Qi, seated in the corner, displayed a flicker of keen insight in his murky old eyes. He remained silent, fixated on the small figure inching closer to the abyss of death on the screen. His hand instinctively clenched the armrest of his chair, leaving deep imprints in the solid alloy as he watched with intensity. Fight! That's the spirit. If one lacks even this modicum of courage, how could they be deemed the prodigal son of the Wang family? Inside the volcano's mouth, temperatures soared beyond 500 degrees. The acrid sulfur fumes in the air were suffocating. Wang Ping'an held his breath, relying solely on the circulation of his internal energy to sustain his life. He was less than 500 meters away from the magma pool. At this distance, he finally beheld the full form of the colossal creature. It was immense. The majority of the Qilian Yulong beast's body was submerged in the molten gold-red lava, its exposed back resembling a winding mountain range. The crimson scales covering its form were as large as grinding wheels, etched with natural flaming runes that radiated an oppressive heat. It was asleep. Its thunderous snores echoed like rolling thunder, each breath stirring waves in the magma pool. 2 jets of white vapor erupted from its nostrils, soaring into the sky. This was the 6th-rank beast king. Standing before it, Wang Ping'an felt as insignificant as an ant preparing to challenge an elephant. The vast disparity in life levels sent shivers through every cell in his body, urging him to flee. Yet, he remained motionless, like a lifeless stone, pressed against the rock wall, waiting for the opportune moment. A sneak attack? No. For an entity of such caliber, a mere ambush held no significance. Its protective energy field was perpetually active. Any attack imbued with lethal intent within 100 meters would trigger an alarm. He was waiting for it to turn over. According to the information, the Qilian Yulong beast would occasionally shift its position during deep slumber. In that fleeting moment of movement, the softest area of its underbelly, the reverse scale, would briefly become exposed. That was the most vulnerable point in its defense, the only chance to deal a fatal blow. 1 minute, 10 minutes, half an hour. Wang Ping'an maintained his position, utterly still. Sweat began to bead, only to evaporate in the overwhelming heat. His combat suit began to char. Finally, the magma pool below erupted violently. It was happening. The immense body of the Qilian Yulong beast slowly began to stir, seemingly uncomfortable in its slumber, preparing to shift positions. As it moved, the previously submerged underbelly slowly became visible. Amidst the crimson, hardened scales, a palm-sized area appeared with an unusual semi-translucent quality, revealing the dark red veins pulsing beneath. The reverse scale. Now was the moment. Wang Ping's eyes widened in that instant, two beams of brilliance shooting forth like swords. Boom. The rock wall beneath him exploded. His coiled body, propelled like a cannonball, surged towards the reverse scale with unwavering resolve. Zixiao Benlei Chuangmi finger. On his right index finger, a dark purple lightning flickered, condensing into the most extreme form of destructive energy. 500 meters. 300 meters. 100 meters. Closer. Closer. The scales of victory appeared to tip in his favor. However, just as his fingertip neared the reverse scale, within a mere 50 meters, an indescribable chill surged from his tailbone to the crown of his head. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. In the magma pool below, the behemoth that should have been in deep slumber abruptly ceased all movement without warning. Then, it slowly opened its eyes. They were enormous golden slit pupils, cold and merciless. It gazed silently at the audacious human insect charging toward it, devoid of any confusion typical of awakening. Only an expression of amusement akin to a cat toying with a mouse. It was awake. Or perhaps, it had never truly been asleep. This was bad. Wang Ping's heart skipped a beat. He had been lured into a trap,